Light from above descended one after another, causing chaos across a vast sky where the dragon horses proudly spread their wings. Because of that, they fell like dry leaves. Not stopping there, the final lightning tore through half the sky, making the fortress scene desolate. Dragon horse corpses scattered everywhere, creating a more horrifying sight than ever before. The last fortress of humanity sank in the sunset under the impact of that terrible magic. A blazing red magical beam shot down to the ground, revealing the majestic and grand form of the ancient holy dragon, one who now seemed to also have to submit to the cruel flow of fate, seeing the bleak scene before him. The holy man could not contain his disappointment and regret, and in a sad voice he said, "Even the dragon ancestor had to submit." The saintly intellect said, "Our world no longer has hope." At that moment, the time guardian hurriedly rushed out from the time gate without hesitation. He knelt down, respectfully reporting the next plan before the saintly intellect. "We will, together with the time dragon, burn the body, even the soul's root, to open a time passage leading to the past. Please, take with you our hope to leave this era, but I believe with your wisdom you can surely alter humanity's fate in another era." With burning determination, to placed his hand on the staff to show sincerity. In response, the saintly intellect sighed in exasperation. Among the forbidden chi gods, those who understand the mysteries of time best always watch over this place. We all belong to this era. No one can escape. After speaking, the elder lowered his staff. A huge magical force immediately surged forth, creating a magical whirlwind swirling around his body. Tens of thousands of holy books fluttered high above, under the control of the elder. From among the countless books, he found a powerful tome. With distant eyes, the saintly intellect decreed, "Let those who do not belong to this era change humanity's fate." He swung the staff and shot out a magic beam carrying terrifying pressure. From the fortress peak, a tremendous energy shot upward as if tearing the sky apart. Following that beam, energy flew straight to the voracious monster in front of an entity, causing tiny humans to tremble before the fate of destruction. The monster's deep, threatening voice echoed endlessly. "Any futile struggle only makes you look more pitiful." It gradually drained the fortress's energy, leaving a scene of despair. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, Atu was confused. Not understanding what was happening, he hurriedly exclaimed. Immediately, the elder responded, his eyes fixed coldly and resolutely ahead. "Forbidden Chi God, all fragile hopes will be swallowed by despair. Humanity, quietly return to the ruins of the era with this painful hope, turning into dust of future generations." Meanwhile, the voracious monster continuously emitted negative sounds, shaking the saintly intellect's heart further. It was trying to destroy the time passage, understanding what must be done. The elder closed his eyes, deeply pondering, then raised the staff high and spoke solemnly, "We are dust, but also heroes." Instantly, brilliant light burst from his and Atu's bodies, slowly flying into the sky. Forbidden God, witness the final explosion of countless mortals. The elder's thunderous shout made the knights turn their heads, their eyes fixed attentively on every word of the elder. That was the saintly intellect. The saintly intellect initiating a passionate speech, echoing from the fortress peak. Dazzling light continuously radiated from the fortress like a blazing flame in the darkness. This era was coming to an end, about to turn to dust. "O warriors, join me in lighting the fireworks of the apocalypse. Obey the command." A multitude of knights united, willing to dedicate themselves, rushing in one direction. Tears of determination silently fell, mingling with the shout. "I decide to follow, live or die. No retreat." The monster's unwilling screams echoed deafeningly, powerless before the tremendous strength from the collective's dedication. Their final words turned into abundant energy, bursting from the fortress peak. "O people of the past, our future, we send you a gift. It will cross the river of time back to the distant past, sowing seeds of hope for humanity's future." That energy surged, flowing through distant space to a place opening a scene full of vitality. That place is an ancient wasteland where wild beasts roam freely, and the mages rely on various powerful beast comrades to conquer the world, building strongholds and exploiting top-tier resources. But outside these strongholds, dangerous beasts lurk everywhere. Every step is filled with peril. The Black Lantern Stronghold has stood firm on this harsh wasteland for hundreds of years. The current protector is an extremely powerful high-level mage. He established a special training system for mages at Black Lantern Stronghold, which is also the key that helped this stronghold survive for 100 years. The image of the protector gradually appears. His appearance stained by time, standing tall and solemn in the middle of the Black Lantern Stronghold. At that time, inside the stronghold, Hang pondered, looking at the notice board in front of him. A notice clearly stated that the special training mage camp does not tolerate idlers. Anyone whose 3-year term expires without successfully hatching their egg will be sent straight to the collection team 10. Any resistance will be immediately killed. Becoming a mage is extremely dangerous. Entering the camp requires caution. Reading those cold lines, Tahang could not help but gently touched the egg in his heart and sighed unconsciously. He sat down beside the wooden box, still holding the blue egg tightly, gripping it until trembling. His face darkened when thinking about the unfairness that tomorrow is the deadline of the 3-year term. Yet the egg still shows no sign of hatching. The more he thinks, the more he cannot find a way out of this deadlock. Tahang looked up at the high sky, his heart heavy, muttering that he truly could not accept it. Suddenly, a brilliant light caught his eye. Tahang was startled and exclaimed, what is that? Quickly like lightning, a mysterious power shot straight over his head. In a moment of surprise, the egg in Tahang's hands slipped out and fell. Without him noticing, exhausted, he collapsed onto the floor, lying sprawled beside the pet mage egg, eyes closed. Tahang fell asleep. In his dream, he saw his pet mage manifesting, spreading its wings and flying across the sky. Its sharp claws radiated terrifying power. The pet mage flew a circle, then returned near Tahang. He clearly saw its face, its eyes blazing red like fire, sharp teeth full of authority. In the dream, Tahang rode the pet mage standing on a large rock, proudly amidst the sky and earth. The dream did not last long before a voice called, "Hey, hey!" The pet mage vanished in the dream, flying away. Tahang was startled awake, not understanding what happened. Then a voice rang in his ear, waking him. A rope touched his face. Tahang opened his eyes and saw Lan Chan standing before him. He shouted loudly, "Kid, tell me, did you spend the night here? Special training mages have no right to stay in the stronghold." Tahang stammered, recalling last night's dream, muttering, "So it was just a dream, the ancient dragon mage. The mage is really that powerful?" Lan Chan saw Tahang not answering. He gritted his teeth. "Brat, what are you muttering? Do you think I don't exist?" he shouted, delivering a slap to Tahang's left cheek. The strong blow made Tahang clutch his face in pain. Fully awake, Lan Chan sneered wickedly. "I heard today you plan to report to the search team to go with those despicable refugees outside the stronghold to find food." Tahang briefly thought about violating the curfew, his heart suddenly heavy. Lan Chan beside him laughed wickedly, speaking sarcastically. "I'm very curious if a rookie like you can survive and return from the wilderness," his smile full of malice. At that moment, the pet mage egg beside Tahang suddenly cracked, emitting a crisp cracking sound. Lan Chan was stunned, exclaiming, "Tahang, your pet mage egg, it cracked?" Tahang turned around, his face unable to hide overwhelming joy. He hugged the egg tightly, shouting loudly, "I succeeded! 3 years of effort was not in vain. I did it!" Lan Chan beside him panicked, muttering inside, "Damn, this useless guy actually succeeded." His expression changed quickly, hastily forcing a fake smile. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding." Tahang, "Sir, I will immediately call the special training inspector to verify your mage identity so you can rise to the top in the future." But from the door, a solemn voice interrupted, "No need for you to call." Both turned to see the chief special training inspector of Black Lantern Stronghold stepping forward, speaking sternly, "You. Now try to communicate with your pet mage." Tahang was still dazed, repeating communicate. He looked down at the egg, softly calling, "Little fire, I'm waiting for you, it's tough." A faint voice came from inside the egg. Tahang heard it, extremely joyful, shouting, "It answered," his smile bright as sunlight. The inspector smiled, placing a hand on Tahang's shoulder, saying, "Good, good, good, but Black Lantern rules. Another young Beast Tamer has appeared. I am very pleased." But when looking directly at Tahang, she suddenly noticed the bruise on his face. 6. Engu spoke in a deep voice. "What happened to the wound on your face?" Tahang suddenly remembered and pointed at Lan Chun. "He hit me." 6. Engu narrowed his cold eyes toward Lan Chun. "All right, Beast Tamer, I'll test you. 20 ROI. Then take him outside the base to find food." Her voice was cold as ice, giving the order to punish him herself. Hearing this, Lan Chun panicked, knelt down and begged, "Please, I beg you, Lord Tahang. Please spare my life." 6. No ignored him and turned to Tahang. "Come with me." The two entered the city fortress to meet the base leader Chu Hop. He looked at Tahang and said, "This kid is the first newcomer in the second half of this year." 6. Ngu replied, "Yes. I heard he originally planned to report to the search team today, but unexpectedly broke through successfully last night." She smiled and added, "In short, this kid's reward cannot be missed." I joined in. Chu Hop, continue. His voice rang out, "Good." The kid was even able to break the chain at the last moment and successfully broke free from the shackles. He laughed heartily, eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "Not bad, very good." Then he turned serious and looked straight at Tahang. "Kid, I give you two choices. First, if your beast is a LONG XA, I will provide a piece of long lawn containing the bloodline of a high-level dragon species. It can accelerate the incubation of the LONG XA eggs, making it stronger after hatching compared to other LONG XA, and also has a small chance to infect it with a trace of dragon bloodline, greatly enhancing its future potential. Second, when you train your second beast, I will let you choose one from my collection. To-hung pondered silently, thinking, 10 birds in the forest are not worth one bird in the hand. He looked up respectfully and replied, Lord Base Leader, I think Long Len might be more suitable. Hearing this, Chu Hop laughed heartily. Good. This afternoon I will send someone to deliver the Long Len. I hope you will not forget your original intention to contribute to the base. To-hung placed his hand on his chest, eyes burning with determination, and replied, Yes. Outside the Black Lantern base, the area outside the city fortress was divided into two parts, the inner district and the outer district. The inner district was where the wealthy and high-status people lived, with a clean and comfortable environment. In contrast, the outer district was harsh, belonging to the lowest class. The people lived crowded in poor conditions. In the outer district, inside To-hung's small house, an angry voice shouted, Ouch! 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 Sister, let go! What are you doing? To-tin, To-hung's sister, scolded. You still feel pain? You didn't come home last night. Where did you go? To-hung still groaned. Ouch, ouch, ouch. To-tin continued scolding. Early this morning, I went out to the city fortress to find you, but couldn't get in. I could only wait at the main gate, feeling anxious. Do you know that? When you come back today, I will tear your ears off. Just as the siblings were arguing, a knock sounded at the door. To-tin turned around and shouted, Who is it? The door opened, and Trung Tan entered respectfully, saying, Greetings, Lord To-hang. This is an item from the base leader's order. I have brought it here. Please keep it carefully. Wishing you great luck and smooth beast advancement. Both To-hung and To-tin were stunned, looking at the item before them with sparkling eyes full of astonishment. To-hung and To-tin's eyes shone brightly as they cheered. Beast advancement! She turned and hugged To-hung tightly, her voice full of emotion. Little Hung, you succeeded. That's great. If our parents knew you succeeded, they would definitely be very happy. Our old home wasn't sold in vain. My little brother will be a great figure in the future. To-hung hugged his sister and smiled. You still have someone outside. His eyes showed a hint of worry. While the two siblings were hugging, he turned toward the door and saw a servant carrying a tray of gold and silver items entering. To-tin was slightly embarrassed and suddenly remembered something, stammering, I suddenly remember I still have to go to work. She hurried to the door, pushed it open, stepped out, and didn't forget to say, Little Hung, treat them well. I'm leaving first. The door slammed shut with a bang. Inside the room, only two men remained. To-hung was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, so he forced a smile and stepped toward the tray of items the servant brought in. He picked up one. He examined it carefully and asked, Is this really Long Lawn? The item in his hand glittered with light, making To-hung unable to hide his astonishment. Suddenly, the Long Lawn flew up into the air under his amazed gaze. From it, a book appeared, inside which was a secret manual with the inscription, Ritual of Shedding the Skin and Transforming into a Dragon, LONG XA, Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Species, Long Lan, Rare Dragon Blood. To-hung was stunned and took a moment to calm down, then muttered a thank you. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. He murmured, LONG XA transforming into a dragon. LONG XA TICH, the mature type is the most dangerous, capable of easily destroying a small base. The intermediate Keelin egg in my hand is completely different. Looking at the two items in front of me, I suddenly thought the strange dragon blood looked like the deadly black one. I don't know what effect it has. I remembered Chu Hop and his feats, even the genius young lady with extraordinary talent before. With the first royal pet just hatched reaching only a high danger level, the master still accepted him as a disciple and personally taught him. My eyes burned with determination. If I can hatch the dragon snake egg, maybe. Without hesitation, I hurried to the pharmacy, paid for the necessary items, and had already planned how to use them in my mind. Back home, I rushed into the room, took the pen to draw the secret formation, placed the dragon Keelin in the center, and with intense focus, began the ritual. Finally, the Keelin gradually glowed, cracked open from the egg, revealing its magnificent true form. I watched intently as the Keelin appeared right before my eyes. The bright light flared up, then suddenly went out. The Keelin curled back into the eggshell, making clicking and crackling sounds. I stepped closer to the Keelin, puzzled, not understanding whether this was a Keelin egg or a dragon snake egg. The next morning at the training ground, the soldiers were enthusiastically practicing martial arts under the strict supervision of Commander 6 No, whose cold eyes showed determination. Observing each of their movements carefully, the soldiers murmured among themselves. One spoke up, The royal pet of that brat to hang hasn't even hatched yet, and he's already skipped training for 4 days straight. Another soldier laughed loudly. With a smug tone, maybe he's dead at home. Just wait for Commander 6 to deal with him. At that moment, Commander 6 New's gaze turned toward the training gate, seeing Tahang enter. She couldn't hide her surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, hello, brat. You finally showed up for special training?" The soldiers all turned toward the gate, whispering among themselves. "He's doomed this time." I quickly explained, "Commander 6, I deliberately skipped training out of necessity." 6 New raised an eyebrow and replied, "Oh? What's the reason? You better have a reasonable explanation." I smiled and called out, "Come out, little fire." From inside my backpack, a small creature slowly peeked out, revealing sparkling eyes, then climbed onto my shoulder. I turned to look at everyone, forcing a smile, only able to say, "It's a Kilin," accompanied by a bright smile. 6 New looked at me with a fierce glance. Some soldiers whispered in surprise, "It must be a Kilin egg. What is that? Its power is really strong." 6 Engyu clenched her hand tightly and said sternly, "This is the most dangerous species, the dragon snake egg." The crowd behind murmured in astonishment. She turned to me and ordered, "Follow me to meet the master in the room." A loud bang on the table sounded as Chu Hop spoke sternly. Hatching such a dangerous species for the first time, he pointed at 6 Engyu and shouted, "Investigate clearly who is responsible for this. This royal pet belongs to Tu Hang." He stood tall. His deep, authoritative voice resounded. "Immediately report to the affairs department to fine that person 3 months' salary for mixing dragon snake eggs with Keelan eggs to create a royal pet that almost ruined the future of a supreme genius." Chu Hop turned to me, his eyes warm and proud of me. "You've worked hard these past few years. Fortunately, you persevered to reach today." He smiled brightly and continued, "If at the beginning, you had only received a normal royal pet egg, or even a high-level dangerous species like Tutu, your achievements today might not have been this brilliant. Suffering leads to sweetness. Starting from this dragon snake egg, your future will definitely not be inferior to anyone." I stood straight, my heart full of emotion. Clenching my fist, my voice rang with determination. "I will not disappoint the master's expectations." Chu Hop nodded. His eyes sparkled with faith. "I personally established this royal trainer training ground and never expected to have someone like you. Not only a genius, but also more resilient than anyone else. I'm very pleased." He pointed at me with a serious yet warm tone and asked, "Do you agree to be my disciple?" I was stunned, eyes wide, voice trembling with surprise. "What?" 6 Ngu, standing beside, silently thought, "Unexpectedly, after 3 years, the master wants to accept a disciple again, a genius like Bak Tutu." I placed my hand on my chest, took a deep breath, and loudly replied firmly, "I agree, master." The master burst out laughing, his face full of joy. He continued in a hearty tone, "Tonight, summon all royal trainers without duties to the city hall for a party so they can witness the birth of a genius royal trainer at the Black Vine base. And to celebrate that, I have accepted a new disciple." The scene shifted to a magnificent castle, with sparkling lights illuminating the entire space. The party lasted until late at night, filled with laughter, chatter, and clinking glasses. At a small wooden house nestled under the canopy of an ancient tree, Tu Hang and her sister returned in a horse-drawn carriage escorted by the protector's bodyguards. In the cozy space of the house, Tahang turned to her sister with an excited tone. "Sister now, every month I receive an allowance of 100 gold coins as a spirit master. By then, we will buy back the old house you sold. To raise money for my special training." Tahang's sister laughed, pinching his cheek, her eyes sparkling with pride. "Oh, my sister, even after working for 3 years, I haven't earned that much money. Little Hang, you really have a bright future." Tu Hang exclaimed in a slightly spoiled tone, "Ouch, sister, please don't pinch my cheek anymore," waving her hand to signal her sister to stop. "I'm going to rest first. I have to work tomorrow." Her sister smiled and nodded in agreement. Tahang sat down at the table, her eyes thoughtful as she flipped through an old book. The biggest difference between ordinary creatures and dangerous species is the ability to use innate energy. When proficient in this energy, they create elemental skills that determine the strength of a spirit beast. The dragon serpent spirit, a top-tier dangerous species, possesses superior innate energy. Besides the common evil spirit skills, the dragon serpent spirit has 6 unique skills. The first is Dragon Sleep, a dragon-type skill that restores stamina and heals wounds at an incredible speed. Most low-level dragon-type races also have Dragon Power or Dragon Might skills at a basic level. Next, in the Earth Dragon Serpent system, there is the Earth Destruction skill with devastating destructive power, along with Earth Absorption, notable for its persistent healing ability. When combining Earth Absorption with Dragon Sleep, The vitality of the dragon serpent spirit becomes resilient, like a little tough guy who just won't die. Finally, the strongest skill belongs to the evil spirit system, the breath of evil will, possessing destructive power nearly equivalent to a low-level dragon spirit. Tu Hang stroked his chin, eyes sparkling as he looked at the dragon serpent spirit. Curled up in front of the kid, I believe you will become an extremely powerful spirit beast. Suddenly, the dragon serpent spirit grew slightly larger, startling Tu Hang. He thought to himself, the growth rate of dangerous species really can't be measured by normal rules. The bright sunlight shone through the buildings, casting a warm golden hue over the Spirit Master training room. The protector stood there, eyes full of admiration. The innate potential of your dragon serpent spirit is very strong, he said in a steady voice. I suggest you test the strength of its innate energy in all 3 systems, then choose one system for specialized training. He raised his hand, revealing a blazing red ring on his finger. My main system is the evil spirit system. Tu Hang's curiosity fixed on the ring. This is the spirit seal of the master, a special item that can contain giant spirit beasts in a sleeping space, helping them quickly recover stamina. A large spirit beast suddenly appeared from the bracelet of a nearby girl. When a spirit beast enters the mature stage, its size becomes enormous. Since spirit masters often control multiple spirit beasts, spirit seals are crafted in various forms. Bracelets, necklaces, hairpins, watches, earrings, pendants, or rings. Chu Hop waved his hand from the ring on his finger, and a powerful figure appeared. Tu Hang's eyes widened in amazement. In front of them stood the Crimson Evil Wolf, towering beside Chu Hop, its strong aura making the space seem to tremble. Chu Hop pointed at the giant beast next to him, his voice full of pride. This is the Crimson Evil Wolf, a naturally born terror species. Later, the master trained it to reach the full stage of a high-level terror species. This is also the master's first spirit beast. It's very suitable to test against your dragon serpent spirit. Tu Hang felt like he turned to stone upon hearing this. Suitable, huh? He thought, eyes wide open. Chu Hop leisurely stroked the bright red fur of the Crimson Evil Wolf and continued explaining, the Crimson Evil Wolf is a terror species, a perfect combination of pure evil attributes and beast attributes. He pointed to the dragon serpent spirit nestled in Tu Hang's arms. Take the dragon serpent spirit out here. From now on, it must rely on itself. Tu Hang swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. The dragon serpent spirit in his hands trembled. The small body curled up under the massive shadow of the Crimson Evil Wolf. The scene was truly contrasting. 2 calm people, while he and the spirit beast were panicking. The dragon serpent spirit turned its head, eyes sparkling, pleading with Tu Hang. But he only knew how to comfort it with a trembling voice. It's okay, hang in there. Before he could say more, Tu Hang brought out the dragon snake essence. From now on, it must rely on itself. Tu Hang swallowed, sweat beading on his forehead. The dragon snake essence in his hand trembled. The small figure curled up under the massive shadow of the Crimson Evil Spirit. The scene was truly contrasting. The 2 were calm, while he and the beast were panicked. The dragon snake essence turned its head, eyes sparkling, pleading to Tu Hang. But he only knew how to comfort it with a trembling voice, avoiding, it's okay, hang in there. Before he could say more, Master Chu resolutely gave the order for the Crimson Evil Spirit Wolf to use the evil earth energy for the kid to learn. Pay attention to controlling the fire level. From the mouth of the Crimson Evil Spirit Wolf, a blazing red evil earth energy burst out fiercely. Suddenly, Chu shouted loudly, "Stop!" The Crimson Evil Spirit Wolf was stunned, retracting its skill and turning to look at Chu. Chu seemed to ask why, waving his hand to signal stop, his gaze shifting down to Tu Hang's feet. The long snake spirit, though small, was gathering all its strength to display power. Dark purple spiritual energy radiated throughout its body, its red eyes gleaming fiercely, Chu Hop observed, a smirk of delight appearing at the corner of his mouth. Looks like this is a smart kid, he commented with an experienced tone. Tu Hang stood beside him, unable to hide his pride, loudly cheering, keep going, keep going." But the joy quickly turned into embarrassment. When the long snake spirit overexerted itself and staggered, almost falling, Chu Hop stepped forward, bent down, and assessed the long snake spirit. This kid has already begun to comprehend evil energy. This purple smoke is the primitive form of evil intent, he said, turning to Tu Hang with sparkling eyes. You've found a treasure, and the long snake spirit's talent is extremely high. Just by its initial movements, it's already starting to grasp skills. Looks like we don't need the Crimson Fierce Wolf as a model anymore. He raised his hand wearing a glowing red ring, absorbing the Crimson Fierce Wolf into the spatial seal. The long snake spirit breathed a sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound burden was lifted. Its eyes sparkled with gratitude, but the joy was short-lived. Suddenly, a gigantic figure appeared, causing the long snake spirit to jump back in terror. Chu Hop looked at the new beast, his eyes shining like flames. This is a super-level platypus beast, a terror combining 3 Earth Beast attributes. Let it play with your kid, shall we? Taheng was startled, feeling something clinging tightly to his feet. Looking down, he saw the long snake spirit clutching his leg tightly. Its eyes were glossy as if about to cry, its mouth making pitiful cooing sounds. Seeing this, Taheng quickly turned to Chu Hop, his voice full of worry. Master, using a super-level beast might not be very suitable. Chu Hop's face turned serious as if considering the matter. That's true. But immediately, his eyes flashed with excitement, completely opposite to his earlier calm demeanor. You're right. Facing a genius beast like this, using a dangerous super-level species might be too gentle. He pointed forward. There, a giant dragon appeared, its eyes blazing red, body like a raging flame. This was one of the main forces of the VI Magma Beast Master. It combined fire, dragon, evil, and magma attributes. It was also the only fire attribute pet of the Master. Chu Hop raised both hands, his voice booming. Activate Magma Beast Dragon, Taheng's long snake spirit. Standing beneath the giant shadow of the pet dragon, Taheng was filled with panic, his eyes wide in astonishment. Meanwhile, the long snake spirit's eyes were wide open, mouth agape as if about to faint. The dragon attribute is extremely rare. Taheng's eyes flickered with interest, but the long snake spirit beside him could only tremble, clutching his leg tightly. Tears streamed down Chu Hop's face as he laughed and explained, "Of course it's rare. You rotten brat. You're very lucky to have incubated and tamed the long snake spirit. If a rookie like you, how could you have a chance to touch a dragon attribute pet? Many seasoned beastmasters dream their whole lives but never get one." Chu Hop continued talking endlessly. The long snake spirit still clung to Tu Hang's leg, crying until dry. Tu Hang suddenly fell silent, a thought flashing through his mind. The story of the 9-Sun Dragon Field must be kept secret. Chu Hop suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Are you done? Taheng and the long snake spirit just stood frozen, unable to react as the magma beast dragon with blazing red eyes took a battle stance, its aura ready to devour everything. The long snake spirit trembled violently, letting out pitiful cries. Chu Hop waved his hand, his voice stern. Magma beast dragon! Use a bit of dragon power to test the endurance of this family fire. The pet horse opened its big mouth. Terrifying energy slowly rose and advanced toward Taheng and the long snake spirit. Taheng quickly bent down, trying to shield the long snake spirit. In his heart, he thought, this power is truly terrifying. He felt like a small boat in a raging river, about to capsize under the strength of this super-level creature. Suddenly, Chu Hop placed his hand on Taheng's shoulder, his voice serious. Rotten brat, don't stand in the attack range. Taheng was startled and surprised to realize the magma beast dragon's power had been controlled. Yet it's still so terrifying. He lowered his head, full of worry. How strong is it really? Both looked ahead. Chu Hop suddenly exclaimed in amazement, then smiled excitedly. This little magma beast actually managed to withstand it. Taheng watched his heart pounding. The small long snake spirit was helping with all its might to resist the dragon power of the magma beast dragon. Under the tense atmosphere like a taut string, Chu Hop stood there with sparkling eyes, as if adding a little spice to the fierce battle. He ordered with an enthusiastic voice, Lava fierce dragon, add a bit more power. At that moment, the giant pet dragon roared loudly. Dark purple energy exploded around its body fiercely as if wanting to devour everything. The terrifying dragon aura radiated from it, overwhelming all gazes. Opposite, the dragon snake clenched its teeth resolutely, pale purple spiritual energy trembling slightly around its body but still unyielding in resistance. I, Taheng, stood on the sidelines silently cheering for my pet dragon, eyes bright with strong faith. Chu Hop, calm like a still lake, observed carefully then spoke. The dragon snake is still holding on, right? Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, his face showing clear astonishment as if witnessing something unbelievable. This is energy emanating from the dragon snake's body. He laughed heartily, his voice full of excitement though still weak. But this family fire has already used low-level dragon aura to counter the mid-level dragon aura of the lava fierce dragon. Its dragon lineage talent is truly incredible. Who knows? In the future, it might break the chains of the terror species, said the master. Taheng was overjoyed. The humanoid face showed pride. You grew so strong, right? His gaze turned to the dragon snake, full of faith in the little pet dragon, but full of potential. Suddenly, Chu Hop seemed to remember something, his eyes shining brightly. That's right, he turned to Taheng excitedly and asked, have you used the 2 dragon scale fragments the master gave you? Taheng nodded immediately, answering enthusiastically, yes, when the person sent them over, I used them right away, sir. Chu Hop pondered, nodding in satisfaction. It seems this little family fire absorbs the special substances in the two dragon scale fragments very well. It even inherited part of the dragon clan's bloodline. This is what makes its dragon lineage talent far surpass the other two talents. Tahang was astonished hearing this, eyes fixed on the dragon snake bravely confronting the lava-fierce dragon. Just then, Chu Hop's voice pulled him back to reality with a bright face. He handed over an old book with a silver mountain engraving. The training methods and techniques I have prepared for you are in this book. Use the spiritual imprint to record it, along with basic spiritual training methods, most suitable for you. Chu Hop handed the book to Tahang, eyes sparkling with expectation. Tahang took it with overflowing excitement, eyes shining with gratitude. Wow, he exclaimed, unable to hide his joy. Chu Hop spoke sternly with a resolute expression. My disciple, when training your pet dragon, do not neglect your cultivation. Spiritual energy is the core of a pet dragon and also the foundation for its development, he emphasized with sharp but hopeful eyes. This book not only contains techniques but also basic spiritual training methods I specially selected for you. Tahang clenched the book tightly, emotions surging. He placed his hand on his chest respectfully and replied, Thank you, Master. After leaving the Storm City, Tahang bought back the old house from years ago. When others knew he was now a spirit controller, they immediately showed more courtesy. Their attitude clearly changed. Under the fading sunset, Tahang stood before the large house, heart full of emotion. The landlord smiled warmly, handing the key to him while Tin was not home yet. Tahang took the chance to clean the old house. He swept the floor while smiling happily. Though sweat dotted his forehead, beside him the dragon snake lay stretched on the floor, eyes half closed, tired after the intense battle. Although the house could not return to the way it was in memories, coming back was still a great joy. Tahang gently carried the dragon snake on his back, standing before the house, looking at it like admiring a precious achievement. Before he could inform Tin, he had the idea to go to his sister's workplace to surprise her. He gently poked the dragon snake's cheek, voice full of excitement. Let's go, let's pick up sister and go home. The dragon snake obediently lay on his back, slightly stirring as Tahang ran happily. Humming a cheerful tune, suddenly a fierce growl echoed from somewhere, accompanied by red eyes as if wanting to tear apart. A girl shouted loudly, Ah! Tahang froze, immediately recognizing the familiar scream. He rushed toward the sound, heart full of worry. Before him, Tin trembled, cowering in fear before two fierce dogs approaching. Barking loudly behind them were three men, led by Tien, faces full of ill intent, clearly wanting to tease. Tien sneered, Big beauty to Tin. What are you running from? My dogs don't bite people, he smiled slyly, tone implying, they just want to play with you. But the two dogs kept barking, closing in on Tin, making her panic and wave her hands trying to shoo them away. Tien stood beside, laughing gleefully, then continued to speak with a greedy gaze at Tin, asking if she agreed to go out with him tonight. My dog will no longer play with you. The two men accompanying him also showed a greedy look, standing behind and sneering. Just then, Tahang Lao arrived, his face darkened with anger, holding a stone in his hand. He and Long XA TICH charged straight into the crowd. The three men turned around, startled and panicked, but Tahang Lao made a swift move, smashing the stone hard onto a dog's head, causing it to bleed and fall down. He quickly ran to Tin's side and pulled his sister behind him, ready to give those three a good beating. Looking at the dog lying motionless on the ground, the three men trembled. Tahang growled angrily, You three street thugs better stay away from my sister. Don't think just because your dad manages the police station, everyone has to respect you. Tien looked at his beloved dog with a regretful gaze, muttering, Surely my dog will be fine. Ignoring Tahang's warning, Tien growled with a distorted, angry face. He raised his fist, clenched in rage, shouting loudly, You little mutt, how dare you kill my dog? Full of fury, he ordered the other dog to attack and kill it. The fierce dog bared sharp fangs, drooling profusely, immediately lunging at Tahang and Tin with fiery red eyes. Without hesitation, Tahang stood in front of his sister with cold, sharp eyes. Tin trembled behind, shouting anxiously, Tahang, run quickly! The dog jumped up with its mouth wide open as if wanting to swallow him whole. Sharp claws glinted under the sunset, looking terrifying like a ghost. Tahang closed his eyes and raised his hand to block, ready to face the fierce beast. At that moment, Long XA TICH seemed to sense the danger to his master. His eyes suddenly flashed brightly, his expression turned fierce, and with lightning speed, he lunged at the dog's neck. Biting hard, causing blood to spray out, the beast howled in pain and collapsed. Tahang opened his eyes in amazement at the scene. Long XA TICH, the small little fire dragon, had defeated the fierce dog with a single strike. He laughed excitedly. Well done. Little fire dragon, kill it! Long XA TICH still held firmly onto the dog's neck, pulling a chunk of flesh Fresh blood flowed, and mixed with the blood sprayed from its mouth, the two henchmen of Ku Chin Thien gaped in horror, eyes wide with fear. Ku Chin Thien was stunned, screaming in pain. My dog, damn it, how dare it be so bold, going mad. He drew a knife, the steel blade gleaming in the twilight, shouting loudly, ordering to charge and stab it to death. The three men with knives lunged simultaneously. With fierce momentum, shouting in unison, kill it. In this critical situation, Tu Hang remained unusually calm, commanding firmly, in a voice as hard as steel, little fire dragon, Long XA TICH, immediately emitting a dark purple aura, his eyes changing color, sharp as a blade. His whole body trembled as if entering a peak battle state. The three men hesitated, trembling, muttering in unison, damn it. What is this all about? Suddenly Ku Chin Tien trembled, only able to utter in panic. The two henchmen behind stammered fearfully. This little fire dragon boss is really fierce. We should still be careful. Suddenly from afar, a group of people approached with strong momentum. The leader wearing a red armband spoke loudly. Hey, what are you all doing? The three men turned around confused. One henchman whispered into another's ear. Ku Chin Tien looked to the side. The guard team has arrived. His eyes lit up quickly with a sinister idea. Let them handle this guy. If anything happens, we have a way out. Hearing this, Ku Chin Tien immediately smiled wickedly. A dark plan flashed in his mind as he looked at the two sisters. Tu Hang spoke triumphantly. Wait until he's locked in the guard's cell. Then we'll go punish him so he can't do anything. Tu Tin's eyes widened, not yet understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, Ku Chin Tien blushed, eyes sparkling with disgust. Imagining Tu Hang locked up, Tu Tin left unprotected. After dealing with this mutt, I will punish your sister right in front of you. The thought made him shiver with pleasure. Drooling, the knife in his hand swayed lecherously. My dog cannot die unjustly, he muttered, smoke rising around his head. Just then, Trin Tuan, captain of the guard team, stepped forward, loudly asking, Who's in here? Isn't that Q Thieu? He crossed his arms, exuding authority. What's the disturbance here? Ku Chin Thien hurried over, slinging an arm over Trin Tuan's shoulder, pointing at the two sisters accusingly. Brother Trin, this mutt blocked the road for no reason and killed my two pets. His methods are extremely cruel. Quick, arrest him and lock him up, Ku Chin Thien pointed energetically, voice full of pride. Tu Hang frowned, annoyed by the blatant slander from that guy surnamed Q. Trin Tuan didn't bother to ask Han more, waved his hand and ordered the two subordinates behind him. The two went to catch him. Two guards immediately approached, one holding a gun, the other holding 5 handcuffs. The one holding the cuffs shouted at the brat, Dare to kill Q's pet? Obediently drop your weapon and surrender. Don't make us take action. Tu Hang coldly threw a brick to the ground, causing the two to hesitate. You stand in front of Tu Tin, pointing at the brick with a sharp tone. Killing the dog is because of this brick. If there's a problem, find the brick and talk. The two guards went mad, growling, Brat, you block the road and assault. Still dare to talk back? Wait until you're in the cell. We'll teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a spirit beast appeared, clinging tightly to Tu Hang's shoulder, its eyes glowing red and growling threateningly. The two guards were startled and stammered. Spirit beast? Tu Hang calmly raised a green card, his eyes cold. And this too. He opened the card and said, Look at this. What is this? They gaped in surprise and murmured, This is. The guards turned to look at Trin Tuan, whose face turned pale. Trin Tuan's expression darkened as rumors flashed through his mind. Recently, the new master took in a talented disciple. Could it be this guy? Without hesitation, Sister Tuan snatched the gun, raised it, and fired a shot into the air, causing the subordinates behind to panic. He shouted angrily, How dare you be insolent? Then pointed the gun at Siu Chin Tien's group, shouting, Ku Chin Tien, how dare you and others? Bring dogs to block the road and assault? Too insolent. Catch them immediately. If they resist, deal with them on the spot. Ku Chin Tien was confused, not understanding what was happening. When he felt his hands being tightly handcuffed, he cried out in injustice. Captain Trin, I am the victim here. Are you mistaken? Tu Hang and Tu Tin stood calmly watching. While the group of guys cursed each other, Ku Chin Tien still strained his neck. Captain Trin, my father is the manager of plantation number 5. Before Ku Chin Tien finished, Trin Tuan slapped him hard, making Ku Chin Tien's cheek red and a tooth break. He coldly ordered, Dare to talk back after hitting him? Get 2 subordinates to beat Ku Chin Tien to a pulp immediately, causing him to scream miserably. Taking advantage of this, Trin Tuan turned to Tu Hang, changing his tone to respectful with a flattering smile. Master Chu, this guy dared to bring dogs to assault. Luckily, you intervened righteously. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? He laughed loudly, trying to hide his embarrassment. The male lead raised an eyebrow, smiled faintly, and replied confidently, Ha ha, you 3 are quite sensible. Hearing this, he quickly responded tactfully, Master, till you flatter me. If these three fall into Trintuan's hands, I either won't die or will be stripped. Master Chu, are you satisfied? Tahang only responded briefly with an indifferent tone. Accept it. Whether this guy dies here or not, when we go out, I will definitely find them to the end. Sister Tuan obediently nodded and respectfully said, Yes, master. But inside, he was so worried that sweat poured down his forehead, soaking his wide forehead. Tahang turned to look at his sister with gentle, affectionate eyes. Sis, let's go. It's okay now, let's go home. Tin smiled, his eyes sparkling as he looked at his younger brother for a moment, then nodded softly. Uh-huh. She held Tahang's hand gently. Let's go home. Under the radiant sunset, the two siblings exchanged warm smiles. Happiness filled like the setting sun descending. Both walked away, leaving behind the group whispering among themselves. One of them spoke up. Tell me, did we offend a good plantation manager? Another braver one immediately replied, No need to think. Of course not. Definitely can't offend a spirit master, otherwise some of us would die without knowing why. All right. Sister Tuan nodded approvingly, patted the braver guy's shoulder, and laughed loudly. Good job, Tio Quan. Go back to the team and find a car to come here. Old Dong and I will wait here, then pull them to the waste-burning site. Yes, yes. Kuchin Thien's group was tightly bound, looking confused at Trin Tuan. His face darkened, eyes cold and terrifying. He said nothing. But everyone understood the meaning, letting them end themselves. Nearby, Tahang's two sisters had returned home. Tin was excited like a child, shouting joyfully, Hooray, so great! Didn't expect we'd be able to come back here one day. Her eyes shone brightly with joy, as if living in a beautiful dream. Tahang looked at his sister with a warm smile on his lips. Here, he handed the bunch of keys to her in a steady voice. Don't get too excited. These are the keys to your room. Buying back the old house was just the beginning. From next month, everything will get better and better. Tin smiled brightly with excitement, raised his hand to grab the bunch of keys, then high-fived his younger brother excitedly. I trust you, sister. In the coming days, we will only get better. The two sisters held hands, laughing loudly with joy that spread throughout the house. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Tahang hurried out, loudly asking, Who is it? A voice rang out from outside the door. Sir, are you truly a benefactor? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Quach, the deputy head of the plantation management. Tahang turned her head to look at her sister. To Tin, who stepped out from inside the house and asked in surprise, So it's deputy head Quach? What's the matter? Deputy Quach smiled slyly, his eyes sparkling with meaning, then said, I just received news from the guard team. The son of Kudin Toan has offended Master Tu. I must help with this matter. He laughed loudly and continued. My plan is to send him to Plantation No 30 to work as a normal farmer. Wild beasts run rampant there, and incidents happen every 3 days. But I think Kudin Toan used to be a manager, so he should be able to cope. I wonder if Master Tu will be satisfied with this. The beast standing next to Tahang growled softly, seemingly pleased with the idea. Tahang nodded, her eyes cold but with a hint of a smile. The head of the department has good intentions, Deputy Quach smugly said in an excited tone. I heard your sister is also a skilled agriculturist at our plantation. Why not invite her to take the position of deputy head? Tin shyly tilted her head and asked again to be sure, Am I suitable? The deputy immediately smiled flatteringly with a respectful tone. Suitable. Suitable. You are Master Tu's sister. Of course you are suitable. If anything happens in the future, just come to me. Tahang helplessly watched the two of them happily chatting. Tin couldn't hide her joy and whined, Okay, I will obey then. Deputy Quach nodded repeatedly with a bright smile. That's right, that's right. Tahang pondered silently, gently stroking the beast's cheek, thinking, It turns out that as long as it becomes stronger, we can have many privileges. The beast nuzzled his hand, making a pleased growling sound. Tahang smiled, took out a large bowl of fragrant rice, and happily called the beast over to eat more. This is good food taken from the teacher's place to nourish you. Eat up quickly, only then can you grow strong. The beast widened its eyes in surprise, then suddenly its eyes welled up with emotion, and it let out a growl. Tahang looked at it and recalled the feeding methods for beasts. From poor quality, suitable, good, excellent, superior, to perfect, totaling 8 levels of feeding methods. The formula the teacher gave you is a good one. For a new beast master, this is already a treasure, he said proudly. But the beast only ate 2 bites, then stopped, pushing the bowl away and waving its small legs to show it disliked the food. Tahang frowned, thinking, could it be the ingredients? He looked at the pile of fish beside him and suddenly remembered, right, the former sun dragon Tich. He picked up the book on the table and used magic to open a system panel that appeared before his eyes. The book said when the dragon snake Teach is born, they will chew the eggshell. The beast can go without eating or drinking for a long time. It is a type BA in an earth system, dragon system, and evil system. The feeding formula for dragon snake Teach cannot be evenly divided and requires special distribution. They are very picky and only like fresh things, especially fish. Dragon Snake Tich can catch fish by itself to eat. Tu Hang suddenly woke up, his eyes brightened as if he had found the truth. He patted the beast's head, speaking gently with a hint of firmness. I know where the problem is. I'll change the feeding formula for you. Every month I receive quite a bit of money from the teacher's place. Rest assured, eat comfortably, eat a lot, eat well, and grow up quickly. The beast, after hearing this, had eyes sparkling, as if wanting to jump up and hug him, letting out an excited growl. In the following days, Tahang carefully raised the feeding formula from the former sun dragon cannon to nurture the dragon snake Tich. The village loudspeaker rang cheerfully. The new fishing batch has arrived first. Tahang quickly bought a large fresh fish and skillfully prepared a new dish, placing it in front of the beast with an excited voice. Little fire, eat up. Indeed, the dragon snake Tich enjoyed the meal, its eyes shining brightly with joy. But then a terrifying problem suddenly occurred. Tahang helplessly looked at his once full money pouch. Now only a few small coins rolled around. No way, it's only the 5th day, he muttered sadly, watching the last gold coin fall out of his wallet and roll to the dragon snake Tich. It looked up at him with innocent eyes, not understanding anything. Tahang gritted his teeth, trying to comfort himself, but tears silently fell. Although all the money was spent, the dragon snake Tich still broke through to the juvenile stage and entered maturity. Brother Mueng imagined that if before, facing 2 fierce hellhound dragon snakes required some effort to handle, now it didn't even need to use skills. Just one bite, one scratch, then a strong tear. The opponent was defeated in the blink of an eye. With such a sturdy layer of scales at this level, an ordinary person without weapons probably couldn't threaten the dragon snake. Even 5 burly men armed and confronting it now would probably be eliminated instantly. While enjoying his meal, the dragon snake suddenly turned to look at To Hung. Its eyes flashed with arrogance, growling as if scolding him for talking too much. To Hung laughed, suddenly remembering the teacher's words. Once the dragon snake enters the maturity phase, it must go to the city to find someone to guide it. He pondered in amazement and exclaimed, "Only 5 short days and it has already entered the maturity phase? Unbelievable." Maybe. The formula in the ancient dragon scripture has reached a super level, even perfect. He frowned, silently telling himself to be careful. This secret must not be revealed. The next focus is to train the dragon snake to awaken and master skills. The number of times using the formula needs to pause for at least 10 days. 10 days later, To Hung led the dragon snake into the city to meet Master Chu Hop. He knocked on the door. Knock knock. From inside, the master's deep voice sounded. "Been many days, finally see you, kid. How are you? Relaxed yet, Master?" To Hung scratched his neck awkwardly and replied, "Master, these days I have been busy nurturing the dragon snake, so I haven't come to the city to practice daily. Moreover, I followed the formula you taught, and the dragon snake has already entered the initial stage of maturity." Master Chu Hop widened his eyes in surprise. That fast? To Hung was stunned, eyes full of questions. More than 10 days isn't considered fast, is it, Master? Master Chu Hop shouted loudly, raising his hand to strike him, voice loud. "Not fast? Sister Bak Toto took a whole month from infancy to maturity, but your little brat wants to be even faster? Moreover, her ice chain staff is a dangerous high-level species, 2 ranks lower than your dragon snake." To Hung breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile. "You can hit me however you want, just don't ask about the abnormal growth speed." The master crossed his arms. His sharp eyes couldn't hide satisfaction. It seems it not only has super talent, but its growth talent is also a rare innate gift. If it has been nurtured to maturity and can use skills, it should be proficient by now, right? Has it awakened any skills yet? To Hung beamed, eyes sparkling. Long Ui has awakened, level 1, with 2 awakened abilities. They are Long Ui Intimidation and Long Ui Terrifying Evil Intent. The Earth Evil Intent has also awakened level 1, with awakened Evil Intent Bandits and Evil Intent Bullets. Master Chu Hop widened his eyes, voice mixed with surprise and teasing. "What? In such a short time it can cultivate to this level?" To Hung smiled brightly, eyes shining with pride. "All thanks to your teaching, Master," he thought to himself. Fortunately, he hadn't revealed Long Force Earth Wound and Long Human Evil Set, 2 skills he comprehended last night on the rooftop. The Master nodded with a satisfied smile. Indeed, a true Master doesn't misjudge. "Let's go to my training school. Let me see the results." "Yes." To Hung nodded excitedly. 3 people entered the training school of the Treasure Master together. The Master turned, voice calm but authoritative. "Your dragon snake has performed very well. If it satisfies me, I will give you a spirit seal item. Although the dragon snake is growing bigger, you are facing some difficulties, right? As a spirit master, why don't you have your own spirit seal item?" To Hung turned to his spirit beast, eyes sparkling with hope, whispering, "Little fire, Whether I get the spirit seal item from the master depends on you. The master raised his hand. The middle finger flashed a blazing red ring from which a majestic spirit beast emerged, the back armor lava fierce soldier. The master laughed loudly. Play with little fire a bit. Tohong and the dragon snake gaped in astonishment, stunned. Tohong stammered, Master, how many terrifying spirit beasts do you have? Each time it's a different one. The master chuckled, Ha ha, if the spirit beast is too weak, I don't have terrifying spirit beasts. Spirit masters have about a dozen to 20 beasts at ranks like back armor, lava fierce soldier, and lava violent dragon. That only accounts for half. Tohung stood sweating profusely, trembling inside. The master looked at him with sparkling eyes full of meaning. All right, kid. It only took up half. Tahang stood beside, sweating profusely as if showered, inwardly trembling. The master looked at him with sparkling eyes and a teasing smile. All right, kid. Do you want to possess my imprint item? Show me your strength. It's time for the master to check your training results. The rear armor of the rock beast roared a thunderous sound that echoed through the heavens and earth, nearly knocking the beast and Tuhang over. Its blazing red eyes seemed to burn, radiating a terrifying aura. Suddenly, the dragon snake essence burst with latent power, surprising Tahang, who exclaimed, It's activating the dragon might intimidation again. Master Chu stroked his chin, eyes sparkling with admiration. Not bad, you can use the special state. Growing more serious, he turned to Tohang with a steady voice. Boy, try using some earth energy. Tohang immediately ordered Long XA TICH, who then concentrated all its power to unleash the malicious earth energy grenade. A brilliant purple energy appeared in its mouth, condensing into a powerful energy sphere before shooting straight at the rear armor rock. But with its gigantic body and stone-hard armor, the rear armor rock was unfazed. Master Chu Hop laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with teasing intent. Boy, haven't you eaten? Add a few more to scratch the itch, he said. Tohung frowned slightly and whispered something to Long XA TICH. Immediately, Long XA TICH exploded with power, unleashing a barrage of malicious grenade attacks. Streams of purple energy blazed out continuously. Like a meteor shower, they targeted the head of the rear armor rock. Master Chu Hop looked up, eyes filled with surprise. Then he turned to praise. Very good. Without saying a word, you applied the skill you awakened, malicious earth energy. Malicious grenade, then using the adhesion of the malicious energy system, repeatedly launching malicious grenades to perform a barrage attack. The speed and accuracy were also very good. Well done, well done. Tohung rubbed his head shyly and replied, Master, you flatter me. Besides the barrage, there is another type called the covering barrage, which attacks in a way that enemies cannot dodge. However, that kind of attack still cannot break the defense of the Hung Quan. Master Chu Hop nodded with a bright smile. Boy, I am very pleased with your performance. He opened his hand and handed Tohang a sparkling gold ring engraved with the words Fire Chi Ngu Thu. This control seal ring is yours now. Although its space is not as vast as my control seal ring, it is enough to hold 5 control pets. If your control pets are a bit cramped, you can even hold 10. Tohang happily exclaimed, Thank you, Master. Master Chu Hop raised his hand, his tone serious but warm. Don't be too happy yet. Although the skill of this little fire family has developed very well, the combat experience is still clearly lacking. Actual combat is the best way to gain experience. In the heavily damaged area, I have decided to send you to the outpost at the northern defense line. There, you will frequently have opportunities to engage with dangerous species. Report to the military command in 3 days. Someone will arrange tasks for you. Master Chu Hop patted Tohung's shoulder, his eyes full of expectation. A few days later, at the condensation point, dark streams of light began to appear, signaling a new challenge outside Bosch Wall. 4 defense lines stood tall, encircling the entire condensation area. Each line had a solid fortress guarded by talented control masters. Tohung sat firmly on Long XA TICH's back, advancing forward with soldiers holding sharp weapons at their feet, combined with various reinforced weapons, ready to fight. The southern and northern defense lines were the most dangerous, with fierce battles almost daily against dangerous species. Explosions echoed loudly, precious biological materials of the city mostly, were spoils from the bloody battles at these 4 defense lines. Within 3 days, Tohung received over 250,000 inches subsidies from the city, quickly went to the warehouse to collect the money, then exchanged it for food for Long XA TICH. More than half of the money was used to buy food, and in 3 days, he meticulously prepared ration combinations that could be preserved for a long time. The mission letter from the military command clearly stated that Tohung was assigned as a scout at frontline number 7, part of the northern defense line. The booming sounds of battle reminded that more than half of the defense lines in the condensation were built to protect the plantations in this wilderness area. Although the condensation area was limited in size, there were 7 plantations. The plantations producing food here basically could not meet the consumption needs of the 60,000 inhabitants. Work at the plantations outside the city was as dangerous as joining the search team, becoming a place the people of the condensation always tried to avoid. If Tohong remembered correctly, plantation number 5 of Kudin was also overrun by the enemy. Plantation number 30, the safest place in the northern defense line. Suddenly the vehicle screeched to a halt before the location. The driver respectfully turned and said, "Lord To, this is frontline number 7. I wish you all success in battle. I still have to return to follow orders, so I won't stay long." I nodded calmly. "All right, go ahead." On the wall, 2 men stood looking down. With curious eyes, one spoke, "Huh? A newcomer brought here personally by the chief strategist?" The other replied in surprise, "Isn't he the royal mage? Why don't I see any supplies for the royal beasts on that war chariot?" Suddenly, both seemed to remember something. Their faces pale as they looked at each other in panic. One shouted, "Damn it, what is he doing there? Let's hurry and help." Yeah, the 2 quickly ran down, hastily calling for Lord 2. I turned back, bewildered by their unexpected enthusiasm. The 2 stammered, "This is a trivial matter. How could we let you do it yourself?" That's right, let us carry it in for you." They swiftly rushed over, lifting the pile of supplies onto their shoulders. I smiled slightly, feeling apologetic. "Well then, I'm really sorry." Under the blazing sunset, a red-haired man who must be Lord Hoang approached with a bright smile. His eyes sparkled as if to close the distance. He introduced himself in a warm, slightly proud voice. "That red-haired guy? I'm Hoang. You can just call me Little Hoang," he said, tilting his head and looking at me kindly. "The frontline number 7 will be relying on you a lot." I smiled comfortably without formality. "You're older than me." "Then I'll call you Brother Little Hoang, all right?" He bit his nails nervously, then suddenly burst into tears, hoo-hoo, leaving Red Hair stunned. "This is the first time I've met a royal chariot lord who doesn't act all high and mighty." I wiped my tears and laughed emotionally. Red Hair, or Brother Hoang, immediately turned to the crowd. His voice thundered decisively. "Everyone, move quickly and efficiently to transport the supplies. Hurry, we still have to return to welcome Lord 2. This is frontline number 7, where they stood, located on the northern defensive line, once a pile of ruins over 15 years ago. Back then, dangerous beasts had destroyed this place, making it uninhabitable for anyone. But now, from those ruins, frontline number 7 has been rebuilt firmly and full of vitality. The chirping of small animals echoed somewhere, like a point, almost adding to the battle scene I was about to face. After preparing the meal, the group invited me to try it. "Lord, to try my cooking skills," one person said excitedly. "Though conditions here are harsh, Anvan's cooking is impeccable." I waved my hand and laughed heartily. "Here, sincerely, Brother Hoang. Just call me Tu. We're comrades in arms. Calling you Lord Tu sounds weird." He looked around, his eyes brightening. "The Royal Mage Lord is the real Lord. Then I'll call you Brother Hoang, and you call me Brother Tu. That's fair." Brother Hoang nodded with a bright smile. "All right, let's do that." I suddenly became pensive, my eyes revealing thoughtfulness. "I have a question. What's the chance we'll encounter dangerous beasts here?" Someone answered calmly, but couldn't hide caution. "This place is on the edge of the defensive line. The pressure isn't as heavy as the outermost line, but it's not easy either. Occasionally, a few beasts slip through here." I nodded, looking toward the distance where the silhouettes of dangerous beasts flickered. "In the past few days, I've taken down several between mid and late month. The military will tally and lead troops from inside the city to clean up and also calculate our military merits." Brother Hoang clapped his hands, eyes sparkling with admiration. "Well done. Without royal beasts, achieving this is no small feat." Suddenly, a young soldier shouted impulsively, startling Brother Hoang. "Right, Brother Tu, what royal beast do you have? Can we have a look?" Brother Hoang immediately glared fiercely. "What nonsense is that? Don't you know the rules? Royal beasts aren't something you just show off." But then he smiled slightly, signaling me. "All right, To, let's go." Silently, I called Long XA TICH, "Come out." I nodded, my eyes flashing confidence. From the summoning artifact, a giant snake appeared, its shimmering scales majestic like a god. "Long XA TICH," I called. 2 nearby soldiers stared wide-eyed in amazement, exclaiming, "Oh my god, this is a top-tier dangerous beast. Is this your summoned beast?" Another excited soldier's voice trembled. "Brother To, your first royal beast is already a top-tier dangerous beast? That's incredible." Long XA TICH seemed to tease, softly growling, "Grr," causing one soldier to jump back. I laughed, gently tapping the beast's head with a stern voice. "Don't use your moves on our own people. That's rude." Long XA TICH looked at me with watery eyes as if feeling wronged. I turned to the trembling soldier, patting his shoulder to comfort him. "Little tiger, are you all right?" The soldier blushed and scratched his head awkwardly. "Yeah, I'm fine. Your beast is so powerful, To." The 2 people behind burst out laughing, teasing, "What's wrong, kid?" You're so scared you're about to pee your pants. The soldier's face turned red like a gack fruit, stammering, "Don't say that, I'm not like that after a meal." To Hung and his 5 brothers at the 7th front line had become as close as longtime comrades. After a period of simple refinement, To Hung began practicing spiritual cultivation, focusing only on the breathing technique under his teacher's guidance. This technique is called crystal water breathing, divided into 3 steps. The first step is to dispel distracting thoughts. Build a meditative environment to nurture the crystal in the mind, helping it gradually grow into a radiant crystal mass. Next, he must coordinate a special breathing frequency so that the spirit and the meditative environment blend into one. Finally, based on current progress, to achieve the crystal spirit state as taught by his master, To Hung estimated it would take about half a year or a month if everything went smoothly like flowing water. To Hung looked down at his hands, his eyes thoughtful. It must take about half a year or a month if everything flows smoothly like water. Only then can I cultivate the crystal spirit like Sister Back Toe. He was happy imagining that prospect. Like a brilliant and mystical spirit beast, shining like the moon hanging in the night sky. Suddenly, a piercing beep 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 tore through the space, startling To Hung. An Hoang rushed in, pushed the door open, and spoke urgently. "To, hurry up! Something's happening!" The alarm siren blared continuously, signaling an approaching danger. The whole team quickly looked through their scopes and spotted a dangerous crescent blade species, a creature capable of easily slicing a brick in half with its razor-sharp blade. An Hoang squinted, his voice low but alert. "This is a dangerous species, Tinthuk," he quickly explained to To Hung. Crescent blade is a dangerous species commonly found on the northern defense line. It belongs to the dangerous species of the insect system with NDT 0 power. But their 4 limbs aren't too hard to deal with. Without hesitation, An Hoang shouted loudly like thunder, "Team, prepare to engage! Lao Tu and I will guard the sniper tower number 1 northwest side. Tio Ho, Tio Nu, take sniper positions 5 and 6 on the first floor. An Havan Hoa Fook, eliminate 3 young Tin Thuk, leave the mature one for To to handle." "Yes!" The whole team responded in unison without hesitation. A boom sounded the innate skill of the dangerous species. The insect system's attack hit the armor, but the bullet still pierced through and lodged into the monster's body. An Hoang shouted with experience, "Take them down, but don't hit their heads. If it shatters, we lose military merit points." The armor skill of the crescent blade isn't strong, but for ordinary people, it reduces damage effectiveness. The 2 continuously fired rapid shots aimed at the monster's mouths, creating opportunities for the snipers. To Hung raised his scope to the sky and saw a monster raising a shield, but in a moment, the shield shattered under the barrage of bullets. Someone shouted, "Opportunity!" To Hung immediately aimed and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit its mark, killing the monster instantly. He was stunned by the scene before him. He thought silently, "This is the Northern Defense battlefield, yet even without being a spirit master, the team coordinates like a well-oiled machine." Their combat power exploded through countless battles side by side. The dangerous species fell one by one. Suddenly, Tio Ho pointed and shouted, "Look, one is escaping!" An Hoang immediately ordered, "Tio Ho, you come with me and To to deal with the last one." "Yes!" The 3 jumped into the vehicle and sped toward the last monster. It turned and let out a challenging chittering sound. To Hung squinted, observing the monster for a long time. His voice was low but firm. "From the city center to here, all are elites. Aim carefully, don't make mistakes." Tio Ho nodded, gripping his gun tightly. "Yes." To Hung stood silently for a moment, his sharp eyes tracking the monster. He raised his hand to summon the dragon snake mark from his spirit seal, his voice deep and resonant. "Use the evil cluster bomb to test the fire." The dragon snake mark shot like a lightning bolt, straight at the monster, which let out a challenging chitter. The strong charge, like a storm, sent the monster flying, rolling on the ground. To Hung squinted, carefully observing. The armor state had blocked a considerable amount of the attack's force, but the damage was negligible. He switched the dragon snake mark immediately to the evil cluster grenade. The continuous attacks rained down like a storm, leaving the monster only able to desperately defend. To Hung muttered with a hint of admiration, "It's really tough." Suddenly, the monster burst out its power, its eyes glowing red as it fled. To Hung smiled coldly. Pointing his finger to command the dragon staff to use dragon might, a surge of dragon power exploded, tearing the air apart and making the monster tremble as if its legs were frozen. He wanted to run? Was it that easy? He shouted loudly, "Earthquake!" The dragon staff stomped on the ground with a resounding bang, sharp shards of earth like broken glass scattering everywhere. It shot straight into the monster's body, piercing it like a skewer through candied hawthorn. 2 people sat inside the vehicle. Brother Hoang and Little Tiger gaped, eyes wide open. Brother Hoang laughed loudly, teasing, "Does he look like he needs our help? Watch out, or Dalili Pushin will be shivering in his pants later." Everything returned to normal as usual. Little Tiger was still excitedly recounting to the team with enthusiasm when Brother Two shouted, "Earthquake! Guess what?" The monster was pierced through by his guardian beast like a candied hawthorn. Brother Hoang patted Tahang on the shoulder, eyes full of admiration, opening up to Brother Tahang. "I used to think you were just like those other guardians who only put on a show, but now it's over. You're too powerful." Suddenly, Tahang shyly scratched his head and replied, "Not really. Everyone fights very well too." Suddenly, someone ran over shouting, "Brother Hoang, someone is coming!" Both turned to look into the distance. Tahang frowned, feeling suspicious. From above, they saw a strange convoy of command vehicles. Brother Hoang muttered, "Every time we tally military merits, the command usually just blows the whistle to announce noon at the earliest. Why are they coming so early today?" Tahang suddenly had a thought. Could it be him? Indeed, the person stepping down from the lead vehicle is the overall commander of the Northern Defense Line, Lu Lang. Everyone immediately stood at attention and shouted loudly to greet the commander. Brother Hoang and Lu Lang, with a solemn yet friendly demeanor, approached and smiled warmly at Brother Hoang. "Hoang Thon Trang, so many years without meeting, yet you haven't changed at all." Brother Hoang was moved, tears streaming down his face. "I didn't expect the commander to remember my name." The subordinate, weak and nervous, Lu Lang laughed and waved his hand. All right, coming from far away." The total distance was less than 10 minutes. He stepped up to Brother Hoang, patted his shoulder and asked, "Are you familiar here?" Brother Hoang respectfully replied, "Commander, what should I call you?" Tahang had met 3 senior brothers and really liked life here. Lu Lang turned to Tahang, ruffling his head like an elder brother to a little junior brother. "No need to be formal with your senior brother. Our master has told me many times that he has taken in a genius disciple as chief strategist and told me to bring you to the command. But last time I was busy putting out fires caused by some unruly people, so I couldn't meet you. This time, I specially came to see you." 2 soldiers standing behind turned pale and whispered to each other. "The commander came all the way to this remote place just for Tahang? We thought he was just an ordinary guardian, but he turned out to be the heir disciple of the treasure master." They sighed in relief and muttered, "Luckily, he hasn't offended him in the past." Lu Lang stood proudly in the courtyard, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. He waved his hand, his voice deep and authoritative. "I order everyone to disperse. Don't gather here anymore. Go quickly and calculate the harvest for the past half-month so that my junior brother and I can review old matters. Don't disturb them." The crowd hurriedly dispersed, leaving Lu Lang and Tahang standing face to face. Lu Lang raised his eyebrows, looking at his junior brother with a familiar yet stern expression. "Junior brother, call out your dragon staff. Here, the teacher specially assigned me to check on your progress when I have free time." Tahang was sweating nervously inside, silently lamenting. He thought that once outside the city, he could escape the sharp gaze of the teacher, but unexpectedly, the teacher even carefully sent a dragon snake to supervise. After a moment of embarrassment, he hurriedly called, "Dragon staff! Dragon staff! Come here!" Lu Lang was stunned, eyes wide in surprise. "Oh my, junior brother!" The teacher said your dragon staff just hatched less than a month ago, yet Tahang scratched his head and naively replied, "Since absorbing dragon system energy, and after several days of continuous fighting, it has grown rapidly." "Is there a problem?" Lu Lang stammered, eyes flickering with suspicion. No problem. "Back then, your senior brother's dragon staff was even bigger than yours," he said, narrowing his eyes with a sharp gaze like a blade. His fingers clenched tightly until the joints cracked. According to the teacher's request, the senior brother needed to check the combat experience of the dragon staff. "How have you trained it?" "Luckily, I also have a dragon system guardian beast to let it test its strength against your little fire beast." Tahang forced a smile, feeling uneasy inside. Lu Lang raised a sparkling ring on his hand and shouted, "Come out and play with this little fire beast." A gigantic figure appeared, a rhino earth dragon guardian beast of the earth and dragon systems, exuding a majestic aura with its massive body. Its thick skin was like armor, far surpassing the level of a common dangerous species, even when facing terrifying species. Even at maturity, it can still hold its ground for a while. Tohang stood beside Feng Loi Long XA, looking at the earth rhino dragon with a worried heart. His beast trembled slightly as the earth rhino dragon approached. Its giant claws accidentally patted its head. This caused Feng Loi Long XA to fearfully turn to look at Tohang with teary eyes as if wanting to cry. Tohang quickly patted its head and turned to Lo Lang. Half jokingly, half seriously, senior brother told it to be gentle. "Don't let it trample and kill my Long XA TICH underfoot." Lo Lang frowned and chuckled hoarsely. "Junior brother, rest assured, my earth rhino dragon knows its limits. It won't injure your little fire beast." Hearing this, Tohang nodded confidently. "All right, release the horse. Go ahead, senior brother." Lo Lang smirked and gave a decisive order. The earth rhino dragon roared, its eyes blazing red as if just awakened. Long XA TICH, you look like you just woke up. Let me use Earth Stomp to wake you up. It stomped hard, shaking the ground and causing water to ripple in patches. Without hesitation, Lo Lang leapt into the air. His eyes gleamed brightly, ready to observe the upcoming battle. To Hung stood beside Feng Loi. Long XA suddenly let out an astonished cry. A thought flashed in his mind. Huyen Fu Thuat, a spiritual skill honed to the highest level. It could make the beast overflow with abundant energy, but To Hong immediately shook his head, sweat beading on his forehead. No, now is not the time to think about this. He hurriedly waved his hand and shouted to Feng Loi Long Sha, use Act Up and run out of the Earth Stomp's range immediately. Feng Loi Long Sha instantly kicked off and dashed with lightning speed. To Hong also swiftly flew up into the air. Long XA TICH, with sharp legs, closely followed and landed on the ground with its owner in a graceful move. The moment it touched down, To Hung gave a decisive order. Long XA TICH, use Acnium Dant to jointly counterattack the Earth Rhino Dragon. Long XA TICH did not hesitate and immediately launched sharp attacks aimed straight at the Earth Rhino Dragon. But Lo Lang's giant beast just stood still, its massive body like a fortress wall, unharmed. The strength of Long XA TICH, though fierce, was still too small compared to the opponent. To Hung stood aside witnessing this scene. He silently hoped Long XA TICH could fight back the Earth Rhino Dragon, truly a pipe dream. Even losing badly was just an illusion. A feeling of helplessness surged, but To Hung gritted his teeth, determined not to let his teacher, who was thousands of miles away, down. He shouted loudly with full spirit, taking advantage of speed to attack in circles using Quan Lian Shao immediately. As if empowered, Long XA TICH darted swiftly, its agile body circling the Earth Rhino Dragon. Utilizing superior speed, it continuously launched deadly strikes, making the giant beast dizzy and unable to react. Suddenly, Long XA TICH opened its mouth and spat out a dazzling energy sphere, bright as lightning. The sphere flew straight to the Earth Rhino Dragon's back, exploding with power, causing the beast to roar in pain, its back covered with bright red wounds. To Hung didn't stop and continued to encourage it, using Earth Force to help Long XA TICH recover. It landed lightly on the ground. Standing proudly before the Earth Rhino Dragon, the two beasts stared each other down, sparks of murderous intent blazing as if wanting to devour the opponent. At this moment, To Hung shouted loudly, "Now, Longhui Earth Spear, kill it!" Long XA TICH seemed empowered by divine strength. It dashed forward with terrifying speed, a powerful explosive attack shattering the surrounding rocks and earth. Creating a long streak straight toward the Earth Rhino Dragon, the opponent angrily roared, eyes glowing blood red. It stomped the ground hard. One stomp shook the entire space. Though agile, Long XA TICH couldn't avoid the shock, was knocked down and rolled on the ground. To Hung panicked watching Long XA TICH roll on the ground, bleeding from wounds. Meanwhile, Lo Lang crossed his arms and laughed loudly. With a delighted voice, "Junior brother. Not a bad strategy, just a pity that the Earth Rhino Dragon's power has reached level 9. Breaking your Earth Spear attack is nothing to it." To Hung hurried to hug the exhausted Long XA TICH, his eyes full of worry. He bit his lip and replied with some dissatisfaction. "Didn't senior brother say to use all tricks to report back to the teacher?" Lo Lang laughed loudly, stepped closer, placed his hand on To Hung's shoulder, eyes filled with admiration. "That's senior brother's fault. But I've already grasped part of Long XA TICH's power." He patted To Hung's shoulder warmly. "Very good, junior brother. The teacher will surely be pleased. The speed of awakening and growth of Long XA TICH has surpassed even me back then." The teacher truly took in a formidable junior brother. The two walked arm in arm, laughing and chatting loudly, while behind them, the Earth Rhino Dragon and Long XA TICH also walked side by side. As if imitating the owner to create a humorous yet warm scene, the winter transition suddenly hit guard post number BA. The unusually biting cold seemed to freeze everything. There was no cow wall for shelter, nor any heating or electrical equipment. The entire post could only rely on thin sleeping bags to withstand the harsh northern cold. The little tiger curled up in the sleeping bag, awakened by the cold, his body trembling in waves, teeth chattering. It was so cold. Early winter, yet his whole body was numb. He mumbled, trying to lie down but kept shivering. Tu Hang, lying next to him, laughed and teased. "Then you be the royal mage." "Look at me, Tu. I have no spirit power or cold protection at all." Suddenly, an alarm bell rang loudly, cutting through the silence. Tu Hang and the little tiger were startled and shouted in unison, "Alert! The door is opening!" Hoang Than Trang rushed in, pale-faced and urgent. Guard post number BA, north of plantation number 25, has been infiltrated by a dangerous group of species. Everyone in the room panicked upon hearing the news. Hoang Than Trang decisively ordered Little Tiger to hurry to rescue the plantation. At post number BA, Lao Tu led a van and the little female guard carefully. Everyone shouted clearly, then hurriedly prepared to depart. The guard post vehicle roared. Rolling through the cold night, Captain Lee, with a serious face, explained the situation. This time is very dangerous. Plantation number 25 has been occupied by over 20 secondary dangerous species, and quite a few low-level dangerous species have infiltrated. Currently, everyone in the plantation is trapped inside the staff dormitory, relying only on 10 beasts from the security department to hold out. But sooner or later, they will be overwhelmed by the dangerous species. He turned to the little tiger with a serious tone. By 4 a.m., the forces must be assembled. At exactly 4 a.m., we will start the attack. The little tiger glanced at the clock, sweat beading on his forehead. It's already 3:40 now. Drive faster! The vehicle sped through the night toward plantation number 25. Where danger lurked, the vehicle roared through the night, dust flying as the little tiger pressed the gas pedal to full speed, bringing the group to plantation number 25 inches the northwest. As the vehicle stopped, Hoang Thun Trang raised his hand in salute and reported decisively. Chief of Guard Post number BA, North, Hoang Thun Trang, Triu, Little Tiger, and Tuhang have arrived at the designated location. As the vehicle from Guard Post number 7 appeared, the chief immediately ordered over the radio urgently, "Get into position quickly. I will report detailed situation. We have scouted the mixed species that swept through the northwest encirclement number 6. They are currently gathered in the valley area. Intentional, along with the bodies of unfortunate workers. The surviving workers have retreated to the dormitory, trying to defend." The screeching sound of tires on the ground rang loudly. A series of vehicles from other guard posts simultaneously advanced, quickly forming a formation like a blade. 2 armored vehicles led the charge straight toward the workers' dormitory. The captain ordered sharply, "Pay special attention. This dangerous species is a pack of venomous wolves with terrifying strength, targeting heads. Attack quickly to rescue trapped workers." Gun barrels simultaneously aimed at the dormitory. A volley of bullets screamed forward. The mixed species hit by bullets roared in pain and struggled. Suddenly, a huge venomous wolf, seemingly the leader, raised its head and howled loudly, shaking the entire space. The remaining mixed species immediately charged aggressively. Tahang stepped forward with a serious face and shouted, "No, little tiger, slow down, keep your distance." The little tiger was confused. Hoang Than Trang frowned and asked, "Why?" Tahang frowned with a worried look. "Did everyone hear that strange howl? The teacher said venomous wolves have a chance to evolve into pack leaders. Although the chance is low, this situation is really bad." He pointed toward the mixed species spreading out their formation. His voice lowered. "What are they doing? Surely the venomous wolf leader is commanding. No wonder such a dangerous group can sweep through the defenses so easily." On the hilltop, the venomous wolf leader stood tall, its eyes glowing blood red, radiating a terrifying aura. Suddenly, a thick black smoke rose, enveloping the vehicles. Hoang Thun Trang panicked. "What is this? Poisonous smoke! Poisonous smoke!" Tahang rushed to the control panel, quickly activated the infrared sight, shouting loudly, "Stay alert! Don't let our teammates get hurt!" The little tiger hurriedly obeyed, gripping the steering wheel tightly, but Tahang suddenly shouted, "It's not that simple!" The little tiger backed off. Outside, the mixed species frenziedly charged, their sharp claws tearing through the vehicle armor. A giant venomous wolf, even bigger than the leader, suddenly appeared and flipped over a vehicle. Tahang screamed in horror. "Little tiger, look at that disgusting thing!" The teammates hurriedly raised their guns, ready to shoot. Tahang gritted his teeth, sensing something was wrong. The special ability of the lone wolf leader is a companion, which means there is another leader. Sure enough, another large hybrid beast lunged forward with a ravenous look as if it wanted to devour everything. It crashed into the car, shattering the glass under the terrifying impact. The car quickly swerved, staggering to avoid the blow. While the whole team was engulfed in a suffocating, tense atmosphere, Hoang Than Trang growled, continuously firing at the lone wolf leader. Damn it, the bullets basically couldn't penetrate the defensive armor. The giant beast flexed its legs, leapt, and landed straight on the car hood with a terrifying force, causing the entire vehicle to shake violently. Inside, Tahang was stunned, heart pounding wildly. He shouted loudly, "Dragon Serpent Strike!" Immediately, his beast appeared. Its eyes blazing red faced off against the lone wolf leader in a suffocating, tense atmosphere. The two beasts growled, their cold eyes locked on each other. Suddenly, Dragon Serpent Strike lunged forward, unleashing the fierce skill, bullet chain of evil intent. Energy orbs shot continuously, screaming through the air, striking directly at the lone wolf leader's head. The giant beast lost balance and fell to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. Its massive body lay motionless. Tahang hurriedly grabbed the walkie-talkie, his voice urgent as he commanded, I am the Beast Tamer Tahang. To avoid accidental injury, please extinguish the fire. I will deal with that lone wolf leader from afar, a silent figure observed, eyes flashing with astonishment. It was none other than Trin Tuan, the close aide of the clan leader. He thought to himself, indeed, a disciple of the clan leader. Just an apprentice beast tamer, and already this strong. He immediately ordered via walkie-talkie to halt all reinforcements from the 10th Northern Convoy. This lone wolf leader is entrusted to Lord 2. We will handle the remaining hybrids and absolutely prevent them from bothering you. Tahang jumped out of the car, nodded to the other end of the line. Suddenly, a 7-tone scream rang out. Damn it! This poison smoke is too strong. Where exactly is the lone wolf leader? Hoang Thon Trang pointed anxiously. Tahang looked over here. Tahang turned his head, stunned. Before them was a giant lone wolf, the leader, growling angrily. Its eyes glowed blood red, radiating murderous intent, as if wanting to tear everything apart. A nearby man panicked and fled in chaos. He shouted, Mom! Someone save me! Tahang gritted his teeth and shouted, Beast, stop, immediately! He gave a decisive order. Dragon Serpent Strike used the fierce skill. Dragon Serpent Strike lunged like lightning, claws sharp, piercing straight into the lone wolf leader's neck. Blood sprayed out. The beast howled in pain and fell to the ground, but in an instant, it sprang back up. Its eyes were fiercer than ever, as if the pain only fueled its brutality. The man thought the beast was dead. He stood up joyfully, thank you for saving me. I thought I was about to die. Tahang, full of worry, shouted, Don't just stand there, run! But the smile on the man's face suddenly faded. He glanced back, his face pale. The lone wolf leader, with terrifying speed, swung its sharp claws. Piercing through the man's body, blood splattered. The man collapsed lifelessly. Tahang stood frozen, pain cutting through his heart at the sight of the man's collapse. His fighting spirit flared up. He shouted angrily, Damn beast! Despicable creature! He turned to Dragon Serpent Strike and decisively ordered, Use Earth Wound Sacrifice. Dragon Serpent Strike immediately responded, stomping hard on the ground. The earth trembled, water cracked into large chunks, and a terrifying energy surged. It transformed into a sharp attack, lunging straight at the lone wolf leader. The giant beast was unflinching. Quickly activating the shadow skill, its body slipped like a ghost, easily dodging the strike. Tahang seized the opportunity, shouting, Good chance! Little Tiger, use fire to suppress it and push it out of the team's range. Little Tiger and Hoang Thon Trong immediately fired 3 bullets, screaming as they charged at the lone wolf leader, who roared furiously. But Dragon Serpent Strike was faster by a step. It lunged, sharp teeth biting into the beast's body. Tahang smirked. His cold eyes predicted, You will come here. Dragon Serpent Strike flew fiercely, soaring in the air. It harnessed dragon power, concentrating all its strength to deliver a critical blow to the opponent's face. Blood sprayed. The lone wolf leader screamed miserably. Finally, it collapsed, ending the fierce battle. The team hurriedly got into the car. Leaving the smoke-filled battlefield, inside the car, Hoang Thon Trang looked at Tahang sitting silently in a corner, his eyes thoughtful, then spoke, Brother To, why is your mood bad? To Hung fiddled with the ring on his hand, his voice low, just thinking about a few things for now. Hoang Thon Trang smiled brightly, trying to lighten the mood. According to previous incidents, dangerous species infiltrated through. At this level, there's basically no need to call for mage reinforcements. Without you, the casualties this time would definitely be several times higher. This time you've made a great contribution. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a long scar and continued, Look at this scar. From the first time I participated in a rescue battle like this, that battle was even more brutal than today. Over 50 people died. An armored vehicle was crushed by a special dangerous silver ape species, smashing the members inside into pieces. Finally, Lord Tao, the commander of the northern region and also your senior brother, intervened and took down that beast. After the battle, he took out a bottle of water and handed it to To Hung. Drink a few sips, you'll feel a bit better. To Hung accepted it, nodded slightly, and thanked him. I understand your meaning now. Hoang Thon Trang sighed. His voice lowered. This time it's unavoidable. The people at the base live like drifting weeds with nowhere to rely on. Who can be sure they'll see the sun tomorrow after going to sleep today? Only by becoming a mage like you, To, can one truly have the ability to protect their own life. Suddenly cutting him off, To Hung patted Hoang Thon Trang's shoulder, his voice gentle but firm. Stop thinking about these things. Let's go, Hoang. I want to eat the stir-fried vegetables Oven cooked. Hoang Thon Trang laughed heartily. All right, To, let's eat a lot. That rotten kid Oven is so charming. The rescue battle at Plantation number 25 was the first time To Hung truly face the imminent death of innocent people right before his eyes. A feeling of helplessness mixed with determination made him grow up more like a true soldier. He realized a harsh truth in this chaotic world. Only by continuously becoming stronger can one protect themselves and those around them. The next month, Do-hung trained wholeheartedly. According to the former Nyut Longdian, both he and Long XA TICH made remarkable progress. Long XA TICH not only developed physically, becoming larger but also mastered controlling energy. 3 skill systems gradually awakened. The effectiveness increased several times compared to before. While To-hung was diligently training at station number 7, a familiar guest suddenly appeared. Lo Lang rode on the back of a fiery demon mage species, extremely dangerous, striding in proudly. He laughed loudly, his voice clear. "Junior brother, long time no see." To-hung looked up, eyes shining brightly, amazed. "That's awesome. I wonder if your Long XA TICH can be ridden?" Lo Lang jumped down, stepped closer, and patted To-hung's shoulder. "That's good. Kid, I heard last time you performed excellently in the rescue battle at the plantation. Even received gifts and praise from the commanding officer. No wonder you're the teacher's student." To-hung scratched his head shyly and replied, "Third senior brother, didn't you say the teacher told us to come for a checkup every month? It's exactly 1 month since you left. How did time pass so fast?" Lo Lang laughed lightly, waving his hand. "Never mind, I was free these 2 days, so I dropped by to save you from the teacher's trouble later. Junior brother, quickly call Long XA TICH out so I can see it. Later we'll continue the check." To-hung nodded and shouted loudly, "Come out!" Long XA TICH, the majestic beast, stepped out and stood tall beside its owner. Lo Lang's eyes widened in shock. "No way! Too fast! Damn, junior brother, your training method reached perfection?" To-hung was praised and quickly waved his hand shyly. "How could that be? I just followed the teacher's instructions. Maybe Long XA TICH absorbed it quickly." Hearing this, Lo Lang froze, speechless. After a while, he raised his hand to stop. "All right, bring Long XA TICH back. Junior brother, no need for further checks." According to the teacher's instructions, when Long XA TICH reaches mid-stage maturity, your training at the northern defense line will end. Pack up and return to the fortress to meet the teacher. To-hung was surprised, mouth agape. Already back so soon? At the guard post, Avan and Huang Thon Trang hugged each other, tears in their eyes. In a pitiful voice, "To, we couldn't bear to let you go. Now that you're gone, we can't sleep." To-hung laughed, patted both of them on the shoulder teasingly. "Is that so? Looks like everyone's in high spirits. Or maybe let the little one train running with you guys." Huang Thon Trang immediately pointed at Avan, pretending to be shocked. "To, why are you looking at me like that? It's Avan who can't sleep. Damn it, if you can't sleep, go find your sister." To-hung laughed loudly, eyes sparkling mischievously. "You guys, none of you can escape. Go run with the little one." The next day at the training room, To-hung collapsed on the floor. Sweat poured down like a shower, breathing heavily, unable to continue any longer. Lam Fook stood beside with a kind smile at To-hang. "You were able to endure my blows for so long, as expected of the master's disciple. In this past month, you have not been lazy at all." He bowed, eyes full of admiration, saying, "Master, congratulations on recruiting an outstanding disciple. Although not a genius like the other senior brothers and sisters, he has enough perseverance. In this past month, you have built a solid mental foundation." Chu Hop, To-hang's teacher, stepped forward with a warm voice. "I didn't expect you to complete the training phase excellently in just 1 month. It must have been tough during this time, right?" To-hang scratched his head and smiled brightly. "Not tough, teacher. Through cultivation and training, every moment I clearly felt my growth. Compared to 3 years of incubation with 7 defeats and no progress, life is much better now. How can it be called tough?" Chu Hop nodded. His eyes flashed with satisfaction. "My disciple, your dragon snake essence has reached this level, far exceeding Visu's expectations. This makes me even more confident in the upcoming arrangements for you." To-hang's eyes widened in surprise. "The arrangement is to go to the outpost outside?" Chu Hop immediately shook his head to deny. "No. Master is preparing for you to participate in the 6 Territories duel next month." He paused, then explained, "The 6 Territories duel is held once a year and is a major event. Because 6 key locations jointly organize it, it's called a duel but is actually a competition to seize the opportunity to enter the Blood Forest ruins." To-hang frowned in confusion. "Searching for ruins is also so grand?" Chu Hop sighed helplessly. "The Blood Forest ruins are not like ordinary ruins. In the wild, it is surrounded by an extremely strong energy barrier that no one can penetrate. Moreover, the Blood Forest ruins are occupied by a very powerful terror species. The owner of the energy circuit inside is a terrifying creature. Back then, the 6 major locations allied and fought a fierce battle. In the end, due to overwhelming pressure, the creature was forced to compromise and promised to open the secret area once a year. allowing the 6 masters to enter and search. That's why there is the 6 territories duel. Tahang listened to his teacher's words, eyes shining brightly, full of excitement. Teacher, this opportunity is rare. Won't the competition be very intense? With your strength, can you participate and have a chance to win? Chu Hop laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. Foolish boy, rest assured. The owner of the Blood Forest ruins only opens the outer area, not the center of the ruins. For a new master like you, that is indeed attractive, but for true experts, it's not worth noting. If you say so, I must fight for a spot. Tu Hang nodded firmly, his eyes flashing with determination. Chu Hop raised 4 fingers, in a deep voice. Besides you, there are 4 others participating this time. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to meet and get acquainted with them first. Then we will start the new special training. Tahang curiously asked, "Where is the new special training?" Chu Hop replied briefly, "Koi Hung Lam." Tahang was stunned and exclaimed, "Koi Hung Lam? In the deep wilderness south of the defense line? A vast forest with a pack of wild bears?" He swallowed nervously as the image of that terrifying forest appeared in his mind. Koi Hung Lam, home to a pack of giant bears. Each one is up to 4 meters long and weighs tons. Although they cannot naturally use energy and are not classified as dangerous species, when displaying their evolved combat power, they are so terrifying that even seasoned masters must be cautious. That place truly deserves to be called a deadly zone. Just hearing the name sends chills down one's spine. He spoke anxiously with a trembling voice. "Teacher, isn't Koi Hung Lam a deadly zone?" Chu Hop turned and walked away calmly but with hidden meaning. "You will understand when the time comes. Go to the room and rest for a few days." Tahang stood still, a mix of fear and curiosity rising. He shouted loudly, echoing in the dusk. "Teacher!" Under the fading sunset, Tahang sat in a small house, tossing and turning on the table, deep in thought. He thought silently. Before going to the outpost, the 2.5 million allowance had been completely used up, and the next allowance would take another half-month. He glanced at the dragon snake essence happily chewing food beside him. To maintain the current growth rate, food is indispensable, but this is not a long-term plan. He sighed and muttered, he must find a way to earn money. In fact, masters have no shortage of ways to make a living. Those who own healing spirit pets can heal injuries and illnesses, gaining great benefits. The pet herb system can work at plantations, producing items, and also earn quite a bit. Pet masters with water or electric pets can exploit resources in special areas, but with the former Sun Dragon Classic in hand, Tahang believes he can find a more effective way, simultaneously nurturing the dragon snake relic and preparing for the harsh challenge at Koi Hung Lam under the flickering lights of the Black Lantern market. The bustling scene like a vivid painting, buyers and sellers bustling, the sound of knives echoing everywhere, Tahang weaving through the crowd. Thinking he originally planned to find something based on the former Sun Dragon Classic, but wandered half a day without finding anything valuable. Suddenly, a noisy stall caught his eye. The shop owner's knife sounded sharp. "Attention! Attention! Buying black ink at a high price here." Tahang stepped forward, lightly tapped his finger on the wooden table, curiously asked the shop owner why they buy black ink at such a high price. "Got any goods?" The middle-aged shop owner with a flushed face glanced at him irritably. "If you're interested, we buy if there's stock. If not, go somewhere else quickly." "Don't obstruct my business." Tahang ignored him, his eyes casually glancing at the paper on the counter. The bracketed words clearly stated 1 meter black ink, only 83'd. He quickly calculated, so 1 gram is 83,000 dod. Unexpectedly, black ink is so valuable. A thought flashed in his mind. This is the way to make money. According to the former Sun Dragon Classic, black ink is refined from the mucus of black octopus, black squid, and thickening agents mixed in a ratio of Ba divided 1 divided by 2, heated at high temperature for 75 minutes. However, the book also states that black ink's raw materials are natural, almost extinct, but at Black Lantern, this is not too rare. If the black ink solution can be made, we can earn quite a bit from this transaction. At night in the small house, Tahang diligently prepared black ink solution. The flame flared up in the furnace. The dragon snake relic stood beside, lightly kicked twice, making the flame burn brighter. Tahang shouted happily, "Success!" He held the sparkling solution bottle, silently calculating, at Black Lantern among 13 sets and 5 blocks. There is a special organization, a dangerous biological energy research department specializing in studying dangerous creatures and their energy. This organization has 3 main institutes, very likely the place buying black ink in large quantities. This transaction can make a lot of money, but if too much black ink circulates in the market, it will definitely attract attention. Black ink is rare, grows slowly, and is a favorite of some dangerous species that like to eat young leaves. One 1-meter-high black ink branch only yields a few grams of black ink per year. If suddenly released in large quantities, it will cause suspicion about the former Sun Dragon classic, Tahang muttered. The best way is to find places to buy and sell at low prices, trade quickly, then retreat. He walked through the bustling crowd, stopped in front of Hong Fat Thuong Ha store, inwardly pleased. This is the place. Tahang took out small bottles from his pocket. Each bottle 30 grams black ink, carefully placed on the counter, confidently said, 30 grams for 2.5 million, want to buy? The owner of Hong Fat Thuong Ha was delighted, eyes shining brightly. Bought, but then she frowned suspiciously. But where did you get so much black ink? Tahang squinted, drew a sharp sword and pressed it against her neck. His voice lowered. If you don't want to answer, then don't ask. The shop owner was scared, trembling, stammered, not asking, not asking. Tahang coldly slammed the door and stepped outside. Looking at the money in his hand, he thought, this money can't be used immediately. Best to go inside to exchange for food for the dragon snake relic. Wait a while, then think further. He looked up, eyes flashing determination, just in time to meet the special training teammates. In the palace, in the large room, tense atmosphere enveloped, Vuong Huan spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I've known Tahang before. To be honest, during special training he was just an ordinary guy, no talent as a pet master. Unexpectedly, he caught the boss's eye and was accepted as a disciple, truly unlucky. La Sung slammed his hand on the table angrily, someone like that, yet the boss let him be captain for the 6th territory duel. This time Lona stepped forward, mocking, that's right, last year's captain was 6 Han, only ranked 4th. Missed the chance to enter the secret area, but his strength is no joke. Last term's captain was Bok Tu, champion of the 6th territory duel. And to Hang, what does he have to demand being captain? Lam Vuhan frowned, tone sharp. Could it be you doubt the boss's decision? Don't say you all, even your teacher wouldn't dare to question it. Everyone knows to Hang, but we have to admit we underestimated him. His first divine beast is a top-tier dangerous long snake breed. Does anyone here have an AI that can own a high-level dangerous breed? Isn't that enough to see the difference? La Sung angrily stood up and slammed the table again. Just then, the chief steward opened the door and led To Hang inside. He smiled kindly. To Hang said the master was busy and couldn't come. Your teammates are all here. Go meet them first. No need to be polite. The 5 of them talked and introduced themselves briefly. This old man, please excuse me, I won't bother you anymore, the whole group said in unison. The chief steward left leisurely. The door closed, making the atmosphere in the room even heavier. Vuong Huan spoke with a bit of sarcasm. The captain is here. Loi Na quickly joined in with a mocking tone. That's right, the captain only has 1 divine beast. To Hang was silent, his eyes calm but inwardly thinking. Something about this atmosphere feels off. Before he could speak, Lam Vuhan stepped forward with a friendly smile, extending his hand to Hang. I am Lam Vuhan, a divine beastmaster for over a year. Currently an official divine beastmaster. I have 2 divine beasts at the moment. One is a flower demon fox breed, a mid-level dangerous breed, and the other is a phoenix, also a mid-level dangerous breed. Hang shook her hand, smiling enthusiastically. Nice to meet you. Hang stepped forward, eyes calm, voice steady. I am Tu Hang. I just became a Divine Beastmaster 2 months ago, currently an official Divine Beastmaster. At the moment, I have 1 top-tier dangerous Divine Beast, a long snake breed. La Sung stepped forward with a provocative tone, a smirk on his lips. Impressive, huh? Only 2 months, and already an official Divine Beastmaster. Your first Divine Beast is a top-tier dangerous long snake breed, much stronger than mine. Is that right, Tahang? He smiled lightly. She replied calmly, not at all. Yes, you are right. It is indeed much stronger than yours. La Sung was so angry he gritted his teeth. He clenched his fist tightly, eyes blazing with fire. He raised his hand. The ring on his finger shone brightly. Stronger than me? Let's see how my scarlet unicorn beast is. A giant beast covered in bright red scales appeared, exuding great power. The atmosphere seemed to thicken. La Sung smirked proudly. Scared yet? Tahang glanced at the scarlet unicorn, silently calculating. Compared to this beast, the current long snake breed's chance of winning is indeed not high. But with the support of the ancient dragon code, when joining the 6th territory duel, if I can't crush it, I might as well go find a tofu block and bang my head to death, he said teasingly. After looking for a while, it is indeed a mid-level dangerous breed, but it doesn't seem to be a top-tier dangerous breed, right? La Sung heard this, and his face turned red with anger as he shouted at Tahang. Luna quickly stepped forward and pushed La Sung back, speaking sternly. This is a gathering arranged by the master. La Sung, you should think about the consequences. Tu Hang smiled lightly, eyes cold. Don't worry, the master won't do anything to you, but inside the master's domain, you can summon divine beasts to provoke. What the guards will do, I don't know. Lasung immediately recalled the Scarlet Unicorn, eyes blazing with murderous intent as he glared at Tu Hang. The duel is in a month. You'd better not let me see you, not even in spirit or unity, for the honor of the Black Lantern. You don't have that either. Tu Hang turned around, voice calm but firm. With teammates like this, I'd rather not meet at all. He slammed the door and stepped outside. Lasung stood there, so angry his face turned purple, growling, "Let's see how arrogant you are." Vuong Huan sat cross-legged on the chair, chuckling coldly. "Don't rush. There will be many chances to punish him later." Tu Hang walked up the stairs step by step, silently thinking that these dissatisfied teammates might also be a challenge the teacher deliberately arranged. Taking advantage of special training at Koi Hung Lam, after returning, I will definitely become the captain legitimately. Under the dim moonlight, Trong Tan spread out a map in front of Tu Hang, his finger skillfully pointing to a clearly marked spot. "Master Tu, this is the location of the Black Lantern's training ground," he said in a steady voice. Then his finger moved slightly and stopped at another point. "And this place, Mao Din Chan, is our destination this time, a medium-small gathering point located at the edge of Black Hung Lam. The distance between Mao Din Chan and the Black Lantern training ground is not more than 150 kilometers, but the road connecting the two places is only half repaired. The bumpy, uneven sections make the journey difficult, not to mention the risk of encountering uncontrolled beast breeds is always lurking." Trong Thon frowned and added cautiously, "It will take us about 1 to 2 days to get there." Tu Hang was briefly confused, his eyes showing contemplation. He turned to Trong Thon and asked decisively, "Master, do you have any other questions?" Tu Hang shook his head and replied coldly, "No, let's depart." Without another word, he turned and left, his figure silent but full of determination. The group advanced into Black Bear Forest, where Black was meditating, located in the wilderness. The magnificent original Black Bear Forest was vast, with more than 10 large-scale gathering points, and countless medium and small meditation spots scattered everywhere like stars twinkling in the night sky. The armored vehicle stopped, the wheels ground against the dry earth, dust swirling thickly. Trong Than turned to Hang calmly. "Sir To, we have arrived at the foot of the mountain. Soon we will proceed with the handover. Tonight we will rest here." Tu Hang nodded coldly. "All right." At that moment, from the watchtower above, a clear and melodious voice came through the radio. "Hello, I am the town chief of Cha Nem Town, and Duke Lo. May I ask if this is Team 5 of the Black Lantern meditation site?" Trong Than immediately responded with authoritative tone. "I am the captain of the 1st Guard Team, Squad BA, belonging to Tactical Unit Number 5 of the Black Lantern meditation site. Trong Than, we need to enter the town to rest." The voice on the other end immediately asked for the latest passcode. Trong Than read each number clearly without hesitation, and Duke Lo appeared with 2 guards stepping out from the town gate. His face brightened with a friendly smile. "Team leader Truong, it's been a hard journey coming here." Trong Than smiled in response, feeling relaxed, and Duke Lo said, "You look well. This time I am bringing an honored guest. Please arrange a comfortable place for rest." And Duke Lo patted his chest confidently. "No problem, leave it to me. Old friend, you go ahead first." Night fell, covering the town with a veil of silence. A large drum was firmly placed on the ground, producing a deep, resonant sound. Trong Than turned to Tu Hang excitedly. "Sir Tu, these are supplies prepared for your royal beast." He pointed to a young man nearby, introducing, "This is Tran Han. He will be your close soldier." Tu Hang nodded coldly. "All right, much appreciated." Without hesitation, he called out loudly, "Long XA TICH, come out." Like a gust of wind, Long XA TICH appeared. With a graceful body and eyes sparkling with strange light, Tu Hang gently rubbed its nose and smiled softly. "You've been holding back for a long time, haven't you? Eat something quickly." Tran Han and Truong Than stood there, unable to hide their astonishment. "Is this Sir Tu's royal pet?" Tran Han thought silently, eyes fixed on Long XA TICH. This royal beast could devour even a Deong? Long XA TICH stepped forward and blew a breath onto the Deong. Instantly, the Deong opened, revealing countless items inside. At lightning speed, it sucked all the food into its mouth. The movement was neat and decisive. Suddenly, Long XA TICH's sharp gaze glanced toward the 2 men. Both Trong Than and Tran Han were startled, exchanging worried looks. "Is it looking down on us?" Under the dim town lights, Tran Han stepped forward with a friendly smile, looking at Tu Hang. "Sir Tu, Chan M is different from the Black Lantern meditation site. There is no night curfew here. The nightlife is very rich. Some comrades are preparing to go to the bar in Cha Nem. They want to invite you to join. What do you think?" Tu Hang shook his head firmly, refusing. Everyone go ahead, I'm not going. If possible, find me a guide. I want to take a walk around the town. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded on the door. Anna, a young girl with her hair tied high, pushed the door open, holding a carefully wrapped package of specialties. Mr. Toe, you want a guide? She suddenly felt uneasy and quickly bowed, hesitating. Sorry, sir. Anna had no intention of eavesdropping. It's from Grandpa and Duke Lo. He asked me to bring you these specialties. Tranhan immediately laughed loudly, pulling Anna close. Sir Toe, I can vouch she isn't Duke Lo's granddaughter. If you need a guide, no one is more suitable than her. Tahang looked down at Anna calmly and nodded. All right, much appreciated. Under Anna's guidance, Tahang strolled leisurely along the winding streets of Cha Nem town. The houses here had unique architectural styles, very different from the Black Lantern meditation site. The roofs were usually triangular, square, or rectangular, creating a vivid multi-dimensional feeling. According to Anna, the people of Cha Nem favored brown-black roofs, a traditional feature deeply rooted in the local culture. Hundreds of houses, from residences to grocery stores, were located on the mountainside, blending into the majestic scenery. In the distance, a stone tower stood tall, resembling a small fortress. It was both an ancient relic and the town hall headquarters of Cha Nem. Anna, pull my sleeve, Tahang said excitedly. Tonight, Cha Nem will have a beast fight. I wonder if you're interested. Tahang raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashing with curiosity about the beast fight. Anna nodded, her eyes shining brightly. The guards and the villagers occasionally caught a few wild beasts to fight each other in battles. This attracted many people to watch. If a wild beast died in the fight, its meat would not go to waste. Instead, it would be shared with the villagers. Today, there was a special match never seen before in the livestock area. That wild beast would face off against a wild tiger. This match was attracting a large crowd. Hearing this, Tuhang pondered. Although the wild tiger was just an ordinary wild beast, this fierce beast possessed a naturally aggressive nature. Observing its fight might be useful for nurturing the dragon snake relic. He nodded enthusiastically. Let's go watch, Anna exclaimed happily and immediately led the way. When they arrived at the ticket booth, the seller, a middle-aged woman, recognized Anna right away. She squinted and teased with a smile. Oh, Anna, do you have a boyfriend now? Where did this handsome guy come from? Is he new here? I've never seen him in the livestock area before. Anna blushed, stomping her foot in frustration. Aunt Marina, don't say nonsense. Then she quickly turned and pulled Tuhang's hand urgently. Come on, let's go in quickly, Mr. Toe. The two entered the arena. They immediately attracted curious glances from the surrounding crowd. Anna beamed with a bright smile like a blooming flower and turned to the crowd, thanking everyone. But today's not very convenient. Next time for sure, Tuhang thought silently. It seemed Anna was very well liked in the livestock area. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a rugged appearance approached. With a clear voice, he said, Honored guest Anna, why are you free to visit me today? Anna quickly responded with a mischievous look. You come with this honored guest, arrange the best seats for them, or I'll tell Grandpa. The man was slightly surprised, his gaze passing over to Hang when he saw the glowing sorcerer ring on his hand. He was startled and thought to himself that this character must not be offended. Immediately, he smiled warmly and bowed respectfully. Welcome to the livestock arena. It's a great honor. The announcer's voice boomed like thunder as the match began. He stirred up the atmosphere, addressing the audience and honored guests. The livestock arena battle is about to start right now. Welcome, everyone! The crowd instantly roared, their cheers echoing like crashing waves. The announcer pointed toward the fierce tiger in the iron cage. Just as everyone expected, the guards had brought in a wild tiger over 3 meters long and weighing more than 300 pounds. The tiger roared loudly, its scream shaking the atmosphere. The crowd was wild with excitement, cheering even more fiercely. This wild tiger is so ferocious, truly the best hunting beast. No wonder it was caught. Let's start quickly! Anna also excitedly cheered, waving both hands. Come on, come on! The announcer calmed the crowd, raising his hand for silence. In a calm, modulated voice, he said, Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce its opponent. Honestly, I have never seen such a strange fighting beast before. Hopefully, the little fire beast caught unexpectedly will amaze everyone. Suddenly, a sheep flew into the middle of the arena. The lid popped open, revealing a rare treasure beast, staggering to sit up, dizzy as if just waking from a trance. The wild tiger slowly advanced, its eyes sharp and terrifying. The treasure beast panicked and leapt out, but immediately fell to the ground. The crowd laughed loudly. First time seeing one run like that, Tahang was stunned, thinking silently, Is this not that thing? The tiger roared loudly and leapt straight at the treasure beast. The small beast screamed in fear, retreating toward the wall with no escape. The tiger slowly approached, ready to finish its opponent. The crowd cheered wildly. The speed was so fast, they thought it was already bitten to death. But unexpectedly, the situation reversed. Amazing! What kind of wild beast is this? Tahang stood under the stands, his eyes cold as he analyzed silently. According to records in the Old Dragon Codex, among dangerous species, there are 4 rare types only appearing in legends, called the 4 divine types: the divine secret type, the divine wonder type, the divine relic type, and the mythical type. With this speed and reaction, an ordinary wild beast could not have it. Plus, the golden mark on its forehead and its agile physique, this little wild beast is a treasure beast belonging to the divine secret type. Treasure beasts are rare, high-level, dangerous species. They are not offensive but possess a unique ability to seek treasures and use treasures as food. Their traces only appear in secret ruins. Unexpectedly, to encounter one here is an opportunity not to be missed. Tahang thought silently, his eyes flashing with determination. He turned to Anna, his gaze sparkling with resolve. "Anna, do you want to buy that little beast?" Anna shyly bit her lip and replied, "Mr. Toe, that little beast was already sold by a hunter in the livestock area to an old man who is also the owner of the livestock arena. All the fighting beasts here are his property." "I'm sorry to bother you, sir." Following my nephew to meet that uncle, both of us stepped into the old uncle's office, a simple room, but filled with the smell of cigarettes and the tense atmosphere of the arena. Anna anxiously spoke up, "Please help me, uncle. Even if you're my nephew's friend, I can't agree to this request. How do you know the arena rules? Unless one side is injured, unable to fight, or even dead, the match cannot be stopped." She turned to To Hung, with eyes almost pleading, "Please, uncle, I beg you." The man called the old uncle scratched his head with a troubled look. "It's really not about the money. Anna, oh dear, I know. That little beast was sold to me for 2,000. You pay me 4,000. Is that enough?" Anna pleaded, but the old uncle only gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "All right, Anna, you must know that even in my previous life, my father never broke the arena rules." To Hung, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke in a deep but captivating voice. "Sir, you're worried about the betting notes and the markings on the door, right? As a distinguished guest, I understand this beast isn't considered rare, but you misunderstood me. Of course, I have my own reasons, and I don't want you to break the rules. I have an idea. Let me know if it's acceptable." Just then, the loudspeaker blared out, its clear voice overpowering the crowd noise. "Dear audience, due to special circumstances, this beast match is temporarily suspended." The crowd immediately stirred, boos rising like waves. "We bought tickets. I was seriously watching. Can this arena even stay open? I won't come next time." The arena manager stepped out, raising his hand to calm the crowd with a clear voice. "Dear audience, don't get agitated. Listen to me first. First, entrance tickets will be refunded triple, and betting money will also be returned. Second, today's beast match will be replaced by an unprecedented spectacular match. We invite a new challenger." Under the dazzling stage lights, To Hang stepped out, calm but radiating strong momentum. The audience below was stunned, whispers spreading. "What's this, a beast fight? It's been years. We've never seen a match like this before." Just then, a wild tiger roared, a terrifying screech echoing as it lunged straight at To Hung, claws flashing sharply under the lights. The crowd held their breath. Some shouted, "He's going to die." Anna stood beside him, worried to the point of pale face, gripping To's hand tightly. "Sir, you must win." To Hung raised his hand, voice deep but commanding. "Come here, Long XA TICH." Like a lightning bolt, Long XA TICH appeared. A giant, agile figure glided forward. The wild tiger faced the huge opponent and immediately froze, its body trembling with fear. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Dangerous breed. It's a dragon master. Oh my. The last time I saw a dragon master was 3 months ago. Today's worth it." Under the bright sunlight, To Hung smiled brightly, eyes sparkling with joy inside. "So young and already owns a top-tier dangerous beast? Luckily, I was cautious before. Seems like Anna really made a good friend this time." At this moment, Long XA TICH, with a powerful body and sharp eyes, stared at the tiger before it. A few dry leaves rustled, creating crackling sounds in the tense air. Suddenly, To Hung spoke, his voice steady but full of authority. "Dragon Might!" Immediately, Long XA TICH roared loudly. Its momentum exploded like thunder. The tiger in front trembled, its large body suddenly shrinking and curling up in fear. It stammered, "Please don't kill the tiger." "Tiger? Wrong, really wrong." Suddenly, the group was stunned. A small figure dashed past at an incredible speed. It was Tumbao Tu, To Hung observed and silently assessed. With this physique, it's probably just from the early infant to early growth stage, yet its reaction and speed are that fast. Truly a mysterious breed. Without hesitation, To Hung shouted decisively, "Use the fierce strike and charge forward." Long XA TICH immediately lunged, its body twisting like a lightning bolt chasing the Tumbao Tu. The small beast panicked, running and crying. Its weak cries echoed in the wind. Tohung ordered decisively, awaken to Phase 2, accelerate. Long XA TICH obeyed, speed exploding, mouth wide open. It let out a thunderous roar. The Tumbao Thu still tried to run, crying in fear but couldn't escape. Suddenly, Long XA TICH stomped hard on the ground, creating a shockwave that shook the earth. The agile Tumbao Thu jumped aside, narrowly escaping death. Tohung remained unshaken and shouted again, Dragon Might Phase 2, shock attack. Long XA TICH immediately executed the move, its body surging, transformed into mystical purple smoke, covering the space under the stands. The crowd of spectators gasped in amazement and exclaimed terrifying, "This is the power of a Seo Tamer. If the guard team faces his spirit beast, they will probably be completely wiped out." The spirit beast was exhausted, tears streaming down, watching the huge, fierce dragon snake slowly approach. It froze, not daring to move. The dragon snake easily picked up the small beast and carried it back to Tahang. He smiled smugly. "This time you can't escape." Weak spirit beast cried out helplessly in the match management office. Rad was excited, unable to hide his bright eyes. "So incredible, Master Tamer. This is the first time I have witnessed such a young tamer. Able to train such a dangerous top-tier beast," I smiled gently. Carrying the cage containing the modest spirit beast, replied, "Too kind. Please forgive my boldness, but I am really curious." A spirit beast with such incredible speed was caught. Rad laughed loudly without hiding anything. Excitedly told, "It is a vassal of the Black Star Guard. Channim is not only an important supply point on the southern front, but also famous for its brewing craft." Initially, the wine barrels in Channim attracted the attention of the Black Star Guard, making this place chosen as a vassal. This spirit beast was caught right in the Channim wine cellar. I heard this little fire beast sneaked into the wine cellar 57 times, breaking 35 barrels of wine prepared to be offered to the Black Star Guard master. Then they mobilized many people to capture it for 7 days, seemingly empty-handed, but finally found it drunk, sleeping soundly in a wine barrel. After being sold here, Tahang carefully observed the spirit beast in front of him. His lips slightly curled. He thought to himself, "No wonder this spirit beast was caught. It was born with extraordinary power, yet was caught just because of being drunk." At this moment, Tuhang and Anna stood in front of his house, the evening air slightly cool. Anna smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. "Thanks for this time. Consider me owing you a favor." Anna laughed softly, her tone gentle. "What are you saying? This is just a small matter. I heard Tahang has work tomorrow. Rest early." Tahang nodded, his eyes flashing gratitude. "That's right, I will tell Tranhan's group next time to bring some interesting things from the Black Star Guard." Entering the room, he placed the small cage on the table, his eyes glancing at the spirit beast. The small beast hugged the iron cage tightly, crying loudly, its big round eyes sparkling with tears. Hang frowned, his tone mixed with anger. "You're something else. This expression is SAO. If I hadn't saved you from the arena, you'd be dead sooner or later." The spirit beast stopped crying, looking at him blankly, eyes full of curiosity. Tahang gently touched its nose, silently evaluating. "This iron cage is shorter than a pinky finger. If it were the dragon snake, it would have broken out long ago. It seems mysterious spirit pets, like this spirit beast, really have no offensive nature." He pinched the small beast's cheek and smiled, beginning to plan in his mind. Next, he had to raise this little fire beast. But how? The Spirit Dragon Manual also didn't record what it liked to eat. Suddenly, he raised his voice half-jokingly. "Let it starve for a few days. Then, it will eat whatever I give it." Suddenly, the ring on Tahang's hand flashed. Startling him, he exclaimed, "Oh no!" Forgetting to feed the dragon snake at night while thinking about the spirit beast, he hurried to the food cabinet, flung open the door, then placed a large basin heavily on the table. Making a loud bang, Tahang continuously poured jars of food into the basin, stirring well with a wooden spoon. The spirit beast beside him brightened its eyes, staring at the food basin, its craving clearly visible. Tahang wiped sweat from his forehead and muttered, "Eat 3 times the usual amount, should be enough to last until the next day's battle." He immediately called the dragon snake. The giant beast appeared, standing tall in front of the food basin, then lunged in to eat ravenously. The spirit beast was hungry, but not allowed to eat. It sulked and cried loudly. Seeing this, Tahang was slightly worried and quickly comforted. "You want to eat too?" The spirit beast nodded repeatedly, its eyes shining brightly. Tahang smiled and scooped a spoonful of food from the dragon snake's basin, brought it before the spirit beast, gently saying, "Here, eat." The spirit beast immediately took it and ate happily, its eyes sparkling with happiness. The dragon snake raised its head, surprised at the scene before it. Tahang thought to himself, his lips curved. Unexpectedly, the spirit beast likes the dragon snake's food this much. It seems there's no need to worry about it being hungry anymore. The spirit beast quickly finished the spoonful of food, looking at Tahang expectantly. He cheerfully asked if it still wanted to eat more, saying he would give more later, but when he turned back to scoop more, he was stunned to see the food bowl had already been completely eaten by the dragon snake spirit beast. Tahang shook his head and laughed. The dragon snake spirit beast was truly a stubborn opponent. "I, Hang," said sternly, looking straight at the dragon snake spirit beast. "From now on, you really have to eat less and give way to the spirit beast." Hearing this, the dragon snake spirit beast's eyes flashed with anger, and it growled in response. "Listen, is that something you can say? I, Hang, show no respect at all." Using a wooden spoon, he tapped its head playfully, saying, "All right, you're the elder brother. You have to act the part. Today, I'll feed you all until you're full." The next morning, under the early sunlight, Anna stood on the balcony, smiling brightly and waving goodbye to Tahang. He responded with a wave and then set off to Ding Tan Town, which compared to Chan Neum was a medium-sized hub. Ding Tan Town was clearly larger and busier. This small town had a sizable forge specializing in steel production, copper and baba, precious metals. According to Chung Than, Ding Tan Town and Koi Hung Lam held some kind of secret, but due to discipline, he only hinted at it. Tahang thought, "Once I arrive, I'll find out." Entering Ding Tan Town, Tahang immediately sensed a strong industrial atmosphere. The smell of coal and metal smelting permeated the air. Blended with the bustling rhythm of life, Truong Than led him straight to the management hall in the town center. Here, Tuhang finally understood what Truong Than couldn't explain earlier. Although Ding Tan Town was a small independent hub, with thousands of residents and 150 guards, it was a vassal of Black Lantern, specializing in providing metals and crops. More astonishingly, the minerals were mined from Koi Hung Lam, a place ordinary people couldn't set foot in. Yet Ding Tan Town managed to extract a huge amount of minerals from there. The secret lay in the fact that the entire Koi Hung Lam was the territory of a teacher, or more precisely, a royal pet under his control. Just one royal pet could command an entire bear pack in Koi Hung Lam. Inside the management room, the clinking of glasses and lively laughter came from the group toasting. Tahang stood silently by the window, sighing softly, thinking he had overestimated the teacher. But the power and fearsome nature of the man far exceeded imagination. According to a management committee member, Koi Hung Lam currently had 4 royal pets guarding it, the strongest being a professional royal sorcerer of Black Lantern. The other 3 were all royal apprentices or higher. Tahang's eyes darkened. Although they were Black Lantern's people, in this dim room, everything seemed to carry a different tone. The dragon snake spirit beast lay asleep on the floor, its massive body occupying nearly all the space. Tahang sat by the table, gently stroking the spirit beast, his eyes sparkling. For a royal sorcerer, a unique royal beast like the spirit beast was even more enchanting than power or wealth to ordinary people, he thought silently. If the royal sorcerers in Koi Hung Lam realized the value of the spirit beast, it would probably cause big trouble. The best way was for him to gently touch the spirit beast's nose, speaking softly but meaningfully. "Little Jia Huo, do you want to become my partner?" Suddenly, the spirit beast let out a loud cry from its belly, startling Tahang. Worried, he looked at the small beast and hastily said, "Let's eat first. After you finish, we'll talk more." Nearby, the dragon snake spirit beast growled discontentedly in protest. The sound echoed, causing the whole room to shake lightly. Tahang immediately turned and shouted loudly, "What do you two want? If you want to eat properly for me." After learning about the 4 royal sorcerers in Koi Hung Lam, Tahang originally planned to leave immediately, but in the end, he decided to stay in Ding Tan Town for 3 more days. The reason was simple. He wanted to connect spiritually with the spirit beast so he could control it any time. However, this was not as easy as he thought. Every time Tahang tried to establish a spiritual connection, the spirit beast's consciousness strongly pushed him away. He flipped through the Royal Dragon Manual, but unfortunately, there was no record on how to tame this mysterious beast species. Frustrated, Tahang suddenly had an itchy idea. Excitedly, he shouted, "Aren't you a spirit beast? Fine, I'll take you to find treasure." But things were not as simple as he thought. After a morning of anger, Tahang scolded the spirit beast, "You bastard! You said we'd find treasure, but all morning you've been chasing butterflies or dogs. Aren't you still a juvenile?" He coldly looked at the beast, cracking its finger joints threateningly. "Either that, or if I find out you're just a useless beast, I will use you as bait for the dragon snake spirit beast," who cried out in alarm and quickly used its power to search. It pointed forward and shouted loudly. Tohang's eyes lit up excitedly as he asked if it had found something, but when he turned back, he was stunned. It turned out to be just a roadside eatery. He was confused and suspicious, saying, "Didn't you say there was the aura of a treasure here?" The spirit beast nodded and kept shouting excitedly. Tohang thought to himself, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Could it really be true this time? It seemed to have the energy of the mysterious system. He smiled lightly, picked up the beast, not wanting to go. Who knows what useless thing it might bring back? It would only serve as food for the dragon snake spirit. Hearing this, the spirit beast panicked, continuously pointing at the eatery and shouting non-stop. Tohong raised his eyebrows and pointed in that direction. You want to go that badly? Really want that treasure? The beast nodded and softly cried out, full of anticipation. He curled his lips, half joking, half serious. But why should I help you find the treasure? The spirit beast immediately wilted, as if deflating. With a sad look in its eyes, Tohong laughed. But what I like most is being a good person and doing good deeds. As long as you agree to one of my requests, okay? Hearing this, the spirit beast was startled, images of chains and a ROI flashing through its mind. It cried out in fear, its small body trembling. Tohong laughed loudly, his eyes sparkling, looking at the trembling spirit beast. Oh, you're worried about this? Don't worry, it's just a spiritual link, not to subdue you. Hearing this, the spirit beast immediately brightened up, its eyes shining as it raised its small hand. Tohong also extended his hand. They slapped hands as a pact. He skillfully put the small beast into his backpack, muttering, no emotions as the foundation. Spiritual linking is truly difficult. Even if established, it can be easily rejected, but a spiritual connection is different. As long as you don't resist, everything will go smoothly. Meanwhile, inside the eatery, the bartender was shaking a bottle of wine. The clinking sound rang steadily as he placed a glass of wine on the counter, politely saying, "This is the Hawkmoon wine you ordered, madam." Tohong pushed the door open and was immediately warmly welcomed by the staff. This guest. Would you like to try a glass of the bar's famous Hawkmoon? He smiled but shook his head lightly. I just want to look. No need for hospitality. The waiter wiped the bottle, his eyes briefly suspicious, thinking, he hasn't even come to the bar yet, just to look at some nonsense. He secretly signaled 2 guards to whisper. This guy looks strange, maybe a mercenary from elsewhere or connected to the mercenary group. Observe him first, then decide. Suddenly, the spirit beast in the backpack shouted, pointing at an item in front of them. Tohong looked confused, furrowing his brows suspiciously at the item. Are you a spirit beast or a perception beast? The spirit beast angrily shouted in protest. Suddenly, that ugly item transformed into a sparkling ancient metal toilet. Tohong was stunned, his eyes shining brightly. Could this be the transformation stone mentioned in the dragon taming manual? He thought to himself. The path to evolve a spirit beast into a dragon is arduous. It demands harsh materials, and the transformation stone is the core item. He was so happy he almost cried. Patting the spirit beast's head, his voice full of gratitude. I never thought I'd see something I didn't dare to dream of, thanks to you, spirit beast. You really are part of the mysterious system. Just then, the waiter led the guard forward, his tone sharp. What are you standing there for? Are you a customer or here to cause trouble? 2. Hang smiled brightly, pointing at the jelly item. I'll buy it. Name your price. The waitress was stunned and hesitant. Huh? You want to buy a photo through jelly? She thought to herself. This jelly is something the owner picked up in the wild. It can't transform and has no use, so it's just decoration in the shop. But if we say it directly, will customers think our shop lacks style? She had to say lightly, this thing is expensive. Please have a drink. After you finish, leave. You can't afford it. Tahang smirked confidently and replied, no problem, name your price. The waiter shouted challengingly, 10,000. You can get 10,000 diamonds? This jelly is yours. Tahang didn't hesitate and immediately took out a stack of diamonds, slamming it on the counter. The waiter was stunned, eyes wide, staring at the sparkling wealth. They immediately realized this guy was truly rich. Tahang spoke calmly with authority. I have the money, no need for discounts. But you must take responsibility to deliver this jelly to the management building for me. Suddenly, their eyes glanced at the shimmering Grandmaster ring on his hand. The whole group panicked, quickly kneeling and bowing their heads in apology. Sorry, we are blind not to recognize the Grandmaster. The price quoted earlier was wrong. Actually, 1 diamond is enough. Tahang frowned coldly. Grandmasters put effort into protecting everyone, not for you to cause trouble. There won't be a next time. They trembled and answered in unison. Yes, yes, absolutely no repeat offense. Tahang turned coldly and stepped outside. The door slammed shut, echoing in the silent space. During the process of taming spirit beasts, there are 2 common cases. One is a super level, Grandmaster taming low-level spirit beasts in a short time. 2 is the spirit beast voluntarily, even eagerly, wanting to be tamed by the Grandmaster. The treasure beast clearly belonged to the second case. To tame it in 3 days at Ding Tangen, Tahang had quite a headache. He led the treasure beast around town to find treasures, fed it all kinds of delicacies, even acted as a mother telling bedtime stories. Of course, delicious sweets were not missing. He also discovered something interesting. Leading the treasure beast to secret places or ruins to find treasures would allow it to accumulate more treasures in the future. Now the treasure beast saw Tu Hang as an angel, only hoping to be tamed by him soon. But Tu Hang deliberately kept his distance so the little beast would rely on him more each day. He spent time training the treasure beast's speed in the backyard of the management. Tu Hang let the dragon snake spirit train the treasure beast. The dragon snake spirit flew swiftly across the yard, chasing the treasure beast, roaring, stamping its feet to catch it. When the treasure beast was mistreated to a miserable extent, Tu Hang would appear like a savior. He stepped forward and shouted in front of the dragon snake spirit, "Stop! Dragon snake spirit! Release the treasure beast! Why bully it? Can't be gentler?" The dragon snake spirit muttered confusedly. "Didn't you tell me to do this?" But Tu Hang ignored it and quickly rescued the treasure beast from the dragon snake spirit's claws. This action made the little fire family even more touched. Trusting him absolutely, the treasure beast hugged Tu Hang tightly, crying loudly with tears streaming down. He gently comforted, "Don't cry, don't cry. Accept it, I am taking you in. Listen to me, listen to me." Meanwhile, the dragon snake spirit stood behind with a guilty look, quietly growling. Tu Hang's plan was excellently completed with just a slight mistake. At dawn, the group gently left the vehicle and stepped onto the heroic wilderness land. Suddenly, the vehicle braked sharply, tires screeching on the ground. Master, to the leader, slightly raised his eyebrows. Pointing to the sparkling river ahead, "Crossing this river, we officially enter the heroic wilderness." Ong leisurely said, "The next journey will have someone to pick you up." Tu Hang smiled brightly and nodded in response. "Thanks for your hard work." Suddenly, a pounding sound like heavy footsteps echoed on the ground. A giant figure rushed forward, passing through the crowd with incredible speed, then landed gently like a leaf. The group was stunned, eyes wide open, staring at the creature that just appeared, a giant tiger with fiery red fur like flames. On its back was a young girl with a cold aura. She spoke with a clear but authoritative voice. "Are you Tu Hang? I am the Grandmaster guarding the heroic wilderness, Black Chrysanthemum. You can call me Sister Black." She gently patted the tiger beneath, introducing proudly, "This is the red flame tiger, a high-level dangerous species." Tu Hang and the others immediately raised their hands in salute to show respect to Grandmaster Black Chrysanthemum. Tu Hang responded, his smile even brighter. Black Chrysanthemum looked at him with sparkling eyes and a teasing smile. "The master has informed us through the communication device about your 1-month training schedule. I thought you would arrive early, but I didn't expect to see you only today." Tu Hang scratched his head, looking embarrassed because of some unfinished business. "Really sorry." Hak Kook signaled for the two to escort them. "The two can leave now." They hesitated, their eyes briefly showing worry. "But what about the luggage behind them?" Hak Kook smiled and called out loudly, "Come out, Avian!" Immediately, a giant chimpanzee appeared, muscular body, silver fur sparkling under the morning light. Tu Hang couldn't help but be startled, thinking briefly in his mind. Silverback chimpanzee, a dangerous high-level species, surely has been nurtured to perfection. Its strength is hard to guess just by appearance. The two Hakkook gave a decisive order. The silverback chimpanzee moved their luggage into the camp immediately. The chimp nodded and followed. Following the guidance of the two escorts, the great ape, Hakkook, jumped onto the back of the fiery chain tiger, turning to Tu Hang with a mischievous smile. "This place is a distance from the camp. Want to try riding my fiery chain tiger?" Tu Hang was grateful for the invitation, but he shook his head confidently and replied, "No need, Sister Kook. I can ride the dragon snake spirit." He loudly called, "Come out, Tio Tick." Immediately, a giant snake slithered out, its body coiling powerfully, making Hak Kook widen her eyes in surprise. Indeed, the junior disciple the teacher favored. The first mount is a top-level dangerous species. She jumped onto the back of the fiery chain tiger, excitedly said, "Then let Sister Kook see your skills," and took off. Turning back, she called out, "Being obedient and fighting are two different things, you know," from behind. The silverback chimpanzee carried Tu Hang's luggage steadily. Tu Hang quickly climbed onto the back of the dragon snake spirit. The snake's eyes flashed coldly. Suddenly, it exerted power, its body full of energy. Tu Hang shouted in panic, "What do you want to do?" The dragon snake spirit didn't bother to answer. It dashed off at lightning speed, the wind whistling past, causing Tu Hang to lean back, hastily holding tightly onto its body. Muttering, "Don't use skills while riding." Under the blazing sunset, two figures swiftly passed through the willow forest. Leaving behind trails of dust, in front of the camp gate, Hak Kook and Tu Hang stopped, still breathing heavily after the long journey. Hak Kook didn't hesitate, stepped forward and knocked on the door repeatedly. The knocking sounded like thunder, but no response. She frowned irritably and pushed the iron door hard. Just then, a head peeked out from a small window. A voice full of dissatisfaction sounded. Hey Kook, can you be a bit gentler? The iron door is about to be broken by you. Hack Kook lazily stepped out, rubbing her hair and wiping her mouth. Bo Kook, remember to bring the key next time, okay? I'm so busy and still have to open the door for you. Hak Kook immediately narrowed her eyes, her voice sharp. Are you busy or hibernating? I told you to guard the Willow Forest camp. He sneaked away again while the chairman was away. Tiet Vu forced a smile and waved his hand, indicating a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Opening the door for Lady Kook is my honor. Before he finished, Hack Kook punched him hard on the shoulder. Making Tiet Vu grimace, she coldly snorted and pointed to Tu Hang, arrange the room and bring Tu Hang's luggage in, junior disciple. Tu Hang stood beside them, forcing a smile, thinking silently how strange their communication was. Hack Kook turned to him, speaking more gently. Koi Hung Lam, currently only Tiet Vu and I are in the camp. There were originally some miscellaneous soldiers, but they couldn't endure the harsh conditions here, so they left. The miscellaneous tasks are now all handled by our royal pets. The camp manager is also the chairman of the Willow Forest camp. The royal pet master came to this wilderness to drive away dangerous species. A few days ago, another royal pet master, Lam Chun, originally planned to wait for you to conduct special training together. But because you arrived a few days late, he started earlier. Tu Hang scratched his head embarrassedly. Some things caused the delay. Hack Kook laughed heartily, patted his shoulder generously. It's okay, let's go. Come into my room to talk. Tu Hang followed, but as soon as he entered the room, he was stunned by the wall covered with animal heads, from fierce tigers to strange creatures. He stood dumbfounded, mouth agape. Hack Kook laughed, clapped her hands. Hey, come back, fool! No, Tu Hang stammered awkwardly. Not only is the arrangement style very special, Hack Kook raised her eyebrows jokingly. What? You think this place is Sister Kook's hotel and you want to have some kind of relationship with me? She lightly tapped the chair next to her and winked. Or did you come here? Tu Hang was stunned, blushing, stammering. Here. Hack Kook burst out laughing, slinging an arm around him. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Before you came, you probably didn't understand the content of special training at Koi Hung Lam, right? She stood up. In a more serious tone, this is the usual rule. The specific content of the Koi Hung Lam special training will only be revealed when you arrive at the camp. The special training here is not just combat friction to accumulate experience, but also brings many other benefits. Have you heard of energy fruits? To Hang's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that Koi Hung Lam has energy fruits? Hakuk nodded. His eyes sparkled with pride. Of course, Koi Hung Lam possesses a lot of Hungluk fruits. These are the stable energy fruits of Hakdung Bao. They can enhance physical strength, BA attributes, and endurance. For dangerous species, whether they are pet masters, evil beasts, or force types, all benefit. She stepped forward and pulled back the curtain to reveal a map full of symbols. Her finger lightly glided over the surface of the Hakkuk, continuing, but obtaining Hungluk fruits is not easy. She pointed to a red-marked area. The Hungluk fruits in Koi Hung Lam are all occupied by the Gray Bear Pack through the token of the pack leader. Pet masters can challenge the owner of a Hungluk fruit. These guardians rarely refuse challenges. If victorious, the pet master will receive a Hungluk fruit, but if you're not a pet master of Hakdung Bao and dare to take the energy fruits, the Gray Bear Pack will relentlessly hunt you down. They will only stop when our guarding pet masters are exhausted. Inside the forest, roaring echoes, shaking the earth and sky. Tohung's Long XA TICH is facing off against a giant roaring bear. Lum Chun stood nearby, observing with interest. It seems this Koi Hung is ready to accept the challenge. As long as Long XA TICH defeats the opponent, he will get a Hungluk fruit. Tohung sighed and shook her head. I don't think it's that easy. Lum Chun smiled softly and added, Hung Bi only accepts challenges from opponents it considers weaker. To get a Hungluk fruit, you have to face real danger. Just then, the bear roared, a terrifying sound echoing through the forest. Long XA TICH stood still, eyes sharp and cold. Suddenly, the bear's roar turned furious, golden lightning sparks flaring around its body. Tohang observed, thinking secretly, unexpectedly. Long XA TICH has such a mocking talent. He turned to Lam Chen. Koi Hung Bi really intends to accept the challenge? Lam Chen nodded with a meaningful smile. Of course, but Long XA TICH has never faced a dangerous beast species before. It might be at a disadvantage. At that moment, two pets charged at each other. The battle erupted fiercely. Long XA TICH was as fast as lightning, using dragon power, unleashing a powerful strike on the roaring bear. Both roared, the sound shaking the forest. The bear refused to back down, responding with a strong blow that forced Long XA TICH to retreat and defend. But the bear didn't stop. It continued to launch a terrifying strike with thunderous force. Long XA TICH screamed in pain, being thrown far away, falling to the ground. Without hesitation, the bear charged forward, determined not to give the opponent a chance to catch their breath. Lam Chun worried, eyes tense, watching the battle. This isn't good. Something's about to happen. But To Hung, calm, suddenly raised her hand to stop her senior brother. Wait, Tio Teach still has a move. Long XA TICH focused on the roaring bear, eyes cold and sharp. It slowly advanced with steady steps. The bear briefly retreated, eyes showing caution, but then it roared fiercely again. Charging straight at Long XA TICH with fierce momentum, Long XA TICH nimbly dodged the attack. In that moment, it gathered its dragon power, surging strongly. Its body suddenly enhanced. It charged forward and unleashed a powerful claw strike like thunder, hitting the bear's cheek directly. The giant beast howled in pain, stepping back a few steps, eyes full of hatred staring at Long XA TICH. Lam Chun outside, he couldn't hide his surprise. It seems your Long XA TICH is not bad, already able to use a combined rare skill. But to break through the defense of Koi Hung Bi, it's probably still not enough. It needs to mature more. Indeed, the defense of beast-type pets is formidable. This is the power of Hung Luk fruits. If Long XA TICH wins, it will get a fruit. Do Hung shouted loudly to her pet. Keep going, Tio Tit. The wounds on the bear immediately healed, as if never injured. The beast shook itself off. To Hung thought secretly. On this side, Long XA TICH remained unshaken, opened its mouth and expelled a stream of evil earth energy condensed into a huge energy sphere. The sphere shot straight at the bear, shaking the earth and sky, dust rising thickly. But when the smoke cleared, the bear still stood firm, unharmed. It grabbed a large branch tightly in its hand and charged at Long XA TICH with incredible speed. Branches were thrown like rain, whizzing toward Long XA TICH. The giant snake nimbly dodged. Logs plunged into the ground, shaking in waves, the number of logs increasing continuously. Forming a tight encirclement, Long XA TICH glanced around anxiously. Suddenly the bear growled fiercely. The roar echoed throughout the forest. Lam Chun panicked. It's grown up and doomed. It's a talent and training. This guy wants to play the weak to eat the tiger. He turned to To Hung with astonishment. This talent is unexpectedly grasped by Koi Hung Bi too. When activated, it can temporarily increase strength and defense. Long XA TICH currently cannot defeat this type of opponent. It's time to stop the battle. To Hung hesitated, eyes still fixed on Long XA TICH, senior brother, in the spiritual world of younger brother. Until now, no rescue signal has been received from Tio Teach. I choose to trust him. Right now, in front of Long XA TICH is a fierce Koi Hung Bi with overwhelming momentum. But Long XA TICH's eyes did not waver. Flashing determination, he used the skill Act Up Haiduan Tuk. His body twisted like a ghost, continuously dodging the bear's vicious attacks. Lam Chun shouted anxiously, "It's doomed." At this speed, Long XA TICH can't escape. It will be hit. Koi Hung Bi chased after. Just used the level high skill Kai Hua Mein Gong, momentum like thunder, rushing straight at Long XA TICH. But at that moment, Long XA TICH suddenly stopped, cold eyes staring at the opponent. His tail touched the ground. Suddenly used the level 2 skill Kai Hoa Noan Thak, launched a powerful attack. Koi Hung Bi couldn't react in time and was knocked down. Rolled on the ground, slammed into an ancient tree trunk, Long XA TICH tilted his head with a mischievous look. Let out a mocking laugh. Lam Chun, standing outside, widened his eyes in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. Damn, is this a stupid bear? Why didn't you get a divine pet like this? To Hung held onto a branch with one hand, waved and laughed loudly. Heh heh heh. Lucky. Just lucky. Lam Chun scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, brother. I forgot. My current spiritual energy is not enough to upgrade further. To Hung only forced a smile, eyes still shining brightly. Suddenly, Lam Chun whistled. A shadow flew across the sky. A giant eagle landed, its wings shimmering red. That was Huit V Hak Quan Ung, Lam Chun's divine pet eagle. To Hung was amazed as the eagle gently grabbed his shoulder with its talons and safely brought him down to the ground. Lam Chun stepped forward, smiling brightly. Indeed, a disciple the master favors. Today's battle, Long XA TICH of younger brother has put in a lot of effort. He raised his hand. The ring on his finger flashed a blue light. Come out, Ha Mao Thao. From the ground, a lush green herb sprouted, its soft body twisting. This is Ha Mao Tao, a divine pet of the herb system, capable of healing, its roots deep in the soil to absorb nutrients. Lam Chun explained. This is the challenge rule of Koi Hung Lam. After the fight, you must heal Koi Hung Bi. Otherwise, the bear pack in the forest will relentlessly hunt. Long XA TICH looked at Ha Mao Thao healing the opponent, eyes showing satisfaction. To Hung smiled awkwardly and turned to Lam Chun. Should we really do this? It's really troubling you. Lam Chun waved his hand casually. No problem. At this moment, Koi Hung Bi gradually opened its eyes, seeing Long XA TICH pointing at it. Beside it was Ha Mao Thao, as if mocking it, angry, its eyes glowing red. It roared fiercely. Lam Chun stepped forward, raising his hand to block calmly. The challenge is over. If you still want to fight, you must take another strength fruit. Koi Hung Bi was stunned for a moment, exhaled with dissatisfaction, then slowly turned and left. To Hung looked on in confusion, stammering, "Just like that? It left?" "Exactly." Lam Chun laughed heartily and patted To Hung on the shoulder. "Let's go. Follow younger brother." Both he and Long XA TICH followed Koi Hung Bi through the dense forest. After a while, a huge ancient tree appeared before them, its branches heavy with shimmering strength, fruits. Koi Hung Bi slowly stepped forward, opened its mouth and bit a fruit, then spat it on the ground. Long XA TICH looked at the strength fruit covered in saliva, eyes showing disgust, seeing that Koi Hung Bi sat down and let out a crazy laugh as if mocking, unwilling to lose. Long XA TICH stepped forward, put the strength fruit in his mouth, then arrogantly stepped outside. Lam Chun turned to To Hang to explain, "Kakuk probably told you. Each area of a Koi Hung Bi has a strength fruit tree, right?" "Yes, the center of that area is the territory of the entire bear clan." To Hung held a tiny strength fruit in his hand, frowned. "This strength fruit is much smaller than I imagined." He looked up at Lam Chun, senior brother. "How do you use this?" Lam Chun laughed loudly and replied briefly, "Just eat it directly once picked. The mysterious energy inside the fruit will start to dissipate within minutes if not properly preserved, so eating it soon will be more effective." In his heart, he silently admired this kid's luck. To Hung waved and called Long XA TICH to open his mouth, but Long XA TICH was startled. Remembering the heroic scene of B pulling out the Hungluk fruit, sweat dripping, he quickly turned his head away with a clearly unwilling expression to eat it. To Hung widened his eyes and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of expression is that? This is a good thing." Then he turned to Lam Chun, who had a pitiful face. "Senior brother, do you have any water?" Lam Chun was angry, a dark vein appearing on his forehead. Pointing at the younger brother, "Are you planning to cut it into many pieces?" Finally, To Hung carefully washed the Hungluk fruit and handed it to Long XA TICH. "Hold it and eat it." Long XA TICH reluctantly held the fruit in his mouth, chewing it slowly, his eyes gradually brightening. Lam Chun observed, "Thinking while speaking, junior brother. Prepare a bit. Let's keep Long XA TICH here to absorb the Hungluk fruit's energy. Absorb all the energy before leaving, otherwise a lot will be wasted." To Hung scratched his head foolishly and prepared. At that moment, the ring on Lam Chen's hand flashed. He shouted loudly, "Come out! Understand, Master! Earth Rock Fierce Beast!" Two giant figures appeared. The Master was a majestic lion, a dangerous high-level species, fully mature. The Earth Rock Fierce Beast was a giant serpent, an extremely dangerous species, fully mature. Lam Chun laughed loudly, giving the alarm order. Watching the two majestic beasts leave, To Hang forced a smile, thinking, "It seems it wants to absorb the Hungluk fruit. It will also take quite some time." To Hung smiled brightly, sincerely saying, "Thank you so much, senior brother." Lam Chun waved his hand with a relaxed smile. "No need to be polite. The Hungluk fruit can't be preserved long, so usually it can't be brought back to the camp in time. You have to stay in the forest for the pet to slowly digest it." Underneath Long XA TICH, a golden magic formation flashed brightly, emitting mysterious light. Lam Chun continued, "If you don't have a strong enough beast to guard, just find a tree root or a cave to hide for safety. Do it a few times, and you'll get used to it." Inside the magic formation, Long XA TICH slightly raised its head, showing a shy look. To Hung saw this and worriedly asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong with Long XA TICH?" Lam Chun calmly explained, "The mysterious energy of the Hungluk fruit changes at an unusual rate, even affecting every cell. This reaction is normal. The Hungluk fruit is famously powerful, but once absorbed, the pet will undergo remarkable changes. Indeed, Long XA TICH's foot grew bigger. Seeing its body surge with new strength, it suddenly roared loudly, the sound echoing throughout the forest. To Hung, riding on Long XA TICH's back, thought silently. In these 13 days, Long XA TICH not only grew drastically in size, but also approached late maturity. In terms of strength and endurance, it matched or even surpassed a normally late mature Long XA TICH. He smiled, recalling the past days when Long XA TICH, with its innate provocative talent, challenged and defeated Hung Bi repeatedly, even astonishing Lam Chun. The image of Long XA TICH bringing back numerous Hungluk fruits, totaling 8 or 9 in Muiba days, left Lam Chun speechless. It fought over Hai Mui Hung Bi with a num Mui % win rate. Besides the initial victory against the foolish bear, most of the success was thanks to Lam Chun's silent hero, the Spirit Beast. The Spirit Beast chose suitable Hung Bi for Long XA TICH to challenge, helping it easily win. Lam Chun had not yet figured out this secret when suddenly Long XA TICH roared again, its eyes flashing. To Hung was surprised. "Did you say you sensed a talent power similar to the Hung Bi from the first day?" Long XA TICH nodded and dashed away. To Hong shouted from the back, "Let's go meet it!" He waved his hand, parting the bushes with Long XA TICH, observing ahead. A fierce battle was unfolding. The opponent was a Koi Giap Lang, a dangerous mid-level species usually living in dark caves. To Hong frowned, thinking, Koi Hung Lam is not the habitat of this species. If so, it must be a pet. At that moment, a voice came from a masked figure nearby. Koi Giap Lang is still not enough. "Come out!" Trung Giap Lang, "Deal with this Black Hung Bi." To Hong was thoughtful, his gaze fixed on the battle ahead. Trung Giap Lang is the evolved form of Koi Giap Lang. Trung is especially dangerous, almost without weaknesses, capable of rivaling top-level Trung species. Compared to the red flame tiger of Sister Hakkuk, this one is much stronger. He watched as Trung Giap Lang lunged. Compared to the scarlet flame tiger of Sister Black Chrysanthemum, this one is much stronger. He observed the armored wolf approaching. Its body moved like lightning, charging straight at the black bear's hide. With just one fierce strike, the black bear coughed up blood and collapsed into the water below. To Hong and Long XA TICH were stunned, silently thinking, so fast and already victorious. Supporting his chin, To Hong recalled what Huang Dan once said. Black was said to be the power standing firm in this desolate gray land for hundreds of years. During its development, conflicts were inevitable, and naturally, there were many enemies. He frowned, looking toward the masked man. The strongest opposing force of the Black Lantern sect is probably the enchanter controlling these armored wolves and armored insect wolves. They control the habitat of the armored wolves, just like the Black Lantern sect controls the armored Hung forest, only on a smaller scale. But now they appear here because the Hung fruit is truly powerful. Even the Black Lantern sect has not yet fully grasped its secrets. To Hong looked at the masked figure approaching the Hung fruit tree, pulling out a syringe and drawing the liquid inside. He was startled, wondering what it was. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past Cao Chung, To Hong, and Long XA TICH in alarm. Damn, it's the scout beast of the masked man. The masked man was pulling the syringe out of the Hung fruit tree when he heard the growl of the beast. Startled, he turned around angrily and shouted, "Damn it, didn't expect you to hide a guinea pig." He immediately ordered the armored wolf. "Go quickly, check it out." He jumped onto the back of the armored wolf and chased after it at an incredible speed. Within minutes, he had closed in on To Hong. Sitting on the back of Long XA TICH, To Hong thought to himself that the armored insect wolf is a dangerous insect that can also be ridden. Moreover, sneaking into the armored Hung forest without being detected means this guy is definitely a big fish. He hurriedly took his phone out of his pocket. He shouted loudly, "Emergency situation! Thief detected! Hurry and send reinforcements!" But before he could finish, his phone suddenly went dead. To Hong looked at the black screen and gritted his teeth. Out of battery already? Indeed, living too safely for too long. He also relied on the teacher's reputation and underestimated him. He was furious and vowed, "Damn it! Today, even if my head falls, I must send the message out." Sitting on the back of Long XA TICH, To Hong shouted, "Come here, Tumbao Tu." At the same time, Long XA TICH activated its skill and dashed forward at a dizzying speed to escape. The masked man's eyes glared fiercely. The armored insect wolf activated its skill to chase and kill the guinea pig and his worthless beast. Suddenly, the armored insect wolf stopped. Its eyes flashed a cold light as it activated the skill, Aktup Hak Tuyin, a level 5 awakening ability. In a flash, only a black streak remained, rushing toward Long XA TICH and To Hong. In the blink of an eye, To Hong was startled. His eyes flashed with astonishment as he turned around and shouted urgently, "Long XA TICH, use Octup 2-stage speed attack, remember." He ran straight into the bushes in the forest. Long XA TICH roared, spreading its wings wide and dashed with terrifying speed. To Hong thought to himself that, although the 2-stage speed attack enhances effectiveness, it still can't compare to the Hak Tuyen Tup. But the advantage is that the 2-stage speed attack can change direction flexibly. If you want to play hard, then just charge into the big bush. It's best to lure senior brother Lam Chun here. The armored insect wolf chased closely behind, but suddenly stepped on a broken branch and crashed headfirst into a tree. It staggered, making the masked man grit his teeth in frustration. The guinea pig is really fast, he quickly recalled the armored insect wolf. He summoned a tiger with brilliant blue fur, electricity flickering. The electric light tiger is a dangerous Type 3 system lightning electric beast. He jumped onto the back of the electric light tiger, pointed straight ahead, and chased the tiger. The tiger dashed forward and quickly closed in on To Hong, activating the skill Quang Thuk. A dazzling light shot toward Long XA TICH. Long XA TICH dodged nimbly but was still grazed by the beam. Leaving a bleeding wound, To Hong frowned, thinking the electric light tiger is extremely dangerous. It must have fully reached the level of a complete Tumbao Thu. The beast on his shoulder trembled, its eyes showing clear fear. To Hong reached out to touch Long XA TICH's wound. Long XA TICH was heavy and exhausted. If this continued, even if it wasn't caught, it would die from exhaustion. Suddenly, he had an idea. He laughed loudly. Tum Bao Thu, quickly lead us to the territory of the armored Hung leader. Tum Bao Thu closed its eyes and focused on sensing, then pointed in a direction. To Hong shouted, "Let's go! We need help!" Long XA TICH dashed straight ahead, suddenly changing direction. Catching the masked man off guard, To Hong looked at Long XA TICH with determination. "XA TICH, don't just run. Use earth damage technique to call them out." Long XA TICH roared and activated the skill. Sharp stone pillars shot up from the ground, blocking the masked man's path. He shouted, "Armored insect wolf, clear the way." The ring on his hand flashed a blazing red light. The armored insect wolf reappeared and charged straight into the stone pillars, smashing the obstacles. He continued chasing with a cold laugh. "I don't believe you can escape from me." Suddenly, the electric light tiger stopped. The masked man ordered, "Don't see it anymore." "Electric light tiger, find it quickly." The tiger looked ahead, suddenly startled, its body trembling. The masked man was shocked. "What the hell?" From the dark cave, a pair of eyes flashed with cold light. He stammered, "What is that?" A giant Koi Hung bee stepped out, its massive body and roar shaking the entire forest. The masked man panicked. "Not good, it's the leader." Seeing the Koi Hung bee leader charging, he quickly ordered, "Electric light tiger, run fast." In a corner of the forest, To Hong and Long XA TICH hid behind bushes, their eyes tense as they followed the direction of the noise. He thought silently. Long was worried the Koi Hung bee leader could call the whole pack to attack. They didn't have the teacher's token. No matter how strong the hunter was, he couldn't face all the Hung bee in Koi Hung forest. To Hong gave a decisive order. "Long XA TICH, let's go back to the camp and call Tit Vu Su Huin. If we delay, the energy of Hung Luk Kwa will be completely drained." Long XA TICH immediately spread his wings and flew off with To Hong. Suddenly, an attack came from nowhere. A flash of light like thunder startled To Hong, who shouted, "Long XA TICH, dodge!" The giant snake twisted and jumped onto a large tree branch, landing softly. From afar, the masked man's voice sounded full of regret. "What a pity, the mixed breed escaped." "Riding on the electric light tiger," he sneered. "Little brat, my electric light tiger has activated its tracking skill. Even if you run 10 times faster, I will still find you." To Hong frowned, thinking the pursuit skill was really powerful. The masked man continued to mock. "You even used the Koi Hung bee leader to block me so you could run and report back. Clever tactic, but do you know, with a level like me, dodging a Koi Hung bee is as easy as carrying a table. Unlike you, who only have the Kilan as a beast, I rely on the electric light tiger." The tiger roared and leapt toward To Hong, just as the electric light tiger charged. Long XA TICH suddenly activated the level 2 Long Yui skill, Awakening. To Hong thought. Luckily, he had the illusion vision talent from the mysterious beast system. It made the opponent mistake Long XA TICH for an ordinary Kilan. Although Long Ui couldn't attack directly, it was enough to buy time. To Hong quickly threw a smoke bomb, thinking, luckily he had prepared smoke bombs beforehand. Just in time, an explosion erupted, enveloping everything in thick smoke, making the masked man see only the shadows of To Hong and Long XA TICH rushing away. He laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha, still want to run? I think you want to become a spirit now." He ordered the electric light tiger to use electric control to chase. While chasing, he shouted, "Kill the little mixed breed first, then deal with his trash beast." To Hong watched the electric light tiger pounce, his heart pounding, shouting loudly, "I'm done for." At that moment, the ring on his hand glowed, activating the level 6 Fire Beast Awakening ability. A blazing red shield appeared, protecting To Hong. The electric light tiger touched it and was immediately thrown back, roaring in pain. To Hong cried silently inside, cold sweat dripping. "Teacher, oh teacher, the Fire Beast shield can protect me? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Not killed, but scared to death. The masked man's eyes widened in shock. "So it seals power? Only the dangerous top-tier beasts in Kithon Thuk can activate the survival ring. This ring is a dangerous rare item. Even I don't have something this good." "Who exactly are you?" To Hong shouted urgently. "Long XA TICH, why are you still standing there? Run!" But the masked man's ring glowed. He roared, "Still want to run? I don't care who you are, don't think you can report outside. I'm Bak Sun Su." A snow-white lion appeared, radiating fierce aura. To Hong ran while mumbling, almost crying, "Damn it. How many beasts does this guy have? Don't bully people so much." The masked man sneered, "Little mixed breed. No matter who your master is, today you're dead." Suddenly, Long XA TICH stopped. The masked man smirked. "What, not running anymore?" To Hong turned back with a sly smile. "Do you know this beast?" He looked up in surprise. Than Fong, the beast scout of Lam Chun, hovered in the air. Lam Chun rode his beast down to the ground. his eyes cold. He laughed loudly. Who dares to attack my junior brother in Hoi Hung Lum? The masked man rode the Bak Sun Su and roared, You dare block me? Lum Chun sneered. Not only dare to block me, but also dare to kill, you mixed breed of Toi Hua Chun. Hearing Toi Hua Chun, To Hang pondered. Toi Hua Chun, fully named Toi Hua Ngung Tu Dia, is an ancient large-scale force, always the eternal enemy of Hakdang Bao. Unlike Hoi Hung Lum, their leader has a deep connection with the territory of the Beast Tamers, especially wolves. No wonder. His beasts are Koi Jop Lang and Trung Jop Lang. The masked man laughed coldly. Little brat, your mouth is getting bigger, but I'm afraid you don't have the skill. He ordered the 3 royal beasts to charge and tear him apart. Let me see if he still dares to be stubborn after death. Lam Chan laughed loudly. Ha ha, just right to see if I have the skill to kill him, the brother snorted coldly as the ring flashed. The basalt plate beast appeared. A huge python and a shiny black-furred leopard emerged. Their overwhelming momentum made the armored bug wolf charge to attack, but Tahang shouted, Senior brother. Just then, a giant fiery arm appeared. It punched hard into the armored bug wolf's snout, knocking it to the ground. The masked man was shocked. What is that? Next to Lam Chan, a figure blazing with flames stepped out. The fire heat poisonous south species, especially dangerous poison system, martial system, heat power system, magic system, enchantment. Tuang's eyes widened in amazement, thinking silently, so senior brother Lam Chan unleashed the basalt plate. The basalt plate beast was just a feint. The fire heat poisonous south was the trump card. He used magic system skills to lie in wait. Truly skillful, he clenched his hand, deeply thoughtful. The 5 system royal beasts are terrifying. Above the armored bug wolf's head, a flame blazed fiercely. The beast howled in pain, making the masked man grit his teeth, voice full of anger. Fire heat poisonous south. You actually have such a rare royal beast. No wonder you dare to confront me. Hidden so well. The intelligence agency of the fire crime had never recorded possession of such a rare royal beast. Lam Chan sneered calmly but coldly. If I let you know beforehand. How could I kill you? The masked man snorted coldly. A fire heat poisonous south wants to take me down? Are you still not awake? He shouted. The armored bug wolf, the leader among bugs, especially dangerous. How could the fire heat poisonous south compare? He ordered the armored bug wolf to use the black line cluster. The armored bug wolf charged at terrifying speed, but the fire heat poisonous south nimbly dodged. The 2 royal beast hands burst into flames, punching hard into the armored bug wolf's face, followed by a sky-shaking strike to the chin. It flew far away and fell to the ground. Tahang widened his eyes, thinking, Senior brother Lam Chan is so strong, how come? The masked man roared with terrifying power. You think that's enough to take down my armored bug wolf? He became furious. He ordered the armored bug wolf to activate auxiliary armor. The armor on the armored bug wolf's body flashed, becoming tougher. Lam Chan remained unfazed, laughing coldly. Fire heat poisonous south. Let me show you what polite heat dynamic fist, refined Taiyan flame means. The flame on the fire heat poisonous south's hand erupted fiercely, rushing straight at the armored bug wolf. The masked man refused to lose. He shouted, Armored bug wolf, fierce cluster black line cluster, dodge. But Lam Chan immediately countered with heat dynamic fist, super heat dynamic, 4-limbed furnace shattering strike. The 2 charged at each other. The battle exploded fiercely. A thunderous blast occurred. Dust and smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, the fire heat poisonous south still stood firm. Its momentum was overwhelming, while the armored bug wolf trembled, nearly exhausted. The masked man was shocked. Not bad. Indeed, a rare royal beast, Fire Heat Poisonous South, also possessed 2 level 6 awakening abilities. No wonder it crushed the armored bug wolf so badly. His ring flashed again, voice full of rage. Fire Qilin Beast, evolved form, especially dangerous species, come out. A beast blazing with flames, red Qilin armor glowing fiercely, stepped out from the light, its momentum no less than the Fire Heat Poisonous South. Lam Chan sneered coldly. What? You think this trash can beat me? The masked man laughed scornfully, continuing. No need to beat you, just need to block you, then someone else will kill you. He pulled out his phone, quickly sending a notification. I'm fighting Lam Chan, half health left. Anyone interested, come take the head. In a corner of the forest, the battle still raged fiercely. Tu Hang turned anxiously to senior brother Lam Chan, who answered with sharp eyes, correct. Just as expected, he had sent a notification to the AI chairman. Now it's just a matter of who arrives first. Tu Hang frowned, or maybe there's another way. Lam Chan laughed loudly. Do you dare? The masked man snorted coldly. Enough with the chatter. The fire Qilin beast surrounded them, leaping up to attack fiercely. Lam Chan shouted, Brother, Can you hold them off for 4 seconds? Fire heat poisonous south. Heat dynamic fist. Superheat dynamic. Suddenly, fire heat poisonous south punched hard into the ground, cracking the earth. Sparks flew everywhere, attacking the fire crime members. The masked man roared, "Strengthen the defense!" The fire Keelan beasts responded with 2 fire team attacks that collided. Creating a thick white smoke, they retreated, but from within the smoke, the dragon python suddenly charged out. The masked man glared, "Damn lab rats! You dare to advance?" Tahang laughed coldly. "His royal beasts are all surrounded now. This is the moment." The dragon python spat out a cursed bullet, a pitch-black sphere rushing forward, followed by the earth wound chain link. Sharp stone pillars kept emerging, one after another. The masked man looked at the incoming bullets with malice, shouted, "Doomed." Then a loud explosion echoed with thick dust and smoke. From the smoke appeared a mount beast, black star species, dangerous top tier, Ji Cheng Shu. The masked man sitting on its back laughed loudly. "Your luck is too bad, my men arrived first." "Ha-Tu, kill Lam Chan." "Let's retreat. They promised they can't stop it." Ha-Tu, the reinforcements of the Fire Clan riding the Tail Demon Master. Dangerous top-tier Ji Cheng Shu launched 3 golden poison needles straight at the Dragon Snake Clan. The Dragon Snake Clan's tail was hit by the needles, immediately breaking into segments in pain to the point of tears flowing and a pitiful scream. The Black Star Mount Beast roared loudly, charging to attack. To Hang Lam Chan panicked younger brother, "Be careful." The fire heat poison male quickly blocked in front of Tu Hang, took the attack. Blood flowed from the fire heat poison male's body, but it still stood firm. The Black Star Mount exhaled and used its main skill, long leg raised, to stomp down. At that moment a voice rang out, "Fiery Tiger Flame." A brilliant flame blasted the Black Star Mount. Tahang turned back, joyfully shouted, "Sister Ku, Tiet Vu was saved." Tiet Vu angrily shouted, "Zun Zake," bullying Black Deng, thinking no one is here. "What over there?" Ha-Tu saw that, immediately spoke in a challenging tone, "Tiep Vu, aren't you at Liu Ding Chan Wat? Why come here so fast?" Tiep Vu crossed arms with a proud smile. "If I don't come, would the Fire Clan mongrels be so pleased today? You won't leave here alive." The masked man heard this, sneered, "Foolish. If I dare come, I definitely prepared. Take it out. Don't hide it anymore." Ha-Tu immediately replied, eyes flashed with fierce light. "Originally planned to keep this secret weapon for fighting Huakak, but this time I will use it to send off you 4 mongrels at once, killing 4 mount masters, including 3 high-level mounts. Even the Black Deng leader concentrating together would be heartbroken. Come out, Kimboy Kuang, Beek Vien." From behind the seed appeared a giant mount beast, huge as a mountain. It roared a thunderous sound. Strong sonic waves spread, shaking the space. Black Kook, horrified, exclaimed, "Super dangerous top-tier species completely. This time it's over, Kimboy Gung." Bitvian charged straight at the Fire Clan group. Destructive momentum, but suddenly a fierce attack hit its belly, causing the giant beast to be thrown far away. They fell to the ground with a thunderous sound. The Fire Clan people, stunned and panicked, rushed to check Kimboy Gung. Bitvian's condition to hang, confused, muttered, "What exactly?" Black Coke hurriedly cut in, "It's the main force of Hua Chairman Da Yim Dia Long." Tich Vu nodded, "Cold eyes indeed, a super dangerous top-tier species. The strongest under the terror species, only 2 shots defeated." Kimboy Vien Da Yim Dia Long roared powerfully, as if wanting to display terrifying strength. Daheng was amazed, exclaimed, This is the power of a super dangerous species." "What?" Ha-Tu, seeing the unfavorable situation, shouted, "Huakak is here, run quickly, he's the first shot, damn it, the Fire Clan." People hurriedly fled, but at that moment, a blue light flashed, an unexpected attack. The masked man was blown away, shouted, "Ah!" Unable to withstand the blow, was immediately eliminated. Only Ha-Tu, riding on an ice dragon, luckily escaped. Tu Hang and Black Kook stood watching Huakak's giant mount approach, speechless. Huakak, with calm, authoritative demeanor, stood on the mount's head, slowly said, "I didn't expect these guys to sneak into Koi Hung Lam while I wasn't here. You all have worked hard." Tahang and Black Kook silently looked at the mount in front, full of amazement. Suddenly Huakak noticed the earth. Lava Armor Dragon was dead. Lam Chan sat beside his mount, eyes full of sorrow, speechless. Tiet Vu stood beside, gently comforting. Huakak frowned. Asked who did this? Lam Chan quickly answered, "It was the earth dragons of the mongrels stealing over there." Huakak stood on the mount, silent for a moment, cold eyes, then gave orders. Voice deep but full of authority. Black Cuke led everyone back to camp. "Gather immediately." Black Cuke, hearing this, spoke loudly. "Next, just leave it to me." Huakak nodded, turned, and left. Voice deep echoed. "Next, just leave it to me." "Next, just leave it to me." Huakak nodded and turned to leave, his deep voice echoing. "Next, just leave it to me." A while later, in a hidden corner of Hoi Hung Lum, the Hua Chun gang gathered. The atmosphere was heavy. Ha-Tu angrily growled, "Damn it! The The perfect plan was ruined by a bastard hybrid. Loikat Lam, the codemaster, hadn't had time to act yet. I'm afraid Huakak has already killed them all. One in the group gritted his teeth and continued, "Damn it, we should have stomped the spies in the intelligence zone. Even Tuit Vu and the hybrids. In Koi Hum Lam couldn't find out who informed us. Only Black Chrysanthemum and Lam Chun know." Another sighed in frustration. "Or should we send a message back to the camp so they can prepare early?" Hakdung Tup is not someone easily bullied. The other two raised their hands to show agreement. Tunthan, the masked man, frowned and asked Hatu Lao, "What now?" Hatu snapped, "Don't bother me. You guys decide for yourselves." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, accompanied by the sound of a large group approaching. The Ha Chun group was startled and shouted in unison, "What's going on?" From afar, a figure riding a divine beast appeared with overwhelming momentum. The only girl in the team panicked and shouted, "It's Hua Kak! Run!" The whole group hurriedly fled without daring to look back. A while later, at the Hakdang Tup camp, the courtyard was littered with countless dead divine beasts. In the meeting room, Hua Kak stood in the middle, calm but cold. Most of the intruders were killed this time, only a few slipped through. "Not worth mentioning," Hakkook worriedly spoke up. What if they lure us away? That would be dangerous." Huakak held the report and slowly replied, "I have checked all areas. This time the losses are not large. Only a few hundred Koi Hung Lam's powerful beasts were taken, less than 1/10, but several hundred Hung Bi died. Considered quite heavy losses for the Koi Hung Bi bear herd. After the leader of Koi Hung Lam's Hung Bi finds out, he will surely be furious. But you don't have to worry about the aftermath. The ambush will be handled by the Koi Hung Lam's handlers, hehe." Hua Kak glanced at Lum Chun, who continued, "The losses are not small. I will report the actual situation to Hak. Hakdang Thup will compensate by giving you a special dangerous divine beast species, and Hakkuk and Teep Vu will arrive in time to support. Consider it a merit. I will report what the reward will be, but it depends on the boss's decision." Teep Vu breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Luckily we weren't investigated." Suddenly, at Koi Hung Lam, Huakak threw the file at Teep Vu's face and angrily shouted, "Almost forgot, brat, aren't you from Liu Din Chun? Why are you at Koi Hung Lam then?" Hakkuk covered her mouth to laugh secretly. Teep Vu blushed and pointed at the two people. Snapping, "You came to save Churlum Chun and To Hung." Huakak frowned coldly. "Don't pretend anymore. I'm not arguing with you. Get back to Liu Din Chun immediately." He stood up, scratched his head and muttered, "Go now, go now." Huakak turned to To Hang with a deep but solemn voice. This time, the Hua Chun's plot was exposed. "We cannot ignore To Hung's contribution. The merit belongs to you. I'm sure the boss will reward you accordingly. If you were at Koi Hung Lam now, I wouldn't let this go. The camp's warehouse has many treasures. You can choose 1 or 2 items." To Hung smiled brightly and raised his hand to respond. "If not for Lum Chun, senior brother, arriving in time, I'm afraid you wouldn't even keep your life. Or should we give this reward to Lam Chun, senior brother?" Huakak laughed heartily upon hearing this. "It's good that juniors get along. Rest assured both of you will be compensated. The reward for Lam Chun will be decided by the boss. No need to pass the buck. Now get up, let's go to the warehouse," he said, standing up. Tohang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Chairman Hua, can I choose tomorrow? Today I'm not convenient." Night finally fell. The camp gradually quieted. Tohang sat in the library, attentively reading. Long was full of enthusiasm, muttering to himself, "Stop them for half a day, that's done." Choosing treasures without reviewing the Kuyu Nyut Long Dian would be a waste. At this moment, Fong Loi Long Jia was also present in the room, obediently curled up and sleeping soundly. To Hong carefully flipped the book and continued to tell himself, "The evolution direction of divine beasts is one entity, to become a dragon reaching the peak of the plant tower." Suddenly, he stopped, furrowing his brows in confusion. Dragon transformation faces many dangers and requires countless rare materials to have even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Just then, the Tumbao Tu suddenly appeared. Tohang's eyes brightened, happily patting its head a few times, thinking that if so, the Tumbao Tu's chance to become a dragon is even higher. Just then, the treasure beast suddenly appeared. Tohang's eyes lit up happily as he patted its head a few times, thinking to himself that if so, the treasure beast's chance to evolve into a dragon was even higher. Having a treasure beast means the chance to collect 10 evolution materials will increase significantly. He held the book, and images of the treasure beast gradually evolving into a magnificent and powerful dragon appeared in his mind. He read passionately as if celebrating the method of the Keelin's evolution into a dragon. The treasure beast's dragon evolution didn't have just one path, but compared to the Keelin's more than 10 ways to become a dragon, the treasure beast only had 9 ways. However, 8 of those have the treasure-seeking beast's power after transformation belonging to the dragon transformation race system, opposing the lamb system, with only 1 path. Retaining the treasure absorption ability of the treasure-seeking beast after transforming into a dragon, To hang, seriously flipped to the next page, silently telling myself to still focus on the mysterious system. After reading, he carefully studied with eyes fixed on the book. Finally, he gently put the book down, his heart full of determination. To hang stood up. He told himself to wait until morning to go to the warehouse to find treasures. Early the next morning at the Khoi Hung Lam camp, To hang and Fong Loi Long XA stepped toward the giant tiger lying obediently on the ground. He muttered, "No, I can't go to the warehouse right now." Hakyuk immediately turned around upon hearing that, looking at him curiously. She held a brush in one hand, bathing the red flame tiger. She spoke. "Chairman Hua asked me to pass on the message. One of our observation posts has detected signs of the fire tremor crime. This matter cannot be delayed. Chairman Hua has already been there since last night." She paused, then added teasingly, "Who told you not to go last night? Your reward has to wait for him to come back." To hang suddenly realized something, his eyes flashing. He turned to look at Fong Loi Long XA lying quietly on the ground and whispered, "Long XA TICH." "I suddenly thought of a big deal," he said, smiling slyly, making Fong Loi Long XA slightly suspicious. Suddenly it dashed away, wagging its tail vigorously. Hak Kook watched, shaking her head in frustration. This little junior brother is always like this every day. In another forest, To hang and Fong Loi Long XA pushed through dense trees. He walked while thinking silently. Sister Hak Kook, bathing the red flame tiger, has awakened. But the Khoi Hung Lam's fierce beasts definitely have no one to care for them. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with a strange light, as if a bold idea just came to him. Don't tell me this special method has been compromised this time. The fierce beasts of Khoi Hung Lam are also heavily injured, he thought, then quickened his pace, leaving Fong Loi Long XA with its tail, bandaged from the wound. Trailing slowly behind, To hang continued to ponder. The Old Sun Dragon classic record suitable places for fierce beasts, combined with their gentle nature. If the treasure-seeking beast finds the materials, the chance will be even greater. He unconsciously sped up, excitedly saying, "Who says the way to get fierce power fruit must be through battle? Long XA TICH. We must grasp the remaining time at Khoi Hung Lam to take another step forward." The little green dragon Fong Loi Long XA tilted its head in confusion, its eyes sparkling with doubt. Finally, the scene appeared truly warm. To hang, the giant fierce beast, and Fong Loi Long XA sat together. Under To hang's guidance, they enjoyed a fragrant grilled meat meal with smoke rising thickly. Thanks to the treasure-seeking beast Long XA TICH and the special method in the Old Sun Dragon Classic, one person and two beasts created a delicious meal. Filled with laughter, Sister carefully bathed the fierce beasts of Khoi Hung Lam, harvesting quite a few spoils. Besides 3 fierce power fruits, there were also some rare bird eggs, all swallowed greedily by Long XA TICH. The atmosphere was previously full of joy. The group of people and beasts laughed and enjoyed the warm moment together. But as the sunset just fell, an unexpected incident occurred. The strong, fierce beast that was playing happily with Fong Loi Long XA and To hang suddenly became ferocious. Its eyes blazing red like fire stared at the green dragon. The system panel flashed, displaying the skill Bear Roar Awakening, level 4. The fierce beast charged fiercely, emitting a resounding roar, causing To hang and the treasure-seeking beast to be startled and alarmed. As the bear charged, To hang hurriedly shouted a warning to Fong Loi Long XA. "Long XA TICH, our method is very good, so it wants to reward you with a battle. You must try your best." The green dragon, hearing this, became furious, turning to face the bear, raising its sharp claws. The system panel immediately displayed the skill, Beast System, 4-limbed Pan Long XA TICH, which did not back down and immediately counterattacked, but the tail wound was still not healed. Making it slower, To hang worriedly muttered, "Oh no, Long XA TICH's tail still hasn't recovered." The fierce beast took advantage, smashing its head hard against Long XA TICH's head, causing it to fall painfully without time to react. Not stopping, the giant bear raised its claws and grabbed Long XA TICH's neck, causing it to fall down with panic in its eyes. To hang witnessed this and shouted, "Long XA TICH, why admit defeat? We can't beat you yet, your wounds haven't healed." The two beasts glared at each other with hostile eyes. The cold, sharp eyes of the bear hide became even more terrifying as its sharp claws raised, ready to scratch Long XA TICH. Fortunately, with his firm six-pack abs, Long XA TICH timely used his hand to block the attack. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light flashed, binding the system board's eyes again. Skill display, Dragon Might, Dragon Claw Battle Skill. Long XA TICH suddenly evolved, radiating a powerful and terrifying aura. Tohang couldn't hide his joy upon seeing the Dragon Might Dragon Claw Battle Skill. The bear hide witnessed the terrifying transformation. Panicked, it shrank its body and hurriedly fled deeper into the forest. Tohang looked at the dragon with a bright smile. He raised his hand to rub Long XA Tich's head, his voice full of satisfaction. You've unlocked level 4 ability. Long XA Tich felt the warmth from his hand. Happily accepting it, his eyes sparkled with faith. To Hong looked at the scene before him, excitedly exclaimed, I didn't expect you to win thanks to the innate Dragon Might skill already awakened to level 4. But before he could rejoice for long, Long XA Tich was suddenly thrown out. To Hong was surprised. Worried voice. Long XA Tich, why did you suddenly? Before he could finish, both he and Long XA Tich were swept up into the air, surrounded by a mysterious purple light so strong that the wind howled. The bandages wrapped around Long XA Tich's tail burst open and fell off. The system board flashed, displaying the words, Long XA Tich has reached late maturity, so this dragon has entered a new stage of maturity. The situation was filled with surprise and power. To Hong witnessed Long XA Tich's transformation firsthand and couldn't help but be amazed by its new aura. He happily hugged the dragon tightly, shouting, Late maturity! Long XA Tich has finally reached late maturity. Meanwhile, Koi Hung Lam, the chairman, received news from Hak Kuk. His face was both joyful and astonished. What? To Hong's Long XA Tich has reached late maturity already? He quickly jumped off his horse to ask if it was true. Hak Kuk nodded and replied immediately, Yes, it's true. Unbelievable. Chairman Hua turned to Lum Chun standing nearby. He asked again, At the training ground? Yes, Hak Kuk quickly answered, right at the front gate of the Koi Hung Lam camp. From afar, a man hurried toward To Hung, his voice urgent. To Hung! To Hung! Lam Chun was feeding the beasts. Seeing him, he happily shouted, Chairman, you're back! Chairman Hua nodded with a deep voice. Yes, finished handling that convoy, so I was a bit delayed. I heard that. To Hung's Long XA Tich has broken through to late maturity. Lam Chun's eyes sparkled with joy as he responded, Yes, it's confirmed. Fully meeting the standards of late maturity, Chairman Hua was overjoyed as if he had found gold. He turned to look at To Hung. The growth speed is truly incredible. Originally, I only expected it to break into the maturity stage. Late maturity would be great if achieved. If not, within a month, it's enough to increase Long XA Tich's strength to face the 6 dueling territories. He placed his hand on To Hung's shoulder, voice full of praise. Unexpectedly, you completed the mission excellently beyond expectations. Not bad, very manly, Hakdang said. Then he turned to Lum Chun and Long XA Tit and gave orders. Lum Chun, prepare to leave early tomorrow morning to Liu Din Chun with To Hung. Arrange people to escort him back to Hakdang. To Hung had completed special training. Chairman Hua's face was radiant like a festival. He laughed loudly. Let's go, kid. Now I'll take you to the warehouse to pick out gear. To Hung's eyes widened and mouth dropped open as he hurriedly spoke. Worried voice. Chairman, the person just returned hasn't rested yet. Or should he rest a bit? Choosing tomorrow wouldn't be late. The chairman looked up sharply and glanced sideways. If we delay until now, I'll consider it as 7 already. Originally agreed on 2 items, now adding 1 more. But inside the Koi Hung Lam camp warehouse, only To Hung, the spirit beast on his shoulder, and Chairman Hua stepped into the magnificent castle. To Hung seemed to see something. His eyes shone brightly like stars. Really can choose freely? Yes. The chairman turned back with a generous smile. Behind him seemed to be hidden tons of dazzling gold, along with more than a ton of gold behind the gear. Just pick whatever you want. Hearing this, To Hung excitedly dashed toward the pile of gold, shouting, Yes, sir! In the room filled with gold, silver, and treasures, only To Hung and the spirit beast on his shoulder were amazed by the splendid treasure. He exclaimed in astonishment, This is Koi Hung Lam's warehouse. He continued with sparkling eyes. Koi Hung Lam's territory is vast. Not only forests, but also lakes, streams, valleys, temples, and even mausoleums. Each area contains various rare ingredients if only 3 are selected. To Hang snapped his fingers to summon the treasure beast with a serious tone. The treasure beast was startled awake. He continued to remember the things from last night. Did I say no? He lifted it up and looked straight into its eyes seriously. If it's in this warehouse, find it. Come out, then I will help you evolve into a treasure dragon. The treasure beast seemed to understand, making strange sounds. Maru then quickly slipped from his hand and dashed like the wind to the floor. Starting with 6 bottles, To Hang murmured, Whether it's found or not completely depends on luck. But suddenly his eyes flashed a strange light. The treasure beast had crawled onto the statue of the goddess, perched right on the statue's chest. With a mischievous expression, To Hang angrily scolded the treasure beast for not being honest. If you don't hurry, I'll have the dragon snake chew you up. The treasure beast, not yet enjoying itself, was frightened and cried out Maru. Maru then hurried away. At Liu Dingzhen, a person holding a paper gently reminded, Take it easy. Place it down gently. Then he suddenly raised his voice. Be careful. This is the precious item of the Grand Mage. Everyone around focused on their work without negligence. Lam Tran looked at Tahang with a deep but caring voice. Little junior brother, recently Chairman Hua has eliminated quite a few stations of the Fire Town criminals. With their style, they will surely seek revenge on the road. Remember to be careful. Suddenly, Tich Vu appeared from nowhere, placing his hand on Tahang's shoulder, startling him. He laughed loudly. Oh wow, Lam Tran. What are you saying? Underestimating me? Tich Vu threw his arm over Tahang's shoulder, grinning slyly. Tahang, Liu Dingzhen is our turf now. I guarantee to get you there safely. Lam Tran nodded in response. All right, I'll head back now. If Chairman Hua needs me, call me. He shook Tahang's hand. Tahang smiled brightly. Little junior brother, welcome back to Koi Hung Lam. Tahang responded sincerely. Yes, I will definitely come again at this time. Thank you all for your help, he continued, smirking mockingly. Look at those two, so affectionate, huh? Then he turned to the trucks where people were standing guard. All right, check everything one more time. Let's depart. Target, Black Vine Condensation. The crowd on the other side shouted in unison with overwhelming momentum. On the outskirts of Liu Dingzhen, in a dense forest, 3 masked figures appeared stealthily, looking very suspicious. A woman wearing a mask spoke. Liu Dingzhen today. There is an escort team protecting an important figure going to Black Vine. She removed her cloak, her voice cold. According to intelligence, that figure is very likely our target. A bald man wearing a mask nodded, grinning slyly. Very good. I also received the news. Lam Tran had left Liu Dingzhen. He pointed to the map marking the route. The escort convoy of that rat will pass here. We wait for them at Bone Valley. The bald masked man hid behind thick green bushes. Holding binoculars, he watched attentively as the silhouettes of trucks gradually appeared on the distant road. His eyes flashed with cunning. From afar, the bald masked man roared arrogantly. Little mongrel, I specially formed a hunting team, just to let you feel the fear of death, kid. He raised the binoculars and continued loudly without restraint. Rest assured, I will definitely make you pay with your life for my brothers. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from behind, not far from him, startling him into panic. What's going on? Just then, Lam Tran appeared with a fire god, his eyes sharp and cold. He shouted, Don't hide in the trees anymore! The bald man trembled in fear. Lam Tran smugly continued, Your 2 teams have been dealt with by Chairman Hua. Without you, I will handle it myself. The bald man stammered nervously. No way. Lam Tran smirked, pointing forward. Then look again. Has Tahang's convoy stopped in front of Sun Dong's gate, not entering? He heard this and was so angry he choked on his words, shouting, Despicable! Daring to deceive with this news. At this moment, the 2 masked men from before lay on the ground, groaning in pain. The masked woman sneered, Despicable. Isn't it true that you are the Firetown criminals? Why suddenly? Chairman Hua appeared riding a majestic white horse. His deep voice resounded, I only want to protect the mages of the Black Vine clan. Otherwise, how could these mongrels get in here? Act now, Lam Tran. Lam Tran nodded and prepared to act with the fire god, replying, I also have this intention. Chairman Hua immediately gave orders, his voice cold as ice. Eliminate the old grudges. At this moment, the trucks finally arrived. Tahang sat inside the vehicle, thinking to himself, this kind of sabotage is definitely a dangerous breed. Senior brother Lam Tran told me we started half an hour late. Suddenly he realized something and hurriedly called out loudly from inside the car. Chairman Hua's call startled both Lam Chun and Chairman Hua. To Hung stepped out of the car, bowed his head in gratitude, and thanked Chairman Hua for the protection, promising that if he ever returned to Hakdong Bao, To Hung would definitely receive and thank Chairman Hua. Chairman Hua looked at him with gentle eyes and said, Go quickly, don't keep the boss waiting. 2 days later at Hakdang Nung Dia, the group finally arrived. Chu Hop sat on the throne, with a solemn gaze looking at To Hung, his voice deep. The journey was tough. I have heard that you have gained a lot this time. Let the VI Master see. To Hung raised his head proudly and replied, I definitely won't let you down, Master. As soon as he finished speaking, the Long XA TICH appeared, revealing a majestic figure with an imposing aura. Chu Hop saw satisfaction shining in his eyes. He stood up, stroked the Long XA TICH's fur, then carefully checked its mouth. To Hung thought anxiously to himself, He's opening the mouth of TICH. It's best you don't move. If he's unhappy, he might tear you apart. The dragon stood still, its eyes sparkling as if understanding the seriousness of the situation. Chu Hop looked at To Hung with a moment of contemplation. The Toi Ha Chun has been dealt with by many VI masters these past few days. Even the production sites of Koi Jiaplang and Trung Jiaplang have been wiped out by your senior brothers. To Hung heard this and worriedly asked the master, They won't take revenge on Koi Hung Lam, right? Chu Hop laughed loudly, full of confidence. Don't worry, the owner of Koi Hung Lam has secretly returned. He stopped, his sharp gaze piercing. Unless the Toi Hawa Chun rules, no one who comes will survive. Saying that, Chu Hop returned to the throne, his deep voice resonating. This time, the VI master is very pleased. He sat down, with a radiant expression. You have completed the special training excellently, not to mention, you also made contributions in stopping the Toihua Chun's theft. Tell me, what reward do you want? Tohang smiled brightly and pointed at Chu Hop, asking, Master, do you still have that advanced long lin reward you gave before? Could I have one more? Master Chu Hop raised an eyebrow. Just one? You made a big contribution this time and don't ask for another match? Do you want anything else? Tohang hurriedly pleaded. Master, may I request a reward for senior brother Lum Chun? Tohang recalled when at Hoi Hung Lum. If it weren't for senior brother sacrificing his main beast to save me, I probably wouldn't have made it back. Chu Hop lightly tapped the armrest, thoughtfully. Lum Chun is indeed very potential. His spiritual cultivation has reached Hua Ho. After Tet, I will arrange for someone to bring the young beast, Than Diem Leo Ho, as compensation for saving your life. Tohang was secretly pleased, thinking that the Than Diem Leo Ho is a dangerous top-tier species with only one individual. Senior brother Lam Chen has fortune in misfortune this time, Chu Herp continued in a gentle tone. Besides, I have arranged a villa for you in Hakdangbao. When you have free time, visit your sister, then move there. The 6th level battle is about to start. Don't miss the main event. Tohang bowed in gratitude. I definitely won't let you down, master. Saying that, he was about to turn and leave. But Chu Herp sighed and called him back. VI Master has one thing to teach you. You are always too humble, which isn't very good. In the world of Beast Tamers, strength is paramount. Besides the warehouse on the 2nd floor where you chose the long lin, pick 2 more items. Remember, only survivors have the right to be humble. Tohang frowned, repeating in his mind, only survivors have the right to be humble. He clasped his hands and bowed his head. Master, I remember. On the way back, Chu Hup's words made Tohang ponder deeply. After dealing with the Toi Ha Chun, he understood more and more that to be a person who preaches morals, one must first have enough strength to silence others. Riding on the back of the Feng Loi Long XA, he soared through the clouds, filled with determination. His eyes shone brightly like a flame. From outside, To Tin's clear voice rang out, making the whole house hear. She laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that's right. Little To was even bitten on the butt by a sewer rat back then. Tohang walked outside. Hearing his sister tell embarrassing stories again, he helplessly shook his head, thinking she must be bad-mouthing him to someone. Then he pushed the door open and called out loudly, Sister, come back now! Before he finished, To Tin rushed over and hugged him tightly. Both fell to the ground. To Tin lay in To Hung's arms, sobbing, Little Hung, I'm finally back. To Hung gently patted her head to comfort her. It's okay, sister. It's all over now. The two sat up. To Hung looked around and asked, Sister, who is this? To Tin smiled brightly and introduced, This is To Tin. These two are colleagues from the plantation where I manage and allocate supplies at the Resource Bureau. She pointed one by one. This is Lam Mongoyin, and this is Kim Mi-lei. They are both good friends of mine. To-hung happily waved to the two girls with a friendly gaze, but he suddenly realized To-tin was looking at him with a scheming gaze. To-hang patted her back and forced a smile. Could it be that she wanted? To-tin pulled him aside and whispered, You rotten kid. Our parents died early. You have to make me proud. Establish yourself early so the two of them in the underworld can rest easy. I've already chosen for you. Big hips make childbirth easier. This meal is also a form of help. She crossed her arms seriously. An exorcist like you who is often away from home must find someone independent. To-hang scratched her head awkwardly. Sis, I'm a bit tired. Can I rest in the room a bit? Is it okay if I don't eat? To-tin looked at her brother angrily. Despite To-hang's countless attempts to refuse, she couldn't change her sister's mind. Dinner passed in an awkward atmosphere. Until To-hang called out to the pet beast, the little beast immediately attracted the attention of the three women, Lam Mong Uyen and Kim My-la, whose eyes lit up. They were enchanted by the pet's cuteness, even though its fur was almost gone from being petted too much. Late into the night, To-tin instructed her younger brother, Teo-hang, You must definitely take my two good friends home, got it? He nodded and forced a smile. I know, sis. On the way back, Kim My-la spoke softly. To-hang, you really don't need to see us off. We live nearby. To-hang shyly scratched her head. Kim My-la pointed, Just go down that street over there. It's very close. Lam Mong Uyen nodded in agreement. That's right. To-hang, please don't trouble yourself like this. These past 4 days have been lively. I didn't expect it would tire you out so much. To-hang was smiling awkwardly when suddenly he sensed danger. He quickly raised his hand to shield the two girls. With a serious gaze, a creature resembling a rat with sharp claws and glowing red eyes bared its teeth fiercely and lunged toward them. The two girls clung to each other in fear, their faces pale. Kim My-lei trembled and exclaimed, "That's a rat? How could there be such a thing in the condensed earth?" Tahang calmly explained, "It's a low-level dangerous species, a violent beast of the condensed earth." Lam Mong Uyen was shocked. "Can a violent beast be this big?" He replied in a deep voice, "Maybe it mutated after eating the corpse of an exorcist beast. Violent beasts live in packs. You two, step back." A loud explosion rang out, debris flying everywhere. The pack of violent beasts with glowing red eyes and fierce aura slowly advanced. All three were alarmed. Kim My-le, holding a basket of chicken soup, suddenly remembered, "Oh, it's mushroom chicken. No wonder violent beasts love this dish the most." Facing the ferocity of the rats, Tahang shouted loudly and summoned a spirit beast. A giant dragon appeared. The dragon's roar echoed. The violent beasts seemed to sense the dragon's overwhelming power. They immediately hesitated. Tahang softly gave an order in a deep but sharp voice. "Slowly retreat and then run immediately." He smirked proudly. "They can run away from the dragon's roar?" The dragon instantly charged forward, chasing the pack of violent beasts. In a flash, the spirit beast's sharp claws tore the rats apart. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Not a single one survived. Tahang shouted loudly, his voice echoing after the victory. "They are low-level, dangerous species of the condensed earth violent beasts. 2 months ago, the dragon still had to deal with them carefully, but now killing them is as easy as killing chickens." Suddenly, a group of masked people appeared, holding powerful long guns. They were shocked by the bloody scene and exclaimed in unison, "Dead! They're dead!" All four violent beasts were killed. Indeed, an exorcist master. Tahang looked at them calmly and said, "This season, violent beasts' food is scarce. They will roam everywhere to find food. Please send a bloodtail quickly from the security bureau. Otherwise, if these guys rush into residential areas, there will be big trouble." The group placed their hands on their chests and shouted in unison, "Yes, thank you for the instructions, Exorcist Master." Tahang nodded and added, "Also, bring these three to the Internal Affairs Department in Than Bao. Just say it's Villa number 73. The scene shifted to the villa area of Than Bao in Black Lantern Condensed Earth, known as the Wealthy District for Exorcists. Prestigious, a series of magnificent houses appeared before them. Villa number 73. A gift from Chu Hop made Tahang, the center of envy and trouble caused by many, especially by Lo Lang, the neighbor opposite. But when Tu Tin, Tahang's sister, appeared, Lo Lang immediately fell silent and became strangely friendly. Tahang secretly suspected this guy definitely had designs on his sister. These three senior brothers were indeed timid men. The servants carefully transported Tahang's belongings, reminding each other to be careful not to dirty the exorcist master's courtyard. The bodies of the violent beasts were quickly taken away. Tahang kept them for his own purposes. As an exorcist owning two special spirit beasts, especially the giant dragon with a huge stomach, transforming into a dragon and unlocking skills required a large amount of rare materials. Ingredients like Bloodbeard Mao were previously considered strategic resources used to craft rare items. Selling in large quantities might cause an investigation and trouble, but this time the violent beast frame reminded Tahang of something. In the old Sundragon Blood Fate incense, a precious ingredient might be the key to the next evolution step of the Dragon Snake Blood Fate incense, which is undoubtedly a special type of perfume. Its principle is to simulate the blood bond connection between the tamer and the beast, creating a spiritual link in a short time. Tahang, wearing gloves and protective glasses, carefully observed the sparkling solution in his hand. Even special training students, not yet official tamers, can use Blood Fate incense to quickly establish a mental connection with their tamed beasts. With this feature, Blood Fate incense will definitely become a highly sought-after treasure. Tahang thought silently, lightly shaking the bottle of solution, his eyes flashing with excitement. Based on the method in the Old Sun Dragon Field, after extracting agarwood blood from the violent beast's corpse, adding venom from the dream nymph worm, and down feathers from moon orchid, mixing evenly and distilling it into this bottle, he admired the astonishing result and exclaimed, "Is this Blood Fate incense? If this really works, it's definitely a cheap way to make money, but will it be effective?" While pondering, a small yellow spirit beast suddenly appeared, calling out "Maru Maru." A stream of aura from Tahang's experiment area emitted the scent of Blood Fate incense. Under its effect, Tahang and the spirit beast both fell into an illusion. In that moment, Tahang transformed into a beast similar to the spirit beast, communicating in a strange language, "Maru Maru Maru Maru." In the illusion, he became the father of the spirit beast. a mature spirit beast, leading the small one out to find treasures. They discovered a huge mountain piled with treasures. The small spirit beast transformed into a swarm of fireflies, deeply moved. Tuhang held his head in pain, struggling to escape the enchantment of the scent. He shook his head to regain clarity and muttered, "This scent is truly demonic." He should quickly help the spirit beast evolve into a dragon. Tomorrow he would go to the master's warehouse to get spirit beast materials. Sitting in a corner, it called Maru Maru Maru. Then it jumped suddenly toward Tahang, who dodged in panic, almost falling and shouting, "I'm not your dad." At the Black Lantern warehouse, the chief steward crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, "Tahang, if you don't find me, I was planning to look for you too." Tuhang scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Sorry, Chief Steward. I forgot because I was moving these past few days." The Chief Steward laughed heartily, his voice clear. "I know you're busy. Follow me." A strange door appeared, entwined with tails resembling snake tails tightly wrapped around his arms. Tahang thought silently, "This is a dangerous parasitic type VI guardian beast. Mysterious divine system. Innate skill is invasiveness. It can enhance the power of the entire warehouse. The person opening this door must have the owner's permission, or they will be swallowed. Compared to the warehouse of Chairman Hua, this place is on a completely different level." The door slowly opened. The chief steward spoke with a meaningful, deep voice. "The second-floor warehouse is also an important place of Black Lantern, condensed earth. I have followed the owner for many years, but it's the first time I've seen him promise a low-level tamer to choose 3 treasures at once. Tuhang, don't disappoint the owner." Tuhang placed his hand on his chest respectfully and replied, "Yes, thank you, beloved owner, and sorry to trouble the chief steward." Entering the warehouse, Tahang couldn't help but be curious. It was very different from Chairman Hua's warehouse, the second floor of Black Lantern. Condensed earth was like a huge library. Treasures were neatly arranged and placed in glass boxes, shimmering with mystical light. Tahang thought silently, eyes sparkling. "Don't make the owner disappointed," surely meaning not to take too much, but I'm not stupid. Suddenly, an eye with many tentacles appeared before him, a dangerous type, a scout for evil spirits. Tahang immediately recognized it, silently thinking it might have light regression ability, clearer than a 10-light image. How many covetous eyes are lurking in this warehouse? He immediately summoned his spirit beast, decisively saying, "Spirit beast, this time you may only search for treasures within the Tamer's seal. Lead me to find the dragon Keelan and the other 2 dragon evolution materials." Under the guidance of the spirit beast, Tahang quickly found a high-level dragon Keelan and 100 spirit marrow. But strangely, the void seal stone was nowhere to be found. The spirit beast suddenly pointed upwards. Tahang frowned in surprise. "I already searched there earlier. This definitely isn't the void seal stone, but still." He took an item from the ceiling and carried it outside. The chief steward was already waiting in the main hall, one hand behind his back. That guy pointed at the pile of items Tahang brought. This is a high-grade dragon lion. This is spirit marrow," he was counting. He suddenly looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "Kid, why did you take down the entire ceiling?" "So that's it," Tahang said shyly. Avoiding the gaze of the chief steward, he stammered, "My house is missing a piece, but how could it have escaped the sharp eyes of a veteran like the chief steward?" he sneered with a deep voice. "Don't think you can fool me. This piece is not just any talisman or secret stone, but a secret stone is a tier 3 treasure. You're really something." Tahang could only smile wryly, smiling outwardly but thinking inwardly, "How could my eyes be poisonous? It's actually a core treasure beast. Even treasures hidden in the ceiling can be found." Back home, Tahang placed the core treasure beast on the chair and thought to himself, "Now the materials needed for the dragon transformation ritual are all complete." Saying this, he flipped through the old dragon codex, carefully reading the instructions on how to transform into a dragon. Tahang's expression was a bit silly. He was proud. "I thought the dragon snake transformation talisman would be this simple." He immediately grabbed the core treasure beast and excitedly declared, "Let's start the dragon transformation ritual." He placed the core treasure beast on the table, full of treasures. The beast's eyes shone brightly as if seeing its favorite treasure. Suddenly, a figure in a purple hooded cloak appeared, with fierce eyes and a terrifying aura. That was Chu Hop, the owner of the Black Vine sect, who had 8 disciples holding important positions in the sect. Tuhang was the 9th disciple, while the 8 senior brothers and sisters were powerful enchanters, the solid core of the Black Vine sect. This meeting turned out to be arranged by Bak Tutu and Kuna, 2 senior sisters. Bak Tutu wanted to negotiate with Lo Lang about taking over the Wild Beast Guard, and the 3 senior brothers took the opportunity for Tuhang to get acquainted with the 2 senior sisters in a cozy room. Tuhang sat with the senior brothers and sisters, enjoying tea and chatting. Kuna, a beautiful girl with jade green hair, raised her teacup. That guy rested his chin and spoke gently. I heard the master wants you to form the 8th Wild Beast Guard team." Are the team members and followers fully assembled? Bok Tutu, with elegant purple hair, held the teacup with both hands. She replied, "The followers are complete, just choosing the final member." Tu Hang suddenly became alert, his eyes showing curiosity. Kuna, still sipping tea, immediately noticed and said, "Little junior brother, if you don't understand something, just ask. We know. The Wild Beast Guard is a special team, formed by the enchanters of the Black Vine sect. Not only Black Vine, but other enchanter sects also establish wild beast guards. Their main purpose is to hunt dangerous young beasts in the wild and collect 10 treasures. They are mysterious figures cloaked head to toe." Kuna continued, explaining softly but clearly. Each wild beast guard of the Black Vine sect consists of 4 enchanters and 12 followers, forming a team. So far, the Black Vine sect has a total of 7 wild beast guards, but all the enchanter beasts chosen by our enchanters are brought back from the wild beast guard, so this is an extremely important organization. She turned to Bok Tutu and smiled. "Tutu, senior sister, can you introduce me to a promising new member?" "Not yet," she continued. "There is a young lady who became an enchanter 2 years ago, named Luna. She owns the enchanter pets Iron Horse, Thuk Kai, and An Min Butterfly, both strategic race types. Not bad, mid-level danger. Recently, she also acquired a high-level dangerous blood enchanter species, Li Ao Sin. She is a short-haired, beautiful girl, rated as having outstanding ability and potential." Tahang heard this and suddenly remembered an old acquaintance, thinking, "Luna, Iron Horse Thuk, and An Min Butterfly. Aren't they teammates who fought with me in the 6 land duel? Is she a blood enchanter? Looks like everyone is working hard." Bok Tu sighed with a hint of helplessness, but still couldn't keep up with your current formation. "At that time, taking care of new members will be tiring." Lo Lang put down the teacup with a proud smile. "To senior brother, introduce me to an excellent person with great potential who can absolutely meet all your needs." Bok Tu tilted her head and asked, "Okay?" Lo Lang immediately pointed at Tahang. Bok Tu was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, so it's the little junior brother's talent. I told senior sister that when the time comes, senior sister will give me good stuff." Tahang, sitting quietly, was suddenly pulled in. Startled, he exclaimed, "Huh? What talent?" Kuna quickly intervened, glancing at Lo Lang, the third elder. "Stop joking, little junior brother has only been an enchanter for 3 months. Sending him to the Wild Beast Guard isn't pushing him into the fire, is it?" Bok Tutu was even more surprised. "Huh? Stop joking. Little junior brother just became a royal beast master 3 months ago. Sending him to guard wild beasts isn't like throwing him into the fire, right?" Bok To was even more surprised. "Little junior brother is new, but senior brother talked all afternoon." He laughed loudly, putting down his teacup confidently. "No mistake. The senior brother in the Thew sect is our little junior brother, To Hung." He patted To Hung's shoulder and continued, "Senior brother isn't joking, little seven. Don't think just because little junior brother has been a royal beast master for only 3 months and has only 1 royal beast, but it's a dangerous top-tier species. A month ago, little junior brother's Long XA TICH reached mid-maturity while training in the northern defense line, relying on his talent. After returning from Koi Hung Forest, it is feared that it is about to reach the late growth stage." Lo Lung crossed his arms on his hips. His face was gleeful and proudly confident. "So, a top-tier dangerous species at the late growth stage. Can this be considered an extremely outstanding newcomer?" The 2 senior sisters sitting there briefly changed expressions. Bak Toto asked the little junior brother in surprise. "The dragon snake essence is really about to reach the late growth stage." Kuna waved his hand and smiled brightly. "Oh wow, just call the junior brother to show everyone." The ring on To Hung's hand flashed a mystical purple light as he summoned a spirit beast. Shouting loudly, a giant beast appeared. The overwhelming aura blew the tables and chairs in the room apart. To Hung paled slightly, thinking about the furniture. Lo Lung laughed loudly, watching the scene. "This physique and aura are definitely late growth stage. No mistake." Knowing the little junior brother has ability, To Hung hurriedly replied awkwardly, "No, just yesterday it was late stage." Kuna smiled gently. "Junior brother, the senior sister sees you still lack practical experience. The wild beast guards of the senior sister will lead you to train in real combat." To Hung realized her intention to recruit. Before he could react, Bak Toto quickly interrupted. 7 senior sisters' wild beast guards are already full. I'm still missing one." Kuna laughed teasingly. "All right, just teasing you. Junior brother will be yours from now on." The 2 bantered back and forth, ignoring To Hong standing there thinking he hadn't agreed yet. A knock sounded outside. Lo Lung wondered, "Are there many guests today?" A young man entered, eyes searching, coming to find To Hong. It was Julie's male team. So Tohung planned to bring blood affinity incense to Jolie's shop. To sell it in order to deal with the 6 territorial duels, he intended to exchange all blood affinity incense for diamonds to quickly strengthen the dragon snake essence. Blood affinity incense is a new medicine never before seen in black condensation territory. Each vial is priced exorbitantly at 100,000. Therefore, Tohung only dared to bring it to the pharmacy, but the effect was not as expected. Today, the secret team came urgently. Master To, I want to buy more than 10 vials of blood affinity incense. Tohung replied calmly. It's been over 10 days since we took it to sell. You want to buy more than 10 vials at once? I don't do business like this. Jolie, Tim's father, clasped his hands carefully and quickly explained. You misunderstand, Master To. I pay in cash, and I'll take as many as you have. Tim Chen stepped forward, holding up a stack of cards. His eyes sparkled. Master To, each card here has 1 million. My father prepared them. Tohung suddenly had a strange thought. How did everything go so smoothly? At the shop, the transaction proceeded unexpectedly well. Tim, the young man, spoke happily. Master To, then we exchange money for goods. If you have new items later, you can come find me anytime. Tohung nodded in response. Thanks for your hard work. But just after leaving, he saw Jolie, Tim's father, looking displeased. He glared at his son, making Tim panic. Jolie gave Tim a hard slap on the head and shouted, What are you standing there for? Come help quickly. Tim rubbed his head in pain, wondering, Father, why did you tell Master To to sell it? The vials were clearly put inside the cabinet. A batch of Tohung's blood affinity incense vials were still intact in the cabinet, but Jolie deliberately lied. Tim continued anxiously, There are so many vials. If we can't sell them, it's over. But Jolie remained calm, smirking. You rotten kid, you're still too inexperienced. Not to mention a new royal alchemist, even an experienced one. A former tamer of royal beasts will need this. Once it's out there, supply won't meet demand. Tim foolishly smiled, rubbing his head. Father, you're not a royal alchemist. What's so good about this? Just as he finished speaking, he got hit again. Jolie shouted, No future for you! Do you know who Master To is? He's the genius disciple of the Heavenly Lord, a top-tier gifted royal alchemist. He even created such an effective perfume. Characters like him, even if bankrupt, would find a way to buy it. How can you do business only looking at immediate profit? At this moment, Tim cried miserably, Father, please don't hit me. Let's just talk. Don't hit me, okay? The scene shifted to the room of the senior brothers. 6 stood on the podium. Their voices echoed clearly. This 6-territory duel concerns the honor of black condensation territory. For each of us, this is a significant opportunity. If we gain fame, the path to becoming royal alchemists will be even wider. Remember, we are a team and must unite and support each other, understood? Everyone below shouted in unison with soaring morale, clear and loud. 6. No nodded and continued. Very good. Everyone get on the vehicle and prepare to depart. Vuong Hien, you and Lak Sung sit in vehicle number 3. Lona and Lam Vu Han sit in vehicle number 2. Tahang and T sit in vehicle number 1. The whole team immediately moved quickly. Decisive actions, ready for the journey ahead. Vuong Huan growled angrily. Why aren't we sitting together? 6 knew, the chief instructor. Why do good things always happen to that damn Tahang? Lak Sung quickly spoke up to comfort Vuong. That brat has only been a mage for a few days. As chief instructor, I'm afraid we'll bully him. Don't be angry, we still have time to teach him. The convoy started rolling. Compared to Koi Hung Lam's duel arena, the 6 new duel zone was a bit more condensed. But thanks to smooth roads, it only took about 2 days to arrive. This time, besides the Black Ridge Fortress, there was also Hong Ha Town, Thiet Cham City, Lian Ung Fortress, Lon XA Town, and Lu Can Town participated. Each faction had its own schemes, making the outcome hard to predict. The 4 convoys crossed many lands and stopped at a forest with rows of preset tents. 6 Engu sat in the command chair with a decisive tone. Team 3, everyone is responsible for night watch, then check the camp duties. Team 1 and Team 2 go get food and drinks. Everyone responded in unison with soaring morale. Yes, I am Tahang, preparing the food. Thinking silently, the chief instructor probably still needs some time to warm them up. Suddenly, he exclaimed with bright eyes. Huh? It's a soul beast! Amazing! Come here, little master, the Fireheart soul beast is here. His eyes sparkled. Tu Hang exclaimed excitedly. It's a Long Lin, a high-level dragon lion of the dragon bloodline system. But then he propped his chin thoughtfully. Wait a minute. Could it be that after swallowing the talisman, the soul beast can fly? The beasts hugged each other affectionately, looking very cute. Tahang looked at the soul beast, thinking it was really lucky. Any 6. Engu clapped loudly and shouted, Everyone, let the mages eat first. Tahang needs to maintain the mage's state. Then she turned to the others and asked, Where is Tahang? Lak Sung was cutting food and replied, He doesn't know where he got it from. The Bloodlin beast was nurturing its feelings over there. It's just a hybrid mixed with a miscellaneous beast. The soul beast heard the criticism. Angry, it struggled and shouted, "You scoundrel, disrespecting me." Tahang pretended to clear his throat, thinking silently, the Bloodlin beast is just a red Lin beast, Lin armor beast, or fire Lin beast, dangerous species born with scales. The hybrid Bloodlin beast is the offspring of Lin beasts and other dangerous creatures of the same system, usually mixed with hybrids. Its power is quite weak. The dogmouth speaking human language showed that the dissatisfied were not just one, he thought while stroking the soul beast's head with a gentle gaze. Vuong Huan put his hands on his hips with a disdainful tone. Isn't that a hybrid mixed with a miscellaneous beast? The 6 Ngu duel is about to start, and you still don't know when to feed them? Vuong Huan clicked his tongue with contempt. I have to say it again. The soul beast is so lazy, no matter how capable it is. Come on, let's feed the soul beasts. Ignore him. A series of mighty spirit beasts appeared. Steel armor, high mountain lion master. A 4-legged beast looked like a lion but exuded a fiercer aura. Steel armor beetle wore armor as hard as steel. Iron horse, Thukon, Mian Diep, Bloodmaster, red demon, electric tail swallow from birds to beasts. Each looked terrifying, making the atmosphere tense. Lam Vuhan spoke with a gentle but firm tone. The 6 chief instructors said, "We represent the Black Ridge condensed land this time as one team and must unite. Speaking ill of others is not good." Laksung ignored and summoned his spirit beast, a blazing red beast like a flame with overwhelming aura. He sneered. "A team is also AI strong, then that person drags the weak. That drags the whole team down. In the end, we still have to rely on my Vuong." Suddenly, Laksung's spirit beast panicked and retreated. Tu Hang appeared, followed by Long XA TICH, majestic and proud. With overwhelming aura, the dragon rushed forward and knocked Laksung's spirit beast far away without mercy. Laksung angrily shouted, "To family, what do you mean?" Tu Hang pretended to be surprised and replied, "Calling me?" Laksung gritted his teeth in anger. "You want to provoke me, right?" Blood-fierce river spirit beast also growled, exuding ferocity. I, Tahang, pretended to explain calmly. No misunderstanding. Look, didn't I just give orders to Long XA TICH? It's in a bad mood. Maybe someone spoke ill of it. Immediately, Long XA TICH pinned the steel armor koi down. Tahang exclaimed with a startled look. "Oh my god! Long XA TICH, why are you doing this? Doing this makes it hard for me." "Yes," Vuong Huan shouted loudly with anger. "Tuhang, next is Lak Sung. What exactly do you want to do?" "We are a team. Don't you know we need to unite?" Tu Hang smiled and replied with their own words. "A mixed breed going with a mixed beast like me. Being a little rude is normal, and in a team, you have to listen to whoever is stronger. Dragging the weak is dragging the whole team down, right?" They were so angry their faces turned purple but couldn't do anything. Vuong Huan yelled. Tahang smugly continued to provoke. "At the end, you still have to rely on me, Vuong. Vuong, try training. Maybe you can't beat me." Vuong Huan tried to avoid, voice trembling. "I mean the beast, not your Long XA TICH. You misunderstood, right?" Tahang smirked, cold eyes. "Only the strong have the right to be arrogant, scared?" He didn't give the other side a chance to refuse and continued provoking. "We are a team, aren't we? If you don't dare, both you and Lak Sung come up. My Long XA TICH 1 against 4. 6. Nagu stood aside, thinking silently. This little Tahang was normal at the training camp, didn't expect him to have such a tough side. Interesting. I, Tahang lead Long XA TICH, here's the challenge. Even you don't dare to bully me. Both of you come up. Vuong Huan couldn't contain his anger and shouted, "Damn it, do you think you're a senior so you can do whatever you want?" "I'm willing to risk it with you, brother," he continued coldly. "Simple strategy, effective. But against absolute power, it's just child's play. Go ahead, Long XA TICH, don't use too much force. Once you slip, you'll kill him immediately." Instantly, the spirit beasts rushed at each other. The result was only one. Lak Sung's and Vuong Huan's spirit beasts were torn apart by Long XA TICH. Scared, retreating, other spirit beasts continued to charge forward, unleashing Long Ui. Long Trao's fierce force and speed were all knocked away by Tu Hang's Long XA TICH. The witnesses were shocked, terrified, wondering since when he had become so strong. After the battle, everyone's attitude towards Tu Hang changed, becoming gentler and more respectful. Lak Sung spoke softly, stepping forward. "Brother, do you want some dried beef?" Tu Hang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is it salty?" "Last time you brought it, it was very salty," Lak Sung quickly replied with a sly fox face. "Not salty, not salty. Last time was because I didn't think it through. Brother Toe, try tasting it. If it's salty, I'll rinse it with clean water. Guaranteed it won't be salty anymore." Those around could only remain silent, speechless. At Lak Sung's sudden change of attitude, Luna muttered sarcastically, What a talent! Why didn't I notice before? Lam Wuhan continued, looking at Vuong Huan. Vuong Hian, do you think so? Vuong Huan pretended not to know. What? I don't know anything. Tahang ate while thinking silently. Respecting stronger power is the belief of wild people. Like Lak Sung, not uncommon, even if SAO is a team member, just turn a blind eye. The convoy continued rolling toward Hong Fong Valley, the venue for the 6-region duel, famous for its brilliant Hong Fong trees. The main architecture was made of thunderstone, built by the 6 major condensed regions together. Though iron red, it was durable and didn't need frequent repairs. Except during duels, this place was quiet with no inhabitants. The judges of the 6-region duel included mages leading teams from Blackvine, Hong Hat, Chan Thiet Cham, Dan Lien, Ung Bao, Lon Za Chan, and Lu Van Chan. Each judge was a professional mage, ensuring fairness for the competition and representing the honor of their condensed region. The car stopped. Everyone got out one by one. Tahang was slightly surprised, eyes showing curiosity. 6. Nu seemed to guess his thoughts and spoke to explain, they are from Hongha Town, the relationship with them is not bad. A voice came from afar. 6 Nu, are you leading the team? 6. Engu smiled brightly and replied, long time no see, Coffee. Didn't expect Hong Hat. You guys are the first to arrive. Ko-Fi smiled brightly and replied, of course we have to come a bit early, otherwise, the good wine of Black Vine would be all taken by others. She tilted her head teasingly, missing AI, but can't miss you either. Suddenly, a loud honk startled everyone. Kofi's expression immediately turned angry. A car stopped, honking loudly. Ko-Fi rushed over and stomped hard on the car, shouting loudly. 2 men got out. Seeing Ko-Fi, they forced a smile. Who pissed her off? They were 2 players from Chan Thiet Cham, Vuong Mien, and Thiet Mat. The team leader with fiery red hair, Thiet Mat, spoke gently. It's just an object without a soul. Why do you stomp on it? Kofi shouted angrily. Who told you to honk so loudly? Damn annoying. Thiet Mat sighed and tried to calm me down. Seeing everyone was present, I just pressed to greet, but it was my fault. I almost punished myself with a drink. Kofi snorted coldly, refusing, and no punishing with plum wine either. The good wine of Black Dragon, not a drop for you. Thiet Mat smiled and continued to soothe her anger. Vuong Mien. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold as he recognized a familiar face. Tu Hang stood beside him, silently thinking about the team leader of Thiet Cham Thon SAO that night. The gunshot rang out, signaling everyone to lose sleep. Teams arrived one after another, but luckily, all were present. The next morning, according to tradition, the referee announced the official start of the 6th land duel with a fair scoring system. 30 participants drew lots randomly. Winning a match earned 1 point, losing deducted 1 point. The top 8 scorers would enter the quarterfinals. Tu Hang faced Li Tuequang, Tu Dai Trang fought Van Le. At the registration site, Ko-Fi reminded Tu Hang in a serious tone that the competition rules allowed each person to register only 2. Beast Tamers, don't try any tricks. Tu Hang nodded, thinking that Long XA TICH was easy to use, but for the rare Long Thu, it was best not to reveal it. Otherwise, others might covet it. He just wrote, and a pink-haired guy glared at him mockingly from behind, unexpectedly. In a big place like Black Dragon, gathering the best, there was this kind of trash bringing hybrid Qilin beasts to join, just giving away points here at the Hong Fong Valley Arena. A person stood center stage, voice booming. The first match rule is individual combat. Each tamer can switch beasts at least once. Beasts losing willpower or unable to continue would be considered defeated. Thiet Mat loudly announced, Black Dragons to hang versus Lu Van Chan. Van Hoa shouted provocatively, bring out your beast. The bomb of Black Dragon was the beast beside him, Van Bao, a dangerous mid-level species. Tahang calmly replied, 2 of mine? AI is the bomb. Based on this mid-level beast, I'm afraid you can't beat Lak Sung. Van Hoa confidently responded arrogantly, don't worry, little guy. Although you only have a hybrid Qilin beast, I won't bully you. Until our friendship ends, Beast Tamers cultivate with heart as the priority. Even if I'm much stronger than you must dare to challenge. The stands buzzed. Many disliked his arrogant attitude. They shouted in unison, a dangerous mid-level species acting tough? Then fight already. Don't waste time. Tahang summoned his spirit beast. Long XA TICH appeared with sharp eyes. Even the beast showed contempt for the opponent, but Van Hoa naively didn't recognize it and asked, Qilin TICH has no fighting intelligence? It's probably not a high-level species. Van Bao charged fiercely. But before touching Long XA TICH, it was easily thrown far away. Van Hoa panicked, sweating, stammering. What trick is he using? Thiet Mat, from the referee position, announced loudly, Black Dragons to hang wins the match. Van Hoa, call out your second beast. Van Hoa, still fearless, loudly accused the referee. I report he's cheating. Thiet Mat sneered. Kid, do you not even recognize the dangerous top-level Long XA TICH? Really clueless. Van Hoa was stunned, wondering, isn't Long XA TICH his hybrid Qilin beast? Gritting his teeth firmly, then I won't give up. He called out the Diep Vi beast, but the result was unchanged. The beast was easily thrown away by Long XA TICH. The stands erupted with shouts of unfairness and protests. Black Dragon sent another Beast Tamer with a dangerous top-level species, yes, a late-stage elite. Lak Sung now seemed like a fan of Tahang, shouting loudly in support, "That's nothing! My Long XA TICH hasn't matured yet. Even if it's just 1 day short, it's against the rules. If you have the ability, then go capture a dangerous top-level species." He turned to the man in purple with a proud look. Fan, huh? Honestly, everyone, Tahang is amazing. Others grew up inside beast eggs, but when they became tamers, those beasts lined up waiting for Tahang to choose. Understand what a genius is? What real strength is? Looking at Tuhang, Luna glanced at Vuong Huan, who turned pale and quickly said, I swear, getting beaten by Tuhang would make me stupid. No way would I or you be like that. How could I go with someone like that? Looking at To An, Luna glanced at Vuong Huan and saw his face turn pale, quickly saying, I swear, if I get beaten stupid by To Hang there, no way. Neither I nor you will ever be like that. How could I go with someone like that? I don't know him. The first round of the 6 territories duel is a clash of masters from all levels. People like To Hang, with superior strength, easily wipe out opponents in one move. However, there are those who hide real talent. Besides To Hang's undefeated record, Vuong Huan of the Black Lantern sect also exploded with power, making his evenly matched opponent suffer greatly. The match lasted 90 minutes in a fierce, breathless arena before a winner was decided. Lona earned 1 point, Vuong Huan lost 1 point. Laksung lost 1 point, Lumvuhun lost 1 point. By the 4th round, To Hang faced off against Vuong Win. The player from Thi Chum City possessed 2 dangerous high-level breeds. Ki Than Thuk, one of the strong candidates for the quarterfinals. Both To Hang and Vuong Mien had 3 wins. Based on previous year's experience, they needed to win all 5 matches to qualify for the quarterfinals. So this match was extremely important for both, To Hang thought silently, his eyes sharp. The reinforced beast has a natural talent skill of the reinforced iron system. The black tiger claw will use reinforcement to increase defense and also control bleeding. He wants to use reinforced iron defense to fight Long XA TICH, trading damage for damage. I'm not falling for that, he shouted decisively. Long XA TICH used Earth Force self-detonation. He silently calculated, relying on the Earth system's recovery ability, combined with reinforcement and malicious bullet attacks at maximum power. Although it couldn't kill, it was enough to make the opponent hard to deal with. This was a newly upgraded attack move when Long XA TICH reached maturity. In the late stage, Long XA TICH launched the move, instantly knocking the enemy far away in the Hongfong Valley arena. The stands erupted with shouts and discussions. Someone exclaimed, luckily the referee stopped it in time, or something serious would have happened. Another person added, that's right, it was really dangerous. The announcement echoed, first match, Black Claw Fortress, To Hang wins. Vuong Mien thought silently, a cunning gleam in his eyes. After this match, Long XA TICH must have exhausted a lot of energy. His second beast, Tap Huit Lon Thu, probably doesn't have much power to act as a star in such a short time. He nurtured a dangerous breed to late maturity and still had time to raise other beasts. He summoned a spirit beast. Come out, he shouted. After observing the tail-reinforced beast, To Hang thought to test Long XA TICH with malicious bullets, gradually recovering stamina with that move, but Vuong Mien's spirit beast was unfazed. He proudly shouted, reinforced beast is truly my main force. I won't lose again. Vuong Mien launched a more vicious move, reinforced sudden tail combined with level 4 awakening skill, sudden tail extreme. The audience sweated nervously at the terrifying power of the spirit beast. Someone said, level 4 awakening skill, this is no longer the realm of a novice. I'm doomed. To Hang's second beast is nothing special. This time he's definitely dead. Lak Sung angrily shouted louder than the crowd. What nonsense is that? My boss definitely has a trick left. Someone tightly gripped his hand and shouted louder. Definitely has. Back to the match. Vuong Mien raised his hand, signaling an attack. Long XA TICH was knocked down by the reinforced beast. To Hang gritted his teeth. Angry, malicious bullets were like a breeze against reinforcement. Only malicious radiation could break defense. Vuong Mien taunted confidently. To Hang admitted defeat. Fine, then you win. Let's continue like this. With your ability, third-place contest is definitely no problem. Continuing only benefits others, To Hang sneered coldly. It's not that easy to give up. He responded with sharp eyes. All right, then you win too, Vuong Mien shouted while launching a move. Wait to lose. The dual-tailed reinforced beast, Tohung's spirit beast, was still crushed to the ground. The advantage clearly leaned towards Vuong Mian. He sneered arrogantly. Useless. This attack can't be defended, Tohung calmly replied. What if I add a little more? The situation instantly reversed. Long XA TICH emitted a terrifying energy, knocking Vuong Mian's dual-tailed reinforced beast far away. The audience on the stands anxiously stood up, shouting non-stop. A thrilling, breathtaking battle. The arena terrain completely destroyed. Two spirit beasts roared, confronting each other with an aura as if tearing the space apart. Vuong Mian began to worry. He thought silently, exerting so much effort isn't beneficial for me. Long XA TICH can recover and replenish energy anytime. Taking a risk, he didn't give up and launched a much more vicious move. Reinforced strike tail dance with multiple spikes on his body. Then the reinforced beast dashed toward Long XA TICH. Vuong Mian shouted loudly, controlling the opportunity. Reinforced fierce tail strike. Long XA TICH was hit. A thorny vine wrapped tightly around his waist, he fiercely roared, "Pull it here," but the situation suddenly reversed. The thorny vine shattered into small pieces. Long XA TICH's level 4 awakening skill, Dragon Might Claw Strike, exploded with power. Vuong Mian was stunned, exclaiming, "No!" Long XA TICH threw the claw strike at the enemy, ending the match in the blink of an eye. The secret system announced loudly, the second match, Black Claw Bao. Tahang wins. Tahang wins 5 consecutive matches, proudly advancing to the quarterfinals. The teams entering the quarterfinals include Black Claw Bao, Lian Ying Bao, Liu Van Chan, Hong Hat Chan, and Lone XA Chan, each with 1 player. All are masters from major condensation areas. Unfortunately, Vuong Mian of Thiet Cham Than was eliminated by Tahang using the Dragon Pan battle. Only 6 players remain. BA wins 1, loses 1, chosen with BA points. Unfortunately, other players of Black Claw Bao not on the list were eliminated after the first round. Vuong Mian, although defeated, his strength is recognized without doubt. The quarterfinals are set, waiting for tomorrow's decisive battle. The quarterfinal rules are simple. Direct elimination matches. Winners advance, losers are eliminated. Tahang was lucky to draw first and face Li Fi of Lian Ying Bao. Considered the weakest in the quarterfinals, before the fight, Li Fi spoke with a trembling voice. "Master Tahang, I concede." Tahang modestly replied calmly, "Too kind, Master Li Fi. Recover well, and if there is a chance next time, I hope to fight you again." The stands exploded with cheers. What? In less than 20 seconds, 2 spirit beasts fell. The difference in level is too great, clearly visible. Another person echoed, "Exactly, exactly." Lak Sung laughed proudly. A rookie like Lian Ying Bao loses 1 beast after another. Brother 2 is truly overbearing, unleashing moves unlike anyone else. Watch and learn. This is the true strength of Black Claw Bao, a bald-headed guy. Hoak Hong of Hong Hat Chan angrily narrowed his eyes but said nothing. The secret system stood in the middle of the arena, voice booming. Today's 2 matches, Liu Kuang of Liu Van Chan versus Tran Din Hien of Lone XA Chan. The purple-clad woman Liu Kuang represents Liu Van Chan, possessing a special and dangerous spirit beast species. Hong Kuk Toa Lang, and a dangerous high-level species, Liu Fong Thuong Chuan Nam, blonde-haired Tran Din Hien of Lone XA Chan, controls a dangerous mid-level species, long-range sword path, and a special dangerous species, Fire Kirin Beast. The duel was undoubtedly a bitter battle. Liu Fong Thuong Chuan's green fur prepared the long-range sword path, cutting down countless. But finally, Liu Kuang used the highest-level BA wind system skill, Awakening, defeating the opponent. In the second match, Liu Fong Thuong Chuan had not yet exhausted the Fire Kirin Beast's stamina before being defeated. Liu Kuang summoned Hong Kuk Toa Lang, her strongest spirit pet, to fight. However, Hong Kuk Toa Lang was no match for the Fire Kirin Beast. Not wanting the match to be dominated, Tran Din Hien had to leave the game regretfully, meaning Lone XA Chan officially withdrew from the competition. The second match, Ko Mai Nuk of Hong Ha Chan faces the main frame of Lian Ying Bao. Ko Mai Nuk's spirit beasts include special dangerous species Great King Seed and high-level dangerous species Black Needle Blood Seed. The main frame possesses high-level dangerous species Fire Violent Orb and Violent T-Beast in the first match. Black Needle Blood Seed with a hard defensive shell lashes its tail strongly, teaching Fire Violent Orb a lesson, but unexpectedly. Fire Violent Orb grabbed the tail, threw the opponent to the ground. When everyone thought the match was over, Fire Violent Orb launched a critical strike, reversing the situation. In the second match, the mainframe summoned Violent T-Beast intending to attack with firepower, but Great King, Seed of Komainak, threw the opponent straight to the ground. The mainframe lost due to bad luck, leaving regret for Lian Ying Bao. Ko Mai Nuok proudly advanced to the semifinals. Vuong Mien's face turned pale, silently thinking, damn it, God is really unfair. First, fighting the pervert to hang with a top-level dangerous species, barely recovered and then hit again. Now facing another pervert, Phone Hoak Hong of Hong Hat Chan, no less than 2 hang. He gritted his teeth helplessly. If he didn't concede, what other choice was there? His spirit beast was again beaten to pieces by Hoak Hong's fire. Violent orb, leaves fell as Ta Hoak Hong stood under the stands, fiercely shouting, Brother 2 of Black Claw Bao, right? Only the 2 of us are undefeated so far. Don't draw lots anymore. Dare to fight one match or not? Tahang thought anxiously, crazy? Why target me? I want to draw lots. But Lak Sung quickly replied like lightning, dare? Why not dare? Lin Ying Bao is trash. Brother 2, rush up and kill him. I, Tahang, angrily grabbed Lak Sung's collar and shouted, it's all you who offended him, not me. Lak Sung hurriedly explained, Brother 2, listen to me explain. 2. Hang punched him in the face, roaring, explain my ass. Finally, he stepped down from the stage to face Hoak Hong, who was fiercely energetic, declaring, Brother 2 of Black Claw Bao, you just insulted the master of Lian Ying Bao in front of everyone. I will make you suffer terribly right now. Tahang turned pale and hurriedly said, Brother Hoak, listen to me explain. This is just a misunderstanding, but Hoak Hong didn't listen. Anger flared up. Lak Sung quickly intervened, speaking rapidly like the wind. That's right. Anto has nothing to explain. Attack him. Ho Kong summoned a spirit beast in its evolved state, the Fire Fury Ape, a particularly dangerous species. The maturity of the beast and the violent fury, Ko Hong silently thought, her eyes cold and sharp, withdrew the main force. The eagle beast switched to the violent fury form, clearly wanting to exhaust Long XA TICH, launching a critical strike. This time it's difficult. 2 spirit beasts charged at each other fiercely, their momentum like thunder and lightning. Ha Kong thought silently. Very good, don't fight head-on, use agility to wear down the opponent's strength. I still have one main force left, let's see how you win. His spirit beast unleashed a move. A blazing red aura surged forward, charging straight at Long XA TICH. But Long XA TICH still stood firm without a hint of hesitation. Ho Ha Kong stroked his chin, silently calculating, with the level 4 awakening ability, Long Claw Battle, he only wanted to gradually accumulate strength to deceive me. He gave an order in a steel-hard voice. Violent Fury, Form Activated Armor, Fire Flame Will Fury, Fire Battle Armor, Power, Interaction, Bullet. The 2 spirit beasts charged at each other with no clear winner. Their power clash shook the heavens and earth. Ho Kok Hong smirked triumphantly, knowing, if you want to use Long Claw Battle Water Fury, do you think I'm weak like Vung Min? Suddenly, the violent fury form surged in power. Hak Hong shouted loudly, the awakened form of the Fire Battle Armor's fury is strongest in head attack and defense at the head. The strongest attack is also at the head. Come on, I will firmly resist Long Claw Battle Water Fury. Let me show you. I, To Hong, stood aside, mocking, what are you improvising? Who told you the ape's power is Long Claw Battle Water? Hak Hong panicked, shouting, what? To Hong confidently replied, this is an improved technique from Long XA TICH's innate talent. The evil radiation line detected danger. Ho Hak Hong hurriedly gave an order. Not good. Retreat quickly. But it wasn't easy to dodge Long XA TICH's strike. His spirit beast was hit, suffering excruciating pain. A large hole appeared on the belly of the violent fury form. And of course it collapsed before feeling the pain. Next the secret appeared. A voice echoed. The first match, To Hong of Hakdang Bao wins. Hak Hong, despite 7 defeats, still admired, shouted, very good. This time, I won't give you any chance. His second spirit beast appeared. A golden eagle spirit beast fiercely charged down. To Hong thought silently, sharp eyes. If it goes out of range, it will be considered a loss. Unfair to Long XA TICH, eagle spirit beast's specialty is aerial combat, which XA TICH has never tried. Wanting to pressure the enemy with one move, Hak Hong pondered. Although the violent fury form exhausted Long XA TICH, it still maintained strong power. The fighting will was incredible, really hard to deal with. To Hong spoke calmly. Maybe there's a way to test Long XA TICH later. I'll do this, I suddenly shouted from the stands. Hak Dong Bao admits defeat. I am the leader of Hak Dong Bao. I have the right to make this decision. Everyone was stunned. Not understanding why, To Hong was surprised but quickly realized. It turned out the 6th place duel was only to compete for 3 spots into the Blood Forest Relic, a reward for the top 1. Top 2 and top 3 were the same. No additional benefits, according to the 6th place leader. Fame could be taken or not, it didn't matter. The important thing was to conserve strength for the relic. Where there were more valuable rewards, that was the true winner. In the end, To Hong ranked 2nd, earning the right to enter the relic. Hak Hong and Kermin Gok ranked 1st and 3rd respectively. The sixth-place duel ended in a tense but emotional atmosphere. At the brown tent, Tohang entered and spoke. "Six special instructors find me." She sat on a chair with a serious tone. "Sit down. Surely the background of the Blood Forest Relic Master has told you. What I'm about to say is very important. You must remember carefully." Tohang nodded and replied, "I understand." Six special instructors continued. Originally, these things should have been said before participating, but the master didn't have high expectations for this year's sixth-place duel, so until now I'm telling you. Tohang suddenly recalled Chu Hop's words. "This hope, keep it up, bring back the honor. I value you," he thought helplessly, always playing hard on himself at every chance. Six instructors solemnly continued. "You are the second sorcerer of Hakdang Bao to rank second in the sixth-place duel in recent years. Last time Hakdang Bao reached the semifinals, and before that, your senior sister Bat Toto also secured a position. But do you know what is the most valuable thing in the Blood Forest relic?" Tohang rubbed his head, puzzled, thinking she wouldn't say. "How would I know?" Six instructors explained in a calm voice. "In the Blood Forest relic, there are many rare pets with incredible potential, valued at hundreds of thousands, but according to the relic owner's agreement, you can't take a large number of young pets outside. You can only choose the most suitable one to tame, which is the most important opportunity for you this time. Besides, if you still have strength, you can collect 10 resources of treasure relics from the Blood Forest, which is very rich in blood system and dragon system resources. Even if you don't use them, you can trade with other mages." Tohang thought silently, his eyes sparkling. "If so, this is indeed a great opportunity. Don't forget I also have a treasure-seeking beast." Tohang sat on the chair, continuing. "The Blood Forest relic is vast. Although the six great condensation lands have been explored for many years, only one or two parts are known. As for the Black Lantern condensation land, here is all the information found." She handed him a book, emphasizing in her voice, "I recommend. You should only explore the already discovered safe areas. Safety is paramount, even though the Blood Forest relic owner promises to protect the six great condensation lands. There have been people trapped inside forever, unable to get out." Tohang accepted the book without hesitation and replied, "I understand." The chief instructor, 6NGU, took out a rope as a reminder. "That's right. Before leaving, wear this," Tohang asked curiously. She explained, "This is a talisman that the owner absorbed energy from his first main pet. It was originally the last resort. It is intended to be used in this sixth land duel. If you can enter this relic, you should hold it." The scene shifted to the entrance of the Blood Forest relic. Tohang's team gathered here, their momentum soaring. 6NGU crossed his arms and decisively signaled to start. She twisted a jade bead. Immediately, a brilliant golden light surrounded the team, opening a gate leading into the mysterious land. Tohang was surprised, her eyes sparkling. "This is the energy of a true mage," a deep voice echoed. "Indeed, powerful." A majestic voice came from somewhere. "It's time to open the secret land, once a year." Then a giant fire dragon appeared, its body radiant. The overwhelming aura. The secret guard respectfully responded, "Yes, sir, it's time to open it once a year." The authoritative voice sounded again. "Oh, then let's begin." A spatial rift opened, emitting a blazing red light. 6. Nenji spoke decisively. "That passage leads into the secret land. Everyone, take one path to explore. At the end, the Blood Forest relic owner will bring you out." The team nodded, preparing to enter. But before that, the fire dragon roared, "Commander, I have come to pick you up. Now I will attach my cursed mark onto you. This way, as long as you don't actively attack creatures in the Blood Forest, they won't harm you. But if you dare to enter the center of the Blood Forest relic, I can't guarantee what forces beyond my control will do. Humans, don't be too greedy." After speaking, the dragon exhaled a red aura covering the team, and they disappeared in an instant. They fell onto a cliff, aching and sore, greeted by a giant blood spirit fierce dragon. With blazing red eyes, Kermin Gok exclaimed in panic, "The blood spirit fierce dragon! It's here to pick us up!" As soon as she finished speaking, the beast roared, saliva flying everywhere, splattering on the three people. Tohang silently mocked sarcastically, A very special welcoming ritual." The blood spirit fierce dragon spoke in a deep voice. "All right, the commander's mission is complete. You may explore for 1 month. Afterwards, I will track your aura to find and bring you out." Komingok hurriedly wrung out her clothes, making Hukhom standing afar blush and stammer. "All condensation lands probably have guides. How about we split up and explore separately?" Hokhom nodded in agreement. "I also think so," under Kermin Gok's suggestion. To Hong's team decided to split up, each going in a different direction. Since last night, after meeting Six No Jiu, To Hong had been pondering how to hide the secret of the treasure-seeking beast, but he still hadn't thought of a good way. Hearing Ker Mi Nok's suggestion, he secretly applauded and praised the pink-haired girl. Perfect timing, he summoned the treasure-seeking beast. I command you! The hidden item must be here! The beast angrily cried out, Maru Maru. To Hong hurriedly explained, No, I wouldn't dare not to trust you to lead the way. He flipped through the book 6NGU gave him, thinking the book said, the cover grass likes dry environments, but this place isn't dry at all. To Hong sat on the back of the dragon snake, flying and circling among the steep cliffs. Ahead, the treasure-seeking beast flew alone, its wings sparkling. He thought silently, since this kid digested the secret stone, it learned to fly and no longer likes to be held. Holding for more than 15 pounds is tiring indeed. He suddenly startled, eyes wide open. In front of him, a series of towering cliffs appeared like giant stone walls blocking the view. He thought to himself, this is a completely different world, with dry air mixed with cool water streams. Who knows, this place might hide precious treasures. The spirit beast still glides ahead, confidently leading the way. To Hang was once again surprised when he realized, according to the senior's records, the black-scaled creature before him was the soft-shelled herb. Also known as the transformed herb in the old Japanese dragon field, this famous herb grows from dragon marrow under special conditions, carrying miraculous power. After an extinct ancient dragon is taken by a weaker bloodline species, the transformed herb can turn into a dragon herb, a powerful dragon species. The older it is, the higher the chance of transformation. The deep blue flame changes color 15 times, 1x55, growing an additional leaf. Looking at the transformed herb before him, To Hang's eyes shone brightly, showing extreme joy. This time I've found a top-grade treasure, he silently cheered, heart pounding as he had just found a rare treasure at the perfect moment, overwhelmed with joy. The spirit beast suddenly panicked, rushing straight toward To Hang, emitting urgent cries, Maru Maru. He was stunned, not yet understanding what was happening, hurriedly asking, What's wrong, Maru? Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind, and he shouted at the spirit beast, his voice full of urgency. No, the dragon snake sect is coming. Run! The two hurriedly hid behind a nearby rock wall. To Hang silently scolded himself for his carelessness, full of regret. Where the transformed herb grows is naturally the hunting ground of dragon herbs, even guarded by mature transformed herb guardians. How could no one be watching this place? Suddenly, from afar, a strange figure appeared. To Hang squinted to look closely, heart pounding as he realized it was Oloi Capmo, a dangerous top-tier species carrying 3 elemental forces, water, thunder, and poison. The creature before him seemed to have reached full maturity. It rushed straight toward the transformed herb. Its eyes flashed with greed. But at that moment, from beneath the water, a crocodile spirit suddenly leapt up. Sharp teeth clamped onto Oloi Capmo. To Hang, hiding behind the rock, was so horrified he instinctively covered his mouth, deeply thinking, a deep water beast. A fierce creature of water, evil, and force elements, surely having reached extreme maturity. I'm doomed. He glanced at Oloi Capmo, silently admitting its strength shouldn't be underestimated. But facing this crocodile, he was truly doomed. 2 fierce beasts charged at each other, fighting over the transformed herb with earth-shaking momentum. Both were strong, evenly matched, with no winner. To Hang hid behind the rock, both amazed and admiring, eyes wide as if wanting to absorb every moment. This was truly a battle between dangerous species, the pinnacle. He silently admired, his mind expanding with new understanding, but just as he was thinking, Oloi Capmo struggled to turn the tide. His hair stood on end as a terrifying electric charge spread through the air. He shouted in panic, This is a terrifying electric charge! From above, Oloi Capmo dived down, releasing a brilliant lightning bolt, so powerful nothing could stop it. The crocodile spirit underwater couldn't dodge in time and was instantly scorched dry in a flash. To Hang, still hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but exclaim in pain. He shook his head in astonishment at the unexpected outcome. Unexpectedly, in this blood forest surrounded by danger, the transformed herb might not be obtainable after all. But things didn't stop there. While Tu Hang was thinking Oloi Capmo had won, the crocodile spirit, seemingly defeated, suddenly sprang up from behind and charged at lightning speed, surprising Tu Hang. With just one bite, Oloi Capmo's leg was torn off. Tu Hang stood silently in the corner, eyes fixed on the fierce battle between the 2 beasts. He thought to himself how brutal it was to unleash a big move first, then counterattack to force the opponent into a corner. Battles between mages probably only reached this level. Before him, the crocodile spirit held the upper hand, overwhelming Oloi Capmo. The two beasts were so focused on chasing each other they seemed to forget the precious transformed herb. Lying alone by the rock wall, sensing a golden opportunity, Tahang muttered, "They've gone far enough. Why don't I take advantage of this moment?" Without hesitation, he quietly advanced, swiftly snatched the transformed herb, and carefully put it into his bag. He whispered proudly, though the process was a bit vague. "At least I got it. Now the most important thing is to run as far as possible." Saying this, he dashed off with nimble feet. A triumphant smile blossomed on his lips, truly a person who knows how to seize the moment. Returning to the battle, Oloi Capmo had now become a delicious morsel in the sharp teeth of the crocodile spirit. The crocodile growled and gnawed fiercely, but suddenly it hesitated, its fierce eyes scanning around as if realizing the transformed herb had disappeared. It roared in anger and immediately charged toward Tuhang. The guardian beast panicked and cried out, "Maru Maru," sitting on the back of the dragon snake. Tahang was startled. The dragon snake was suspicious, not right. "We've already run tens of kilometers, so why is it still catching up?" Glancing at the dragon snake panting, he subconsciously slapped his forehead, silently scolding himself. No wonder I underestimated the attraction of the transformation herb to the dragon system. Without hesitation, Tahang raised the transformation herb and gave a decisive order. "Open your mouth!" The spirit beast immediately swallowed the transformation herb whole, its eyes shining brightly, its spirit suddenly becoming unusually excited. It must be because it ate something delicious, Tuhang thought before he could finish. The dragon snake suddenly accelerated, rushing like a whirlwind. Tahang and the guardian beast clung tightly, tears welling up in their eyes due to the terrifying speed. He shouted, "Oh my God! Does this thing also have a speed boost effect?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind as he turned to the guardian beast. Seeing its tiny eyes welling up, he hurriedly reassured the guardian beast while searching for the treasure. "You have done the greatest favor in my heart. Rest assured, whatever else we find, I will definitely give it to you first. Come on, give me your paw. I never lied to you." The guardian beast sulked and turned away, but still reluctantly gave him a paw. Its face still showed resentment. While the three were rushing like the wind, suddenly, the dragon snake braked sharply and immediately shot up into the air, much faster. A strong aura radiated from its body, but in the blink of an eye, the dragon snake suddenly collapsed unconscious. Tuhang shouted in horror, "No! The energy from the transformation herb is still dissipating. I don't know what it will attract next." He looked at the motionless dragon snake, his heart tangled like a web, not knowing when it would wake up. He had to think of a way. He took out a vial of homemade potion from his bag and poured it on, rejoicing, "Got it," but he immediately frowned and muttered, "Now." The dragon snake couldn't move. "Tonight we must keep watch carefully." As night fell, the bright moonlight illuminated the sky. Tahang and the guardian beast wrapped themselves in a blanket made of leaves, their faces sad. He gently stroked the dragon snake and whispered, "It's always been you, risking your life to protect me. This time, it's my turn." Memories suddenly flooded back. He recalled when the dragon snake was just a tiny size, only the size of his palm. From a unicorn snake, it evolved into a dragon snake, then became a terrifying species far surpassing other dangerous species. But every time the pet evolved, it had to endure unbearable pain and unimaginable danger. He silently thought, one day, when the bloodline reaches its limit, the pet masters might have to face the decision to replace their main pet. Pets that can't keep up with the master's progress will become burdens instead of support. At that time, masters usually capture stronger pets with higher-level bloodlines. Even a strong master like Teacher Chu, an experienced pet master, cannot avoid this harsh choice. Tahang hugged the heavy dragon snake tightly, thinking of Shinhong Evil Wolf, one of Teacher Chu's weakest pets. But it was not his original pet. The affection and spiritual bond between master and pet, no matter how deep, can cause both physical and mental harm. He silently vowed, "That's why masters never completely abandon their pets. Nor do they let them live and die on their own. They find a special place to raise them until their life cycle ends." Looking at the dragon snake, he quietly promised with a deep but determined voice, "I will do my best to help you evolve further. We cannot be separated." As dawn broke, Tuhang was still keeping watch, his eyes tired but never leaving the dragon snake. He turned to the guardian beast jokingly and said, "That's it, only one hit allowed." Immediately, a red fist flew straight into his face. Tahang laughed, pretending to be angry. "Not bad. You dare to use that much force. You're finished." The two continued playing rock, paper, scissors. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Suddenly, a pale blue hand appeared. The dragon snake had woken up. Tahang and the guardian beast immediately rushed over and hugged it tightly. He shouted joyfully, "Dragon snake!" He looked closely and realized its body had grown 6 meters longer. He shouted excitedly, "This is the standard of the mature stage." The dragon snake gently placed its claw on his head. Tahang lay comfortably in its embrace, feeling a spreading sense of security, then fell into a deep sleep. The power of the transformation herb had pushed the dragon snake to evolve to the mature stage, giving it a majestic and perfect posture. The pain of shedding its old skin not only made it stronger, but also allowed the dragon snake to comprehend a new skill, Dragon's Gratitude Sleep. This skill not only helps the dragon snake self-heal, but can also heal energy and wounds for other royal pets, even supporting To-hung himself. Thanks to that, the Old Sun Dragon scripture also recorded a major change, adding content never seen before when seeing To-hung awaken. Yawning deeply, flipping through the Old Sun Dragon scripture on the back of the dragon snake beast, he whispered that previously, the extreme bloodline issue always troubled him. But according to the new content in the Old Sun Dragon scripture, the evolutionary path of the dragon snake beast belongs to the terror species, including 23 types. Among them, the mid-level terror species include the Tail Whip Dragon Beast, Electric Horn Dragon Beast, and Blood Fury Dragon Beast, the rulers of the Blood Forest. The Tail Whip Dragon Beast is famous for its giant hammer tail, possessing destructive power comparable to a heavy tank bombardment. The Electric Horn Dragon Beast has a body that controls electricity with horns that shoot lightning bolts, an indestructible weapon. Even higher are the high-level terror species like Mountain Ridge Dragon Beast, Lava Elephant Dragon Beast, and War Fortress Dragon Beast. Especially the War Fortress Dragon Beast is a mobile war fortress belonging to the Steel and Fire systems. Possessing the Fire Flame Windstorm skill that terrifies enemies, To-hung pondered imagining those powerful spirit beasts and muttered that even a normal royal pet master, even if the boss like the master had one such evolved beast, he would be overjoyed to tears. Under the pale moonlight, To-hung gently rubbed his head with a confused look in his eyes, muttering as he considered which bloodline would help his dragon snake beast reach the peak of power. Suddenly, the page before him trembled, flipping by itself and stopping right before To-hung's eyes. He was startled and exclaimed that this was from the Blood Forest relic, holding the book in his hands. He read carefully. According to the records, the dragon snake beast can choose the dragon snake bloodline as the main evolutionary subject, with a total of 37 branches, including mid-level types like Thunder Dragon Snake, Wind Rain Dragon Snake, Ice Dragon Snake, Bone Dragon Snake, Flame Dragon Snake, among which Thunder Dragon Snake possesses main energy of the Thunder System, Water System, and Dragon System, capable of riding clouds and treading wind majestically like a divine dragon. However, To-hung frowned and shook his head. This skill, though flashy, is less practical and does not suit his fighting style, so he decided to discard it. Switching to the Dragon Snake bloodline, with only 11 branches, including Earth Vein Dragon Snake, Climbing Dragon Snake, Foot Dragon Snake, Thunder Electric Dragon Snake, and Wind Thunder Dragon Snake, although Earth Vein Dragon Snake perfectly inherits the innate talent of the Earth system from the Dragon Snake beast. Before evolving, it lacks the innate talent of the evil system, a significant loss for a species that relies on the evil system as its main force. Meanwhile, Wind Thunder Dragon Snake is the pinnacle, perfectly combining the dragon system, wind system, evil system, and thunder electric system. This species is considered a nearly perfect terror species, capable of riding clouds and treading wind with terrifying power. To-hung pondered silently. Although the War Fortress Dragon Snake is strong, it is too bulky. It seems Wind Thunder Dragon Snake is the optimal choice. He decided to sacrifice the Earth system's defensive ability to exchange for flight capability and sharper attacks to transform the Dragon Snake beast into a Wind Thunder Dragon Snake. He needed to prepare a ritual. 1 crystallized blood core from 2 high-level terror dragon species, 1 Wind Thunder species, 5,000 milliliters of dragon blood essence flower, 1 complete Yin Wind Stone, 1 complete Directional Thunderstone, and 1,500 Wind Thunder essences. To-hung smiled brightly and said, "If the direction is set, then let's start." Immediately, he and the dragon snake beast flew up swiftly towards the moonlone plain, sitting on the beast's back. To-hung cast his gaze far away but only received a sigh of frustration. He muttered that luck must have run out already. For 3 days now, he hadn't found anything valuable, he muttered according to the map of the 6 generals. If he passed this area, these 3 days, I haven't found anything valuable, he muttered. According to the map of the 6 territories, if he passes this area, he will enter a dangerous zone beyond exploration. He ordered the treasure beast to activate night vision. After digesting the materials, his treasure beast had acquired an additional. It is a new skill that calls out Maru Maru thanks to soul energy. The soul guardian beast shares the treasure vision with To-hang, who is intently observing. Suddenly startled, asking, "What is this thing underground?" 2 blue dragons are chasing a strange log. To-hang squints and realizes it's a fiery dragon beast. They just caught a tree root, but this tree can walk? Two fierce beasts rush forward, causing the log to emit a pitiful crying sound. Tahang suddenly feels an indescribable familiarity. This tree root. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Sitting on the back of Long XA TICH, he quickly flips the book and stops at a page. His eyes light up, he exclaims, "Found it! It is the energy-absorbing tree 6. According to the former Daily Dragon classic, the energy-absorbing tree is an extremely rare species. Almost extinct, it does not belong to this world but comes from the void layer, growing by absorbing energy in space. Their lifespan is endless. At the end of life, they transform into seeds flying into the void, waiting for tidal energy to activate, to germinate, creating a cycle. The seeds of the energy-absorbing tree usually enter the world through void cracks, making them even rarer. Notably, they have no reproductive ability." Tahang closes the book, unable to hide his joy. Indeed, wishes come true. Long XA TICH seems to sense the attention, turning his head, dazed, looking at him. Tahang thinks the energy-absorbing tree, though unable to fight. Easily caught by fiery dragon beasts, its energy is contrary to heaven, belonging to the void system, the miraculous system, and the devouring system. This species is rarer than even the treasure guardian beasts. It can absorb giant energy, storing it in its body and producing fruit when needed. Even a small fruit is enough to keep a guardian beast full for a long time, equivalent to extending the lifespan of the beast. What's more contrary to heaven for the Beastmaster is, the energy-absorbing tree can swallow any specimen from powerful fruits to high-grade materials and then bloom and bear fruit, reproducing exactly like a living laboratory. Sitting on Long XA TICH's back, Tahang cannot contain his joy. A radiant smile clearly shows on his face. Tahang can't hold back his excitement, shouting that every Beastmaster owning an energy-absorbing tree can build a powerful guardian beast army. He is moved. "How can you be so moved? Let's go dig the tree." All three, Long XA TICH and the treasure guardian beast, smile brightly, innocently full of joy. Without hesitation, they soar into the sky, crossing the perilous space of the New Lone Plains, where jagged rocks and rushing water flow. Screaming under the deep abyss, still sneaky as when gathering huajiao grass, they hide behind a large rock. Silently observing ahead, the energy-absorbing tree has been escorted by two fiery dragon beasts. Looking extremely miserable, suddenly from afar, the soul guardian beast appears, rampaging with stones thrown continuously at the dinosaur heads, provoking without stop. Two beasts on the ground roar angrily and painfully from being hit, while the soul guardian beast circles in the air, continuing to provoke one dinosaur, which roars, "What are you looking at?" At the same time, the energy-absorbing tree holds its head, crying and trembling in fear. A stone from afar rushes at terrifying speed straight at it. The energy-absorbing tree nimbly dodges, causing the stone to embed deeply in the tail of that dinosaur. Fresh blood sprays out. The beast screams in pain. Immediately, Long XA TICH's warhammer descends from the sky, smashing straight into the dinosaur's head. A critical hit, its head plunges deep into the ground, two legs twitching and flipping up to the sky. Tahang bends down to observe, rubbing his chin, murmuring, "Indeed, a dangerous top-tier species. Even the long war formation only knocks it unconscious. Earth mutual technique can't compare." Elsewhere, the energy-absorbing tree takes the opportunity to retreat quickly, but how to escape Long XA TICH's sharp eyes? It rushes forward, hitting the energy-absorbing tree's head hard, coldly scolding. The two remaining spirit beasts' eyes shine brightly, mouths salivating as they look at the weak energy-absorbing tree. Tahang intervenes. "Tie it up, too fast." Both spirit beasts immediately rush in, ruthlessly cutting the energy-absorbing tree. After finishing, the soul guardian beast happily jumps in the air. Night has fallen, the group gathers around the fire, boiling a pot of water. Tahang looks at the energy-absorbing tree, saying, "Come on, if successful, Long XA TICH and the soul guardian beast will no longer worry about anything." In a moment, Tahang's soul energy links with the energy-absorbing tree. A strange scene appears in his mind. The energy-absorbing tree wears a black coat, sunglasses, holding a microphone, singing, "Oh hey baby, I'm a tree deep in the mountain." The mature energy-absorbing tree is carefree and even knows how to walk. When moving, it was noticed and caught right on the spot. The tree is very scared, very frightened, no one helps. All six eyes of Tahang and the two spirit beasts widen. Amazed to the point of almost falling backward, he turns pale, thinking, "This tree can sing?" Then he turns to the energy-absorbing tree. He said both spirit beasts looked shocked because they were about to lose the food portion of the high-energy plant from the treasure beast. "If you want the part of the dragon snake relic, I'll give it to you too," he said as he poured out a pile of food from his bag, asking if it was good. "As long as they are my royal beasts, they can eat freely later." Suddenly, he turned to the two spirit beasts, teasingly, Although it's delicious, the plant said it's 0 points. Your dinner is gone. The energy-absorbing plant ate it all up. Of course, right after that, the plant was fiercely attacked by the two spirit beasts. Without holding back, I took a sip of water while silently wondering if this move would be effective. Suddenly, he was startled. Right, I brought the blood yang fragrance. How could I forget? Without hesitation, he reached into his bag and took out a bottle of magical water with an excited expression, shouting the incantation, "Carrot and stick. Plant, obey me!" He poured the blood yang fragrance onto the plant immediately. Both Tahang and the energy-absorbing plant fell into a mystical illusion. In that space, Tahang felt himself transform into an energy-absorbing plant. At the mature stage, floating in the void, he naively looked at himself in the illusion and caught sight of a brightly colored sprout. It was the energy-absorbing plant Tahang, in the form of a tree, choosing to root itself in the void. Like a devoted father caring for a young sprout, treating it as his closest kin, but in reality, both looked like two fools dancing wildly in the illusory space. Ihang continued to coax in a sweet voice. "Plant, please agree!" The energy-absorbing plant cried out, "Ba ba!" Its two small hands reached out to grab him. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth, separating the two. Tahang exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" The energy-absorbing plant suddenly grew taller than me. His eyes flashed brightly as he thought to himself, "This energy-absorbing plant seems to have almost reached the late stage of maturity." The spiritual energy from the illusion made his eyes shine. The spiritual image in his gaze was a sign of a royal mage reaching a stable cultivation stage. Tahang smiled proudly. His semi-genius title was now as solid as a rock. He looked at the energy-absorbing plant and asked, "Plant, the high-energy plant you just ate, with your current energy, can you copy it?" Both he and the plant rested their chins, deep in thought. Suddenly, the energy-absorbing plant shook itself vigorously and spat out two fruits, one bright green and one grayish, rolling to Tahang's feet. He picked them up, examined them, then glanced at the treasure beast, whose eyes also shone brightly as it rushed to the energy-absorbing plant, excitedly shouting, "You're amazing!" Tahang smiled brightly. "So fast, it seems the food problem is solved." The energy-absorbing plant grabbed Tahang's hand and placed it on its chest. A dazzling golden light flared up, pulling both back into the illusion. The energy-absorbing plant said, "Today I just turned 1,200 years old." Tahang said, "Copying food really has no flavor." He stood there, sighing in exasperation. The plant continued, "I can create energy fruits from the blood forest relic. Master, take one as an appetizer." Tahang's eyes flashed golden, and he immediately exited the illusion. He found himself sitting on a rock, one hand holding a book, the other holding the gray fruit. The spirit beast surrounded him curiously, peering around. He muttered, "The color of this one looks like iron, shaped like a bomb." The other one was pale green, shimmering with strange spots, perfectly matching the records of the 6 generals according to the special training book. The iron marrow fruit looked like an iron ball, unrelated to energy, but it was a genuine energy fruit, extremely rare. Tahang rested his chin, pondering. According to the Black Lantern condensation scripture, so far, only the Blood Forest relic produces iron marrow fruits on a large scale. However, he muttered, the iron marrow fruit forest is guarded by armored sensory traps, a very dangerous species. Outsiders can hardly get even one fruit. He tossed the gray fruit toward the dragon snake relic, smiling. Now with the energy-absorbing plant, isn't it like carrying the entire Blood Forest relic with me? According to him, the greatest effect of the iron marrow fruit is that after the royal beast eats it, a hard iron-like membrane forms on the body. For creatures with scales like the dragon snake relic, the scales are reinforced with an additional sturdy layer. The dragon snake relic swallowed the gray fruit, but strangely, there was no change at all. Tahang frowned at the energy-absorbing plant. "No change?" "Plant, it seems more effort is needed," Maru said. Then the energy-absorbing plant shook itself vigorously, as if trying its best. Tahang smiled slyly at the treasure beast. "Want to play a game?" The treasure beast threw Maru up. He tossed another iron marrow fruit toward the dragon snake relic. It immediately lunged to devour it. After a while, the energy-absorbing plant swayed as if exhausted and collapsed. Tahang rubbed the head of the Long XA TICH, observing carefully as suddenly a powerful purple aura radiated from its body, signaling a transformation to a new level. He stroked the sturdy scales, proud, thinking that this swipe alone had at least 70 to 80% power, but this defensive ability was already enough for Long XA TICH to reach the mature stage. While flipping through the book, Tahang muttered, "Unexpectedly, the defensive power of Long XA TICH has reached the mature stage." First, he looked up at the spirit tree, eyes shining brightly, silently thinking that if the energy-absorbing tree could also transform into a dragon. According to the Old Sun Dragon Codex, the energy-absorbing tree can evolve into 3 types of terror species. The first level is a shield-type dragon guardian beast that uses the tree as the main body. It converts absorbed energy into a solid protective shield. The second is the mature dragon guardian beast, an offensive type also using the tree as the main body. It transforms energy into sharp blades. The third type is the top-tier support terror species that uses the dragon as the main body and gains 2 enhanced attributes. Every unit of energy produced is increased in effectiveness by 1 level, even though it consumes half of the tree's energy. Tahang muttered, compared to the first 2 dragon transformations, the third type, although weaker in defense and combat, best suits his direction. In the Blood Forest Black Tomb ruins, the forest does not obey any rules. After consulting the Old Sun Dragon Codex, he shared with the Guardian Beast the necessary materials for the energy-absorbing tree to transform. Around them were overlapping mountain ranges. Snow covered everything like a thick white quilt. Tahang strode on the soft snow, observing everywhere. But he only received a shake of the head. 7 scouts ran across the Moonlone Plains but gained nothing. He sighed, so he decided to change direction and head to the Black Tomb Forest, near the center of the Blood Forest ruins. The Wind Thunder Dragon Snake, carrying 2 hangs, stopped before a desolate wasteland full of stones and dry bones. The herbs in the Black Tomb Forest had a deep red color, almost black, exuding a demonic aura. The entire forest looked gloomy, like a dark graveyard, far more dangerous than the Moonlone Plains, filled with hard-to-handle insects. Despite knowing the danger, Tahang remained determined. "I have to go. I can't miss this opportunity," he pondered. Recalling the words of the senior Black Lantern, who once said, "The Black Tomb Forest area hides countless bones of terror species." Some even collected 10 to get a terrifying treasure, dragon bones that have undergone petrification. These treasures only grow on dragon corpses at different levels. The reason Tahang musters all his courage to enter the Black Tomb Forest is very simple. Thanks to the support of the energy-absorbing tree, the residue of the transformed grass in Long XA TICH's body has finally been completely digested. Now it has officially entered the mature stage, becoming a powerful Wind Thunder Dragon Snake. The Wind Thunder Dragon Snake stepped on a small skull, crushing it under its strength. Tahang observed and muttered, "It has a level 4 awakening skill, an attack within the VI Long Ui and Long Lin range. We are qualified to explore the Black Tomb Forest." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was startled. In front of them was a vast, dark abyss. Tahang frowned, puzzled. According to the map of the 6 regions, this should be a stream. Why has it turned into a mountain gorge? He hurriedly flipped through the golden book to check carefully. The text clearly stated, "The stream has dried up, turning into a ditch and channel that became a mountain gorge over 10 meters deep. Only terror species could do this." Tahang shivered and muttered, "Let's keep moving forward." Although a bit hesitant, he urged himself on. Half the time exploring the secret place had already passed. Let's search for treasure carefully. Then the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake spread its wide wings, flying swiftly across the abyss. Unintentionally, both didn't notice a nearby stone slab engraved with the words, "Blood Forest Area Forbidden." As they ventured deeper into the forest, they suddenly encountered a giant snake. The Wind Thunder Dragon Snake did not hesitate and attacked it, knocking it down. Tahang held the book, cross-checking in amazement. "This is a level 6 Wenshui energy species, a dangerous high-level species." He shook his head and muttered, "Not even half a day has passed. Yet we've encountered more dangerous species than the entire previous week combined. This place is completely unlike any map." Lost in thought, he didn't notice the level 6 Wenshui energy species had awakened. Its eyes were blood red, tongue flicking out threateningly, preparing to attack. Tahang was startled, sensing danger. He quickly grabbed the head of the guardian beast on his shoulder and shouted, "Run!" The level 6 Wenshui energy species opened its jaws wide, eyes cold as if wanting to devour everything. The system screen displayed a warning, super-level dangerous species. The level 6 Wenshui evolved into the evil mutant form. Tahang hurriedly climbed onto the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake's back to dodge the attack. The 6-armed great demon evolved into a vicious beast. Tahang hurriedly climbed onto the back of the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake to dodge the attack. Terrified, he anxiously shouted, "This thing must have fully matured, run quickly!" The Wind Thunder Dragon Snake changed direction and flew off elsewhere. Tahang headed into the dense forest, looking for a place it couldn't enter. The 6-armed snake crashed headfirst into a cliff, creating an opportunity for both to escape into a small cave. The 6-armed demon tried to attack again but still missed. Tahang turned back, sighed in relief. Since it didn't chase, he must have shaken it off. He calmed himself down. Now it could be confirmed that we had lost our way into the central area of the Blood Forest relic. The mind-protecting beast let out a strange cry, "Maru Maru." Tahang shook his head seriously and said, "No, if we turn back, we might encounter more danger." The mind-protecting beast was upset, "Maru Maru." He lifted it up with a stern tone, meaning, "What are you?" "The bloodline treasure of the dragon system that we have been searching for so hard for half a month. It is right ahead." Thanks to the energy-absorbing tree, the mind-protecting beast has entered the mature mid-stage. Its innate skill range also broke through, from an initial radius of a few kilometers to 15 kilometers this time. The treasure that the mind-protecting beast sensed was over 10 kilometers away, just a short distance, but with lurking dangers. The road ahead promised to be far from easy. The deeper Tahang went, the more amazed he became. Following the mind-protecting beast's guidance, every step of about 1 kilometer, he felt a terrifying force as if an invisible fierce beast was roaring beside his ear. The pressure from that terrifying species made other dangerous creatures dare not approach to attack, bringing Tahang some luck, but at the same time, it made him extremely worried. Leaving the stone cave, he and the mind-protecting beast advanced deeper into the tomb cave. Around the mind-protecting beast radiated a brilliant golden light. Flying beside him, he turned to ask the mind-protecting beast how far the treasure was. It replied, "Maru Maru." Tahang immediately understood and muttered, "The dragon's might is terrifying. Only 4 kilometers left, yet it has already pushed the mind-protecting beast to the point it can barely fly," he thought to himself. This area must definitely be the territory of one or even a whole pack of the black tomb dragon species, always trembling from deadly threats. From dangerous species. Nevertheless, Tahang resolutely pressed forward, not out of recklessness, but because he placed complete trust in the mind-protecting beast. Very quickly, under its guidance, the Thunder Dragon Serpent led Tahang to a gigantic cave. The entrance was over 10 meters high, with the highest point inside even exceeding 20 meters, resembling the lair of a dragon species. What shocked Tahang even more was the countless white bones scattered everywhere. He exclaimed, "This lair is huge." In the middle of the white bone field, a dark red pool appeared like fresh blood. Tahang couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, "Blood Pond Dragon Spring. I never expected this really existed." He ran closer to the pool, where several dangerous creatures were lurking. Although their intelligence did not match humans, the dragon species also possessed a primitive civilization. The Blood Pond Dragon Spring was a symbol of that civilization's energy. Some dragon species created it to nurture their descendants, forming a special nurturing tool called the Blood Pond Dragon Spring, to enhance the potential and bloodline of the dragon system for future generations. But the way it was created was extremely brutal, using the blood essence and even the lives of countless other dragon creatures. Standing by the pool, Tahang shouted to the Thunder Dragon Serpent and the mind-protecting beast, "What are you still standing there for? Drink quickly," he added excitedly. "This is a dragon system treasure." The eyes of the Thunder Dragon Serpent and the mind-protecting beast shone brightly as they immediately rushed to the pool and greedily drank the dark red liquid. Tahang watched closely, the two spirit beasts deep in thought. "No delay," he shouted loudly. "Energy-absorbing tree, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a bizarrely shaped tree stepped out from the dark corner. Around it radiated a majestic red energy like a forest god. But just seconds later, it stood bewildered among the white bones, muttering, "Tree, tree, get rich, get rich." Then without hesitation, it lunged into the Blood Pond Dragon Spring, absorbing and absorbing. The dark red water, in just a few minutes, transformed it from a scrawny tree into a tall tree, with lush leaves and long tangled roots. Soon, the entire pool was drained. Tahang gasped, "What is happening? Is this copying?" The mind-protecting beast was eager to jump in, but when the water was drained, dozens of sparkling crystal stones appeared at the bottom of the pool. Tahang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could there really be so much dragon wisdom blood marrow? According to the ancient dragon codex, dragon wisdom, blood marrow was not a primordial treasure but formed from the Blood Pond Dragon Spring, requiring vitality and essence, blood from at least a descendant of the dragon species or higher. In terms of rarity, it was only slightly less than crystallized blood essence, which the dragon serpent needed a little of. But this pool contained nearly 100 pieces of dragon wisdom blood marrow. He carefully considered and muttered, "To condense this much dragon wisdom blood marrow, it can't be just 3 to 5 descendants of the dragon species. There must be at least 10 dragon species heads. Dedicating blood and life? I use myself to affirm that this is an existence we cannot provoke. Quickly leave here. Quickly," Tahang ordered. But at that moment, the guardian beast suddenly transformed into a giant egg. He was stunned, realizing it had triggered the taming energy from the blood mark. Long Tuyen left, now not only wasting the opportunity but also possibly causing serious injury to the guardian beast. He regretted thinking, first gather the energy-absorbing plant, wait for the guardian beast to finish taming, then run. When touching the energy-absorbing plant, Taheng discovered something strange under the tree root. Two mysterious dark red eggs engraved with brilliant floral patterns partially revealed. He exclaimed, "Dragon snake essence, this might be our greatest opportunity in the Blood Forest ruins." He turned and shouted, "In 10 minutes, eat as much as you can, stuff as much as you can. When time's up, whether the guardian beast finishes taming or not, we must run quickly." Fear surged. Taheng silently prayed to the teacher, ancestors, and Black Lantern treasure, "Please bless me to return safely." But he immediately made up his mind, gritting his teeth. "This time, I absolutely won't let Black Lantern treasure down." Suddenly, he knelt down, biting his nails, muttering, "Damn it. Damn it indeed." Seeing the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake collapse to the ground, he painfully gritted his teeth. "I cannot take even a bit more. How many dragon marrow bloods are here?" Nevertheless, after stuffing a bag full of dragon marrow blood, he knew time was running out, had to leave this dangerous cave immediately. Taheng stood up, slung the backpack over his shoulder, ready to leave. Suddenly a sound tore through space, making him freeze and turn his head. He saw the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake gnawing on a blazing red Qilin armor. He smiled. The armor of a top-tier terror species, but at that moment, a stream of pitch-black demonic energy gathered, accompanied by a loud explosion. Taheng shouted in panic, "Stop eating, let's go quickly." He hurried to the guardian beast taming spot, urging, "Better to tame and lose than to die, we have to run." But before finishing crack, the guardian beast's egg cracked open. Taheng immediately changed plans, shouting, "Go! We lure that thing! The guardian beast is about to break the cocoon." The Wind Thunder Dragon Snake responded, both rushing out of the cave. Heavy footsteps thundered behind. Taheng, wearily turned to the guardian beast. "Can you sense this?" In front of them, a giant green dinosaur approached, blocking the way. Taheng marveled. "With this protecting us, maybe we can wait for the guardian beast to tame successfully." But just as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy surged forward, piercing the green dinosaur. It was sucked in, slammed into the rock wall. The earth cracked, dust billowed. From the smoke, a blazing red dinosaur appeared, mouth wide open, roaring. The system screen displayed, top-tier terror species, mature stage, blood essence, fierce dragon. Blood Essence Fierce Dragon aggressively advanced, with sharp, cold eyes. Taheng collapsed coughing violently, muttering, that breath was at least 2,000 meters away. At that moment, the guardian beast appeared in a new radiant form. Taheng turned and smiled. Tamed successfully, the guardian beast happily rushed forward. He jumped on the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake's back, shouting, "Full power charge!" A fierce battle erupted with the Blood Essence Fierce Dragon, continuously spitting blazing red energy orbs. Taheng commanded the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake to dodge, gritting his teeth. "Damn it. One spark and we're dead on the spot." A mist orb fell to the ground, shattering rocks. Taheng suddenly understood. It wanted to block the cave entrance to protect those two eggs. He was furious. "We can't take those eggs." The guardian beast grabbed his hand, startling him and breaking his focus. Blood Essence Fierce Dragon took the chance to attack. Just as he was about to be hit, the guardian beast swiftly pulled him onto its back and flew away. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The system announced successful taming of a dangerous species, mature stage, guardian dragon beast. Taheng didn't have time to react, shouted, "Increase altitude to 40 meters." The guardian dragon beast responded, "Maru Maru." It circled a few times, leaving a brilliant golden trail behind, then shot straight up. Taheng yelled, "Are you crazy? Those two eggs are treasures. Might turn into something. Hurry down." But the guardian dragon beast ignored. Continued flying around. Taheng saw a shimmering protective circle appear intermittently. The guardian dragon beast turned invisible, disappearing from his sight. He was amazed. Hidden innate skill. This is the benefit of taming bloodline stars. Ignoring the attacks from the Blood Essence Fierce Dragon, both flew ahead. Taheng sighed. This time is really too dangerous. Luckily, the guardian beast was tamed in time. With this speed, it should be enough to deal with the Blood Essence Fierce Dragon, right? Taheng carefully observed to probe the blood spirit Fierce Dragon's heart as the beast roared loudly, spitting out a cluster of energy beams mixed with thunder, radiating extreme anger. A beam brushed under the protection of the spirit dragon, cutting off a feather. Taheng gasped, heart pounding wildly. Just a little more and he would have gone to meet his ancestors. Yen muttered angrily. Damn it, even at 2,000 meters distance, it still couldn't be defeated. Suddenly, from behind, a series of energy spheres rushed down like a rainstorm. The system displayed notification, innate skill, blood spirit hell. Taheng panicked. I'm done for. Being in a dangerous state, luckily, the spirit dragon activated the innate skill, divine speed, to dodge attacks at the speed of light, creating dazzling golden streaks. Tahang was satisfied, turning his head to stick out, his tongue teasing the blood spirit fierce dragon. The beast roared furiously in pursuit. Both flew swiftly into another forest where the trees had dark purple leaves and a bright blue river cut through. A gentle breeze blew peacefully, but because of flying too fast, Tahang and the spirit dragon both felt dizzy. Collapsing flat on the ground, he breathed heavily, looking at the spirit dragon. "This time I will remember your merit. But next time if you don't learn to break, we won't dare to fly anymore," the spirit dragon replied. Maru was equally competitive. Tahang wearily turned to Fenglei Longsha. "Longsha, keep watch for a bit, I need to calm down." He slept straight through the night. Thanks to the energy-absorbing tree's support, the spirit dragon no longer needed to be called the spirit dragon. It had fully restored its stamina. According to the Old Sun Dragon Classic, after taming the spirit dragon, it possesses 3 innate spirit abilities. The original skills help detect treasures. The spirit summon skill can lure treasures from stealth to manifestation. Mysterious premonition senses danger ahead to avoid in time. In short, the spirit dragon is not good at fighting. But when it comes to touching here and there to find treasures, it is absolutely top-notch, besides the hiding and divine speed skills used earlier. After taming the bloodline spirit dragon, it also mastered the dragon clan's mystical system skill, Dragon Soul. This skill is similar to the demon chapter in classics, allowing it to collect souls of nearby dead dragons for use through special spiritual energy. In the purple-leafed forest beneath the overlapping mountains, Tahang and the spirit dragon stopped by a lake where a crocodile was gnawing fiercely. Creatures resembling slimes with energy heard Tahang's laughter and looked up, only to realize the treasure beside the tree had disappeared. The crocodile roared angrily, but Tahang just smirked at the spirit dragon. "I am like a tiger growing wings, transforming into a hybrid. Previously, it was just an appetizer. This time, all treasures will belong to me one by one." He winked, realizing the time to leave the Blood Forest relic was near, under the dim light of the Blood Forest. Tahang sat down, eyebrows furrowed, hands supporting his chin, pondering calculations. According to the general special training, mages entering this secret relic are not allowed to bring pets out unless they are tamed and spiritually bonded beasts. Otherwise, the relic gate will block all attempts. He sighed, feeling tangled inside. What if we encounter a terrifying species? How can we resist? He muttered, eyes glancing at 2 shimmering dragon eggs nearby, exuding a mysterious aura. Turning his head, he looked at 2 beasts lying down, eyes shining fiercely as if wanting to devour the 2 eggs. Hang frowned, voice full of dissatisfaction. "You 2 are really something. You only know how to eat, right?" he grimaced, pointing at them, not thinking of ways to help me see. How to bring these 2 eggs out. Both the spirit dragon and Fenglei Longxia licked their lips, eyes ravenous as if wanting to swallow the eggs whole. Tahang glared at them, annoyed, shouting, "Stop it, nothing tastes better than the energy of the fruit. Why not say frying it would be tastier?" Suddenly a flash of light lit up in his mind. Tahang quickly turned to the energy absorption tree, eyes shining brightly. "Right, I have a way now." He smiled silently in his mind, recalling the first time he met the 6 great manes and the deep discussion of the ancient dragon. Long Xia, the beast nearly 8 meters tall, no longer like a small truck. This species' characteristic is swallowing prey whole, to digest in the stomach into energy and nutrients. This is the key. He glanced at Fenglei Longsha, seeing it licking its lips. Without hesitation, it swallowed the 2 eggs into its belly, then lay down on the ground, holding its belly and rubbing it with a satisfied expression. Tahang stood with hands on hips, bored looking at the beast. Without hesitation, he summoned Long Xia into the talisman of existence. Not knowing if the ghosts noticed, "This is what you call a tactic," he muttered proudly, then reached out to pick a blue-green apple from the energy absorption spirit dragon Feng Lei. The long serpent and the absorption energy both looked at him bewildered, not understanding the intention of the lamb freezing fruit. This was the key point. For Long Serpent's stomach plan, as a carnivorous dragon-type species, it is so strong that it can digest even steel. Let alone the eggshell combined with the blood marrow found earlier, the outer protective layer of the egg will be even more solid. Tahang thought and smiled secretly, his eyes sparkling, if not for the absorption energy's ability to copy the energy of the blood forest fruit. In this plan, it would not have succeeded. He crushed the blue liquid apple fruit, which dripped down, soaking the 2 eggs inside the long serpent's stomach. Even after treatment, the lamb freezing fruit was still a rare top-grade material. Few dare to use it directly because it is too extravagant. Tahang sighed, it was really wasteful, but his eyes immediately turned sharp and cold. He glanced at the absorption energy, causing the tree to tremble as if wanting to shrink back. Without any mercy, Tahang picked a whole basket of green apples from the absorption energy. The poor tree wilted, its branches and leaves drooping as if wanting to cry. He told the long beast and the thunder dragon serpent to watch. They were stunned by the cruelty of their master. Tahang smiled with satisfaction. Heh, with absorption energy. What difficulty is there anymore? After crushing all the apples, he sprinkled a layer of golden powder on the eggshell, combined with lamb freezing fruit. The fruit's blade and the special technique of the blood forest protected the 2 eggs perfectly. Tahang stood straight, his eyes sparkling confidently. Everything was ready. Tahang crossed his arms proudly, admiring the result with a smug smirk. Beside him, the eyes of the thunder dragon serpent glistened greedily, saliva dripping as it eagerly looked at the 2 dragon eggs in his hands. Tahang raised the 2 eggs, his tone sweetly coaxing. Open your mouth, don't bite hard or it won't taste good. Eat up. The thunder dragon serpent obediently complied, swallowing the 2 eggs in an instant. It licked its lips with a bewildered expression, as if it swallowed too fast to savor the flavor, or worse, it realized it had been tricked. Tahang still wore a calm expression, shrugged, oh, it's all gone. The next morning outside the Blood Forest Ruins gate, a blazing red blood spirit fierce dragon stood guard with overwhelming presence. It roared loudly, it's time, you 3 humans. Bring out everything you took from the secret place. Let me see if there's any forbidden item. If all is reasonable, I will lead you out of here. With 2 hang were Hoak Hong and Ko Mai Nuok. The blood spirit fierce dragon checked Ko Mai Nuok's bag first, nodding, oh, you are suitable. It was Hoak Hong's turn. It also nodded, you are suitable too. When it came to 2 hang, he pulled out a giant backpack many times larger than the other 2's bags. Everyone was stunned. Hoak Hong and Ko Mai Ngok gaped. Tahang smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. The harvest is a bit much. The blood spirit, fierce dragon scrutinized Tahang's bag while Hoak Hong and Ko Mai Nok muttered, not valid. Not valid. But the dragon sighed and concluded, although there's a lot, it is suitable. The 2 muttered about the unfairness. Tahang just smiled secretly, feeling proud, thinking, I really hit it well. The red dragon continued to give orders in a stern voice. Next, call out the spirit beasts, including those captured in the secret place. I will check if there is any forbidden pet. Tahang cursed silently in his heart. His heart pounded. Hoak Hong was checked first. Her blood moon demon wolf was approved as valid. The blood pursuit and talisman of Ko Mai Nok were also approved as valid. It was Tu Hang's turn. He called out the 3 spirit beasts, the long beast, the thunder dragon serpent, and the absorption energy, standing neatly in line. Hoak Hong glared at the absorption energy with a sarcastic tone. That absorption energy is strange, right? Surely it's not valid. The poor tree trembled, its branches and leaves drooping as if wanting to cry. Tahang clasped his hands, silently praying. Luckily, the absorption energy attracted attention. He prayed to pass this gate. The blood spirit fierce dragon observed carefully, then judged, the spirit beasts and low-level plants, though ugly, are valid. An invisible blade stabbed straight into the absorption energy's heart because of the ugly label. The tree cried, its branches and leaves drooping even more. Tahang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had passed the gate, but just then the red dragon's eyes stopped at the unusually swollen belly of the thunder dragon serpent. It squinted suspiciously. Inside it, Tahang panicked, sweat pouring down. The blood spirit fierce dragon roared, causing the thunder dragon serpent to immediately take a combat stance. Tahang silently analyzed, heart pounding. The power of the blood spirit, fierce dragon was terrifying. It was a blood-type fierce dragon species, unbelievably strong. Even with the talisman given by the teacher, it was only enough to block 1 attack. It could not help him escape the ruins. His hand clenched the talisman tightly, heart tangled like dragon silk. The red dragon charged forward, growling, cunning humans, trying to use this way to take our young pets. Its eyes were blazing red, filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, the dragon paused, took a deep breath. Its expression changed. Wait, this feeling is really familiar, it muttered as if realizing something. In the Blood Forest tribe ruins, the violent dragon is the strongest. But only 2 violent dragon blood crystals have reached the pinnacle of evolution. The violent dragon blood crystal Earth Leader is the most dangerous species with only 2 individuals existing. Although the tribe hasn't changed, their strength has reached unimaginable levels. One once fought against the entire tribe, and the other is the fair and kind tribe chief, respected by everyone. But not long ago, a violent dragon blood crystal, who was the strongest warrior with a rare talent, no longer satisfied with that title, challenged the tribe chief using dirty tricks in battle, causing the old tribe chief to be seriously injured and still not recovered. As a result, it was expelled from the territory. Rumor has it that after being expelled, that violent dragon blood crystal took over a vast land in the northwest, a remote secret place far from the tribe's territory, where it frantically hunted various dragon species and built the Blood Pond Dragon Spring to train the next generation. Despite the guardian god's prohibition that each violent dragon blood crystal can only challenge the tribe chief once, it has lost 7 times, but its descendants were tempered in the blood pond and will be unimaginably strong when grown. Seeing the violent dragon blood crystal suddenly stop, To-hung frowned, inwardly suspicious. Why do I feel so strange? What is it scheming? Is it trying to trick me? Sure enough, the red dragon curled its lips. Its eyes flashed with cunning light. It thought silently, just let this human guy take the descendants of the troublemaker away. Maybe they will turn against their master. It growled in a sharp voice. Check done. Inside me there is only food. Take it back. You're done. To-hung and the red dragon secretly exchanged a conspiratorial glance as if they had just reached a tacit agreement. How close have these two become? Hak-hung glared at her. She replied, no, I must remember to report to the condensed land. All three stepped through the space gate, setting foot on a lush green land with verdant grass and trees. As soon as they landed, a hearty voice rang out, Brother To-hung! It was Chairman Hua riding a horse, galloping across the lake to pick up To-hung. Excited, To-hung said, Chairman Hua, you came to pick me up? Why? He nodded urgently. Follow me. The situation is extremely urgent. We'll talk as we go. To-hung asked about the fire tremor gang causing trouble again. Chairman Hua shook his head. No, it's the Tai Trio. Hearing the 2 words Tai Trio, To-hung furrowed his brows. His face darkened. He knew exactly what Tai Trio was, though in his 18 years he had never faced it directly. With the condensed land's mages, memories and rumors about Tai Trio were enough for him to understand its terror. Simply put, Tai Trio is a disaster formed by dangerous and terrifying species attacking the condensed land for various reasons. Like fierce tidal waves, they only stop when completely eliminated or defeated, like 35 years ago at Black Lantern. The condensed land once suffered a horrific Tai Trio that caused the previous Guardian Lord to die tragically. Many professional mages sacrificed, and the Black Lantern Guardian was nearly destroyed. To-hung's teacher, Chu Hop, almost died too. Thanks to the combined strength of mages and the army, they reversed the situation and pushed back the Tai Trio. Due to his merits and outstanding strength, Chu Hop was elected Guardian Lord. Chairman Hua reassured To-hung, you don't need to worry too much. This Tai Trio's scale is only moderate, not comparable to the one 35 years ago. He explained that the Guardian Lord had formed a team, including To-hung's senior brother and nearly 10 Black Lantern mages, who are tracking the origin of the Tai Trio to resolve it decisively and avoid a larger outbreak. Without enough power to extinguish it early, the condensed land could fall into a passive state like today. However, before searching for the origin, the Guardian Lord ordered the withdrawal of 4 defense lines to the front line. Chairman Hua sighed. It's just a pity for the food that the farmers worked hard to grow. To-hung worriedly lowered his voice. Is Don Dien affected? Is my sister in danger? He asked seriously. Chairman Hua said, then let's hurry back to the condensed land. He nodded and led the way. Follow me to Cha Nem. To-hung replied, yes. From the Blood Forest ruins to Cha Nem takes at least 2 days. Even with the strong steps of the Dragon Snake ruins and Ice Lake horse, the speed is only comparable to a car. After walking a while, they stopped to let the spirit beasts rest, eat, and recover their strength. While resting and drinking water, To-hung secretly avoided Chairman Hua and led the Dragon Snake ruins to a bush beside a small stream. The beast spat out 2 eggs and other swallowed items, hiding them in a secret place found by the dragon beast. To-hung was not distrustful of Chairman Hua, a respected elder, but right now he doesn't want to reveal the theft of the pet from the Blood Forest ruins. Tu-hang had no intention to hide it. On the contrary, he generously shared some energy fruits with Hua Ke to replenish the stamina of Bang Ho Ma. This action made Hua Ke respect the junior very much and did not hesitate to teach Tu-hang many things during the rest. Of course, Tu-hang was not stupid enough to call out energy absorption in front of him. That night at the foot of the mountain, Tu-hang sat on the back of the beast with wide, astonished eyes. The mountain had now become a major military base, bustling and solemn. The guards at the city gate recognized Hua Ke and were overjoyed. It was Chairman Hua, quickly opened the heavy city gate that was pulled up. Hua Ke sat steadily on horseback and entered, in a calm voice. Let's go. Tu-hang said nothing, quietly glanced at Fong Loi Long, nodded slightly. Both people and the beast started moving. Their shadows stretched long under the bright moonlight like a silent army entering the city. Suddenly, Tu-hang stopped, wrinkling his nose at a strange scent. He looked around carefully and muttered, strange, why is there this smell? His eyes scanned around. He discovered the source. In front of him was a pile of fresh meat, emitting a strong, fishy smell. So, where do they live to have so much? Tu-hang asked in surprise. Huake smiled lightly and explained that the provisions during the march were all things the great army needed. Tahang swallowed and nodded. The beast needed specialized provisions to exert its strength. But this pile of raw meat was just rough food. Huake turned back with a smirk. You'll know when the time comes. Let's go. Someone is waiting for us. A while later in the meeting room, everyone gathered fully. The Imperial Master and Chairman of Black Void City, Cao Tun, wore a communication device on his ear, stood up to speak. This is the command center of Black Void, but according to the arrangement of the Protector, the combat plan for the Outer District Market is under my responsibility. Taivu sitting next to him sneered and added, Cao Tun was once a professional Imperial Master, and head of the Blacklight Imperial Master Group, now chairman of Black Void City. Tu Hang frowned and muttered, Black Void City. Tu Yet Vu explained calmly. The center of Black Void City is the only small base producing energy crystals. That is why Blacklight has existed for over 100 years. Cao Ton, a notorious ruthless person, guarded that place. Beside him was Hang Nok Bin, a master of poison techniques who once single-handedly used 6 top-level dangerous beasts to severely injure a low-level terrorist beast. Hang broke out in a sweat, thinking how terrifying it was to use dangerous beasts to defeat terrorist beasts. Yes. Huake stood up abruptly, making Tivu and Tuhang startled and stiff. He shouted, If you're free, go help move the supplies. Don't stand here talking nonsense. Both reluctantly replied, yes. Outside, Taivu carried a box of live beasts from the vehicle. Tahang hurriedly helped and asked how Black Light was currently. I don't see Chairman Hua in a hurry, Taivu smiled and replied while working. Hurrying is useless. A large-scale beast tide is very different from small squad combat. Facing a beast tide requires detailed tactics. The experienced chairman is in charge. Just follow his orders. Tahang raised his head in doubt. Why don't I see Kook Tai and Lam Chan, the big brother? Tivu jumped off the vehicle and sighed. Lam Chan stayed behind to guard Liu Din Chan. That place is full of minerals. Very important to Black Light. It can't be damaged. He chuckled lightly and continued. You help Lam Chan get the flaming tiger sword from the Protector. He always wants to thank you. Suddenly a loud noise interrupted the conversation. Startling both, they turned around. Tahang was shocked, looking toward the city gate, where a fierce beast army charged in. Black Kook sat cross-legged on the back of a giant bear casually. Tuhang shouted, Kook Tai! Tuyet Vu stood beside him with a pale face and cautious eyes looking at the bear. It was the leader of Koi Hung, a special terrorist beast. Tai Vu continued softly, That figure is definitely the owner of Koi Hung. Lam Tahang was excited, unexpectedly. This rescue mission even has that great person participating. Black Kook rode on the back of the Koi Hung leader, leading a group of special terrorist beasts with overwhelming momentum. Cao Ton stepped forward, respectfully bowed to the revered owner of Koi Hung. Welcome back, sir. The lead bear roared loudly, signaling through thoughts. The food has been prepared. We will deliver it to the soldiers of the bear pack from afar. Cao Ton nodded and signaled. Tivu hugged the box of fresh meat and smiled at Tahang Si, the owner of Koi Hung, was originally just a low-level terrorist beast leader but was trained by the Protector and has now become a special terrorist beast. The Protector's strength was truly beyond imagination. Tuhang looked at the bears devouring the mountain-high pile of fresh meat at the city gate and was secretly amazed that such a fierce bear like the Koi Hung leader could be so restrained, certainly not only because of strength but also due to superior intelligence. No wonder Chairman Hua prepared a whole mountain of food. The mighty leader stretched out his claws to receive the meat bucket from Te To Hung. The black chrysanthemum jumped down, holding a bucket in each hand, smiling brightly. Isn't it heavy to carry like that? Tipvu whispered beside her ear. To Hung didn't know what fate the black chrysanthemum had to be accepted as a disciple by the mighty owner Lam, truly crazy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the mission to lead the bear army this time. The black chrysanthemum's ears are just as sharp. Hearing every word, Ko Lao pinched Tichfu's ear and shouted, WHO's being noisy? To Hung stood nearby, forcing a smile, secretly thinking, indeed, only Sister Kook could handle this noisy guy. The bear army from Koi Hung Lam quickly recovered their energy thanks to abundant food. Under the command of the owner Koi Hung Lam, they took turns guarding the Bien Juri Chun Nem. The roar echoed loudly, shaking the nearby small villages, signaling that war was approaching. That night, To Hong couldn't rest. According to Hua Kak-an's arrangement, the Black Chrysanthemum and Tip Vu entered the secret passage of Cha. So in the darkness, leading a team of bizarre monsters, the Black Chrysanthemum ordered the guards. All team members had arrived. Unloading the cart, everyone started taking down the cargo boxes. Suddenly, a steel helmet rolled out, shining under the moonlight, making the group freeze. Eyes focused on it. Hong curiously intended to pick up the steel helmet, muttering, "Such a big helmet, whose head would wear it?" Teep Vu shrugged, sneering, "Guess whose pet it belongs to?" Under Hong's astonished gaze, the bear army of Koi Hung Lam obediently moved into the center of the formation. With the support of the locals, they were equipped with special combat armor, the sword blades glinting attached to the armor. Helmets adorned with spiral horns, Hong thought silently. These bears, though ordinary bears, when wearing special armor, surely have enough strength to confront the dangerous Trung Ki Than Thuk species. An swallowed nervously and exclaimed, "All right, this is completely cheating." While the bear team was equipped, humans were not idle either. Under the direction of high-ranking officials like Cao Ton and Hua Kak, armed forces from more than 10 areas, including Cha Nem and Hak Hu Than, gathered. The livestock vehicle team completed preparations. A total of 780 vehicles carrying over 1,000 warriors. Each vehicle assigned a 5-person squad. Total force, nearly 400 people. Cao Ton stood on the vehicle roof and shouted loudly, "Today we receive orders to protect the Lord. Give full support to Hak Dung Bao tonight to rescue the family." He raised his fist with soaring spirit. The afternoon was approaching. "The family is in danger. The glory of the ancestors always protects us." The guards below, holding guns, standing at attention, shouted in unison, "Never retreat. Protect the family. Never retreat." Protecting the family. Cao Ton waved his hand to start. Inside the vehicle, a warrior in the squad was operating a machine. Saluting in military style, voice firm, "Hong, sir, I am a guard, temporary captain of Tactical Team 2 of the 4th Brigade, a comrade of his, for the next few days. Glad you are here." He handed a tablet to Hong, pointing at the blueprint based on Chairman Cao's plan. "Chairman Hua and Vice Chairman Ha, we formed a high combat force team responsible for handling dangerous areas on the battlefield." The guard explained that the entire combat force was divided into 4 tactical battalions. Hang belonged to Tactical Teams 1 and 2 of the 4th Brigade. With the main task of wearing down Tai Chio's strength, Hong received the tablet, nodded lightly, secretly comparing. Compared to Teach Vu in Tactical Team 1, who was mainly responsible for military machinery forces, his mission was much lighter. Chairman Hua had cleverly placed him in a safe position, according to the combat plan. Tactical Team 4 was weaker and incomplete, but Hong still felt the heavy pressure. He raised his head with a contemplative gaze. The mission of Tactical Team 4 was the lightest, only assisting and cleaning up the battlefield. He silently hoped this trip would go smoothly. Compared to human intelligence, the dangerous creatures in Tai Chio relied on instinct, or more precisely intuition, to fight. This kind of instinct, avoiding heavy and seeking light, was not inferior to human command tactics. Lord Chu led the high combat force team, equivalent to the spearhead directly advancing into the core of Tai Chio to test strength. Hak Dung Bao also deployed new defensive tactics, temporarily protecting the fortress, tightly surrounding all dangerous creatures inside, according to the combat plan. After reinforcements were deployed, the mighty army of Koi Hung Lam set off. This army did not enter the battlefield, simultaneously with 2,000 reinforcements led by Cao Ton to avoid chaotic fighting that would unleash frenzied firepower, easily causing unintended casualties. Cao Ton's plan was clear. The mechanized troops would lead the charge, confronting the Tai faction head-on, attracting combat units from mid to high levels hiding among the beasts. Then the mages would advance into the battlefield center. Finally, under the protection of the mighty army, the mechanized troops would storm straight to the base of the city walls, coordinating firepower with the Black Lantern Guard. 3 military vehicles rolled along the mountain road, their headlights trying to pierce the dense darkness, but the shadows still enveloped everything. Wei Na sternly said, "To execute this plan, we must reach Black Lantern Guard before dawn to prevent the Tai faction from growing stronger." Hang was determined. From Cha Nem to Black Lantern Guard was not close. To arrive before dawn, they could only cross the dangerous area. Suddenly, the vehicle shook. A surveillance screen appeared from the roof showing a giant monster. Standing tall in the forest was a high-level terror species, the terrifying demon beast. Hang looked through the lens at its gray, grim face. The oppressive skill of this monster was so strong that usual dangerous species had long fled. Indeed, having a professional mage to stabilize the area made the dangerous zone less frightening, he thought. Suddenly, in front of him was the terrifying demon beast. Another monster appeared, a giant, ferocious bear. Knocking down a whole patch of forest was a level 2 terror species, the demon crescent wolf. Hang was stunned, witnessing for the first time 2 terror species fighting at close range. The terrifying demon beast bared its teeth in a sinister smile. The demon crescent wolf felt a chill, but the opponent raised both hands to the sky. In midair, several blazing fireballs appeared, a talent skill, terrifying demon light. The demon crescent wolf took the full hit, its roar echoing through the forest. Tahang was stunned. Watching the demon crescent wolf writhe in pain, his heart chilled, too terrifying, he thought. Even as a level 2 terror species, the demon crescent wolf could not recover after the hit from the terrifying demon beast. This high-level terror species combined demon, spiritual, and new spiritual systems. Just one move defeated an opponent of equal rank. Cao Tan's strength far exceeded imagination, making Tu Hang more confident for the upcoming battle under the overwhelming aura of the terrifying demon beast. The army crossed the dangerous area without any obstacles to avoid frightening the soldiers. Cao Tan led the monster several thousand meters behind the army. The terrifying demon beast had no sharp horns like a typical rhino, but possessed devastating power. Each charge carried tremendous force enough to crush enemies. Placed by Cao Tan at the end of the formation, the terrifying demon beast acted as a mobile fortress, protecting the army from any beasts that slipped through. Under the pressure of the terrifying demon beast, Cao Tan gripped the handle on the vehicle roof and spoke through the radio. All vehicles, pay attention, shorten the distance. The next stretch is the most dangerous on the journey to Black Lantern Guard. Be extremely careful. Ensure passing through without casualties. He glanced at Hua Kok. Have you brought enough? Hua Kok climbed to the roof, nodded confidently and assured him. He raised his hand. Brilliant multicolored light flashed. Come out, everyone! Immediately, from another dimension, a series of spirit beasts were summoned. Yellow Sand Dragon, Phoenix Keelan, Demon Wind, and others. Tu Hang observed through the lens, amazed. Along with the terrifying demon beast and the thunder war beast, so Cao Tan had summoned 6 terror species spirit beasts. He was stunned, never expecting Cao Tan's strength to be so fearsome. Suddenly, the entire forest and the mountain ahead were covered by sparkling blue crystal shards like ice. The giant crystals were larger than the convoy, making Tahang worried. These didn't seem natural. Why did he feel uneasy? 3 vehicles tilted sharply as if about to overturn. Tahang panicked and shouted, "Oh!" from within the blue crystal layer. A monster burst out, breaking the earth and rocks. Not just one, but many others emerged simultaneously, their numbers increasing exponentially, radiating a fierce aura. Tahang looked at the sparkling crystal layer, puzzled. The dangerous area near Black Lantern Guard, why was there such a thing? After the vehicles stabilized, the convoy continued forward. Tahang did not expect such terrifying spirit beasts to exist near the condensed earth. After asking Tich Vu, he learned this was the lava plain, discovered by the Protector 35 years ago. The lava valley was hidden and secretive, and those who discovered it never survived. Thus, Black Lantern Guard had concealed this secret for many years. The monster that just appeared was the Lava Dragon Lord, the ruler of the lava plain, feeding on energy crystals. Even the original Protector did not expect this. How could the Black Lantern Fortress, only 120 kilometers away, harbor such a terrifying race? Luckily, the Fortress Master was the first to survive and escape from there. The Crystal Rock Dragon, a top-tier existence in this race, represents the pinnacle of evolution, possessing unparalleled terrifying power. Because there was a clear treaty between the Rock Dragon clan and the Fortress Master, waters of the river do not invade the well. Without this agreement, even a mighty figure like Lord Cao wouldn't dare to lead a large army across their land. However, the Rock Dragon clan is notoriously fierce and aggressive by nature, deeply ingrained in their blood. Despite the treaty, they remain ready to attack at any moment. So Lord Cao, with a serious expression, summoned all key forces. Preparing to suppress the fortress, Tahang clenched the communication device tightly, furrowing his brows as he pondered deeply. He muttered thoughtfully, using energy crystals as nourishment, his crystalline armor glowing brilliantly over his body. This is not the Rock Dragon clan as rumored. According to records in the Ancient Dragon Codex, this creature is clearly a crystal rock dragon. An extremely rare dragon race. Tahang crossed his arms, eyes flashing with a bright light in astonishment. He silently thought that the crystal rock dragon was one of the 3 sovereign beasts he most desired to tame. Famous for its nearly impenetrable defense, no wonder, even after scouring his master's archives, he found no records of this species. So, in the Black Lantern Fortress, the crystal rock dragon is called the Rock Dragon clan. Gritting his teeth, he resolved firmly, after this moment, I must find a way to tame the crystal rock dragon. Suddenly, a series of loud noises erupted from outside, startling Tahang. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he silently cursed. This is trouble. Could a battle be imminent? He hurriedly calmed himself. He vowed not to let the Black Lantern Fortress reinforcements face the fierce and simple-minded crystal rock dragons head-on. But with such overwhelming power, A battle like that would cause unnecessary losses. In Lord Cao's heart, he hoped the fortress leader had brought enough supplies this time. Taking a deep breath, he shouted into the communicator, "Hold the line!" Immediately, massive trucks rolled forward. Screeching tires tore across the ground as the truck beds tilted, spilling countless sparkling crystal-like stones. Under the moonlight, the crystal rock dragons, seeing their favorite food, immediately lit up their eyes and lunged forward to devour it. Lord Cao formed his hands into binoculars and loudly ordered, "Begin!" The troops successfully crossed the crystal rock dragon territory without any obstacles. Around 4 a.m., the last unit arrived at the Black Lantern Fortress, but the scene before them stunned everyone. At the foot of the fortress wall, countless dangerous creatures gathered, forming a terrifying wave of disaster. The howls of the beast swarm echoed endlessly, mostly rare species in overwhelming numbers. Among them, beast and insect types were the majority, with occasional powerful creatures spitting dazzling sparks at the fortress walls. The defenders responded with fierce counterattacks. The two sides fought fiercely without mercy. The reinforcement army, with 2,000 soldiers and hundreds of combat vehicles, quickly attracted the beast swarm's attention. Seeing attacks on the walls were ineffective, they immediately shifted focus directly to the newly arrived troops. The vehicle operators noticed the abnormal situation. They hurriedly reported via communicator, "Report to Commander. At 2 o'clock direction, 2 beast swarm creatures are approaching us. Mainly insect and beast types, among which the most dangerous were the razor claw scorpion and the venomous insect wolf." On the device screen, the 2 beast swarm creatures appeared clearly, their sharp eyes staring intently at the troops. As if ready to tear everything apart, Lord Cao clenched his fists, his face darkening like storm clouds before a tempest. He calmed himself, his sharp gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield. "They're just top-tier terror beasts, nothing to fear." He roared loudly through the communicator. "All troops, listen to orders!" While the beast swarm is gathered, blocking the fortress wall 50 meters ahead of the Black Lantern Fortress. Drop anchor and fire. Be extremely careful not to hit the fortress walls. We and the fortress defenders cannot lose. He waved his hand to signal an end. He gestured to the mages in the Legion and ground forces. The elite firepower units immediately took positions, ready to eliminate the dangerous creatures. All soldiers sat upright, shouting loudly and clearly. Under their command, they charged toward the tanks, raising their barrels high and locking onto targets. Chu knew and locked and fired. The sound of cannon roaring echoed as a series of low and mid-level pets fell amidst smoke and fire, but the giant beasts, with powerful and unpredictable aura, led the Tai Chio pack, still stood firm, resisting artillery fire. They were called a terror species, with strength far beyond all expectations. Tahang bit his tongue, muttering with deadly annoyance. Normal firepower hitting them was like mosquito bites. He realized standing before him was the terrifying Kuma Engao, a level 7 awakened creature possessing the radiant BA power. He stood beside them, eyes flashing with joy, shouting. The commander took action. Then Fong Ma Dong, with a majestic appearance, stepped beside Kuma Nao, creating a giant magical orb glowing like lightning. Tahang tensed, sweat rolling down his forehead. Analyzing, using radiant BA power to slow down speed first, then exploiting Fong Ma Dong's damage skills. But the opponent was not simple. Before them was a carnivorous plant beast among giant flowers, a shimmering hole like a lightning bolt. Tahang thought silently, indeed, a high-level terror species. Possessing sensitivity not inferior to human intelligence, they seemed to anticipate the intent aimed directly at Fong Ma Dong's skills. At that moment, the armored lightning warhammer stepped out, its armor shimmering with electric light, shielding Kuma Ngao and Fong Ma Dong, forming a solid level 5 awakened shield. The electric shield absorbed the opponent's attack completely without damage. Tahang was amazed, silently exclaiming this was the power of a perfect pet. The lightning war armor specialized in defense. Combined with 2 riding pets with terrifying damage, Kuma now also possessed control abilities, easily defeating 10 terror species. Fong Ma Dong's magical orb grew larger and then exploded violently when thrown at the enemy, creating a massive explosion. Cao Tun shouted loudly. All mages called their riding pets to battle. Insect types good at control, ensure protection of the mobile army. Tahang immediately summoned the majestic Long XA pet, charging into the battlefield facing the giant Tai Chio. This would definitely be a prolonged battle. Although large artillery couldn't stop the terrifying power of Tai Chio, it was still effective in killing creatures from low to mid-level, helping the army conserve strength and increase chances of victory. The encirclement formation was established, turning the battlefield into a giant grinder, crushing the enemy's fighting power. But Cao Tun's expression grew darker, pounding the table hard, speaking to Tich Vu and Tu Hang about the hidden power of Tai Chio. This machine won't last long. The next battle only mages like us taking action can hope to reverse the situation. He ordered to protect the mobile position and completely eliminate enemies in the air and on the ground. The battlefield exploded into chaos. Dangerous creatures from war vehicles, riding pets to Tai Chi charged at each other like crashing waves. Insect-type beasts, with many legs, emerged from the ground. Worm-like creatures flew in the sky, spitting acid and explosives like raw meat fragments. Long XA unleashed great divine power. Any Tai Chio approaching was torn apart brutally, inside the sturdy uniform, placing the rifle on his shoulder, firing continuously at the enemy despite the thick smoke covering the battlefield. The person beside Tahang smiled slightly, eyes sparkling with appreciation. Lord 2. Luckily, your Long XA is a military pet, otherwise we would be doomed. Tahang, startled, quickly glanced and pushed the person beside him away. At that moment, a blazing red light tore through space, slicing across Tahang's robe, leaving a piece of cloth fluttering down. He bit his lip, sweat rolling down his forehead, thinking Long XA was too conspicuous and had been targeted. Luckily, Cao Tan acted in time. He escaped the jaws of death amid the chaotic battlefield. From the smoke, a blazing red tiger stepped out fiercely. The previous attack was its masterpiece, the Bloodguard Fierce Tiger, a super-level dangerous species of the mythical kind. Although naturally physically weak, its strength and defense were enough to make any opponent wary. Tahang crossed his arms, standing beside Long XA, eyes cold, decisively ordering to keep distance and use malicious bullets. Don't risk it with it, Long XA nodded. From its mouth, it spat a sparkling energy block. Lightning struck straight at the Bloodguard Fierce Tiger's funnel, creating a terrifying explosion right behind Long XA standing upright. Its body flashed like lightning, rushing in front of the Bloodguard Fierce Tiger's funnel. Two riding beasts charged at each other, claws and sharp fangs clashing fiercely. In an instant, the red tiger was thrown back, crashing into a nearby mountain, causing rocks to shatter and fly everywhere. But from the peak of the mountain, 4 other blazing red figures appeared. Tohang gritted his teeth, stepped back a few steps, and quickly counted 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus the one just attacked, a total of 5 beasts. If they can't fight back, biting people is truly immoral. The bloodthirsty, fierce tigers surrounded Long XA TICH and pounced all at once, aiming at its wings, tearing wildly. Long XA TICH roared angrily and unleashed the vicious skill, Fitok. Sharp claws flashed silver light as it pressed hard down on the shoulder of a bloodthirsty, fierce tiger, using its full dragon power. Each tiger was torn apart, rolling on the ground and wailing pitifully before collapsing. Long XA TICH flew back to Tohang and gently landed. Its wings trembled slightly, but Tohang couldn't help but worry, eyes following the bloodthirsty, fierce tigers increasing in number. Dizzy, he thought silently. This is not an arena. Although Long XA TICH's recovery ability is astonishing, this trade damage fighting style will trigger the bloodthirsty instinct of the bloodthirsty, fierce tigers, a notoriously united species. Long XA TICH bared its teeth. Its wings flapped strongly, creating a terrifying, powerful wind that almost made the bloodthirsty, fierce tigers hesitate. Skill. Dragon Might, Dragon Calm Protection erupted. Blazing red flames wrapped around them, causing the tigers to howl in pain. From inside the armored vehicle, Tohang popped his head out and shouted loudly, "I'll help you hold down 2 of them. Quick strike, quick victory, go home." Below, there was a decisive nod. Assured of mission completion, armored tanks and artillery vehicles fired simultaneously. Shells roared, aiming straight at 2 bloodthirsty, fierce tigers. The land ahead was filled with smoke and fire. The beasts were thrown away, wailing pitifully in midair. Long XA TICH took the opportunity to rush forward, claws tearing the ground, grabbing a bloodthirsty, fierce tiger and smashing it to pieces. Cao Ton watched attentively through the screen, nodded slightly in satisfaction, and told the master, "This time, recruiting disciples is something that can make a beast go against its instincts." Using strategy and combining skills, Huakak laughed loudly, his voice echoing, "This kid is pretty good. When he was in Koi Hung Lam, he also amazed me. Without that kid, I'm afraid the Firequake battle would have been a defeat. He's usually so gentle, but on the battlefield he's so fierce." Tohang held guns with both hands, smiling brightly as if it was harvest time, firing continuously at the bloodthirsty tigers. Huakak shook his head helplessly, eyes showing unmistakable reproach. Watching Tohang enthusiastically shooting on the battlefield, the man muttered, but before he could say more, the screen in front suddenly flashed 5 red dots. "Danger warning!" Cao Ton's face turned stone cold as he immediately gave orders. "Something is coming. Everyone get ready." Huakak frowned and rushed toward Tohang. From the ground, a giant bright red centipede emerged, its body undulating like a raging wave. It quickly crawled toward Tohang, its sharp legs smashing two armored vehicles in an instant. Debris flew everywhere. Tohang was startled, heart skipping a beat. He shouted, "5 armored 5 Thien Tuk terror-grade SAO towers are appearing here," from the radio. Kauton's voice sounded calm but urgent. "Tohang, focus on fighting. I will have Hua Tungdo Jiamsu protect you. You must remember this tide is different from before. There are many more dangerous creatures hiding in the tide, waiting for human advanced strategies. Without advanced strategies, we will surely be defeated. Act, but be very cautious." From afar, Hua Tungdo Diemsu, a mid-level terror species, rushed like a blazing fire, sweeping the road behind. Leaving a black burn mark in the sky, several flying dinosaurs circled. Their giant wings blocked the light. Kauton looked up with cold eyes. They're starting to use aerial forces. Here comes the Thunder Demon. Among the vehicles, a giant glowing seal appeared, and the Thunder Demon, Kauton's main mount, showed its majestic presence. Hua Kak held tightly onto the safety bar, shouting, "Old Sao, be very careful. The aerial forces have lethal damage against the mobile troops. Absolutely do not let them break through." Kauton nodded, eyes never leaving the battlefield. The Thunder Demon raised its hand to the sky, summoning heavenly thunder. A lightning arrow with dazzling streaks tore across the sky, piercing two winged monsters, causing them to scream and fall. Tohang's sweat trickled down his forehead, silently amazed. This is Kauton's #1 main force. But before he could recover, his vehicle shook violently from a tremor. Rocks cracked, dust thickened. But before he could recover, his carriage shook violently from a tremor. Rocks cracked, dust filled the air. Tohang panicked and shouted, "It's over!" The aerial forces were just a facade. The real damage was underground. From the earth emerged a level 7 earth-devouring worm, a giant figure like a living wall. It emitted blazing red beams that corroded everything they touched. Nearby, soldiers were instantly burned in agony. The 5 armored beast stood upright. Its eyes flashed like two torches as it roared menacingly. Tohang stared at the chaotic scene before him, so tense he felt suffocated. "It's over. If this continues, the mobile army will be wiped out quickly. Long XA TICH, help!" He opened his eyes wide, heart pounding. Unlike ordinary tamers, if the mobile army is attacked, the soldiers today have only one fate: death in battle. A red stain spread across Long XA TICH's chest, cutting through Tohang's thoughts. He gritted his teeth and ordered them to retreat. Protecting them is the tamer's mission. A layer of spiritual energy shielding the long Lan armor enveloped the two of them. I, Tohang, raised the communicator to my ear, voice trembling but resolute. "The Thai court officials are right in front of us. What we can do is disperse our forces. Cao Doan in the Thai court, surely you are not destroyed by the terror species. This battle is extremely draining. Whether for me or for you all, there will definitely be casualties in this fight. Do your best." In Kauton's eyes, the flame of victory blazed as he roared, "You will resolve this today. I will stay at the rear and bring back glory." All tamers in radiant support armor exerted their full strength to fight alongside the spirit beasts. Their silhouettes among the troops were like blazing torches shining through the smoke and fire of the battlefield. Tohang panted heavily. Sweat-drenched, he muttered helplessly, "Damn it, even with me and Teach Vu, we cannot defeat the terror species." He looked toward Long XA TICH, his loyal spirit beast struggling against the death species. Suddenly, a painful roar erupted from Long XA TICH, startling Tohang. His heart pounded fiercely. From afar, Hak Kook rode atop armored bears, leading the fierce army forward majestically. Sister Kook has been rescued. The leader Koi Hum stepped forward to confront the death insect, delivering a powerful strike that severed several sharp claws of the enemy. Debris flew everywhere. The earth and sky shook from dusk till dawn, then from dawn to dusk again. Kauton, Tohang, and Captain Hakdang Bao coordinated seamlessly to eliminate over Haichum dangerous creatures. As the sun set, the horrific battle finally ended, but the cost was too high. 3 walls of Hakdang Bao collapsed, 20% of civilians were affected, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers from Chun Im were forever left behind in this land. Nearly 100 tamers participated in the battle, but only 39 survived. After the disaster at Hai Dung Bao, it will take at least 3 years to recover the original energy. However, amidst danger lies opportunity. Each terror species' corpse is a treasure trove of blood and flesh. Jialan armor and bones are precious materials for crafting rare artifacts. If Hakdung Bao can utilize these spoils, the future will rise to a new height at the recovery zone. Long XA TICH lay on the sickbed, cared for by Quang Fun Hoa, a high-level healing spirit beast. The sparkling petals emitted gentle light, gradually healing Long XA TICH's wounds. Tohang leaned against the wall, smiling. It seems Long XA TICH is quite enjoying this. He turned to Lam Vu Hun, eyes full of gratitude. Sister Lam, your spirit beast is amazing. If Long XA TICH gets injured again, I'll seek your help. Lam Vu Hun wiped sweat from her cheek, smiling tiredly. All right, but Quang Fanhua is still young. To fully heal Long XA TICH, who is several times larger than it used to be, it has now shrunk to just a little. The door to the room burst open as a man entered, bowing respectfully. Lord To, Lord Hawk has called you to the meeting room. The Lord has returned. To Hung excitedly stood up. The master has found the cause of the Tai calamity. He hurried to the main hall and saw the familiar back of Chu Hop, joyfully exclaiming, Master is back! Chu Hop nodded with a steady voice. I'm back. When everyone gathered, Chu Hop slammed the table, eyes sharp. All present, let's begin the briefing. This time we went to find the source of the Tai calamity, but everything we experienced was very bizarre. To Hung propped his chin, repeating, bizarre. Chu Hop slowly recounted, voice haunting. This time I and your senior brother Tao Nian chased the Tai calamity to its origin. We discovered a gigantic abyss full of fangs, nearly 1 kilometer in diameter and hundreds of meters deep. Like the trace of a colossal creature resembling a moving mountain, we ventured deep inside to explore but found no sign of the creature. While scouting, we realized something was moving at the bottom of the abyss. Continuing down to the deepest point, we saw tens of terror species and dangerous species guarding dozens of bizarre larvae. Those maggots are black all over, covered with dense holes, each hole capable of emitting spiritual energy. Controlling Tai Chiao like puppets to attack the Black Lantern sect and local mages, their power is not too frightening. Except for the hard armor of the particularly dangerous species and the psychic attack ability of the super dangerous species. The two of us with the psychic system will join forces to eliminate all dangerous creatures under that abyss. Finally, bringing back something, Chu Hop placed an object on the table that looked like a still beating heart of a living creature. The bright red veins gently trembled under the dim light. Everyone gathered around, eyes fixed on it. Tu Hang was stunned, but suddenly, a sharp pain like a needle pierced through his brain. He held his head, sweating profusely. A voice echoed in his mind. Disaster. Intellect disaster has existed for thousands of years. The disaster of species extinction, the dusk, the only hope for mankind. The old sun opened. Only destruction begins a new life. The nightmare vanished, giving way to Chu Hop's urgent call. To Hang's vision blurred. He was startled, almost collapsing. Chu Hop hurriedly caught him, worriedly asking, Child, what's wrong? To Hang's eyes darkened, weakly waving his hand. I'm fine. Probably just tired lately. Haven't rested properly. Seeing you back, I finally feel at ease, so I couldn't hold it anymore. Chu Hop sighed deeply, his voice full of sorrow. This time it's going to be hard for you all. Go rest first. If there's anything else, I'll have the senior brothers and sisters tell you. To Hang stood at the door, sweating profusely. His mind was still chaotic from the recent nightmare. He thought silently, I didn't expect the old sun Long Dian to come from the future. From the final battle when humanity was destroyed, the monster egg that Chu Hop brought back is not the true origin of Tai. The starting point of this dark era is the egg, a forbidden existence, a terrifying war weapon. After the egg hatches, it creates giant creatures that the master has seen, using a large amount of material and energy to produce an army. A dangerous biological army, different from natural reproduction. The egg's legion does not need to mature. They are born complete, fearless of death, absolutely obedient to the egg's will. More terrifying as their creation time is extremely short. The type that the master destroyed was only a multi-headed creation, a tool to control dangerous creatures in the future of the old sun Long Dian. Humanity was completely wiped out by the egg. To Hang punched the wall hard, roaring, dying. He held his head, mind in chaos. How to tell the master, a new mage like him, how to explain these things? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he remembered a detail. Wait! He secretly opened the door. His gaze stopped at the wound on Chu Hop's hand. That wound was unusual. It could only be caused by the egg, a womb-like structure wrapping the monster egg, causing the egg to use special energy to incubate. It is a wonderful medicine for Tai Chiao, but for mages it is extremely poisonous. Once this energy seeps into the blood, it mixes soul energy, life, and death, corroding the mage's vitality until death. According to the old sun Long Dian, ordinary people only live 2 months. Low-level mages last a year, and professionals like Chu Hop can hold on for 2 years. But the antidote was only discovered 15 years after Tai Chiao broke out. Tu Hang pondered, tightly clenching his hand. If he sold all the blood incense and used his savings, he could buy the ingredients to make the antidote. Starting from saving the master, he would change the future. He vowed with burning determination. At the bustling Black Lantern market, Tu Hang, fully equipped, walked among the crowded people. His eyes scanned each stall. For 2 weeks, he had started the plan to save the master. Each day passed like burning fire in his heart. Because if he delayed even one day, Chu Hop would lose a month of life. Tu Hang had sold all 68 bottles of blood incense. Carrying countless large and small bags, inside were exquisite white bottles containing sample solutions. He didn't keep even a drop for himself. Besides, rare ingredients from the Blood Forest relic were also sold out, earning a total of 23,500,000 gang ki, a huge sum of money. Tu Hang counted the money, his eyes thoughtful but still shook his head. It was still not enough. He ran everywhere, borrowing a lot. Finally, he gathered 30 million gang ka, exchanged for 2 necessary ingredient portions, but heartbreakingly, 1 portion was damaged in the experiment. Only 1 portion remained in Tu Hang's hand. Standing before the laboratory table, Long silently prayed for no bankruptcy. To obtain these 2 portions, he must succeed. He frowned sadly, silently telling himself, that strange energy is too difficult to deal with. It is a mixture of 2 opposing energies, life energy and death energy. After more than 10 years of experimentation, researchers in the former Nut Long Dian have found the perfect ratio to turn counteraction into mutual generation. To Hang carefully poured the solution into the bottle, eyes tense, watching closely. It's about to succeed. The chemicals on the table boiled fiercely. He shouted loudly. Next, let the potion absorb energy from the stones by the stream. Life force and the fingernails of the witch's corpse. He glanced at the experimental bottle, dropped the mentioned ingredients into the glowing red solution. The water surface shook violently. A small explosion erupted. Smoke billowed thickly. To Hang's face turned black with astonishment as he held the stone in his hand. Silently asked, is it successful? In the kitchen of the beastman's soup elf, Mui Khan, with a shining golden spoon, busy cooking, To Hang secretly observed from outside the door, eyes fixed on the golden dish. He thought silently, that is the soup elf, one of the rare imperial beasts, not strong in combat, but possessing outstanding cooking skills. Its dishes surpass all chefs in Hakdang Tup, making To Hang unable to help but marvel. But only very few people besides Master Chu could enjoy the cooking skills of the soup elf, his exclusive imperial beast. But according to the former Nut Long Dian, it has a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. To Hang waved his hand to signal the companion beast towards the soup elf. The companion beast winked, raised its index finger as if understanding, turned invisible, rushed into the kitchen, and overturned the spice jars. The soup elf startled and growled, "Tu Lu Lu." It hurriedly arranged everything neatly, then smiled in relief. Meanwhile, the companion beast secretly added To Hang's ingredients into the soup. To Hang smiled silently. Indeed, it has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Master, drink this soup with my added ingredients. You will recover quickly. He never dreamed I had cured this incurable disease. In his office, Chu Hop bowed his head, reviewing documents, his face pale. The wound on his hand relapsed. A black aura spread out, causing the pen to fall onto the table. He gritted his teeth. Again? Damn it. Looking like this, he won't last long. Truly insane, he muttered, looking at the wound. We can't tell the young people that. After the Great War, we need to stabilize people's hearts. He sighed deeply, eyes full of worry. The soup elf suddenly pushed in a food cart, catching his attention. Chu Hop looked at the soup, smiled bitterly, wondering how many more days like this remain. Ha ha, descendants have their own blessings. When a generation of rulers falls, naturally, a new generation will rise. Thinking back, I was like that too. He raised the soup, took a sip, then suddenly brightened and praised. I didn't expect your soup to have such wonderful effects. Today, with the new ingredients, wow. The soup elf shook its head, puzzled. Tu Lu Lu. Strange. Is there someone in the kitchen? Chu Hop snapped his fingers to activate the surveillance system. On the screen, images of To Hang and the companion beast appeared clearly. He smiled slightly. If it's really To Hang, then I understand. He flipped through newspapers, muttering about the blood affinity fragrance, increasing intimacy with imperial beasts. I thought he borrowed my name to make money. Reading news about To Hang, he was astonished. He exchanged all contribution points from the fortress defense battle, borrowed everywhere, gathered a few million gang K, then spent it all in a few days at Hakdung Tup Market buying all kinds of strange ingredients. He was about to call that kid over for a scolding. Chu Hop held his head but suddenly laughed. It seems he knows I am injured, so he has started acting. Ruining the family fortune, secretly putting medicine into my soup. This idiot kid, this Hakdung guard can't fool the protector, right? He folded the newspaper, eyes sparkling. The blood affinity fragrance is miraculous. Turns out it can also heal wounds that many professional healers gave up on. How many secrets is this kid hiding? He looked out the window, heart stirred. Even if the family fortune is ruined, even if secrets are exposed, he still wants to save Master. To Hang is no ordinary kid. Meanwhile, at Hakdungtup Market, To Hong was trading items with 6 Ngu. He placed a pile of ingredients on the table. Fire core, red lantern fruit, ice link fruit, frozen fruit. 6 Ngu shook his head. Logically, you should have come to see me earlier to check the harvest from the Blood Forest relic. But after the fortress defense battle, there were many things to handle first. Looking at this backpack, this harvest seems not very good. To Hong smiled bitterly, pointing to the dragon snake scales behind. This is the first backpack, the other one is too big, on the back of the dragon snake. To Hong replied calmly, full of confidence. The Thunder Dragon is wearing that huge backpack. 6 Nu looked on, eyes wide in astonishment. This kid has already explored the Blood Forest relic 6 times, she thought silently. The amount of loot To Hong brought back is probably far surpassing the total harvest of all previous participants. Combined 6 NGU showing such good performance, I can stand in front of the boss proudly. 6. NGU nodded in satisfaction. His eyes glanced over the pile of items looking like this. Is also okay, the quantity is barely enough. Not sure about the quality. She waved her hand, smiling at To Hong, pulling out each item from the backpack. When To Hong took out a bright red horn, 6 No was startled and hugged it tightly. Placed on the horn of the blood lineage dragon, let me take a look inside. It still holds the remaining soul of the divine beast. Before she could recover, To Hong continued to pull out more. This one is the eyeball of the dark lineage, ancient dragon. And here is the 100-year-old rejuvenation herb, he smiled brightly. This is the celestial fire spirit stone. And these are eggs of a high-level terrifying species. 2 of them, 6 NGU, was stunned, like petrified before To Hong came. The boss had already said, no matter what he brings out, only pay 20,000 contribution points. Even the chairman managing the Grey Bear Forest for 5 years couldn't earn this much. She silently objected that the boss was favoring To Hong too much, but looking at the pile of items in front of her, she estimated at least 100,000 contribution points. To Hong excitedly asked, how many contribution points can I exchange for the special training course of the 6 generals? 6 NGU raised his hand and answered 20,000. To Hong widened her eyes and shouted, that many? But 6 NGU turned pale, holding his head. Isn't it 20,000? To Hong murmured. Also true, since the fortress here wasn't rich. He waved goodbye and left. 6. NGU slammed the door, growling, don't bully people like that. Good disciples are still mine. How could I let To Hong bully them? She angrily tossed the items, deciding, no, I have to find the boss to reason face to face with the furious 6 NGU. Trung Herp was briefly embarrassed, thinking he might have accidentally stirred jealousy by favoring To Hong. He hurriedly explained the price of 20,000 was reasonable, but still couldn't reveal the secret To Hong had cured my illness. But when 6 NGU placed the ingredient list on the table, Chu Herp finally understood, staring at the list. He looked worried. How to explain to the owner of the Blood Forest relic, this To Hong is not a thief to show gratitude to his beloved disciple. Chu Hop decided to personally lead To Hong into the treasure vault. Take whatever you want, just minus a small symbolic amount of contribution points. He looked at To Hong with sparkling eyes, thinking even if she really paid 20,000 points, it was too cheap. These items could easily attract attention and bring danger to To Hong. As your master, I must protect him. To Hong Chu Hop raised his arm, smiling, and asked, what do you say? Has this arm of the master suddenly recovered? To Hong smiled brightly. Master is a professional summoner. Surely the recovery ability is better than ordinary people. Chu Hop was silent, his eyes sparkling with a mocking smile, pretending to continue, pretending he frowned, pretending to be suspicious. I heard from the steward that the ingredients you need are not in the vault. To Hong nodded. I exchanged some items from the Blood Forest relic for contribution points. I originally wanted to find ingredients in the vault, but they weren't suitable. I want to see what I can exchange from Master's place. Chu Hop smiled without saying much, turned his back and led the way. Then come with me. To Hong followed closely behind the 2 of them to a room. To Hong curiously looked around and asked, Master, this doesn't look like a treasure vault. Chu Hop stopped in front of a large painting hanging in the corner of the room. Mystical light radiated, attracting all eyes. He touched the painting with a steady voice. The miraculous painting opens a door to the treasure world. The painting rippled like water. A strange face appeared, smiling, and said, obey the master's order. To Hong was amazed and shouted, Master. Suddenly a strong wind blew from the painting, making the cloaks of the 2 flutter. Chu Hop calmly explained the miraculous painting is the only beast spirit at the species level beyond the terror species. Unfortunately, it has no attack ability, only used to store items. Come on, Master, lead me in to see. He stepped through the painting. To Hong followed, amazed at the vast space inside. Chu Hop walked ahead with a calm voice. Although the miraculous painting has no attack ability, its defense and safety are extremely excellent, if not approved. Even destroying the painting can't enter this space. To destroy the miraculous painting, you must be at least terror level. Here is the entire treasure of the master. Just take your time choosing. I'll wait outside. When you're done, call the miraculous painting. It will bring you out. Master suggested you should go that way to look. Tohung looked in the direction Chu Herp pointed, her eyes drawn by the sparkling spirit stones emitting enchanting light. He murmured clearly, having arranged the beneficial ingredients for the dragon snake relic, but he wanted to take all of these. He sighed inwardly, thinking that with only 20,000 contribution points, it might not be enough. This time the goal was to find materials for the dragon. The dragon scale and the energy-absorbing plant suddenly formed a giant golden beast in the palm of his hand. Malumaji Tahang looked at it gently and said, "Come here to find the treasure." The golden beast sniffed a few times. It paused and shouted, pointing to a polygonal box placed high up, completely different from the treasures around it. The box emitted a dark, ominous smoke, as if hiding a terrifying secret. Tahang followed its bright eyes and saw cracks on it. They were not real cracks, but abundant spatial energy, unmistakably so. This was the crystallization of the bloodline of the Void Dragon System descendant. He was amazed, never expecting his master's treasure to contain this. At this moment, Malumaji called out again, "My." Tahang looked puzzled, then followed the beast to another treasure. He pointed at a blue crystal and asked, "What is this?" The treasure beast nodded and said, "My." Tahang reached out to touch the crystal, which instantly turned into a lush green smoke. He marveled. No wonder it's a material needed for the dragon. The dragon's scale has transformed into a high-grade type. Even though it was a dead object, its power was still incredible. He turned to the treasure beast and calmly asked if there were any other materials. The treasure beast shook its head. After a while, Tuhang stepped out of the treasure room. Chu Hop was surprised. "So quickly you've chosen everything?" He thought to himself. "I understand my disciple too well." Yes, all the things prepared for Tahang can be used. Otherwise, why choose so quickly? He patted Tahang's shoulder and smiled. "Come, let me see what you've chosen." Tahang happily replied, "Yes, I picked 2 items. I don't know if there are enough contribution points to exchange." Chu Hop looked at the 2 items with folded arms, his tone serious. The Thunderstorm Essence and Void Dragon Crystallization are both very dangerous materials. If not handled properly, they will cause big trouble. "Are you sure you want to exchange them?" Tahang hesitated, worried, thinking, "With my status, taking these directly might be unreasonable." "Yes." Chu Hop didn't expose him, just turned his back, sighed, and smiled. "That's right, kid. You've always been careful. There should be no problem." "Right, I'm sure I only need these 2. Tahang quickly nodded. "Yes, these 2 are enough. Even if you had more contribution points, it still wouldn't be enough." Chu Hop was angry, thinking, does the kid even know it's not enough? The Thunderstorm Essence alone costs over 20,000 points, not to mention the Void Dragon Crystallization. This kid is really picky, ignoring so many good things. Looking at Chu Hop's gloomy face, Tuhang trembled and asked, "Master, isn't it enough?" Chu Hop was startled, then laughed loudly. "Not enough? There's plenty left. Take just 2,000 points." Tuhang covered his mouth, delighted. "Just count it like that. So should we call Lan Chan and Sister Kook to come exchange together?" Chu Hop felt heartbroken, like vomiting blood, but still put his arm around Tuhang and smiled. "These 2 items, I'll have someone deliver them to your house later." Tahang said, "I'll take care of myself. Lan Chan and the others don't need to worry. Use these 2 materials well. Master is very much looking forward to your performance." Tuhang nodded firmly. "Yes, Master. Don't worry. I will definitely try my best." Chu Hop covered his mouth, smiling satisfactorily, then suddenly remembered, Right, I've checked your 2 eggs already." Tahang was puzzled about the eggs. Chu Hop stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Yes, they are the 2 terror-type eggs you brought back from the Bloodline Forest. In theory, you could keep them, but you casually handed them over to the gathering place. The 6 special trainers came to me wanting to return the 2 red eggs to you, but I kept them. The nurturing and development of the Blood Dragon Spring is different from normal beasts, often making them aggressive. If not careful, the soul of the Beastmaster will suffer irreparable damage. This is a problem only professional Beastmasters face. That's why I kept them. The vitality of these 2 eggs far exceeds the terror type, almost at the high-grade level. Their owners seem to have broken their chains. Kid, you're lucky you didn't meet their owners, otherwise even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to escape." He frowned and pinched Tahang's cheek, continuing, "But currently, the condition of the 2 eggs is not optimistic. The nurturing process in the Blood Dragon Spring was interrupted. For too long, their vitality is weakening. If we don't think of a way, they will die early." Tahang heard this and was horrified, clutching his head, full of despair. "If so, it's too regrettable. I wonder if the old Sun Dragon scripture has any way to save them?" Chu Hop stood nearby, seeing his gloomy expression, worried. Could it be that this kid suffered too great a blow? Not that bad, right? But he suddenly thought, it's true. This was the first time he had seen the symptoms of the terror species. He patted Tu Heng's shoulder hard and laughed loudly. Silly kid, your disciples' matters are also the master's matters. Don't be sad anymore. Those 2 eggs are being saved by master. Follow me, you two enter a room. As soon as the door opened, a thick black smoke poured out, spreading like a gloomy mist in the middle of the room. 2 dragon eggs were tightly bound by iron chains, suspended in midair around. Glowing red crystals flew around, emitting a mysterious light. To Hong, witnessing this for the first time, shouted in amazement, "These are giant chains connected to large stone pillars. Hanging above were the corpses of dragons with 4 glaring red eyes pierced through by 3 sharp swords." Trungherp explained calmly. "I used the artifact of the 4 direction pillars and a large amount of terror beast corpses to simulate the effect of the blood dragon Tuyen. To help the 2 eggs recover vitality, the current effect is quite promising." To Hong was stunned. His eyes fixed on the dragon corpses on the stone pillars, looking like haunting statues. He noticed Trungherp approaching a large tarp, covering something. He thought silently, the dragon tail is really terrifying, even with special materials separating it. It still makes people tremble. Suddenly, Trungherp flipped the tarp to reveal a giant heart. Looking closely, it resembled a person sitting hugging a pillow. Behind were blazing red eyes watching them. It was the corpse of the Blood Knight, Long XA TICH. A high-level terror beast. A gloomy aura surrounded To Hong, making him raise his hand to block it. Trungherp laughed loudly, using a knife to boost morale. Very good. Suddenly he grabbed To Hong's hand, his finger sliding to make a small cut. A drop of blood from his palm floated up, then fell into the box containing the 2 dragon eggs. Trungherp explained. A tamer subdues a beast by using mental power to crush and make them submit, or through a high intimacy level so they voluntarily sign a contract. I use my blood to incubate these 2 eggs, to help you more easily tame them later, To Hong thought silently. With my current power, forcibly crushing terror beasts is unrealistic. I didn't expect Master to spend so many materials to help me. Both stood silently watching the strange scene above. The 2 dragon eggs were nourished by To Hong's blood beneath the corpse of Blood Knight, Long XA TICH with blazing red eyes. As if still watching, Trungherp smiled and said, "These 2 eggs will hatch far in the future. Short term, 1 to 2 years. Long term, 3 years. The VI Master will periodically supplement energy. When they hatch into hatchlings, I will hand them over to you." To Hong gratefully, voice trembling. "Master, when these 2 dragon eggs hatch, if I only need 1 or 2, I can use the rest to tame others." Trungherp crossed his arms and laughed loudly. "You foolish kid, don't talk nonsense. The leader of the blood spirit violent dragon, even when hatched, is only a special terror beast. With the power of the VI Master, even a high-level terror beast only gains a bit more strength. Keep this good intention. Who said you can't use 2 hatchlings? Look closely." From Trungherp's palm, 2 giant flames appeared. To Hong shouted in astonishment. "This is the extreme southern fire of Lan Chun's senior brother." The fire spirit knelt before Trungherp. He laughed loudly. "This is not the extreme southern fire, but the extreme southern fire evolved a second time, a special terror beast. It has broken through the racial chains, reaching high power among high-level terror beasts. To Hong, I summoned to tell you, 2 tamed beasts of the same clan can be trained for combined attacks. If trained properly, they can merge to attack and defend, creating power far beyond fighting alone." To Hong's eyes brightened excitedly. Hearing this, he cheered. "I didn't expect Master to have such a method." Trungherp turned and left, voice deep. "Let's go, kid. Cultivate slowly, and one day you will become truly strong." To Hong smiled brightly and replied, "Disciple remembers Master's teachings." "That's right. Do you know Nam Neat Kok?" He opened the big door. Eyes sparkling with curiosity, Trungherp answered while walking, "Increasing your previous strength. You must have reached high-level VI Master. Honestly, your talent as a VI Master is rare, but you brat, even a high-level VI Master can only tame dangerous species, at best reaching the peak dangerous species. Nam Lat Thu Along is a super dangerous species. Your step is too reckless, not good." He laughed loudly and patted To Hong's head. The 2 entered a room. Trungherp sat opposite with a serious tone. "Nam Lat Thu Along is too much for you. VI Master knows your high ambition. The first tamed beast is already a peak dangerous species, but the path of a VI Master cannot be rushed." To Hong raised his hand confidently and replied, "But I have many blood affinities." Trungherp stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Sounds like some chance. But Nam Neat Kok is more complicated than you think. Master went there targeting Nam Lat Thu Along to raise your power and overcome obstacles. But until now, even the local tamers have only managed to tame 5 senior sisters and 6 senior brothers. They guard the Rock Clan's dragon and set regulations that the large amount of spirit stones in the Rock Flame Valley is not caused by their living environment, but by a terrifying and extremely picky species. If not for its obedient nature, it would have caused many troubles. This regulation is related to protecting the clan. You stopped, then continued, wanting to tame the rock flame dragon cubs in 2 ways. First, like your 5 senior sisters, defeat its parents with the only terrifying breed. Second, like your 6 senior brothers, make the cubs proficient in 3 of the 8 innate skills within 10 days. Tahang heard this and was tangled like a ball of yarn, his eyes deep in thought. Chu Hop smiled lightly. Now you understand why the 6th master wants to suppress the Rock Clan. It's redundant, Long. Hack was saying that we rarely have tamers who can tame them. Suddenly, Tahang stood up, slammed the table fiercely. Master, give me 3 days. I still want to try. Chu Hop was surprised. Could it be that you have a new idea about the medicine? Like blood affinity, if you are determined, I agree to 3 days. The medicine room and equipment in the fortress, feel free to use as you wish, just don't waste anything. I, Tahang, was shy and hadn't spoken yet when Chu Hop interrupted. No need to say more, prepare to go. I'm also going to handle official matters. Miss Hang left the room, gently closed the door, thinking to herself that Master Chu is really thoughtful. He guessed I have a fateful encounter, but didn't mention a word, and even opened the door wider to welcome trust like this. Really precious. He was moved, eyes sparkling, walking down the long corridor. The afternoon wind grew stronger, increasing the Master's power. This is an urgent matter, going to Rock Flame Valley. No matter the result, we must reveal the secret of the ancient Sun Dragon scripture and the method of taming dragon beasts. The next 3 days, Tahang was busy non-stop, almost no time to rest. The rock flame dragon cubs belonged to the 3 rock dragon and destruction systems, mastering 8 innate skills in just 3 days. Tahang chose the most familiar training method, prioritizing dragon majesty and dragon strength, 2 dragon system skills he mastered. Next was rock transformation, rock system defense and destruction system stepping stone. Based on the ancient sun dragon scripture, he began crafting skill-enhancing medicine. Fortunately, these skills are relatively basic, the ingredients not too expensive. Tahang breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, even a wealthy family would go bankrupt. After overcoming all difficulties, he perfected the training medicine and didn't forget to prepare a portion to send to the master. I, Tahang, rode the dragon serpent to an empty field. Chu Hop was on the back of a giant red wolf, looking at him with a deep voice. Child, we've gone more than halfway. Rest a bit. He stepped down and patted Tahang's shoulder. Your dragon serpent is really patient. Along the way, using skills without losing strength, Tahang laughed loudly. It has no other ability besides patience. The dragon serpent, hearing this, sulked and huffed, glancing at him with a reproachful look. The 2 sat resting on a large rock. Chu Hop threw 2 giant thighs to the crimson evil wolf, voice deep, eat this, then turned to Tahang curiously. I really want to know how you persist without bringing extra food. How does the dragon serpent restore its strength? Tahang crossed his arms, stuck out his tongue mischievously. I have my own trick. He reached out from his palm and released a small tree, not big but flexible like a living creature. With limbs moving nimbly, he flicked his finger and ordered the tree to absorb energy. Eat rice. The energy-absorbing tree happily stretched its branches. Countless sparkling, colorful spirit stones appeared on its head. The dragon serpent saw this, eyes bright, stuck out its tongue excitedly and rushed forward. Chu Hop seriously asked, Is that all? Tahang turned around, smiling brightly. No problem, Master. Just a dozen or so spirit stones are enough for the dragon serpent's consumption. Chu Hop stroked his chin thoughtfully. Give me 1. Tahang looked at the dragon serpent and the energy-absorbing tree happily eating. Called loudly, energy-absorbing tree, exchanged spirit stones, the 13th food of the beast system Tamer. Chu Hop was shocked and stood up suddenly. It can even distinguish different types of spirit stones? Tahang held a golden spirit stone excitedly and replied, Yes, there are several types for now. More will be added later. He smiled cheerfully but covered his mouth behind his back, thinking mischievously not to excite the master too soon. If the master knew this could also create energy stones, I wonder if he'd go crazy. Chu Hop threw the golden spirit stone to the crimson evil wolf. Watching it eat heartily, he patted its head. Child, this tamer pet of yours is formidable. It's a dangerous special breed, and the spirit stone effect is already miraculous. Tahang caught the expectant gaze of the crimson evil wolf. Unable to help but be speechless, Chu Hop continued. Even the crimson evil wolf praised its nutrition. Pure energy and wonderful flavor, it's truly amazing. He turned to, but Tahang had disappeared, busily picking fruit by the energy-sucking tree, sneezing continuously, as if reminded by AI. After a while, Tahang happily hugged a bunch of colorful jelly fruits and said to Tin Hong Ak Lang, Eat, I still have plenty here. The wolf pounced excitedly, devouring Chu Hop while holding a green jelly fruit. 6 trum gum, innate beast, dependent on food. Who knows, these jelly fruits might be very helpful in Nam Liet Kok. At Nam Liet Kok, 3 fierce Nam Liet dragons roared. Looking with cold, sharp eyes observing around, Chu Hop rode on Tin Hong Ak Lang, calmly saying, "At first, just one against 3 fierce Nam Liet dragons. Handling them is enough." From his hand, a red spiritual power flash appeared, summoning a giant red dinosaur. Roaring thunderously, the 3 fierce Nam Liet dragons panicked, curling their tails and running away hastily. Tahang covered his mouth, laughing loudly. Running this fast, not knowing how many psychological scars he carried, watching the dust settle, he thought silently, "This is a terrifying existence in Nam Liet Kok. Why last time, when passing through, I didn't sense any aura?" Suddenly he looked at Chu Hop. His face became serious. Eyes focused in one direction, his body exuding a blazing red aura. Tin Hong Ak Lang also growled, eyes glowing red, his face tense as if guarding against something. After a while, Chu Hop returned to normal, the red aura gradually dissipating. He turned and smiled. "I have greeted the guardian of this tribe. Later it will be your turn. Just follow the rules. There will be no danger. The master can only help this far. The rest depends on you." Tu Hang nodded enthusiastically. "Yes." He stepped before a giant rock crevice, shouted loudly, "Nam cut through along, I'm coming." From inside, a strong wind blew, making his cloak flutter. Inside the cave, small, adorable juvenile dragons playfully frolicked among white crystal blocks. Tahang and the treasure beast watched the peaceful scene from afar. He said to the treasure beast, "You tell me, if I cook a pot of these juvenile dragons and bring them to the gathering place, will they die miserably? Which one should I choose?" "I want to," the treasure beast complained loudly. "Mochima?" Tahang turned suspiciously. "You have a method?" The treasure beast pointed at the juvenile dragons playing near the spirit stones. Suddenly, a careless juvenile dragon crashed into a rock, jumped up angrily, roared, gathering energy and blasted the rock to pieces. Tahang was indifferent, no longer doubting. The head of a Nam Kut Thua Long is usually no more than 3 months old. But these young ones, though small, have already learned to break the Kuang Long Wei and Long Qian defenses. Looking at the cracks on the spirit stones, they have mastered 3 of the 8 innate skills. To pass the test, he must help them learn 3 more skills within 10 days. He took out a vial emitting a jade blue light, eyes sparkling with determination. Tu Hang stood in the middle of Nam Liet Kok, his eyes shining like flames. Observing the juvenile dragon before him, he murmured about the difficulty of this challenge. "Isn't it just 1 level higher? But if there is a potion to support the trial, the breakthrough step is not impossible." Moreover, the Nam system's defensive petrification skill, combined with the Long system's speed boost skill, creates a promising combination. He approached the juvenile dragon standing on a rock, his voice deep but playful. "Kid, your parents agreed to let me be your teacher. In the next 10 days, I will help you learn 3 skills. How about that? Fun, right?" The juvenile dragon's eyes flashed with caution. It growled softly, its small body tensed as if ready to resist. Seeing this, Tahang just smiled slightly. A blazing red light flashed from his hand like a fire burning in midair. With a sly smile, he looked at the juvenile dragon and said, "You have personality, don't want to obey, huh? As for the 6 senior brothers, I don't know how they do it. But we all have the mountain man's schemes." Finishing his words, a large tree suddenly sprouted from Tahang's hand, branches lush and full of life. He pointed at the tree confidently. "Absorb energy, harm plants, F01, Namlong tribe creature." Immediately, the juvenile dragon's eyes shone brightly. On the tree appeared fruits of all colors, sparkling like precious gems in a flash. Tu Hang skillfully picked a bright red fruit and held it before the juvenile dragon, his voice gentle but full of temptation. "Don't be afraid. If you don't want to learn, that's fine. Let's be friends. This is for you to try." He offered the bright red fruit to the juvenile dragon. The little dragon looked suspiciously, eyes wide staring at the fruit, then slowly approached and sniffed it. Suddenly it snatched the fruit, no longer cautious or defensive, sat down hugging the fruit and bit into it ravenously. With just 1 bite, it made an adorable sound, its face showing obvious delight, immersed in the sweet flavor. After eating 1 fruit, the baby dragon immediately lost its initial arrogance and scampered around Tu Hang, flattering him with eyes sparkling as if begging for more. Tahang looked at the scene, his lips slightly curled, thinking that even the most terrifying dragon species couldn't resist this delicious aroma. Suddenly, he covered his face, pretending to be in pain, making dramatic sobbing sounds without shedding a single tear, acting like a spoiled child. He sighed regretfully. "Although I have prepared such a delicious reward, you still don't want to be my student." Then I guess I have to leave, Tahang said, and the baby dragon immediately became confused, letting out a few questioning sounds. Seeing that he was still walking without hesitation, it hurriedly ran and rubbed against his legs, trying hard to flatter him. Tahang outwardly showed a reluctant, forced smile. If you don't like me, I won't force you. But inwardly, he chuckled with satisfaction. Got you now, kid, at Nam Liet Coke. A man and a dragon walked side by side, their silhouettes blending in the dazzling sunlight. Tahang stood facing the baby dragon, his gaze sharp yet warm, thinking to himself, the first step in dragon training is to remove barriers and resistance. Only by creating a bond of will and teaching can one touch the dragon's soul. This is a challenge that even seasoned masters often find difficult. Sometimes it takes hours. Tahang glanced at the military watch on his wrist. Realizing less than half an hour had passed, he slightly smiled and thought to himself that this process definitely couldn't be slower than the 6 senior brothers. Of course, if they knew Tahang's thoughts, they might be so angry they'd spit blood. Tahang gently looked at the baby dragon. Its eyes sparkled like 2 headlights, eager and expectant. He smiled, his voice gentle but serious. I know you're nervous, but don't be so impatient. You can only eat this fruit after learning a new skill, so I need to train you to master skills like Dragon Fist, Dragon Power, and more. Hearing this, the baby dragon frowned on the rock. Its sharp claws glinted coldly. It growled, its angry expression revealing dissatisfaction. Suddenly, its anger exploded. The baby dragon's eyes blazed like 2 red flames. With a powerful stomp, its small foot struck the ground, creating deep cracks spreading all around. Tahang witnessed the scene, astonished, thinking about how terrifying the perfect earth stomp innate skill must be. Just casually unleashing it, it had already mastered the perfect skill. So isn't it just a matter of learning 2 more skills to succeed? He happily stepped forward and threw a bright red fruit to the baby dragon with a radiant smile. He said, Here, a reward for you. The baby dragon immediately brightened, hugging the fruit tightly, its face full of adorable joy. Completely different from the angry look earlier, Tahang once thought controlling the energy fluctuations of the Earth system to release the Earth Stomp skill would be difficult. But for a magma system creature full of danger, mastering magma skills should be as easy as carrying a tray. However, the result was completely opposite to his expectation. After a day, the baby dragon had received many fruits from Tahang, but the magma skill showed no progress. Even when he prepared a potion to enhance the skill, nothing worked. Tahang frowned, full of doubt, wondering what was really going on. The baby dragon on the other side still carelessly rammed into a large rock. Tahang stood with crossed arms, silently observing from afar. His face was now grayish, his eyes dark-circled, showing fatigue. He sighed helplessly. Training magma skills is really simple. As long as you keep ramming into magma, the body pain will trigger a defensive instinct mechanism, releasing magma to avoid injury, and the skill is considered learned. Suddenly, Tahang grabbed his head and shouted in despair, but it's been 6 days of ramming, and this kid doesn't seem to feel pain at all. The baby dragon seemed to ignore his complaints, happily running around Tahang's legs, eyes squinting in laughter, making cute sounds as if demanding a reward. Seeing its innocence, Tahang could only sigh and smile bitterly. Here it comes, your reward. Seeing its innocent expression, Tohang could only sigh and smile bitterly. Here it comes, your turn. He opened his backpack and took out a bright red fruit. The young dragon's eyes lit up instantly, rushing forward excitedly, but Tohang muttered gloomily, I told you, stabbing less than 50 times for 1 fruit feels like 6 days wasted with this kid. Then he stepped in front of the young dragon. The little dragon was now sitting on the ground, eyes sparkling obediently, waiting for its reward. Tohang, lost in thought, absent-mindedly walked away. Without paying attention, he suddenly tripped over a block of lava rock and fell forward. The red fruit in his hand flew out as well. Seeing this, the little dragon reflexively jumped to catch the fruit. But because it was too focused, it didn't realize there was a large rock in front of it. By the time it noticed, it was too late. Suddenly, the little dragon's whole body turned to stone, successfully catching the fruit. It spun around and slammed its back into the rock, causing the poor lava rock to dent deeply and crack everywhere from the powerful slam. Tohang slowly got up, brushing the dust off his clothes. He looked up at the little dragon, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. So it already knows the petrification skill. It seems I've figured out how to train this kid. Saying that, he pulled a bright red fruit from his pocket and tied it securely to a long rope. Holding the bright red berry firmly, he stepped in front of the little dragon, his sharp eyes clearly saying, If you can catch this fruit, it's yours. Eat as much as you want, understand? As he spoke, he gently shook the rope, creating swirling circles in the air. Hearing this, the little dragon's eyes shone brightly, its small tail wagging excitedly. Come on, Tohang, start, it's ready. Seeing this, Tohang smiled with a deep, challenging voice. Then let's go. The little dragon slightly raised one eyebrow. its eyes provocative, nodding in response. To-hong began swinging the rope, the whirl growing faster and faster, like a small tornado swirling dust. In his mind, he calculated the rope was 4.5 meters long, and with this kid's stride, without activating basic skills, it wouldn't be able to catch up. Thinking that, he threw the fruit far away. The little dragon immediately dashed after it, its small body gliding like a flash of lightning. Seeing it use the dragon movement skill, To-hong couldn't hide his joy. Sweat rolled down his forehead as he excitedly shouted, "All right!" Finally succeeded. Suddenly, from behind, a giant blue dragon appeared. Its massive body stirred up swirling dust everywhere. Chu Hop stood from afar on a rocky outcrop, observing everything with a radiant smile. He spoke loudly. "Congratulations, kid, on successfully passing the trial." After finishing, he jumped down from the high rock to the ground. Light as a falling leaf, To-hong was stunned, turning around. "Master, why did you come here so early?" Chu Hop laughed heartily, his voice echoing, "Your performance was excellent, beyond my expectations. If this were the lava dragon trial, your test would be confirmed as passed, so this little dragon belongs to you." Hearing Chu Hop's words, To-hong happily scratched his head, his heart swelling with pride as he looked at his student's achievement. Chu Hop felt satisfied, as if he had tamed a rare ancient dragon. This was the feeling of someone who had found a successor. The next morning, after leaving Lava History Valley, To-hong had spent 3 days without any bloodline support from the spirit incense. Nevertheless, he still successfully formed a contract with this little dragon. The spiritual power from the contract ritual boosted To-hong's cultivation level by 1 rank. As a result, the Ancient Dragon Codex opened many new contents. To-hong leisurely flipped through each page, his eyes brightening as he whispered, "I didn't expect the path of the refined lava dragon, shedding its shell to become a dragon, to have more than 35 roots, but among countless ways to transform into a dragon, To-hong finally chose a path terrifying in power and focused on defense. The reason was simple. The intensity of this transformation method, along with the necessary materials, was the most practical for him. 4 transformations of the refined lava dragon, item 19 of the refined lava dragon, combined with the heart of the mountain beast, the heavy lava rock, the perfect color, and the deep earth tone. 5,000 milliliters of refined dragon bloodline, lava bloodline dragon air, perfect destruction system, and the dragon transformation ritual, forming the Chum-2 refined lava dragon. Turning to the next page, To-hong discovered even more advanced content, related to the nightmare species in Black Lantern City, so rare it was almost unreachable. After lifting the restrictions in the book, 11 clauses about the nightmare species were fully recorded, To-hong muttered. Currently, in Black Lantern City's records, these 2 terrifying species, with the Master's strength, taming them shouldn't be too difficult. Their transformation ritual is also quite easy to achieve. From here, the Master will have a nightmare dragon. In the study room of Black Lantern Castle, Chu Hop sat silently, holding a thick stack of documents that To-hong had just delivered. He skimmed through each page, his expression troubled, then looked up at To-hong. "Do-ni, are you sure you know what you're talking about? Although I also really want to have nightmare-like traits, no matter how this dangerous creature's race evolves, every point is a natural result of the survival of the fittest, the strong devouring the weak. This is something even AI knows. Special energy resources can increase the power of dangerous creatures, but to reach the transformation level you mentioned, it almost seemed like a slight intimidation to the listener." I, To-hong, smiled confidently, my eyes shining brightly. "Have you ever heard of a treasure-seeking beast, Master?" Chu Hop slightly frowned, then laughed, responding to the mysterious creature. "It has the ability to find very rare treasures." Suddenly, a ghostly sound interrupted his words. Chu Hop was startled, frozen, eyes wide, staring at the yellow creature before him, unable to utter a word. Not letting Master be surprised for too long, To-hong calmly explained, "Master, this kid is exactly the treasure-seeking beast, the transformation evolution that became Master. The method of transformation is through content like the paper I have. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the treasure realm to try once. Master, I'm not hiding anything from you. Not only searching for real treasures, my original termite, Long XA TICH, is also the termite unicorn race. Through this method, I achieved the transformation evolution of the race." Therefore, Chu Hop listened more and more amazed, stroking his chin thoughtfully, looking at To-hong with a voice full of contemplation. "So you want to rely on the treasure-seeking beast to successfully harvest in the Blood Forest ruins. Why study this kind of transformation?" To cure Master Tay's injuries. To-hong's expression suddenly became serious as he stepped closer, voice low but determined. "Master Tai Triyu will still appear more frequently, and the frequency will increase. Last time I saw Master injured, I want Master to strengthen his power as quickly as possible to deal with Tai Triyu later. Please forgive me." I can't reveal the whole truth, but please, you must try with me at least once, even just once. Hearing this, Chu Hop was momentarily stunned, his eyes showing horror mixed with doubt. Foolish kid Tai Triyu appears once every 5 years? How can it be continuous in such a short time? If so, the gathering place would have been destroyed long ago. I'm afraid Master Vi won't have the luck to encounter Tai Triyu a third time for many years. Tohong heard this and felt unwilling, voice urgent. Master, I was about to say more but was interrupted by Chu Hop. He looked at me seriously, voice low but warm. Foolish kid, since you entered the VI Master's door. Even though I raised doubts, I never said you're not going, right? Foolish kid, you are so filial. Whether Tai Triyu comes again or not, VI Master is willing to go with you on a trip. Just prepare yourself first. Yes. Hearing this, Tohong froze, eyes astonished, staring at Chu Hop. After a moment, he composed himself, placed his hands on his chest, and bowed his head. Voice full of joy. Yes, I will prepare first. Chu Hop watched Tohong's figure leave. A gentle smile briefly appeared on his lips as he thought silently. Every training master hides secrets deep in their hearts, even I am no exception. Seeing him grasp these opportunities seems to be very significant. When Tohong disappeared, Chu Hop sighed and muttered, but such important matters are even harder to see their true nature. Just the transformation technique, whether good or evil, blessing or curse, cannot be predicted. Tohong, this kid has sincerity. On this trip, as his master, I will help him overcome this challenge. Chu Hop's disciple, I will protect him myself. Under the crescent moon peeking from behind clouds, gentle rays softly pierced the night, illuminating every dark corner. On a cliff, smoke rose from a fire. 2 people and 2 beasts gathered together. Tohong laughed cheerfully with Chu Hop. Master, aren't you a bit too strict? He glanced at the 2 obedient beasts beside him. One was a moon demon bear, the highest terror rank. The other was an ice spirit dragon, a special terror rank. Chu Hop calmly replied, dangerous creatures have always revered those with strength. The higher the status, the more it must be so. They must also remember to respect. Respect actually comes from fear. Hearing this, Tohong smiled slyly, thinking these 2 guys are really a disaster. At first, I even prepared the blood fate incense, but Master didn't need to use it. These 2 had already fiercely occupied a territory. Becoming a resounding terror species, yet facing the Master's violent training, they only got beaten. Beaten until injured, healed, then beaten again, beaten until subdued. He glanced secretly at Chu Hop, eyes sparkling with amusement. Chu Hop casually opened his mouth, happily chewing the food in the box, eyes sparkling with thought. To meet my requirements, special materials with self-enhancement are needed to bring real benefits. Those 2 dangerous creatures have been completely under his control. Although he looks ruthless, Uncle Hop is truly a formidable strongman beside the flickering fire. Tahang and Chu Hop ate while chatting. Suddenly, Tahang sighed deeply in a low voice. Since we left Black Lantern City 2 weeks ago, he pointed to a branch sticking out of the bag containing 6 types of dragon transformation materials that the Ice Spirit Master Long needs. I only obtained 2 types. The Moon Demon Bear only found 1 type. Chu Hop smiled. His kind eyes looked at him. Son, the SA desert is vast, but the materials you know are only this much. If you want to quickly collect 10, you can't just limit yourself to this land, he said slowly while chewing. After all, this tiny place is so small that even nightmare species are hard to trace. Tahang only forced a smile upon hearing that, a fleeting look of helplessness. Chu Hop pondered, recalling the past, placing his hand on his chin with a serious tone. The SA Desert belongs to our Black Lantern City. It looks large in area, but is actually just a hidden corner where meteorites once fell. Tianfeng Ridge, Van Mong Track, Red Dragon Fire Mountain Valley, Tado and Uyen, the 4 great perilous places surround it. The SA Desert lies right at the center. To get out to the outside world, you must pass through one of these 4 places. He closed his eyes as memories flooded back. When I was young, the VI Master also ventured to the border of the vast outside world, if not for endless days and months. Without results, the VI Master would not have chosen to return home. The image of Chu Hop in the past appeared. Standing with the crimson fierce wolf on the cliff, looking far away clearly, he continued. Of course, that process was not entirely in vain. Well-trained beasts are all the achievements the VI Master captured in a short time in that outside world. Do you remember the heart used to restore the dragon egg's life? That was also taken from outside the SA Desert. The image of Chu Hop in the past appeared again. Holding a sharp spear tip stabbing straight into the mouth of a fiery red beast, he reached into his coat to take something, his voice lowered. This time, to find transformation materials. I'm afraid we have to go out to the outside world. Tahang was stunned looking at the scroll. Chu Hop slowly unrolled it. This is a map of the outside world that I have traveled for many years to obtain. Before Tahang's astonished eyes, the scroll left Chu Hop's hand, emitting a faint golden light floating in midair. He continued. Although it's just an ordinary map, it always reminds the VI master of a vast world, making us never forget our respect for it. On the map, a massive 6-territory map appeared, with vast forests, endless seas, and locations hiding ferocious beasts. Detailed down to every line, Chu Hop pointed to the map. Can you see where the Hoida plain is? Tahang was embarrassed, mumbling, this one? Chu Hop smiled, pointing to a spot on the map, right here. In the great bandit territory of Thui on the peninsula called Asun, our SA desert lies right at the A-Sun Peninsula. Tahang gaped in surprise. Chu Hop nodded thoughtfully at the enormous scale of the Hoida plain on this 4 square meters map. It's just a tiny dot that can't be seen clearly, Chu Hop continued. The place I want to take you is the A-Sun Peninsula. Sun, in Tianfeng Ridge, almost every mountain bears traces of tribal overlords. An image of a giant white skeleton appeared. Bloodstains appeared faintly in the dense dust. Briefly in Tahang's mind, Chu Hop rode on the back of the crimson fierce wolf. Turning his head to look at him on the back of the dragon snake, the butterfly fog wind ahead is the bridge leading outside Tianfeng Ridge. The shortest path through this butterfly fog has traces of the Diep Am tribe. Suddenly Tahang was startled. Looking up, a flock of red-orange feathered birds swooped down, emitting sonic waves to attack. But the attack failed, as both were protected by a golden light circle blocking all assaults. A lion with fur made of ice crystals stood nearby, opening its mouth, releasing a power beam that instantly petrified one bird. The remaining birds panicked, seeing their companion frozen. Chu Hop hurriedly pointed toward the ice spirit Master Long, his voice urgent and low, slowing down. Before them, twisted dark shadows. Wearing white masks glided like ghosts, black smoke coiling tightly around the Diep Am birds, pulling them into the darkness. Chu Hop raised his hand. A bright glowing orb emitted from his palm. Golden sparkling rings appeared in the air. Sucking the birds inside like a whirlwind, he turned to Tahang, instructing, Son, killing a few Diep Am birds is not difficult, but once the spy clan detects that one of their members has died unnaturally, they will emerge from the clan to hunt down the culprit, killing round after round until all are dead. Later, when leaving the spy barrier, remember this well. Tahang nodded, his eyes resolute and clear. Under Chu Hop's guidance, the master and disciple continued forward. In half a month, they had crossed more than 10 treacherous mountains of Tianfeng Lin through fierce battles. Under Chu Hop's instruction, Tahang changed noticeably. He grew thinner. His skin tanned, dark from wind and frost, but his muscles became firmer. His eyes flashed with sharp light, his whole body like undergoing a cleansing ritual, completely transformed. The 4 ancient dragons under Tahang's hands also made remarkable progress, thanks to harsh training. Whether treasure beasts or dragon beasts, all received Chu Hop's thorough guidance, achieving clear results. Most notably, the Dragon Claw opened 6 levels of Dragon Majesty power, a terrifying skill that invades the enemy's brain directly, causing instant death. Moreover, it continuously unlocked fierce speed, allowing lightning-fast movement and violent earth-shattering attacks, making the dragon beast's tail strike shatter rocks, rolling like wild waves. The dragon's power emitted a deep, sorrowful aura, terrifying other beasts and suppressing evil thoughts. 4 level 5 skills released radiant purple power from the mouth, enhancing the spirit of the dragon throne. Under combat pressure and the fruit's urging, its power exploded, growing almost daily. Chu Hop once said in 65 long years, he had never seen a kid evolve so fast. What surprised Tahang most was the rich biodiversity in Tianfeng Lin, helping his absorption ability achieve a clear evolutionary step. The absorption control skill, originally a root-type elemental skill, and unlocked to level 2 of the fruit's attribute, allowing extension of roots to create diverse control effects, like ice or solid steel. Finally, under the cold, snowy sky, it was qualified to participate in battle. Tahang wrapped the blanket tightly around himself, revealing only his tanned face as he spoke with a trembling voice. Master's style is just too extravagant. Chu Hop smiled brightly, eyes sparkling teasingly. Kid, you still lack training power, don't you? He pointed toward the distance, voice hearty. Don't worry. Once we pass this snow-fierce wind, we've basically crossed Tianfeng Lin. He casually opened the ration container, eating while continuing. However, we have to stay here in snow-fierce wind for a while. A commission from 2 years ago that I didn't intend to fulfill, but now that we've just passed Tianfeng Lin, we might as well complete it. Maybe it will bring some benefits to you, kid. Tahang was puzzled, his mind full of question marks. A commission? There's a commission? He looked up curiously at Chu Hop along the narrow, snow-covered path in snow-fierce wind. The master and disciple followed the cliffside, The commission Chu Hop mentioned originated from the Mage Association in Lu Kim Thon. Lu Kim Thon, a land gathering top civilizations, a genuine metropolis unlike the wild SA desert belonging to Kakdung Thon. The Asun Peninsula is not separated by the four great dangers, with a humid climate and warm coastal air. This place is easier to adapt to, with more fertile land, making Lu Kim Thon extraordinarily wealthy. Mages here under 18 who have not awakened must do other jobs to survive, but thanks to year-round farming, food pressure is significantly reduced. The number of mages increases, bringing more power. Defenses against dangerous creatures are also reinforced, creating a harmonious cycle, precisely because of this superior advantage. Lu Kim Thon possesses a professional mage association, an organization providing unlimited communication channels and resources for mages. At the same time, it does not overly restrict behavior or membership qualifications. Chu Hop looked at To Hong with a steady voice. The Mage Association, besides providing communication, also evaluates the rank of mages. I am also a member of the Mage Association in Lu Kim Than. That commission was announced 2 years ago. I asked curiously, Master, is it still valid? Chu Hop smiled and replied, Of course, it's a special commission, no time or completion limits. On the white snow, 2 clear beast footprints were imprinted. Chu Hop pointed at them, eyes sparkling with amusement. Guess what the mission is? To Hong carefully observed the tracks, silently analyzing. Suddenly his eyes lit up, voice excited. Could it be a mission to capture a pet? Chu Hop glanced at To Hong, sharp eyes beginning to explain. The Mage Association's commission requires capturing a special, extremely dangerous creature called Snow Spirit. Although rare in the outer world, they often appear in the snowstorm peak of the heavenly wind domain. He pondered the image of a snow spirit with sparkling eyes. A body as white as snow appeared in his mind. Snow spirits are a terrifying species, specially forged by the ice power of the natural world. They have no reproductive ability, making them extremely rare and coveted, especially since they produce precious resources. Ice Heart Snow Crystal is a rare artifact used for spiritual cultivation, suitable for 2 hangmen, following the animal tracks on the snow while walking and talking. He continued explaining at the Mage Association in Lu Jin City. The value of a snow spirit is equivalent to the young of a rare species. Terror level, even more expensive than to hang. Frowning, he questioned. Such high value but combat power only slightly lower than terror level species. Why haven't they all been captured yet? Chu Hop closed his eyes seriously. Of course not. The Mage Association never kills snow spirits after obtaining Ice Heart snow crystals. These dangerous creatures are released back. At Snowstorm Peak, he crossed his arms and smiled, saying, We will try to catch one later. You can observe that the larger the snow spirit, the more Ice Heart snow crystals it contains. He glanced at the footprints, eyes sparkling. As for the smaller ones, most were released not long ago. If they have gone to gather transformation materials, we must prepare many precious items for exchange. Snow spirits are a good choice. To Hang's eyes shone brightly, full of determination. He muttered excitedly, Catch a young terror level rare one. 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 Chu Hop immediately knocked hard on his head, scolding affectionately. You rotten brat, what are you thinking? Do you think snow spirits are like white cabbage? Do you think you can just pick a few? He explained seriously. Snow spirits are ice element beings forged by the power of the natural world, having close relations with powerful species, especially the overlord of Snowstorm Peak, Snow Cold Fierce, a high-level terror species, shaped like a giant snow bear. Besides, it has an evolved form, Snow Monster Cold Fierce, a super terror-level species with a massive body, bulging muscles, sharp goat horns, and long protruding teeth. Chu Hop frowned, his deep voice full of warning. Once we dare to catch snow spirits, we will definitely make enemies with Snow Cold Fierce monsters. Although a lone snow spirit is easy to deal with, this species tends to gather in packs usually. Many snow spirits live under the protection of a great snow spirit, a peak terror species holding some special natural system skills. Though not good at fighting, they are number 1 at escaping. He patted To Hang's head and smiled kindly. You idiot, even if I want to catch a snow spirit, it will take great effort. Don't think this is easy. To Hang nodded seriously, voice firm. Teacher, what you want to say is, use. He suddenly brought the treasure beast before Chu Hop and said loudly, We have this. Chu Hop was stunned, his sharp eyes looking at the treasure beast on the snowstorm peak, a small beast with cautious eyes. Attentively watching a young snow spirit playing ahead, he couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, No wonder this brat almost cleared the snow forest relics. The treasure beast is truly a rare mystical species. This sensing ability is really amazing. In contrast, Tu Hang was excited, eyes sparkling. Teacher, shall we attack now? On Chu Hop's body, black smoke began to spread. A confident smile appeared on his lips. Fortunately, the one we encountered is a young snow spirit, separated 7. Snow shadow skill of the natural system is not strong. The black smoke thickened, swirling like waves. He continued, but not difficult to catch. Suddenly, the young snow spirit became alert, raising its head to look at the approaching black smoke. The smoke condensed into a vague human figure, lightning fast, grabbing the small beast by the neck. Tahang's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Shadow facade," using a top terror level to catch a top dangerous level. "Teacher, you are too cunning," Chu Hop said, pretending to glare, causing Tahang to panic and try to fix the situation. "Not what I meant, I have experience." He laughed it off, then continued explaining that the shadow facade hunting skill basically does not harm snow spirits. The Mage Association also provides specialized tools to control them. He pulled out a coil of rope emitting faint golden light. Thin strands with a sedative effect slowly wrapped around the snow beast cub, and in the blink of an eye, the beast fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a giant figure dashed forward. Tohang startled and shouted. It was the left hand of Chu Hop glowing with bright golden light. The right hand tightly gripped the rope, pulling it towards himself. Tohang horrified. The great snow beast Sao has arrived. The snow beast cub, lying snugly in the arms of the great snow beast, but still tightly bound by Chu Hop's rope, he said excitedly with enthusiasm. A great snow beast is worth more than 10 snow beasts. I heard that. Tohang's eyes shone brightly with even more determination. Then it definitely cannot be let go. The rope wrapped around the cub suddenly snapped. The great snow beast panicked and roared angrily, spewing a blizzard towards the two. But both Chu Hop and Tohang were unflinching, even smiling with pleasure as if enjoying the game, under the bewildered gaze of the great snow beast. The two master and disciple crossed their arms behind their backs. 4 royal beasts simultaneously charged forward, ignoring the furious screams of their opponent. Tohang and Chu Hop indifferently turned their backs, whistling and glancing at the clock. The battle ended quickly. Tohang tightly bound the great snow beast onto the back of the crimson fierce wolf, while Chu Hop pondered deeply. The creature refused to submit. Basically impossible to put into the space of the royal seal. He relaxed and spoke gently. Space commonly cannot contain things with high activity, let alone living creatures. Fortunately, these two are not too massive. At this moment, Tohang had finished tying up the great snow beast and turned back to ask, "Master, is there really no way to store living things?" Mr. Trunghop took a sip of water, capped the bottle, and responded that absorbing living beings at least requires a nightmare-level item. Even a Grand Master Summoner might not be able to do it. He stood up with a hearty voice. "Let's go, while the treasure beasts are around. Let's catch a few more." The two master and disciple entered a dense forest. The crimson fierce wolf happily walked forward, carrying a great snow spirit and a small snow spirit on its back. Chu Hop led Tahang to a cliff near the seaside. Spreading his arms, he shouted loudly, "Children, welcome to the Asun Peninsula, the southwestern coastal region." The climate was pleasant. He took a deep breath, enjoying the cool sea breeze. I, Tahang, sighed wearily. "Master, are you sure I have a chance?" Behind them, both Tahang and the crimson fierce wolf were exhausted, panting and leaning on each other. Trung Hop gently tapped his head, pretending to be innocent, then slapped his shoulder hard and laughed loudly. Physical training is an extremely important part of becoming a summoner. Suddenly, both noticed a small drone hovering, its lens pointed directly at them. Tahang curiously asked, "Is that an unmanned reconnaissance drone?" Chu Hop nodded in response. "It's the border patrol of Lu Kim City." A voice came from the drone. "This is the border checkpoint of Lu Kim City. Please present your identification. If you have no valid proof, please stand still and wait for our border patrol to arrive." Trung Hop calmly pulled out his ID card and raised it to the drone. "I am a professional summoner of the Luo Kim City Summoner Association." The drone replied respectfully, "Greetings, professional summoner. Welcome to the inner city of Lu Kim City, located southwest about 70 kilometers from your position. I will accompany you during the flight. If you have any requests, please contact me." I, Chu Hop, put the card into my shirt pocket and muttered, "Since when did the rank system of Lu Kim City become this advanced?" Tahang looked at Chu Hop curiously and asked, "Why is that?" He silently observed the surroundings, his eyes briefly showing astonishment. Lu Kim City, the prosperous center of the Asun Peninsula Southwest, is a land gathering nearly 1 million people. Compared to Black Lantern City, this place resembles a colossal beast lying sprawled on a vast land. The defense system of Lu Kim City can only be described with 2 words: terrifying. Massive city walls densely covered with sharp spikes, fortified with powerful attack fortresses, placed at regular intervals. But throughout the 70 kilometers journey, Trung Hop became increasingly amazed. Liu Kim City was once prosperous, yet now, not a single vehicle was in sight. Two summoner beasts quietly walked along the road flanked by patchy botanical gardens, traces of war and poison. At the city gate, the crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes fixed on the two master and disciple. This is the Crimson Fierce Wolf, a fully perfected, terrifying level beast. Seems like a new face. I've never seen him in the Summoner Association before. On the back of the Crimson Fierce Wolf were white flowers. What could they be? Heavens, it's all snow spirits. Tahang frowned slightly, clearly sensing the crowd's curiosity. It seems a professional summoner and a terrifying level summoner beast are not common sights in Liu Kim City. Suddenly, a neatly groomed middle-aged man stepped forward. He grasped Chu Hop's hand respectfully and asked, "Sir, are you a summoner of Liu Kim City?" Chu Hop calmly showed his card. "I am a professional summoner of the Liu Kim City Summoner Association." The middle-aged man scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "Sir, if it were before, you could enter the city with this badge as proof. But now, Liu Kim City has just endured a great disaster." Chu Hop was stunned and spoke loudly. "What?" The man hastily waved his hand to ease the tension. "Sir, I mean no offense. A professional summoner from Liu Kim City is required to ensure security. Otherwise, I have no authority to allow you into the city." Tahang squinted, sensing a strong gust of wind approaching. A voice echoed from afar, "No need. I'm here to guarantee his safety." A blue beast landed. On its back was a short-haired girl. The crowd gasped in surprise. She is the summoner pet of Jade Chronicle, a super terrifying level species. Than Nok Fong, the middle-aged man, hurried to the girl with striking green hair who gracefully stepped down. Her sharp eyes scanned the two master and disciple. Lang Hong, the girl with jade green hair, softly called out, her clear and confident voice. Chu Hop smiled warmly in response. "Long time no see." Chu Hop nodded beside her. His eyes briefly showed nostalgia. "That's right." Lang Hong turned to the nearby middle-aged man, her voice firm and carrying authority. "I am his guarantor. Hurry up with the city entry procedures. Don't waste my time." The middle-aged man quickly placed his hand on his chest, bowed respectfully. "Yes, Commander Nok." Chu Hop curiously glanced at Lang Hong. A flicker of doubt appeared in Commander Nok's eyes. Isn't she holding a high position in the Summoner Association? Why did SAO join the Lujin City Military Guild? Lang Hong slightly tilted her head, her whole body radiating a sparkling aura, like the full moonlight shining down. She responded in a calm but proud tone, saying it was because of this disaster. Not only me, but most professional exorcists in the guild have been mobilized to join the defense line against the disaster. As a member of the Exorcist Guild, I naturally cannot stand aside. Her voice suddenly deepened, her eyes showing a hint of melancholy. Perhaps 2 months ago, a terrifying disaster swept clean the entire Yashan Peninsula, Liu Jin City. We then put all our strength into confronting the fierce waves. Such a once-in-a-century disaster. Hundreds of thousands of monsters surrounded the city, not to mention the terrifying species. Just the nightmare species alone numbered over 2. She paused, a bitter smile curling her lips. "Without some luck, perhaps you wouldn't have met me today." Chu Hop's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowing. 2 months ago, the entire Yashan Peninsula was besieged. He pondered, fragments of memories flashing in his mind about the wilderness far from Yashan. The points of condensed earth energy also triggered the disaster. Just then, Lang Hong suddenly glanced toward Tahang, who was standing beside Chu Hop. She smiled mischievously, her eyes sparkling as if appraising a new disciple. Chu Hop laughed loudly, slapping Tahang on the back proudly as he introduced, "Yes, this is Tahang, who just joined not long ago. With good talent, and a good kid." Lang Hong nodded, her gaze passing over to Hang with satisfaction. "Not bad. Looks better than that girl. Later, remember to take him along often. If he needs anything, just come to the Snow Crystal Guild and mention my name. They'll give you an internal discount for both of you." She tilted her head slightly, her tone teasing, eyes sparkling with amusement. "This time, after the job, you're not allowed to sneak away quietly. You have to pay back everything you owe me." Tahang stood beside her, covering his mouth to laugh, his eyes sparkling as if watching a good play. He glanced at Chu Hop, who was sweating lightly on his forehead, then curiously asked the master, "Master, what do you owe people?" Chu Hop, embarrassed and angry, raised his hand and struck Tu Hang's head, growling, "Adult matters. Stop eavesdropping." But Lang Hong didn't let him off. She placed her hand over her mouth, her eyes mysterious, her smile even more fierce. She could guess whether it was before or after, or maybe related to this good kid. After speaking, she laughed and leapt onto the back of a spirit beast, moving as fast as the wind, leaving Chu Hop standing there looking both embarrassed and helpless. Tahang didn't miss the chance to continue teasing the master. "Is this lady the master, Seo?" Chu Hop placed his hand on his neck, his eyes showing a hint of awkwardness but did not answer. Tahang saw the master silent and pushed further, his voice excited. Master, every time I see you talk with Senior Knock, you always save people, right? Actually, I've noticed your demeanor when talking to Senior Ngok isn't as cold as with others. Suddenly, Chu Hop raised his hand, making Tahang puzzled. Look around, Master. Why are you waving? Senior Ngok has already left. Master, chase after him or leave me be. Chu Hop's expression darkened, his eyes sharp and cold. He placed his hand on Tu Hang's head and lightly squeezed as a warning. Tu Hang's face turned pale and he stepped back. Master, what are you doing? Chu Hop smiled half-jokingly, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Master, let me show you how a master slaps a good student. Tahang panicked, raising his hands to cover his head, shouting, Don't hit me! I surrender! I'll tell the master! I'll go tell the lady master! He pretended to cry miserably. Master, I was wrong. Chu Hop laughed and led Tahang to the Exorcist Guild. As they entered, Tahang's eyes widened in amazement, astonished by the geniuses gathered here, each exuding extraordinary aura. While he was still busy observing, Chu Hop quickly sold all the snow crystals they brought along. Indeed, this opportunity came at the right time. After the disaster, the exorcist forces suffered heavy losses. The demand for snow crystals to restore spiritual power soared, pushing prices sky high. Thanks to the introduction from Senior Ngok and Lang Hong, the two masters received an internal price that was literally through the roof. Tu Hang laughed and teased the lady master. You really are a good person. No sooner had he finished than he received a light smack from Chu Hop accompanied by a warning glance. After receiving contribution points from the Exorcist Guild, Chu Hop led Tahang to exchange for the remaining materials needed for the evolution ritual. The dragon snake residue was only missing one key ingredient. The ritual was almost complete. Tahang was excited, his face radiant as if he had found a treasure. But what amazed him even more was when Chu Hop led him to a massive mansion in Liujin City. Tahang's eyes widened, unable to hide his admiration. The teacher is indeed wealthy. A man wearing a purple vest with a classy demeanor stepped forward to greet them. He smiled and introduced, This is the research room that your sixth senior brother left behind when he stayed in Lu Kim City for a long time. Personally arranged this laboratory, Tahang looked at the room with bright eyes and flushed cheeks from excitement. The man continued in a gentle voice, Are you satisfied with this place? Tahang nodded repeatedly, enthusiastically replying satisfied. It must be said to be perfect. The man was introduced as Lebak, the steward of the mansion, smiling with satisfaction. Then I will go take care of some matters first. Here is the key to the laboratory. From now on, this place is entrusted to you. Tahang received the key, his face beaming with a radiant smile, continuously thanking, Thank you very much. In the laboratory, Tahang carefully used a small stick to poke a glowing object, his eyes intensely focused as he murmured thoughtfully. The evolution ritual of the terror species and the dragon ritual are two different, in fact, only two main ingredients, Feng and Lei. Long XA TICH have a chance to evolve successfully. He flipped a page of the book, his eyes skimming the ancient text in the old diary. Dragon code, he thought silently. But this method has a very low success rate. The book notes other ingredients are only used for refining. A kind of precursor medicine, a very simple principle to regulate the body of Long XA TICH to the most ideal state, helping it absorb ingredients more effectively, thereby increasing the success rate. Tahang focused intently on the test tube in his hand. The light from the object sparkled, reflecting in his eyes. He thought to himself, refining precursor medicine is much harder than blood penetration. But with this advanced laboratory, the chance of success seems to be within reach. The confidence inside him surged like a flame blazing. In the dark night, Lebak stepped forward respectfully, placing his hands in front of his chest, his voice steady. The old master has done as you instructed, to let Tahang use the 6th junior's laboratory. It seems in terms of refining, his talent is not inferior to the 6th junior. Chu Hop nodded, the corner of his mouth lifting in a satisfied smile, considering it well utilized. He pushed open the laboratory door, his eyes scanning the room with reverence, then continued, The 6th junior would surely be very happy knowing this. Standing before the window frame, Chu Hop looked far away, his voice deepening with a hint of nostalgia. He turned to Lebak, who was standing behind with hands clasped, and said, When I accepted Tahang as a disciple, his performance was truly astonishing. But honestly, I didn't understand anything about him. Sometimes I even doubted his talent. He chuckled softly, his eyes flashing a mischievous gleam. Do you know why I still decided to accept him as a disciple? Lebak shook his head respectfully, but with curiosity. The old master's thoughts are truly unknowable to subordinates. Chu Hop placed his hand on the window frame, his gaze distant as if immersed in a stream of memories. Because at that time, looking at him, I thought of Sam Tan. Both have extraordinary talent and endure hardship, very much like me when I was young. Lebak smiled, his eyes sparkling with empathy. That's right, old master. Back then, you came alone to Lu Kim City, relying only on yourself to make a name through battle prowess, beast taming, wealth, and property. Even the Beast Tamer Association had to respect Sam Tan, truly very similar to you at that time, also making a name in Lu Kim City, surpassing peers and considered your successor. Unfortunately, he stopped there, his eyes briefly clouded with sadness. Heaven envies talented people. In Lebac's memory, Sam Tan appeared as a young man, with shoulder-length hair wearing a green cloak. Confident and radiant, he unconsciously looked toward Tahang, who was diligently working in the laboratory, silently wondering if he could reach the heights like Sam Tan once did. Chu Hop frowned, his voice thoughtful. Compared to Sam Tan, perhaps he cannot match him. Sometimes I fear I lack the patience to guide him. Lebac was slightly surprised, looking at him with disbelief. The old master is the strongest among his subordinates and also the earliest follower, although he is only a mid-level beast tamer. But thanks to breakthroughs with level 1 and 2 species, his overall strength is not inferior to high-level beast tamers, in the slightest. Under the gloomy sky, memories of a heavy rainy day flooded Chu Hop's mind. He stood silently in the cemetery beside a few soaked figures, his eyes filled with sorrow. He deeply regretted that year when Sam Tan met an unexpected accident just as he was in the wilderness. If I had been in Lu Kim City, perhaps I could have saved him, and now I wouldn't be so tormented. His heart was heavy. But when thinking of Tuhang, the newly accepted disciple, an indescribable feeling suddenly rose as if he had just found hope. Just worried about not having enough patience to guide him, too. He patted Lebac's shoulder and smiled lightly to dispel the melancholy, and stated his gaver. Let's go, two old men. We should step aside a bit to let the kids act freely. Lebac smiled and replied cheerfully, truly inviting the master inside the research room. Tuhang wore protective glasses, eyes intensely focused on the shimmering blue test tube in hand. A strong electric current burst from the desk, illuminating the corner of the room. He carefully closed the glass bottle, muttering luckily. The sixth senior brother's lab has a high-intensity grinder made of steel and glass. He glanced at the 5 colored sparkling stones in the jar. Voice excited. If not, it really couldn't activate this Feng Lei essence. Tahang turned to another glass bottle. Where the orange liquid swirled violently like a small struggling dragon, he lifted the bottle, unable to hide his amazement so terrifying. Dragon blood of the dragon species has such strong activity, even suppressed. The power is still terrifying, if not for the Mage Association. It would be hard to find this material. A blazing red aura radiated from his hand, enveloping the glass bottle. Tahang was tense, sweat beading on his forehead. Must use spiritual power to restrain the dragon power. If it breaks the bottle, it's over. Carefully poured the dragon blood into the jar, containing 5 colored stone fragments. Tuhang held his breath, watching as soon as the two touched. The stone pieces immediately melted into a shimmering liquid. He cheered, with a radiant face. Success. Outside the research room, Lebac and Chu. He silently observed. Lebac softly spoke with curiosity. Master, do you believe it? How could it be Chu? He frowned with a look of disbelief. I didn't believe it either, but the reality forced me to believe. Just keep watching inside the dragon. Snake statue stands tall, massive but no less friendly, rubbing its head against Tahang with affection. Tahang stretched out his hand, voice gentle but firm. The evolution process might be a bit painful, but if you want to continue following me to see the world, this step is necessary. Do you agree? Dragon snake statue nodded, eyes bright with determination. Tahang brought the test tube closer and it didn't hesitate. Swallowed the bottle, then immediately bit. It shattered. A red flash lit in the dragon snake statue's eyes. It roared in pain. Electric sparks flashed around its body. Body curled up, fell to the floor. Tahang was startled, heart tightened, but shortly after the dragon snake statue trembled and stood up, eyes still resolute as if ready to face all challenges ahead. Tahang looked at the dragon snake statue, eyes full of worry, seeing its body trembling under the effect of the potion. The effect of the precursor, medicine, was too strong, as if the Feng Lei power was invading every cell, crushing the marrow of the dragon snake statue. This evolution process was nothing less than a life or death trial. He said firmly but couldn't hide the pain. Don't be afraid, brother. No matter how painful, I will bear it with you. Tahang's palm glowed with bright golden light. He placed his hand on the dragon snake statue's body. Green auras were immediately absorbed into his body. Pain like being cut by knives. Tahang roared his body. Wrapped by a powerful electric current, sparks flickered as if wanting to tear space apart. Outside, Lebac panicked urgently, causing chaos. Then he shared the pain with the spirit beast. If the dragon snake statue loses control, he will be seriously injured. Chu. He darkened his face, eyes cold. No. Must cut off the spiritual connection immediately, but he raised his hand to stop. Lebac voice deep but full of trust. Wait, since knowing the boy, he has never acted recklessly despite worry. He still placed his trust in Tuhang, even if that potion really helps the dragon snake statue. Evolve or not, as long as it can get through this action of Tu Hang, surely, it will gain absolute loyalty from the dragon snake statue. A mage who can do that without exception will become the world's leader. Around the fierce wind swirled, taking the dragon snake statue as the center, continuously magnifying its red eyes like going mad. Opened its mouth, spitting out a brilliant energy beam, carrying terrifying Feng Lei power. Lebak turned his head, unable to hide his joy. Master that potion can make the dragon snake statue react with such strong Feng Lei energy. But logically, the dragon snake statue shouldn't be able to grasp this energy, yet, he seemed unconcerned about that. He still carefully observed, eyes alert, as if ready to pounce. If anything happens, even if the sky falls, we must help the boy resist. As soon as the words ended, a crisis happened. The dragon snake statue struggled violently, trying to cut off the spiritual link with Tu Hang. Lebak was anxious, voice trembling. The dragon snake statue cutting off the spiritual link. Surely it doesn't want its master to suffer more. Both of them turned their eyes to the dragon, anxiously waiting for the Long XA TICH to roar, its giant wings flapping strongly. Breaking the invisible chains that bound its body, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by electric currents and sharp wind blades. As if wanting to tear apart the space, To Hang, though struggling a bit, still stood firm with bright eyes looking at Long XA TICH. "Well done," he shouted proudly. Outside, Chu Hop sighed in relief but could not hide his astonishment. It really worked. Lay Back echoed with admiration. It's incredible that a species unrelated to the wind or thunder systems like Long XA TICH could master the skills of electric charge and wind blade. This is truly an achievement, a one-man force in the world of Tamers, he said, turning to Chu Hop with a bright smile, congratulating the elder. Your new disciple is really impressive, Chu Hop said with arms crossed, expression calm but eyes showing deep thought. Now you understand why I was worried I couldn't keep the boy, he said. Outside, Lay Back and the elder silently observed To Hang through the transparent glass. After helping Long XA TICH successfully evolve, To Hang was exhausted and needed to rest. He had to rest for 2 days to recover his spirit. In the following days, he both assisted Long XA TICH in adapting to new skills and meticulously trained the Lava Beast mount. But through this event, Chu Hop completely trusted To Hang's evolution method. He sternly instructed, "This matter must be kept absolutely secret. If necessary, even killing to silence is acceptable to keep it confidential." To Hang nodded, understanding that his master only wanted to protect him. However, inside, he was harboring another plan beyond helping his master evolve the tamed beast. He also wanted to find a way to link his master with the Jade Senior, but he only dared keep this intention to himself without speaking it aloud. Under Chu Hop's introduction, To Hang participated in the Tamer Association's exam to test his strength and join the organization. Although Long XA TICH had not fully blossomed yet, To Hang knew the only thing he could do at this moment was to learn and improve his knowledge. For a top scholar like him, reviewing was not difficult. After the exam, Lay Back was already waiting outside. He opened the car door for To Hang. Inside, he smiled and asked, "Little Hang, how was the exam?" To Hang leaned back confidently and replied, "Probably full marks, sir. I reviewed everything already." Just then, another car slid nearby, and someone inside rolled down the window and called out loudly, "Bro, thanks earlier. After the exam, I'll invite you to eat." To Hang also rolled down the window, nodded, and smiled. "No problem. I'm heading back to the exam hall first. See you later, Lay Back." He glanced at To Hang through the rearview mirror with a curious look. "A new friend?" To Hang honestly replied, "Not yet, sir." Lay Back was not surprised, just laughed heartily. "Blood pressure! Blood pressure! Looks like your friend is quite tall, too." Soon after, a man named Ningai Dong pushed up his glasses with a cautious expression, muttering, "Last year, Liu Kim Car Company produced the Liu Kim 9970 limited edition to commemorate the Golden Era 9970, with only 12 units made. This guy is not simple," he frowned, voice deepening. "Moreover, he answered faster than me. Let's go to the exam hall for the duel." The car sped off down the road. The second exam of the Tamer Association was the battle test. It was held at the association's arena. Because many tamed beasts in the capital possessed terrifying power, the venue was divided into 5 separate zones. Each was guarded by low-level terror-class monsters to ensure the consequences of each fight wouldn't affect other areas. At this moment, To Hang and a chubby little friend called Tio Ban Tu were sitting in the waiting room. Both held their exam papers, quietly waiting for the order. The atmosphere was tense but full of excitement. To Hang gradually realized that the chubby little friend beside him was none other than Ingai Dong, a few years younger than him, though it was unclear why Ingai Dong showed interest in him. To Hang sensed no ill will from the other, so he responded cheerfully, letting the conversation flow naturally. Under the arena, a deep voice announced the rules. This exam, besides real combat, also considered the condition of the tamed beasts, their training status, and skill development to calculate the total score. Each contestant could only use one tamed beast. When the name To Hung was called, a man standing nearby continued in astonishment, top-tier tamer at only 19 years old. Long XA TICH, a level 5 rare breed, had unusual scale colors, probably due to consuming a special type of fruit jelly. Moreover, its height and weight exceeded the standard for a typical Long XA TICH, he evaluated with sharp eyes. It seemed a lot of effort had been spent, and it was an outsider. On the arena, the host introduced contestant number K89761BA To Hung, paired with the Long XA TICH, ready for the duel. He paused for a moment, his voice slightly hesitant. The light armor leopard on both sides stood facing each other with tense energy, like two wild beasts ready to pounce and tear each other apart. Just waiting for the signal to start the duel, Tu Hang observed the light armor leopard with a fleeting worry. The wild original form did not have light armor leopard. This is a special high-level 5th-tier species from the outer world, belonging to the light system, perfectly combined with the armor system, like the dragon snake Tiki. All belong to the high-level 5th tier, not easy to deal with. The dragon snake Tiki stood behind. Upon hearing the signal, he immediately rushed out, erecting a fierce defensive pillar. The thunder roared challengingly towards the light armor leopard. The man watching the match commented, facing a super high-level 5th-tier species stronger than himself, yet still daring to attack first. The personality of this dragon snake Tiki is truly strong. This beast training tactic reminds me of an old acquaintance. The light armor leopard extended its claws and lunged forward at a terrifying speed, eyes blazing red, sharp teeth wide open. The dragon snake Tiki dodged as fast as lightning, causing the leopard to miss its strike in midair. The light armor leopard whipped its tail, spinning to scratch the dragon snake Tiki, but still missed. The man furrowed his brows, voice full of suspicion. Something's wrong with the dragon snake Tiki's armor. The tail of the light armor leopard is its most lethal attack method. A normal defensive pillar can't block it. The next strike is the real problem. He stopped, eyes flashing with a surprised gleam. This metallic light, this dragon snake Tiki. How much iron system energy has it absorbed? The dragon snake Tiki dashed like a lightning bolt toward its opponent, its fighting spirit blazing. To Hang thought silently, the light armor leopard has armor attributes. It's not a power that can easily defeat it. The light armor leopard erected a light armor pillar. A radiant shield surrounded its body, but the dragon snake Tiki did not hesitate and still rushed forward. The light armor leopard swung its claws, but it couldn't touch the dragon snake Tiki. Suddenly, the dragon snake Tiki opened its mouth and unleashed a fierce spiritual attack, accumulating energy. A shimmering energy orb formed. When the orb reached a sufficient size, it shot out at a terrifying speed. The light armor leopard was hit and blasted backward, tumbling on the arena floor, causing the entire ring to shake. The light armor leopard growled, eyes blazing with fury. It unleashed the light strike slash, delivering a powerful kick toward the dragon snake Tiki. The man, watching the match, nodded seriously, saying, "Fake contact, then use energy to attack." A good idea, but the light armor leopard has a complete energy system. Just one slash is enough to tear through energy. This tactic has failed 7 times already. The dragon snake Tiki did not hesitate and countered with a massive energy pillar. Directly confronting the light armor leopard's slash, the power of the clash caused the air to tremble, pushing back the opponent's offensive momentum. The light armor leopard began to be cautious, seemingly realizing something unusual. The man was surprised and muttered. The light armor leopard's technique was truly pushed back. Want to compare energy intensity with a complete body? Looks like today's test wasn't over yet. From behind the light armor leopard, a sharp blade appeared on its tail, flashing a deadly light. The man exclaimed excitedly, "What? This dragon snake Tiki can simultaneously master dual minds and use 2 different skills beyond system control? This requires extremely high elemental power and superior spiritual control. How could a dragon snake Tiki hatched for only half a year do this?" He pondered deeply, eyes shining brightly. It doesn't rely on the owner's command at all. It completely depends on its combat instincts to plan tactics. Such a beast rider will always be the most reliable support for a beast master. He concluded firmly, "This kid must have found a treasure." Meanwhile, De Hang paused and muttered, "Using this trick seems like the last time after the fight with Hui Hung Lam. This one likes to use a gun to stab the opponent's back door." The light armor leopard was hit painfully, howling in panic and leaping far away. Anger flared up. It growled and unleashed the light sword fury strike, rushing straight at the dragon snake Tiki. The dragon snake Tiki was hit and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staggering. The man watched with sharp eyes. An ordinary dragon snake Tiki definitely couldn't withstand this blow, but its wounds were slowly healing. He was astonished. He thought silently, why is the defense and recovery ability of this dragon snake Tiki so abnormal? Not letting the opponent catch its breath, the dragon snake Tiki immediately counterattacked, unleashing the dragon's deadly will. The light armor leopard hurried into a defensive stance, but the dragon snake Tiki's momentum was overwhelming. The man stood up abruptly, decisively saying, "End the match." The referee also spoke up. "Your test is passed." Then he recalled the dragon snake Tiki and headed to the treatment room at the back. "Go get treated." Tahang nodded and responded. In the treatment room, the dragon snake Tiki was patient, enduring the discomfort as a beast. Frog licks his arm to heal. Tohang sits beside him, analyzing Kwang Jiap's earlier reasoning. If the Wind Thunder attribute had been activated, it might have been avoided. If we met it in the wild, we wouldn't lose, Long XA TICH said, eyes brightening happily as he rubbed his head against him. Just then, a sound from the clock announced the result. Full nourishment status. Full skills. Kai Hoa full. Fighting spirit full. -1 combat experience point. Final score in the duel contest 99 points. Ngai Dong pushed the door open with a bright face. Excited voice. Brothers congratulated you on the high score passing the duel test. Really admirable. Tohang scratched his head and laughed honestly. Just lucky to pass. No injuries. So that's it. He looked at Ngai Dong with a fleeting doubt, clearly bullying the opponent, arranging for me to be the complete reverse of the tragedy. I'll go there first, he thought silently. Logically, the contestant's score should be confidential. How does this brat Nidong know so fast? On the car, Leibach laughed heartily, cheerful voice. Haha, only 1 point was deducted. Passing the contest is as good as certain. Tohang nodded and asked about the city. The old master recently announced the commission was completed. Already back? He tried to keep calm but guessed a bit inside. The master finally finished the commission, huh? Probably got the brain organization of the ice demon, right? The master finally collected 10 parts of the dragon transformation material. The master arrived at the villa. Chu Hop brought out a large box and placed it in front of Tohang. Look at this Loi thatch. Tohang looked into the box with a fleeting hesitation, not sure. This isn't the brain organization of the ice demon, right, master? He looked up and saw Chu Hop smiling, eyes sparkling with a teasing smile. Loi Thak, the master received this reward for completing the commission. But the dragon transformation material, master? Tohang paused, only said, "Thank you, Chu Hop," who flicked his forehead and laughed loudly. Brat, stop being so sentimental, hurry up and finish. The 6 masters want to see the dragon transformation of Long XA TICH. So how is it? Tohang couldn't help but ask curiously. Loithat can't be bought in Lu Kim City? It must be obtained through commission? Chu Hop waved his hand casually. Loithach is a very special material. Its internal structure is stable, almost non-conductive, but can be used as a power source for power plants. This is a city-level strategic material. The Mages Association doesn't have it on the score sheet. If not for the master's real effort, it wouldn't be easy to get. I still have doubts, Tohang continued. Then can our Hak Dung gathering area use it? The electricity there seems to rely on firepower, right? Chu Hop patiently explained. To use Loithat for power generation, you need more than 1 stone. It requires an entire industrial system. Hak Dung is far from ready. So, brat, hurry up and transform. The 6 masters really wanted to see. Tohang smiled with sparkling eyes but couldn't hide a bit of contemplation. If transforming, it seems we still have to wait. Chu Hop frowned in confusion. Isn't it just missing 1 Loi thatch? Could there be another missing material? Tohang knelt down, carefully examining the Loi Thak, jokingly. Master, you forget easily. Didn't you say I registered for the mage contest? I've passed 2 rounds already. Tomorrow is the final practical trial. Chu Hop slapped his forehead and laughed, eyes showing slight embarrassment. Looking at my memory, age is unforgiving. Right, kid? How did you do in the 2 rounds? Tohang answered frankly. Written test 91 points. Duel 99 points. If the practical trial goes well, total score above 370, to get A rating shouldn't be hard, master. Chu Hop nodded, a smirk appearing. The Mages Association, they have nothing. But with those terror fighters, at least their eyes aren't blind. They won't misjudge your real strength. Go, put away the Loi thatch first. Prepare for the practical trial to get good results. The Mage Association's trial in Lu Kim City has long been known for its harshness. Locals call it bizarre, especially the last practical trial. The location was Ko Ange Island on the sea. The mission required a team of 5 to capture a level 5 dangerous species. Vo En Diu. This bird species, true to its name, is not strong in attack but possesses terrifying speed, likened to being invisible and untouchable. With ordinary strength or tactics, don't talk about catching it, even plucking a single feather is nearly impossible, causing only 1 out of 33 contestants to pass the trial. The year I registered as a spirit master, To-hung flipped through the documents given by Lay back, carefully examining them. 6th, trial nearly 35. He thought to himself that thorough preparation is always better, but at the moment of receiving the exam paper, To-hung couldn't help but be surprised. The trial location is Thanhone Mountain. The mission requires the squad to hunt and kill a level 5 dangerous species. Special grade at the mature stage. The number of spirit masters participating this time is less than 30, led by 10 judges from the Spirit Master Association. Gathering at Thanhone Mountain, the trial is conducted in the form of squads called trial squads. Aimed at training cooperation skills among spirit masters, each squad is scored by a judge and supervised by an assistant supervisor. Recording the process to ensure absolute fairness, To-hung felt confused. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed when the judge finished reading her name and suddenly paused silently, as if considering something. Could it be, she thought, that they don't intend to assign me to a team? The confusion rose in her heart, making her unconsciously clench her hand. The judge asked, "Is it true that this time I have to be alone as a team?" She spoke with a hint of worry. "How could that be? We are also in one group. What a coincidence. Truly fate." Ngai-dong, standing beside, laughed loudly and enthusiastically patted her shoulder. To-hung glanced over and saw the companion's face bright like sunshine. But she couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Fate my foot, it's obviously your arrangement. Can you pretend a little more?" The judge, with a calm tone, continued to announce, "This time the trial mission is a joint operation to eliminate the Level 5 force of the Spirit Master Association on the Western Front. They are in direct combat with the Level 5 force, but it's inevitable that some slip through. Everything must be cautious. The mission this time is to hunt and kill a special grade Level 5 species at the mature stage." He paused, his sharp eyes scanning each candidate. "I will do my best to ensure your safety, but every year there are casualties in the trial. Even judges cannot avoid it. So remember, do not be careless." Hearing this, To-hung nodded slightly, considering Long XA. Now, not to mention a special grade level 5 species at the mature stage, even a complete stage 1 is just a small matter. But she still had to be cautious, not revealing the wind and thunder attribute, the trump card she kept secret. This time it seems stable, she thought, a slight smile curling her lips. The girl standing next to the judge, Von Lam, suddenly spoke in a cold but authoritative voice. The chief judge declared, "Your trial mission differs from other groups. They hunt special grade level 5 species. You will hunt high-level grade 5 species at the mature stage." Both Ngai-dong and To-hung were stunned, mouths agape in shock. "Oh my god, Sister Von Lam, isn't this bullying, hunting high-level grade 5 species?" Ngai-dong exclaimed with dissatisfaction. "I brought the Red Spirit Core Protection Amulet." Von Lam replied, naturally, as if talking about breakfast, "Haha. Who told you and To-hung to be in one group?" "Of course, you two. Also, call me judge this time or I'll deduct 1 point from you first to remember." Ngai-dong's face turned gray, almost about to cry after hearing this. "No, no, Von, oh no, judge sir." On a shaky vehicle running along the mountain cliff, Ngai-dong muttered while driving, his voice full of grievance. "This trial mission is a bit cruel. Brother, I thought you were at most a little stronger than me. Unexpectedly, you are strong enough to increase the mission's difficulty." He sighed, looking disappointed as if just been badly tricked. "If I had known, I wouldn't have teamed up with you." To-hung remained silent, helplessly enduring, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes absent-mindedly looking out the window. She didn't know why, but felt that this trip to Thanhone Mountain for the trial would lead to something happening. Even if it's just a minor disaster, it's full of unknowns. Behind, on another vehicle, Von Lam and Chu Hop sat together. The atmosphere was more solemn. Chu Hop frowned slightly and spoke. "This trial of the association is a bit harsh for newcomers." Von Lam did not deny it, her cold eyes scanning the misty mountain forest outside. "On Bayandao Mountain, there hasn't been a disaster for hundreds of years. According to our speculation, this disaster will not be easily contained." Her voice lowered, carrying a rare seriousness. "You also know, now the spirit masters in the association are all cowards who only know vegetarianism and dare not go to the battlefield." She paused, her eyes flashing with determination. "From now on, even newcomers must face the harsh reality. This trial includes judges. I'm afraid nearly 1/3 will be casualties if it's not harsh enough for them now. Later, they wouldn't even have a chance to survive." Chu Hop glanced at Van Lam, his eyes darkening as if trying to probe something. "Has the situation really reached this point?" he asked in a low voice tinged with anxiety. Van Lam nodded. His eyes never left the hazy mountain scenery outside. "The scenery could only get worse. But with you here this time, at least we can ensure the participants are checked. There won't be any large-scale killings," she replied sincerely, but with a hint of seriousness. Chu Hop smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with a bit of nostalgia. Honestly, I think that little disciple of his really resembles him back then, brilliant, sharp-witted, and ruthless. The Liu Kim Dao can't train such a young talent. He paused, then added firmly, I'm sure he will surpass me. The initial trial went smoothly. Everything seemed under control, but as the team ventured deeper into Thon Hon Mountain, the situation suddenly changed. Most of the accompanying judges unexpectedly received orders from the chief judge to surround and attack. A large-scale chaotic disaster hidden deep in the mountain range. The military orders were issued, and the battlefield atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. Many veteran judges began to feel uneasy, as if they had fallen into a preset trap. It seemed the trial supervision was just an excuse. The real purpose was to send them to the battlefield, one judge whispered, eyes full of suspicion. As a result, most accompanying judges left the team, leaving only one lone Ta Nan supervisor for the trial squads. Worse, the squads now had to not only protect themselves, but also ensure the safety of the Ta Nan supervisor. As the trial continued, escaped creatures from the disaster began to appear. They infiltrated the trial areas. These dangerous creatures possessed strength, far beyond the capacity of a single contestant. Even when 5 squad members combined efforts, killing them became extremely difficult. The situation worsened as the trial squads began to suffer heavy losses. The number of high-level dangerous creatures increased day by day, causing the death rate to soar far beyond the usual 1% in real combat trials. Within just a few days, casualties had multiplied several times, even 10 times, compared to initial estimates. On the 4th day, Tu Hang witnessed 3 trial squads completely wiped out. Their corpses lay scattered on the barren ground. Tu Chi was slashed, blood staining a wide area dark red after the bloody battle. She clenched her fists tightly, eyes cold but heavy with sorrow. Ngai Dong, the chubby young man beside her, also seemed to have lost his usual optimism. Without Tu Hang leading, he probably would have died in the Than Hon Mountains long ago. Late at night, in a cold cave, Tu Hang, Ngai Dong, and Kung Tuyen took shelter near a flamingo. The flickering firelight cast shadows on the rock walls. The 3 trembled in the silent space. Ngai Dong carefully fed Kung Tuyen water, his worried gaze, never leaving his pale comrade's face. Tu Hang didn't sit still but gently cared for the flamingo, softly feeding it some food. The firelight flickered on her face, which showed an unusual calmness. If the 2 of us had arrived a little later, she murmured, this flamingo, a high-level dangerous beast in its late growth stage, probably would have been killed. Her eyes glanced at the obedient creature beside her. I don't know how many will survive this trial in the end, Ngai Dong said, sitting opposite, his hands still trembling. His eyes revealed the relief of narrowly escaping death. I'm lucky to have risked my life teaming up with you. Otherwise, my body would be cold by now. He paused, his voice still tinged with fear. Do you think we can return to Luvan City? He set the water bottle down. He continued anxiously, will the judges on the battlefield come back to pick us up? Tu Hang smiled slightly, unconcerned, still stroking the flamingo's smooth feathers. If no one comes, we'll just go back ourselves. She replied naturally, as if talking about a casual trip. Just then, Kung Tuyen, the girl lying unconscious in the corner of the cave, stirred and opened her eyes. Both Tu Hang and Ngai Dong cheered, their eyes shining with joy. Awake! Awake! They exclaimed together. Kung Tuyen opened her mouth, uttering broken sounds. Ba. The 2 were stunned, guessing she was trying to say thank you. Ngai Dong sighed, eyes tinged with regret. A beautiful girl, but unfortunately mute. Although it was difficult, Kung Tuyen still tried to continue speaking, expressing thanks. After becoming a spirit master, I learned spiritual communication. The tension earlier made me forget. Sorry, her voice was weak but full of determination. To Hang and Ngai Dong looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with surprise mixed with admiration. Kung Tuyen's squad, except for her, was completely wiped out by a super-level 5 Yi Xian beast at the stage. Fortunately, she escaped thanks to the weak combat power of her flying spirit beast. But just after leaving the tiger's den, she fell into a wolf's lair. Using the flying spirit beast to fly over Than Hon mountain range, she was quickly targeted by a super-level 5 Yi Xian beast in the Thuk stage, which could fly and pursued her over a long distance. Luckily, she ran to the area, where To Hang ambushed Ngai Dong, who, unable to bear seeing someone in danger, begged To Hang to intervene. Long XA, hiding nearby, suddenly ambushed the super-level 5 Yi Xian beast, not only completing the trial mission, but also saving Kung Tuyen. 3 days later, To Hang led Ngai Dong and Kung Tuyen, hiding all over Than Hon Mountain. Thanks to the sensing ability of the treasure-seeking Long Thu, they luckily avoided the powerful super-level 5 Yi Xian beasts. Although weak and often hungry and thirsty, Kung Tuyen showed great understanding. She was willing to give all her food, water, and even spirit beast food to To Hung, fostering a bond among the three in this harsh cave. The place they sheltered was perched on a slope, originally the den of a special grade 5 Yixian bear, but now it belonged to To Hung. The previous owner of the den had been violently driven away by Long XA TICH. The three sat around the fire, the warm light casting on their faces, somewhat dispelling the cold and danger of Than Hone Mountain. I, To Hung, spoke seriously, eyes sharp as they glanced at my two teammates. Next time, remember to replenish your strength on time. Don't give me all the food. I've calculated. The current rations are enough for us to hold out for a while. If lucky, I can bring both of you back to Kung Tu Yen. Bowing, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment, she said, Sorry, sorry, sorry. I caused trouble for everyone again, she murmured apologetically just as a strange sound came from afar. Like stones rolling down the mountainside. To Hung squinted, sensing something unusual. Ngai Dong, naturally timid, quickly hid behind a rock, trembling. This noise isn't from a scary creature, is it? Kung Tuyen also showed worry, hands clenched tightly, eyes scanning the cave entrance. Without hesitation, To Hung stepped forward to check. Seeing the huge silhouette of a magma-violent dragon, she sighed in relief, lips curling. Why does that sound just now seem so familiar? It was the magma-violent dragon of the Master, but then she noticed fierce fireballs blazing in the distance. To Hung immediately sensed something was wrong. The Master is fighting. This is the Magma Rain skill, a level M transformation skill of the magma-violent dragon, she muttered, eyes flashing worry she could not hide. Even knowing she couldn't help Chu Hop, she still wanted to run to check the situation, leaving Ngai Dong and Kung Tuyen stunned. To Hung dashed deep into Than Hone Mountain. This bold action shocked her two teammates. They hadn't expected To Hung's spirit beast to be that strong. Ngai Dong exclaimed, still a bit stunned. Through the dense forest, To Hung finally reached the battle area. Through the telescope, she saw Chu Hop, her master, standing next to the chief inspector, with hair like a peach blossom. Hovering in the air, below them a cataclysmic battle was raging, with giant beasts roaring. This was the center of the disaster. To Hung watched intently, heart pounding. These were nightmare species of the ice stage, she exclaimed, recognizing the giant dragon flying around, spewing icy blasts below. Its opponent was a giant dinosaur roaring furiously. To Hung, was involuntarily startled. This was a nightmare species, yet the Master was confronting this existence. According to the Dragon Chronicles, the backbone and venom sac of the Ice Stage species are precious materials to support dragon transformation for the Ice Dragon Master. She put her hand on her chin and smiled slightly. This battle might also be an opportunity for the Master. Far away, Chu Hop flew forward, his deep voice commanding the army to attack. Immediately, the ground army of giant beasts roared fiercely, leaping toward the Ice Stage species. A powerful punch struck down, causing the dragon to cry out in pain. To Hung observed through the telescope, unable to hide her admiration. The ground army, a terrifying super-level species, was a perfect combination of 5 Earth beast systems. The force and struggle are considered the pinnacle of existence among terrifying super-level species. The soldier condenses power, fists clashing together with both hands, creating a thunderous explosion, then rushing forward to deliver a powerful strike, dust and smoke billowing up thickly. But Bang Ho and Jiao swiftly dodged. A roar was heard, binding Tai to Hang through the telescope, who couldn't help but admire the violent exertion skill of the energy system, a level 10 Kaihua power tearing apart the great energy. Yet she suddenly doubted. Bang Ho and Jiao has the ability to fly. Would this move be effective? The chief inspector standing beside Chu Hop coldly spoke. Want to be serious? Chu Hop just snapped his fingers, suddenly from the ground. A giant hand emerged, grabbing Bang Ho and Jiao tightly. The dragon startled and struggled fiercely but was crushed in an instant. To Hang gasped, the telescope slipping from her hand and falling to the ground, killing in a blink, she murmured with eyes full of astonishment. Looking around, she realized that the terrifying hill was the main force black crime beast of the Alliance boss. The bizarre power was so extreme, it made the nightmare species rigid. What was this? To Hang wondered. Her heart still pounding, the black crime beast had destroyed Bang Ho and Giao in an instant, leaving her speechless and shocked inside. The Alliance calmly collected the dragon essence from Bang Ho and Jiao's corpse and stored it in a small disaster bag. This time also ended with the disappearance of the dragon, but this brutal trial with a huge death toll caused a storm of criticism in Lu Van City. The chief inspector faced the wave of anger and coldly replied, "Disaster comes. Without determination to die, the only outcome is death." The trial results were announced shortly after, as expected. To Hang ranked first and received valuable rewards from the Mage Association, feeling that a sheep with unshorn wool is a fool. She excitedly grabbed the certificate and ran straight to Research Institute 6, wanting to find herself a support-type tamed beast. Upon entering, a man in a white-blue coat with silver hair welcomed her with a friendly smile. "Are you Tahang?" "Yes, that's right, I am Tahang," she replied confidently. But suddenly, the man was tapped lightly on the head by the doctor. "Tahang!" she exclaimed. "Hey, why did you hit her?" The doctor put on an innocent face and shrugged. "That's right. I like hitting people. I especially like hitting Tahang, nya nya." Then he stood up and climbed onto the table. His eyes sparkled with confidence. "Because I am the incarnation of your father, Reader Hoion," he frowned. A look of confusion passed over the man before her. She thought he seemed like a crazy person, her lips twitching slightly. Another man in a white-blue coat, friendlier in appearance, put an arm around her shoulder and said with a smile, "Sometimes the doctor acts like that. Let's go. Just ignore him. He'll stop soon." Both walked down the long corridor, surrounded by transparent glass walls. Reflecting the soft light of Research Institute 6, the guide spoke excitedly. Now, in the entire institute, there are only 7 species of the 5-element pinnacle-level healing type. Still young, Tahang, walking behind, was busy playing with some small tamed beasts, eyes sparkling like a child receiving a gift. The man glanced at the documents in his hand, continuing, "And for the 5-element pinnacle-level superspecies, still young, there are only 8 species." He turned back with a bright smile. "Look at these 2 plants, blood copper jade herb, a 5-element pinnacle-level superspecies only found in Than Lu Van. This is a tamed beast of the herb system, blood system, metal system, and healing system. Blood copper jade herb is a perfect combination of blood and healing systems, excellent at treating wounds from cuts and stabs, even able to lightly regenerate lost limbs to a certain extent." Both continued walking down the corridor, light from the laboratories casting shimmering rays on the glass floor. The man kept introducing, "Of course, if a tamed beast species doesn't suit your combat system, then the Han Bing Chi Lin spirit beast over there is also an option." Suddenly, Tahang stopped. Her gaze was drawn to a small tamed beast, resembling a child with delicate, shimmering wings. She and the doctor stopped in front of the beast's cage. "I, Dr. Sai," he said with a hint of contemplation. "This is a hybrid tamed beast, moreover a hybrid between 2 completely incompatible systems, light and dark." Tahang's eyebrows slightly raised, eyes attracted by a small beast resembling a child with delicate shimmering wings. She and the doctor stopped in front of the beast's prison room. I, the doctor, sighed, eyes briefly thoughtful. "This is a hybrid beast. Moreover, it is a hybrid between 2 completely incompatible systems, the light system and the dark system." Tahang heard this and slightly raised her eyebrows. Silently thinking hybrid light-dark, she immediately spoke with a curious tone. "Can you open the barrier for me to see a little?" The doctor took out a gem from the prison door and replied, "Yes, but don't take too long." The barrier gradually disappeared, revealing the hybrid light-dark beast sitting curled up inside, its small body trembling continuously. The doctor looked at it and smiled slightly, but his eyes were full of complexity. Even among different beasts, it is difficult to produce a strong hybrid beast. Moreover, the light system and the dark system are 2 completely opposing energy types based on energy intensity. The rank of this girl is probably below the terrifying species, but what needs attention is that its danger level is absolutely not inferior. Compared to the 5 super dangerous species at this stage, Tahang watched attentively as her heart beat faster. The doctor continued in a deep voice, "Inside this child's body is energy from both the light and dark systems, completely opposite to each other. Once out of control, its power will be nearly equal to the terrifying species we have never seen before. This creature is like a mysterious being. We can't even determine the species of the girl's parents," he said, his eyes showing clear worry. As if standing before a dangerous secret yet to be decoded, Ihang stood in front of the prison room, her eyes flashing with decisive light. Light and dark if it truly is that species. Then it's like finding a treasure, she thought silently. Her heart beat faster with excitement as she turned to the doctor and asked curiously, "Can I know its background?" Next, the doctor nodded slightly, his eyes briefly thoughtful. "The child's background is not much of a secret. Over a month ago, it was discovered by the association's Beast Masters in a mysterious place where white and black intersect." He inserted a jade into the lock. In a steady, deep voice, he continued, "It is a world where day and night intersect, with clear boundaries as if drawn with a ruler. Half the area is submerged in endless darkness, the other half radiant with eternal light. The danger level there is not high, and the area is not large. But because of the special environment, a month ago when the association discovered it, the Beast Masters quickly formed an exploration team. This child was brought back by the squad from that mysterious place. Later, we found it possesses healing abilities of the light system, but its life is rapidly depleting, so it was transferred to Research Institute 6 for study. I Hang listened attentively. Detailed notes from the ancient Dragon Codex appeared in my mind. No mistake, it is the light-dark core. According to the Dragon Codex, the light-dark core is the hybrid result between two terrifying apex species, the light core controlling the light system and the dark core controlling the dark system. The next generation of hybrids, if born in the place where day and night intersect, will possess superior potential, stronger than their parents by one level. From birth, they are super dangerous species. However, because they are hybrids of two opposing systems, light and dark, right from birth, the light-dark core carries a fatal weakness. The terrifying energies of the two systems constantly conflict and rage within the body, continuously opposing each other, consuming the already fragile life. According to the Dragon Codex, on the path to transformation, light-dark cores rarely live beyond half a year. This causes this genius species to be as fleeting as the queen of the night flower, blooming early and withering quickly, and thus not valued. Fortunately, the ancient Dragon Codex also recorded ways to cure the light-dark core. I Hang looked into the prison room, her gaze gentle but resolute. I have decided. I choose this mixed-blood beast, she declared firmly. The doctor holding the person showed clear worry in his eyes. Maybe you don't fully understand. Because of the opposition between light and dark, the child's life is continuously being drained. I advise you not to waste this precious opportunity granted by leading the trial. He tearfully tried to explain. Hang smiled, placing her hand on her chest, her voice warm but determined. I know you are thinking for me, but I still want to choose this girl. Since childhood, I've had no parents, only an adopted older sister. I grew up understanding this helpless feeling. She paused, her eyes briefly nostalgic. Since childhood, my sister taught me that if I become a beast master, I must love my beasts like family. I am a soft-hearted person, not ruthless. Seeing this poor little beast suffer, this little one is so small yet already close to losing its life. Truly pitiful. I Hang looked at the small beast in the cage, her eyes full of determination mixed with sorrow. I want to tame it, use all my strength to nurture it to maturity, helping the girl escape her harsh fate, she declared, her voice trembling with emotion. Even if I cannot save her, at least I will take her to see the outside world, which is better than being locked in a cage forever. Tears streamed down her face, making the doctor opposite unable to hold back his emotions. He hugged Hang tightly, his voice choked. Yes, you said it so movingly that even I softened. The girl is truly pitiful. Hang quickly wiped her tears, her eyes sparkling with hope. Hang, can you use the top-grade item, which is hard to get, to exchange for the chance to take the little girl outside? Why can't I use my professional title to be your guarantor, doctor? Stop right there. His gaze became more serious. Because the light and dark energy in this beast's body risks exploding uncontrollably, losing control, so it's originally forbidden to take it out of the research facility. But today I will be your guarantor. Hang looked at the doctor with a heart full of gratitude. Without hesitation, she quickly used a cart, carefully took the little beast back to her room. Finally, after bringing it back, she breathed a sigh of relief and gently placed the cage on the floor. According to the Long Dian, light and dark energy, if startled or hit, can lose control. Hang sat down on the floor and opened the ancient Long Dian book, flipping through each page with a focused expression, relying on the notes to save the little girl. Needed to concoct a magical medicine called Black and White Pill, ingredients including 5 fairy flowers, spirit stone, and a bit of blood from the 2 light and dark energy beasts. Suddenly she was startled, eyes shining brightly. Oh my, finally a genius! Who would have thought of this concoction method? Even the rarest ingredients only cost 20,000 kanjiui to buy. But the joy didn't last long. She continued reading and found a problem. The finished black and white pill is a 2-colored liquid medicine forming natural black and white swirls. It can only be perfected at the moment of transition between day and night normally. 1,000 liang of medicine yields only a small amount of success. She mumbled, "Damn, isn't this exhausting me to death?" Hang began carefully concocting, dropping each ingredient into the test tube, sweat beading on her forehead. Combining these was really complicated. Just processing the ingredients took 2 hours, plus this condensation process. She sighed and collapsed onto the table. Her mind was tangled like a mess of threads. Her gaze stopped at some roots in a glass cup. A thought flashed right. The ingredients for this medicine aren't rare nor high grade. It can be said that the plant absorbs energy. She copied it down and laughed loudly, her voice echoing throughout the room. Outside the door, Chu Hee and steward Li Ba stood listening, frowning slightly. Li Ba shook his head with a worried tone. Old master, that kid Hang cries for a while, then laughs again. Isn't that a bit abnormal? Chu, he replied calmly, a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, that kid has always been like that. Li Ba sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes. But the boy clearly could have chosen a level 5 supreme beast, the strongest in Yixian. Yet he chose a hybrid beast that doesn't live long, supposedly because he was soft-hearted. Seems like his personality isn't like old Six at all. At that moment, Chu He looked at Li Ba with a hint of contemplation. He felt old Six might help Long Xia evolve to gain the lightning attribute. Li Ba heard that and furrowed his brows, a flicker of doubt rising in his heart. Could he have a way to cure the hybrid species? Even the best researchers in Chenglu Yun gave up. He shook his head, unwilling to believe his own speculation. In the laboratory, Tahang stood before the table, her worried gaze fixed on Kwang Am Ko. Kwang Am Ko, here, this magical medicine can help you heal your wounds. She spoke softly, trying to communicate spiritually, but the little beast only curled up. Its fragile wings wrapped tightly around its body, showing no reaction, like a stone sinking into the sea without a ripple. Tahang thought silently, her heart heavy. Is it because it's been caged too long? She held the bottle of magical medicine, her eyes complicated. Even with the support of the energy-absorbing plant, the problem wasn't the medicine, but that Kwang Am Ko seemed unwilling to drink it. The little girl wrapped herself in her wings like a wall, self-isolating. Tahang frowned and muttered, "This is self-isolation. If she refuses to drink, the medicine's power will gradually fade." Turning to the energy-absorbing plant, she ordered, "Go ahead, do it. Even if forced, the little girl must take the medicine." The plant's red eyes lit up, its flexible roots wrapping around Kwang Am Ko. Trying to pry open her wings, the plant exerted all its strength. The roots trembled from the effort but eventually tired and gave up, unable to do anything. Tahang sighed, her expression softening. Perhaps the long imprisonment had caused Kwang Am Ko to lose the will to survive. "I'll leave the medicine here. If you want to live, drink it all. I hope you can get better." Suddenly the little beast stirred slightly, giving Tahang a flicker of hope, but the wings still didn't open. She smiled wryly and muttered, "After all this torture, turns out she doesn't need to use her mouth to take the medicine." Suddenly, a childish voice sounded through spiritual communication. "Dad, it's Dad." Tahang hurriedly waved her hand to stop, her face blank. "No, no, you're not my dad." "Clearly, I must be the tamer of Kwangam Ke," she asked in an innocent tone. "A tamer as a mother?" Tohung awkwardly scratched her head. "That probably isn't the case." She pushed the tamed beast forward decisively. "Tamed beast. Teach the girl some basic knowledge. I have other things to do." After a while, Kwangam Ke and the energy-absorbing plant were playing closely. Laughter rang out joyfully. Though the little girl still wrapped herself in her wings, Tohung watched the scene, feeling a bit flustered. Kwangam Ke's spiritual communication was in a girl's voice, but the call of Dad really made her uneasy. Her hands and feet blushed red as she recalled the notes in the old Dragon Chronicle. "About the mate attribute, I'm not that type of person," she shouted. "Come out, Long Zahi." Long Zahi appeared majestically, eyes shining brightly. But when it saw the small tamed beasts playing happily, its gaze suddenly sparkled as if mesmerized. Tohung squinted, annoyed. "What are you looking at? You want to approach the girl, right?" She pointed at the jar on the table with a smug tone. "You should look this way. See, thanks to the copying ability of the energy-absorbing plant, I've made the master medicine to help you transform." Long Zahi's eyes shone like stars as it immediately stuck out its tongue to lick. Tohung hurriedly blocked it. "Hey, hey, hey! I told you to look, not eat. You can't eat things in the lab." But it was too late. Long Shahi swallowed all the magical medicine in the jar. Its eyes blazed, then suddenly roared fiercely. Tohung clutched her head in panic. Disaster! Then a deafening explosion rang out. The whole room shook. Tohung, face dirty, shouted, "Teacher, come quickly to save me." Long Shahi seems to have destroyed the house. Outside in the yard, Chu Hop and Lei Ba looked up. Chu Hop's face darkened, fists clenched, voice low and angry. Tohung and Long Shahi stood with hands clasped. Bowing in repentance before the teacher, Chu Hop coldly asked, "Apprentice, Long Zahi is about to transform into a dragon, right? Isn't it? You said you wanted to find a specialized place." Tohung smiled awkwardly, scratching her head to explain. "Earlier it drank the master medicine of the corrupted secret potion, so it can't be considered a dragon transformation yet." Before she finished, a sudden lightning bolt descended, tearing space apart, leaving all three stunned. Tohung and Chu Hope squinted, voices low and full of surprise. "It hasn't transformed yet, but it's already like this? You want to destroy the teacher's house?" Tohung laughed naively, scratching her head with an embarrassed expression. "I wanted to give Long Zahi a surprise, just let it see a little. Didn't expect it to go crazy and swallow all the medicine. I didn't want this to happen either. The commotion caused by Long Shahi exceeded my expectations. Luckily, Chu Herp's powerful family background and the strength of the large tamed beast Lao locked the anomaly in the sky, preventing it from spreading. Still, the unusual phenomenon attracted the attention of Sister and Quan from Luvan City. But for Lei Ba, a seasoned steward like a cunning fox, This was just a small matter. He only needed a few words of explanation. That Chu Hop's tamed beast was awakening. A new CA-level skill caused people to leave without further investigation. In the sky, energy of wind and thunder surged, stimulated by the master medicine, transforming into giant lightning pillars that wrapped Long XA in dazzling light. The radiant light was so bright that everyone around couldn't open their eyes, mixed with fireworks and violent thunderclaps. Long XA's painful roar echoed as if it was enduring extreme agony. The wind-thunder anomaly lasted for 3 hours before gradually fading. When the light dimmed, Long XA's figure appeared in the eager eyes of all three people. Its body was now over 10 meters long, no longer clumsy but sleek, as if forged by wind and thunder. Its scales shimmered with noble and elegant energy, far superior to before. However, the wind-thunder energy was too strong, causing Long XA to be covered in blood, making To Hong feel heartbroken. She anxiously asked, Long XA, are you okay? Long XA opened its mouth, condensed an energy sphere, then suddenly pushed it with its foot. The sphere, skimming past To Hong's body, flew far away and exploded with a thunderous boom, Chu Hop observed, with eyes flashing in amazement. The CA Level 5 awakening energy of the electric shock sphere unexpectedly. After drinking the master medicine, Long XA even achieved this upgrade. Teacher, Long XA, though covered in blood, still exudes majesty, To Hong shouted with a hint of panic. Long XA is injured, teacher. At that moment, her gaze accidentally passed over little Kwangam Kur. The mixed blood-tamed beast was performing healing skills. Kwangam Kur's CA Level 1 awakening power enveloped Long XA in gentle light. All three witnesses were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Leiba gaped, turning to Chu Hop, the Elder Master. That just now was a terrifying healing skill of the light system, a Level 1 awakening light healing skill. Chu Hop just softly hummed, his eyes deep in thought. Damn, that brat was insistent on taming that mixed blood beast of unknown species before. I knew it wasn't simple. At the research institute, that beast couldn't even perform the soul healing technique, yet in this brat's hands, it has transformed, using the light healing skill full of potential from the light system. Tahang looked at the scene before him, a smile curved on his lips brightly. Unexpectedly, Kwangam Ko has mastered light healing and even awakened it to level 1. Moreover, the girl even actively healed Long XA, which shows Long XA has initially touched the sealed world of Kwangam Ko. The harmony between the two beasts made her heart swell with joy. Chu Hop stood beside her and slapped his student's back hard. His voice was warm, mixed with teasing. What are you laughing at, brat? Long XA has successfully transformed. Tu Hang scratched his face, looking embarrassed. Not that easy. This wind-thunder energy is still insufficient. For Long XA to absorb enough wind-thunder energy, more brain power is needed. Laba sighed deeply, his eyes showing a hint of pity. Little Hang, you must know the old master is very good to you. Last time you mentioned finding a place where wind-thunder energy converges, the old master personally sought the Jade Administrator. He researched the association's documents. This is a big favor. I, Tahang, turned with a mischievous sparkle in my eyes. Master, you went to find the mistress, right? Chu Hop angrily raised his hand and tapped her head once, growling, You talk too much. You talk too much. Then he spoke seriously. Brat, pack your things. We depart tomorrow. I want to see what form Long XA can ultimately transform into. To Long XA, transform into wind thunder Long XA. It needs to be tempered in an environment where wind and thunder energies intersect through the powerful wind-thunder electricity. Long XA's physique will be refined, consuming essence from the master's medicine, supported by the Jade Administrator. Chu Hop has found a rare, terrifying species combining wind, thunder, and dragon systems, exactly like wind-thunder Long XA. That is the wind-thunder Long Eagle. When a beast reaches the terrifying rank, it affects the secret resting place, wind-thunder Nai. The gathering place of Wind-Thunder Long Eagle is a special location perfectly meeting Long XA's requirements. Wind-Thunder Nai is a dangerous land. Thunder and lightning roar year-round because the atmosphere is constantly turbulent deep inside. Wind-Thunder Nai, the resting place of the Wind-Thunder Great Dragon. The intersection of Wind-Thunder Long Eagle and Wind-Thunder Forest Eagle is the densest convergence of wind and thunder energies, the destination of this trip. Because Long XA unexpectedly swallowed the master's medicine in the lab, the originally well-prepared plan became urgent. To quickly reach the place, Chu Hop did not hesitate to summon his strongest beast. The dream butterfly is a flying beast of the terrifying species, also Chu Hop's strongest control beast. The dream butterfly combines 3 systems, dream, insect, and spirit, creating a terrifying super species. Although its specialty isn't flying, its speed is terrifying thanks to the special dream wing skill of the dream system. This skill increases the distance of each wing flap, making the dream butterfly glide like a shadow in the air in the blink of an eye. Its body, under the blessing of Dreamwing, can fly miles away. Moreover, the dream butterfly possesses the most terrifying ability, freezing the target's mind. If a creature falls into the dreamscape created by the dream butterfly, its soul can be permanently sealed in the dream until the body weakens and vanishes in the dream realm. Tahang and Chu Hop stood on the dream butterfly's back, their sharp eyes observing the dangerous land below. This must be it, he declared in a deep voice amid the howling wind. Tahang sat behind, frowning worriedly. Not right. Recently, it seems we can't sense any wind thunder energy at all. Both glided through the sky, riding the dream butterfly whose wings shimmered with dreamlike light, cutting through thick black clouds. Chu Hop pointed forward, his voice firm. No mistake. That lightning is the sign. The dream butterfly, under Chu Hop's command, shot out an extremely dreamlike laser toward the mountain range, but instead of shattering the giant rocks, it seemed to reveal a secret entrance. Tahang watched, his heart beating faster. Indeed, natural secret realms always have hidden tricks, he thought silently. Luckily, the master found the association's documents. Otherwise, when would we have found this? The dream butterfly continued to unleash power, expanding the entrance. Inside, the secret realm appeared a towering mountain, soaring as if piercing the clouds. The entire area was covered by violent wind thunder energy. Thunder roared along with the howling wind, shadows swirling over the mountain peak. The master of this secret realm is the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle. These are terrifying level creatures with intelligence comparable to humans. Their leader, a nightmare species even more fearsome than a bomb explosion. Their ability to fly makes summoning dream beasts no different than provoking the entire tribe. To ensure safety, Zhang He summons the Crimson Evil Wolf, a powerful beast carrying the two of them, Leo and his master, to another mountain with wind and thunder energy surging everywhere, a perfect ignition point for dragons. An ideal place for the dragon snake to undergo transformation, a rare fusion point of wind and thunder energy. Although many such points exist, this mountain is vast. Searching is like fishing for gold at the bottom of the sea, but for Tahang, this task seems not too difficult. The beast beside her suddenly cried out, Malu Ma Chi, then pointed in a direction. Tahang nodded, her eyes shining brightly. Zhang He stood beside her, watching her and the beast, thinking silently, this brat really hacks. If it were someone else, even I would want to snatch it away. Tahang turned mischievously and asked her master, what are you thinking? Let's go, beast, find the treasure. Zhang He blushed, annoyed, and tapped her head. Shut up. Don't distract me. I'm observing the environment. He raised his head and pointed to the sky, where lightning bolts gathered into a massive energy cluster, dazzling like fireworks. This is the point of wind and thunder energy. Even my master has never seen this before. He turned to Tahang with a serious tone. Kid, are you sure you want the dragon snake to enter that energy cluster? Tahang forced a smile, her eyes revealing worry. How could it be? With this destructive power, the dragon snake would probably turn into a pile of burnt meat as soon as it enters. She took a deep breath and summoned the dragon snake. Looking at the majestic beast, she spoke with a slight tremble. Friend, you surely know what to do, right? But before she could finish, the dragon snake darted toward the wind and thunder energy cluster as fast as a lightning bolt. Tahang shouted in panic, Dragon snake, you're crazy! Why? That energy cluster is something even terror-level creatures can't withstand. Zhang He placed his hand on Tahang's shoulder, his gaze calm and reassuring. Relax. All guardian beasts have the ability to sense danger far beyond humans. They won't seek death on their own, but at that moment, a fierce sound erupted the roar of the dragon snake, stunned both Tahang and Zhang He. Tahang shouted anxiously, Dragon snake, a massive wind and thunder energy cluster that was originally stationary at the intersection point began slowly moving as if being drawn toward the dragon snake. According to records in the ancient Dragon Chronicle, to transform into a wind and thunder, the dragon snake needs powerful wind and thunder energy to regenerate its body, while simultaneously eliminating the earth attribute which does not belong to the wind and thunder dragon snake. But Tahang did not expect that a seemingly simple record would lead to such a terrifying reality. The process of body refinement turned out to be using wind and thunder energy to burn away the dragon snake's body, causing it to char and shed scales. This is the description inside the energy cluster. The dragon snake in the early stage still emitted painful roars, but over time, the cries gradually weakened and then ceased. The current abnormality and life energy of the dragon snake are increasingly weakening, causing Tahang to panic. She clenched her hands tightly, her voice trembling. Dragon snake, Zhang. He observed the situation and spoke in a deep but certain tone. Kid, your spiritual cultivation level is still insufficient. I'll be frank, the dragon snake's body is absorbing wind and thunder energy at an astonishing speed. If it truly dies, all that energy will definitely dissipate and return to its original state. Suddenly, the wind and thunder energy spread more intensely, covering the area near the two of them. Zhonghe squinted, his voice low. It's coming. This is the aura of the ancient dragon bloodline. Tahang felt a surge of hope, her eyes shining brightly. You can feel it too, right? The life aura of the dragon snake is recovering rapidly. In the sky, the dragon snake gradually revealed its majestic body amid dazzling lightning. Zhong He and Tahang watched intently. Zhong He exclaimed excitedly, "The transformation is happening." This is the dragon snake successfully turning into a dragon, but inwardly he was amazed. This aura far surpasses the level of a level 5 high-rank species. The dragon snake is only half a year old, but has reached this level. This kid really can make it transform into a dragon. If this spreads, I'm afraid the entire level 6 won't have a peaceful day. Oh heavens, Zhang He thought, what have I finally obtained? The dragon snake roared loudly, its body fully transformed, its scales shimmering with wind and thunder light, over 10 meters long, exuding nobility and majesty. Zhang He looked at Tahang stroking the dragon snake. His voice deepened as he spoke about the recent dragon transformation that caused such a big commotion. This place isn't suitable to stay long. Tohang nodded hastily and quickly summoned the Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent into the spatial seal. But the strong aura of the Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent made the other spirit beasts inside the seal restless. To them, it was like a stranger barging into their home, bringing an overwhelmingly powerful aura that made the spirit core, dragon beasts, and energy-absorbing plants tremble. Fortunately, thanks to Tohang's spiritual bond, both quickly realized that this stranger was the eldest dragon serpent he, and the atmosphere inside the seal immediately became lively again. The spirit core, dragon beasts, and energy-absorbing plants busily asked Tohang and the Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent what had happened. Just as Tohang was about to use spiritual communication to share her joy with the other spirit beasts, a sudden intense headache struck her. Her head felt like it was about to split open, and she collapsed, clutching her head in pain as a brilliant golden light burst from her face. Chu Hop shouted in panic, "It's the spiritual energy backlash," and punched the wall hard. His voice was angry. Before, we wondered if the dragon transformation was real, but we didn't consider the chain reaction after the transformation. Don't let this kid become a fool in the spiritual sea, he thought inwardly. A terrifying spiritual storm erupted, causing the entire sea of consciousness to roar and churn, and To-hung panicked, thinking, could it be that I've really become a fool? But just then, an ancient dragon codex suddenly appeared in her hand. The light from the ancient book radiated, strengthening her mind. Despite the raging spiritual storm, it couldn't shake her at all. On the contrary, To-hung's mind began absorbing energy at an incredible speed. Her spiritual cultivation soared from late-stage Spirit Master continuously breaking through. She advanced straight to early mid-stage Spirit Lord, then late-stage Ancient Dragon NT system. The Ancient Dragon Codex simultaneously unlocked many new contents far beyond previous times. To-hung was amazed to discover that it even recorded the evolution of the Scorched Earth Soldier, a super terror species, into the Scorched Earth Dragon Nightmare species. The dragon transformation ritual required rare materials, so rare that just looking at them made To-hung numb, but this also opened a new turning point for their strengthening plan. This cultivation process also helped To-hung understand the Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent more deeply. The dragon serpent he now possessed 4 elements: wind, thunder, evil dragon, and dragon, along with 5 skills that were upgraded significantly. Previous abilities like element fusion and fusion awakening from silver grass transformation or enhancement from mighty strength were perfectly inherited. What excited To-hung most was that this transformation granted the dragon serpent he 2 new skills: thunder lead manifestation, allowing it to absorb lightning to heal wounds and create an outer lightning defense layer with extremely effective protection. Lightning Serpent Chaos Dance, a rare thunder element racial skill that only innate mature creatures can easily master. When activated, speed increases drastically, granting terrifying evasion. If awakened, this skill can also penetrate a huge electric net, combining control and long-range attack. This is the Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent's favorite flight skill. With rapid growth and extremely low energy consumption, it's like a fish in water. Their wind attribute power skills are also rapidly improving. The fusion ability of wind and thunder needs more time to master, but with the support of the Ancient Dragon Codex, everything seems within reach. To-hung opened her eyes as the golden light on her face gradually faded. She looked at Chu Harp excitedly. How much has your spiritual cultivation increased? Chu Harp squinted, his voice full of surprise. You've reached the peak of late-stage Spirit Lord. You must have broken through your profession level. Now don't stop. His eyes flashed with admiration, higher than expected. It seems this transformation of dragon serpent he has benefited you a lot. The commotion just now attracted many wind thunder dragon eagles. Luckily, you were immersed in the spiritual sea as a spirit master and didn't have to fight back. Tohung looked up at the flock of wind thunder dragon eagles, soaring across the sky, silently amazed. Master only relied on spiritual energy to defend for so long. No wonder he owns such a big house in Luvan City. Compared to ordinary spirit masters, he's terrifyingly strong. Chu Hop stood beside her, smiling proudly. Look closely, this is my first main force. If you can help it transform, the Spirit Master will lead you to dominate the Ason Peninsula. He finished and summoned the Black Crime Behemoth. Tohang watched carefully, her heart beating faster. The Black Crime Behemoth is the strongest main force, right? She recalled the last time. With just one skill, this beast caused the Ice Circle gang to freeze in a bizarre way. The Dark Crime Giant Beast roared loudly. Facing the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle flock rushing forward, Tahang suddenly had a thought that its skill seemed to bypass the clan distance. Facing the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle or the Ice Circle gang, the effect was almost no different. No wonder it is the main system in the four great traditions. The Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle flock flew in formation, seemingly preparing for something. Tahang observed and analyzed with a deep voice. That is the racial ability of the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle, the Swallow Formation. They link individuals through a special point to unleash a combined attack with terrifying power. The dark crime giant beast roared, trying to resist. Tahang thought silently, what does the master mean? Could it be that he wants to resist the combined attack of this terror race? In terms of power, it might be comparable to the nightmare race already. Suddenly, a blazing red lightning bolt stretched down from the sky onto the dark crime giant beast, stretching its gigantic body, making Tahang startled and exclaim, what is this ability? The Wind Thunder Dragon, Eagle, flock, under the leader's guidance. A nightmare race with intelligence not inferior to humans, attacking relentlessly. The dark crime giant beast screamed in pain, but immediately after, all attacks turned into white bone smoke and vanished into the air. Tahang worriedly muttered, could it be that they intend to concentrate the clan to exterminate the clan? Chu Hop crossed his arms and smiled smugly. No. This secret realm leader just sent a message to us. The clan. To attack them no more and invited us to leave quickly. Tahang stood speechless, her eyes passing over the master's satisfied smile. This is the demeanor of a grand master summoner, SAO. She thought silently, then looked back at the dark crime giant beast, expression as if recalling something important. The mist. Right. The dark crime giant beast belongs to the crime system, representing extreme crime. She placed her hand on her chin and murmured, according to the records in the old Dragon Codex. Crime system creatures are born with bizarre abilities. The crime aura can affect the laws within its range, definitely bypassing the level difference. Just now, when the dark crime giant beast blocked the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle's attack, surely at the moment of approach attack, it created a law transformation, making the attack cause no damage. Tahang looked at Chu Hop, silently thinking, the master earning so much money in Luvan City surely cannot be without the dark crime giant beast. But how did he get it? Chu Hop didn't see Tahang anywhere, turned around and found her still standing, dazed with a dreamy look. He angrily stepped forward, knocking hard on her head, still dazed. What are you doing? Go home. Tahang hugged her head, rubbing the newly formed bump, followed the master silently. Chu Hop's figure led the way, full of momentum, back to the manor in Luvan City. Tahang quickly returned to the rhythm of beast training. In the spacious villa, she stood beside the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake, pointing at a large rock to attack it. The dragon just transformed, its scales shimmering with thunderlight, immediately lunged forward to deliver a powerful strike. Tahang smiled, patted the dragon snake's head happily as if rewarding it. It bowed its head, eyes sparkling with joy, enjoying her praise. But the refined magma-sitting dragon, the beast training companion, was suffering endlessly, despite having matured to the late stage under Tahang's care. Reaching 4 meters long, over 2 meters tall, its body covered by a giant refined magma armor. It still couldn't withstand the abuse from the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake. Yet there was no other way. The treasure beast. The energy-absorbing tree and light-dark machine were not good at fighting, only playing the support role, standing and watching from afar. So the familiar daily scene was the Wind Thunder Dragon, punishing the magma-sitting dragon until its face was swollen, while the light-dark machine hugged the treasure beast, leaning under the energy-absorbing tree, watching and giggling. Although a bit pitiful, the refined magma-sitting dragon's strength improved significantly. Tahang thought silently, a glance of satisfaction. Every time it got hit was a time its experience surged, from only enduring 3 seconds Now it was gradually aiming for 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Chu Hop rushed everywhere, completing commissions from the Summoner Association, simultaneously collecting 10 refined dragon materials for the Ice Spirit Dragon Master. To Hang followed to the auction house in Lu Van City to buy a portion of the main materials for the master. Although spending quite a lot of money, she just smiled silently, who told old Chu Hop was rich, holding a box of materials carefully wrapped in cloth. She imagined the master standing with crossed arms, smiling smugly in the room. To Hang leaned back against the bed frame, glancing at the treasure beast, savoring her third ice cream. She frowned suspiciously. Hey, you already ate 3 in a row. I suspect you're tricking me. What do you mean by can't open the treasure museum without eating ice cream? The treasure beast shouted, not paying attention, turning back to continue licking the ice cream, making To Hong so angry she gritted her teeth and leaned in to threaten, liking to eat like that. How about I put you in the teacher's freezer, only about minus 80 degrees, to see how you open the new skill? The spirit beast's heart turned pale and trembled. The 7 summoning museum skills have not been tested since it transformed into a dragon. To Hong always doubted the unclear communication with the museum. Searching for treasures sounded like a joke. But nearly a month since the Feng Lei Nai trip for the last ingredient for the Ice Spirit Dragon Master, the eyes of the extreme Ice Ancient Wolf remained missing. Seeing the teacher exhausted, To Hong decided to try the unreliable skill of the Spirit Beast. She smiled gently, coaxing, "Come on, open the museum," but the beast waved its paw firmly. "No ice cream box." "This skill can't be opened," To Hong was furious, thinking it was clearly tricking her. But having no other choice, she tried randomly. Suddenly, the spirit beast raised its paw, creating a strange, small whirlpool. To Hong stroked her chin, eyes brightening as if having some idea. The beast pointed to the map. To Hong lay face down, looking at the spot it stepped on. Her eyes sparkled with hope of finding it, but before joy could bloom, the spirit beast shook its head. "No here, only one place left to exclude." To Hong shouted angrily, "You mean what?" After a moment, she held the map in one hand and with the other pulled the rope, tying the ice block containing the spirit beast. Running to the central compound. "Teacher! Teacher! I found it!" she exclaimed excitedly. The spirit beast in the ice block shivered, sniffling with a long, runny nose. The central compound removed glasses calmly. "Found something?" To Hong spread the map on the table, pointing to a spot. "Here, according to the Summoning Museum's hint, the last dragon transformation ingredient of the Ice Spirit Dragon Master is here." Chu Hop stroked his chin, eyes thoughtful. "That area is a wilderness on the Asun Peninsula. No large-scale gathering points, only a few tribal villages scattered around." He placed his hand on To Hong's shoulder doubtfully. "Last time that place was destroyed, involving you. How could the eyes of the extreme ice ancient wolf appear there?" To Hong smiled wryly, pointing to the ice block. "If not, just ask it. If it doesn't work, freeze it a bit more." The spirit beast sneezed miserably from the cold. Chu Hop was briefly confused but quickly laughed heartily. Eyes sparkling with meaning, following the map's mark, the two left the Liu Van city, riding the dream butterfly, gliding through thick layers of clouds. Along the way, the spirit beast continuously used summoning museum skills. Its eyes glittered, mouth repeatedly making SH sounds. Finally, it locked onto a position slightly north near Kenthan. From the dream butterfly, the two looked down at what was once an ancient giant city, far larger in scale than Liu Van city. Unfortunately, thousands of years ago, in the early Radiance era, this place was destroyed. Now, the ruins of Kanthan are filled with ancient radiation energy, becoming a lair for dangerous ancient species. This land is notoriously perilous. Even grand mages dare not set foot casually on the southwest coast of the Asun Peninsula. Fortunately, according to the spirit beast's sensing, the eyes of the extreme ice ancient wolf are not in the ruins' center, but at the border between Kenthan and nearby villages. The spirit beast cried ECH excitedly. To Hong and Chu Hop landed where the beast indicated. Looking down from the sky was different, but stepping into the village-concentrated land, To Hong, who had weathered many storms, still felt unfamiliar. The villages, once warm, were now desolate, covered everywhere with dried black bloodstains from long ago. The wind carried a faint, fishy smell, a reminder of the place's cruelty. Chu Hop retracted the dream butterfly into the ring on his hand. Both lowered their eyes, understanding it was the stench of long-decayed corpses left behind. He urged coldly, "Let's go, stop looking." "Child, do you really think a place full of dangerous creatures' slaughter would still have human corpses?" He closed his eyes, voice deeper. "Dangerous carnivores usually leave no bones." To Hong wiped sweat from her brow, mumbling, "Thank you, teacher." Chu Hop glanced back at the brat. "Thanking me means nothing. Grow up soon. The black crime beast needs you." The two continued forward. To Hong held the spirit beast in her hands. It raised its claw, pointing ahead. She doubted. Found it? Chu Hop summoned the crimson fierce wolf, ordering it to check. The beast sniffed a few times, then began scratching the earth and rocks. Chu Hop frowned, eyes flashing with surprise. There really is a discovery. This place is 1,000 miles from the manor, yet it is the summoning museum. If this time we really find it, later must be kinder to it. The spirit treasure dragon beast, happily called SH. But the crimson fierce wolf turned back and growled softly, as if reminding the little beast not to be too complacent. Chu Hop crossed his arms, his sharp eyes looking at the rubble at his feet. It seems that being buried under the rubble is what saved this thing from being swallowed by a dangerous creature, he commented in a deep voice. Tahang squatted down, his eyes flashing with surprise. The master here has ice. Chu Hop immediately ordered the crimson fierce wolf to dig up the beast. It growled softly, its sharp claws scratching strongly, quickly revealing a sparkling block of ice inside. Clearly, the eyes of the extreme ice ancient wolf shone like two precious gems. Chu Hop laughed out loud. In a hearty voice, let's go. The materials are enough. It's also time to prepare for evolution. If the black crime beast is roasted, it might cause damage to this entire area, which will become a dead land. Returning to Luvan City, Tuhang clasped his hands to concoct magic medicine for evolution of the ice spirit dragon master. Meanwhile, Chu Hop carried all the main materials, set off to find the dragon transformation land, suitable for opening the dragon transformation ritual. Before leaving, he gave Tahang an important mission. She smiled, her eyes shining brightly. The dragon snake happily just evolved into a wind thunder dragon snake. Although trained for a long time in the manor, along with the spirit rock sitting dragon, the combat power of the tamed beast could only be revealed through actual combat under Chu Hop's guidance. Tahang transformed into Mr. Hoang, wearing new clothes and a mysterious small mask, leading the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake to the skill stage of Lu Van City. But this became a nightmare for the opponent Tamers, except for the first few matches where skills were not yet proficient, causing her to be overturned. Tuhang and the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake quickly broke through, winning 12 consecutive victories. This achievement made many mistake her for a senior tamer. A senior tamer came to the new player area to grill fish and train newly tamed beasts. Unexpectedly, Mr. Hoang behind that mask had only been a tamer for less than 2 years, and the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake in her hand was the result of the evolution process. From an ordinary happy Keelin at the manor, the elder reminded Tahang in a calm voice, "Little Hang, you have won 12 games. Continue to fight. The upgrade space is no longer large," according to the old master's words. Surpassing 12 consecutive wins might attract the Tamer Association's attention, which is unfavorable to you. Tahang nodded in agreement. Recently, I collected 10 spirit energies to make some new magic medicines. Maybe they can help the master's black crime beast increase a bit of strength. The elder looked at her with a complex gaze. He put down the paper and stood up. In a deep voice, "Little Hang, at first I did not take you seriously. You lacked a bit of the cold blood of Little Six. In the tamer world, that is the foundation for survival." He paused, his gaze softened. "But now I admit the old master was right. Compared to Little Six back then, you are more qualified to become a leader, to become the old master's successor." The elder smiled, his eyes sparkling meaningfully as he looked at Tahang. "You have too much of the leader's aura compared to the old master," he said in a warm voice. Tahang was surprised, waving her hand awkwardly. "Huh? Elder Lei, although you say so. Just now in the medal match you lost a piece and it didn't help at all." The elder laughed heartily. "Ha ha, kid. You know how to talk better than Little Six. If he knew he had a little junior like you, he would definitely be very happy." He paused, his gaze more serious. "Let's go. Today we have big work with Elder Lei. If you want to become the successor later, you must learn the great matters that Elder Lei mentioned, which is the 300-year anniversary ceremony of Luvan City, organized by the Sample Service Organization. The city shining with sparkling lights, towering buildings mixed with small, beautiful houses, hundreds of lanterns linked together shining, lighting up the lively atmosphere. This is also the time when black crime beasts gather to come to Luvan City to shop for resources. Transport vehicles busily coming and going, bringing an unprecedented bustling atmosphere. The target of the black crime beasts this time is the Earth Fire Flow Metal, a special metal that can be used to make high-level terror artifacts. Sitting in the car, Tahang looked at the scenery outside. Her mind sunk into thought. Earth Fire Flow Metal is not a product of mineral veins. They are like yellow quartz amber stones, emitting brilliant light created by Earth Fire Flow Metal, a kind of mid-level terror artifact. Emitting brilliant light created by the earth fire element of the metal beast, a mid-level terror species. She knew the tool Chu Hop used to subdue the black crime giant Beast was also forged from this type of metal, and with the annihilation dimension approaching, Chu Hop wanted to upgrade the equipment for the black crime giant Beast, and Leba took Tu Hang to learn negotiation and price bargaining skills from the Great Sect. But life is not as dreamed. Due to the influence of the annihilation dimension, other gathering areas around Lu Van City also had similar intentions. All wanted to seize the opportunity to upgrade equipment. Tu Hang and Leba were stunned when witnessing the chaotic crowd pushing at the auction event. The Earthfire Lu Kim officially sold out. Sitting in the car returning, the atmosphere inside was heavy. Tu Hang sighed, breaking the silence. Unexpectedly, the impact of dimensional annihilation was so great, but it seems this time the mission assigned by the old master cannot be completed. Her eyes glanced at the signboard engraved with the words Lu Van City hanging by the road. Suddenly a flash of light lit up in her mind. "I understand now," she exclaimed, hurriedly opening the car door and jumping out. Leba was surprised, calling after her, "Leba, you go back first, I know what I have to do." Tu Hang rushed like a gust of wind. Her mind brightened as she recalled the notes in the old Long Diane, Earthfire Lu Kim Beast is a mid-level terror species, but there exists a path of metamorphosis from iron plate primitive evolving gradually through Earth. Kim Beast, Lu Kim Beast, then reaching Earthfire Lu Kim Beast, and finally Earthfire Lu Kim Beast, king-level nightmare, she thought silently, her eyes flashing sharply. So Lu Van City must definitely hold the secret about this metamorphosis method. Moreover, the Hall of the Mage Association again bore the surname Ngai, the chubby boy with bullhorn hair. Those massive buildings of Lu Van City appeared, blocking the gentle sunlight, creating an urban picture both mournful and cold. Tu Hang ran straight to Ngai Dong, who was happily playing with a small mage pet. She waved her hand teasingly. "Fun, isn't it? Ngai Dong, don't you only raise iron plate primitive? Why do you also raise a mage pet?" Ngai Dong was startled, turned around and smiled brightly upon recognizing her. "Hang here, isn't it? No matter what, I have to listen to him." He scratched his cheek awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Tu Hang smirked, crossed her arms, her eyes seeming to see through his heart. "Oh ho, it's an Earth Kim beast, huh? You rotten kid. Just keep pretending." Ngai Dong stood up, glanced left and right to confirm no one was around, then leaned in, whispering, "Brother too, I really am not lying to you. So this Earth Kim beast is formed by the evolution of iron plate primitive. Every generation of Lu Van's great masters must tame an iron plate primitive and can nurture it into an Earthfire Lu Kim beast king-level nightmare." Tu Hang lost patience, reaching out to grab his collar, and Ngai Dong panicked, startled, stepping back, but she was as fast as lightning, clamping his neck tightly, one hand pressed close to his face, her angry voice sharp as a knife. "Don't hide anything from me. Aren't you afraid? I'll beat you to death." Ngai Dong hurriedly removed her hand, forcing a smile. "Just say it. Even if last trial wasn't with you, I'd have died long ago." Tu Hang placed her hand on his shoulder, her eyes softened, full of loyalty. "Can you help me with something?" "I want to meet your grandfather." Ngai Dong immediately brightened, his face glowing. Family name agreed. "No problem. Come on, I'll take you." Tu Hang quietly observed Ngai Dong, thinking to herself, "The metamorphosis method of the Mage Association is still too primitive. According to the old Long Dian, there are at least 4 different metamorphosis rituals. But this kid is so loyal, maybe I should find a chance to help him a bit." The elevator dinged, stopping at the floor they needed. And Ngai Dong led Tu Hang across the long corridor into the backstage of the Mage Association Hall in Lu Van City. Inside, Ngai Trin was sternly scolding Ngai Dong. Even the trial wasn't passed. He slammed his hand on the table, causing Ngai Dong to lower his head. His face almost stuck to the table, leaving small cracks. Ngai Dong weakly pointed behind. "It's not that I want to find you. It's him." Tu Hang, witnessing this scene, was slightly embarrassed. Clearing her throat, Ngai Trin turned around, sharp eyes like knives emitting cold aura. "Tu Hang, disciple of that Chu kid," he squinted, voice low and warning. "Last trial, and he guaranteed for you. How do you know this kid is related to me so you deliberately got close, huh?" His tall back covered like a mountain pressing on Tu Hang, she calmly replied with eyes without a trace of doubt. "Yes, Chairman. Don't worry. Relying on your relationship with Master Black, buying Earthfire Lu Kim from the cursed beast shouldn't be difficult. You want to meet me, right?" Ngai Trin held the person, then suddenly laughed heartily. "Haha, it seems not only your kid, even an old man like me loses bets. Suitable." He glanced at Ngai Dong, eyes showing a hint of pity. "Trial is no match. Even thoughts can't keep up with others. Forget that head of yours. Don't make things hard for yourself anymore." Ngai Dong awkwardly sweated profusely, scratching his head, not knowing what to answer. Tu Hang quickly put his arm around him, smiled brightly, and turned to Ngai Trin, the guild leader. "It turns out Ngai Dong has many advantages. Ngai Trin frowned, suspiciously asking if he was sure. Tu Hang confidently nodded, saying, of course, the days ahead are still long. Ngai Dong will definitely become a powerful alchemist, Ngai Dong stammered, his face flushed red. Tu Hang and Ngai Trin burst out laughing, their expressions softened. Ngai Trin ordered Ngai Dong to take Tu Hang to get the earth-fire alloy from warehouse number BA. I have already prepared it for him. The old man pulled out a key and placed it on the table. Ngai Dong looked up in confusion and asked Tu Hang, why did you prepare it for him but he still couldn't buy it? Tu Hang was speechless at the stupidity of the bull-horned guy. Before he could answer, Ngai Trin acted, casually throwing something at Ngai Dong's head, and shouted loudly, Kid, scram! Tu Hang pushed Ngai Dong outside, speaking urgently, Dear, let's get out of here quickly. Only Ngai Trin remained in the room. Hu Dung and Hu Mu, the outstanding disciples of Master Chu Hop, are rumored to become talented figures. The old man was deep in thought, his eyes contemplative as if pondering something. Kid, your uncle purposely didn't sell the Earthfire alloy to the Dark Energy Guard just to get you closer to that kid. Why can't your uncle protect you for life? But he can help you find a big benefactor. In the hallway, Tu Hang put his arm around Ngai Dong, laughing heartily as they walked. Ngai Dong pouted, frowning in dissatisfaction. Did I say something wrong? Under Ngai Dong's skillful guidance, Tu Hang successfully found the Earthfire alloy warehouse. Warehouse number 7. It turns out Master Chu Hop originally intended to buy the common Earthfire alloy, but what they found was a rare grade. The Earthfire alloy Beast King, with an initial estimated yield of about 300 kilograms, has now surged to over 1 ton. Leba, delighted beyond measure, his eyes narrowing into thin lines as he stroked his beard, exclaimed, Tu Hang really knows how to do things. This kid always surprises me. Tu Hang stood there tiredly looking at the massive pile of earth-fire alloy, while Ngai Dong looked confused, not understanding what it was for or why it was valuable. Leba took a piece of earth-fire alloy, stroked his beard repeatedly, satisfaction clearly showing on his face. His eyes squinted sharply like thin lines, sharp eyes any woman would envy when applying makeup. From Leba's words, Tu Hang learned that part of this earth-fire alloy would belong to him. He bent his back, dragging 2 large, heavy sacks several times his body size, pouring all his strength and spirit into hauling them away. According to Master Chu Hop, 1/3 of this earth-fire alloy will be used to craft a space artifact for Tu Hang. Leba looked at Tu Hang's radiant face and could only shake his head speechlessly. The young man hugged a cash register, deep in thought. Finally, he decided to upgrade the defense system to version 2, not based on the formula of the 9-Sun Dragon Tower. As long as he could craft the alloy from Earthfire alloy, everything would be complete, cheap, high quality, and saving time and effort. Tu Hang was secretly proud of his perfect plan. With Leba's support, Tu Hang arrived first at a high-rise building. It was the Kim Trung Artifact Research Institute, a prestigious facility founded by Dr. Kim Trung, specializing in artifact alloy research. Inside, they met a tall woman holding a sparkling gold bracelet. She looked at Tu Hang and spoke sternly. Did your uncle bring the construction plan? Tu Hang nodded in response. I need to use the semi-pure metal from the Earthfire alloy Beast King to make a type of alloy. He handed her a paper with the plan. The woman took it, read carefully, then suddenly frowned and shouted, Nonsense! What kind of artifact construction plan is this? She clenched the manuscript tightly, her eyes cold as if looking at a child's crayon drawing. Leba hurriedly explained, his eyes sparkling with hope. Dr. Kim Trung, your Kim Trung Research Institute? Don't reject construction plans provided by customers, do you? I don't think so. Or is the customer just trying to make things difficult for you? The woman, Dr. Kim Trung, frowned and placed the manuscript in front of Tu Hang and Leba. The alloy smelting of the semi-pure metal from the Earthfire alloy Beast King requires the highest grade furnace, but the final product is a dangerous explosive liquid. I suspect you were sent by an opponent to blow up the furnace. Tu Hang was stunned, seemingly understanding her point but didn't respond yet. She continued, If you insist on this plan, I can't help you, but I have another suggestion. She leaned in and whispered something to Tu Hang. He silently took back the manuscript, turned, and quickly walked away. She stood alone in the room. The elder quickly patted Xiao Hang's shoulder to comfort him. The old man in Lu Kim City still had certain privileges. We hadn't finished speaking when Tu Hang pulled him into a corner with a sly smile. Elder, I feel that her proposal NDT-0 is to prevent the upgrade formula from being revealed within 9 days at the Dragon Hall. Going outside, I intend to separate this upgrade plan. Tu Hang got to work skillfully distributing related documents about the manufacturing formula and sending composite materials to various research institutes. As for the metal serum, Kim Trung chose to focus research on the metal core as the key point. To upgrade the Fire Chi Guardian Ring. The Fire Chi Guardian Ring flashed with brilliant flames, emitting a powerful energy source. The metal serum indeed contained the risk of explosion, but if the refining time was precisely controlled, all risks could be avoided. Dr. Kim Trung's words helped Tahang find a more perfect solution. He and the elder approached where Ngai Dong was standing. Ngai Dong happily waved his hand with a bright smile. Tahang put his arm around him and whispered while the elder quietly stood aside, waiting. Thanks to the high refining rate and absolute confidentiality of the armory, Tahang decided to borrow large-scale refining equipment from the armory of Lu Kim City to help Ngai Dong. Taking advantage of the gold ore and local fire in Lu Kim, he completed the refining process in just 2 days, a job that should have taken half a month. Using scrap ore, Tahang didn't even spend a dime. The only one at a loss was Dr. Kim Trung, who stood there bewildered, regretful for missing out on a lucrative deal. 2. Hang carefully picked up the gold ring from the furnace, his gaze intensely focused. Suddenly, a noise from behind startled him. He turned around angrily and shouted, "Hey, what is that expression supposed to mean?" Looking at the mischievous kids, he frowned. "Am I mistaken? I'm upgrading your house, not trying to blow it up. If I weren't afraid of scaring you, I wouldn't have even called you out here. Got it?" Hung Kwangam Ko Hugh quickly looked away. Pretending not to hear, the little girl covered her eyes and said, "Don't let the guardian beast see it." Both the guardian beast and the energy absorber helped behind Feng Lei Long XA to avoid his gaze. Tu Hang deliberately pretended that strange noises distracted the kids, who looked around searching for the source. The elder's footsteps echoed loudly. Thump, thump. "Why is it like this?" Xiao Hang, "Just let go and do it." The man wearing a helmet stood at a distance, enthusiastically cheering. "Come on." Tahang was exasperated and speechless. He put on protective glasses, took a deep breath, and muttered, "Then let's begin." The ring was refined for hours on end, gradually reaching perfection. Tahang operated the machinery with absolute precision, ensuring no mistakes occurred. The electric flame from the machine projected directly onto the ring, making it glow like an eternal flame. Tuhang focused intently on pressing the controls. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the entire space. Chu Hop stood in midair, exasperated, shaking his head. His armor was smeared with dust, losing all its dignity. He opened his mouth but could not utter a word. The Ice Shock Dragon Master, a giant dragon with a body shimmering with ice, smelled the scent of new energy. It lowered its body, its giant wings flapping strongly to disperse the thick smoke and dust, successfully retreating to a secondary transformation. The nightmare species was the Ice Shock Dragon Master, carrying terrifying power. Chu Hop looked at the scene before him, lips pressed tight. My house has exploded. A blazing red energy circle enveloped Tahang. He panted heavily after the terrible explosion. The guardian beast and Kwang Am Ko nearby were covered in dust. The little girl's hair puffed up like a cauliflower. Amusingly, the elder was thrown by the blast, lying sprawled on the rubble. He took off his helmet, muttering with difficulty. That was a terrifying skill, the level 3 local fire awakening ability, the local fire screen. He sighed. Refining artifacts can also synchronize and upgrade other skills to create such terrifying power. Looking toward Tahang, the elder couldn't help but marvel. Suddenly, a man's deep call echoed in the sky. Tahang looked up following the sound. It was Chu Hop, whose cold eyes suddenly delivered a kick straight to his head. Tahang spat blood, bending over from the force of the kick. "You brat, trying to blow up the house?" Chu Hop angrily grabbed Tahang's neck. He groaned. "Ouch, ouch, my head is about to fall off." Tahang struggled, trying to pry his hands off. "Let go." But Chu Hop showed no mercy, growling, "Today I must fix your habit of blowing up the house." He grabbed Tahang's hair and pulled hard. Tahang trembled and quickly raised the ring in front of him. "No, no, no!" "No need to dismantle the house, master. Look at this." Chu Hop released the collar. Tohang took the ring and carefully examined it. "This is the Fire Chi Guardian that I gave you." Tohang stood aside, vomiting and trying hard to regulate his breathing. Just then, from Mr. Ngai Dong's place, he obtained the semi-metal, the life essence of the Earth Fire and the Metal Beast King. "I think upgrading the Fire Chi Guardian will increase the storage space for items. But later it will be more convenient to use, and also the room for the Long XA will be a bit more spacious." He smiled excitedly, explaining his invention. Xiao Herp gradually understood his meaning. "So the big commotion just now was because you were creating a rare item. You have this ability?" Tohang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Hey, Master Ba." He stepped forward proudly and joined in. Little Hung's ability is not only to expand the storage space but also other skills in this Fire Chi Guardian. It has also been upgraded to an Earth Fire screen with power equivalent to the sky above. 3 streaks of blue, purple, and yellow light flashed straight toward them. "Greetings, Xiao Hope family." "Wait a moment." Tohang clenched the ring tightly. Looking up, three people landed: the association president, Vice President Lee, and the master instructor Ngai Trin. They stepped forward and looked at Xiao Hup. Xiao Hup, you finally stepped out. This step is all thanks to the president's blessing. To Hung rushed forward, clinging to Xiao Hup excitedly. Master, Master, it's successful. Ngai Trin could only be speechless before his enthusiasm. Xiao Hope immediately ordered the ice dragon guard to come out. To Hung silently looked up at the giant ice dragon appearing behind Xiao Herp, its body shimmering with sharp ice hues. His face was full of satisfaction and pride over the achievement. Ngai Trin spoke up. Earlier, when you entered Lu Kim City, we detected the aura of the nightmare species. Unexpectedly, it was the ice dragon guard. But To Hung couldn't contain his astonishment, his eyes sparkling at the miracle he just witnessed. Astonishing, truly astonishing. After successfully transforming into a dragon, besides the three major species, dragon, ice, and beast, the ice dragon guard also possesses the powerful earth system. Its earth system talent grants the earthquake shock skill, perfectly combined with the nightmare ice system and the violent piercing skill. This combination creates the ice wind great electric skill. It not only causes tremendous damage but also destroys terrain, while simultaneously controlling and cutting off all escape routes. This is truly a miracle. A perfect weapon to fight against disasters infiltrating from the start. When choosing the target for Master Chu Hop, To Hung carefully calculated for this moment. He pondered deeply with sharp eyes on the current state of Lu Kim City. Surely they will do their best to keep Master Xiao Hope here. Ngai Trin stepped forward with a steady voice, looking straight at Xiao Hope. Xiao Hope, I am here representing the Lu Kim Mages Association. The president and honorary member of the Lu Kim Mages Association enjoys the highest privileges.